Chapter 91. A series of crisp, resounding applause drifted on the night breeze into Zhou Yan's ears, hidden in the corner of a dilapidated old house with broken walls and windows, seemingly blending into the darkness. 2 months ago, he had traversed half the city, exhausting all his fighting spirit and hope, and beginning to question the meaning of life. On his escape from District 12, he had tirelessly assembled ammunition day and night. Everyone respectfully addressed him as Teacher Zhou. He held the highest position in the entire base, possessing his own separate work and rest vehicle. Zhou Yan had expected that after news of his departure spread, the commander, who greatly admired him, would bring a large group of people whose abilities had been stolen to follow him. But no, everyone seemed remarkably tolerant. Even when the bandits treated them with disrespect, they showed no courage or spirit of resistance. After anger, utter incomprehension, and a long period of confusion, Zhou Yan began to turn back. He hid not far from the base. Whenever he heard someone passing by, he would casually reveal himself, letting them know he was still alive, waiting for them to ask why he had left the group. They saw him, but only glanced at him briefly before ignoring him completely. After rummaging through the garbage-strewn city for any usable clothes and tools, they left one by one, returning to the place ruled by bandits. Only Zhou Yan was left behind, like a lost soul, with nowhere to go. A group of ungrateful, treacherous people who worshipped him when they needed him, but treated him like air when they didn't, through repeated neglect. And in the prolonged loneliness and the relentless torment of pain and anger, Zhou Yan finally saw the harsh reality. His presence wasn't as important as he imagined. From afar, besides applause, came faint music, a lively scene reminiscent of a film. What were those people doing? The first performance is a duet of Heart Rain by our catering department queen, Ms. Wang Yilian, and her partner, Qian Cheng. The melodious accompaniment began, and Ms. Wang, microphone in hand, head held high, walked slowly onto the stage in a beautiful, elegant sky-blue dress. Across from her, a middle-aged man in a formal suit and tie also walked slowly to the center of the stage, joining Ms. Wang in bowing to the audience. Xu Lan picked up the megaphone. Clap! Clap, clap, clap. The audience applauded excitedly. The melodious music resumed, and Ms. Wang raised the microphone, confidently beginning to sing. My longing is an untouchable net, my longing is no longer a bursting sea. Xu Lan smiled, glancing at the radio station not far from the stage. At this very moment, the beautiful singing on stage was being converted into electrical signals by machines, amplified, and transmitted via antennas as electromagnetic waves to all corners of the world. Beautiful things should be shared, of course. Sister Wang's partner shouted in a loud voice. Why do I always think of you so deeply on those rainy days? Friends who can sing, come on over. The audience sang along loudly. My heart is the feeling of June. The rain of my heart is falling. Meanwhile, in various distant places, people waiting to communicate and help each other with other survivors suddenly heard music and were filled with questions. Which base is this? Have they gone mad? The world is about to be destroyed, and they're still broadcasting random gala audio on the emergency channel. After the song ended, Zhou Dahu clapped and went on stage. Classics are always classics, you never get tired of them. This old song reminds me of my first love, back when I still had hair. Ha ha, those interested can chat privately. First, let's hear what our dear Commander Qin Xiaoshuang thinks of the show, and how many votes she give. Xu Lan simply said 2 words. Celestial music, full marks, I give it 100 votes. 100 votes. That's practically the highest honor. So what does Master Mao Mao think? Xu Mao Mao took the megaphone and said expressionlessly 50? Oh, 50, that's very good too. It means Master Mao Mao thinks they still have room for improvement. Finally, it's time for the lucky audience to vote. The next program can begin. Let's get started. A bewildered audience in front of various radio terminals exclaimed, wait a minute. What's a commander? What era's galas have commanders? Okay, our sister Wang and her partner have a final vote count of 616, very high. Hopefully, the performers after her won't feel too much pressure. The next program is Don't Be Afraid, Don't Be Afraid, a song with newly rewritten lyrics by a group called Doomsday Madmen. Please enjoy. Ants hey. Ants who? Ants roar ants ha ha. The intro begins, and Xian and Du Xiaohui, dressed in tattered clothes, appear furtively with several others dressed similarly. Their faces are painted with blood, and they use props to create sharp teeth and claws, making them look like zombies. They even imitate a zombie's roar in a low voice. Hello, look at me, what are you afraid of? On the other side, Fang Buotao leads a group of normal people who, upon seeing the zombies, collapse to the ground, tumbling and crawling on the stage, pleading, "It's my fault, I couldn't mature myself. Zombies, so many. The city is out of control." Then a man with a long ponytail wig and a young child jumped up. "It's nothing. Hide behind me, we have protective magic." Shu Lan's smile faded, shifting to the faces of the audience. Xian and Du Xiaohui, representing the zombies, fell to the ground. Fang Buoto stood up, hands on his hips, and sang loudly, "I'm not afraid of zombies. My boss is even fiercer, he wipes them all out in one move. Cowardice will only make you more unlucky. Cling to the right person to live a long and healthy life." Finally, everyone held hands, spinning around in a joyful chorus. "Zombies are coming, but I'm not afraid. My boss is protecting me, I'm not afraid. No matter how dark the night, I pretend I can't see them, the sun will surely rise soon." During the voting, Shu Lan ruthlessly cast 0 votes, citing the wig worn by the person playing her as too ugly. Xu Mao also gave 0 votes, saying the singing was terrible. The people on stage were sobbing, while those below were laughing. In District 16, a woman's pale hand pierced through a skull, grasped the white stone inside, and then swiftly withdrew it. Clean water, appearing out of nowhere, wrapped around her arm, washing away the filthy liquid, and dripped onto the ground, seeping into the soil. Anzelin raised her head, her emotionless gaze sweeping over the terrified zombies before her. She said, "Keep running." As soon as she finished speaking, no one dared to move. Those high-ranking zombies, who had fed them stones, and boasted of building a zombie kingdom, upon seeing the suddenly appearing woman in the red dress, fled in panic as if they had encountered their natural enemy. Soon, one by one, they lay on the ground, their skulls shattered, their original faces completely unrecognizable. Answering glanced at the crystal core in her hand, which was about the size of her fist, and scoffed, "You eaten quite a bit, raising the crystal core to this size." The zombie king's henchman, who had caught up from behind, wailed, "Boss, we just caught up with you. How come you killed them all?" Chapter 92. Answering clenched her fingers, crushed the crystal core into powder, tilted her head back, poured it into her mouth, swallowed, and said nonchalantly, saving time. As one of the zombie king's loyal followers, Lu Tianyang dared not refute, only muttering under his breath, "We won't grow old, we have plenty of time." Answering casually patted his shoulder, wiping the remaining crystal core powder from her palm onto his body. Who knows, maybe only a few years left. Another follower looked at Answerin and sincerely exclaimed, "Boss, you killed your way through, and your clothes aren't even dirty 6. Answerin crossed her arms and said coldly, "Hurry all the intelligent zombies over here." Soon roars erupted. The zombies of District 16, like sheep being herded back to their pen by sheepdogs, crowded together in one place, bewilderedly staring at the group of zombies radiating a powerful aura atop the high-rise building. Answerin looked down at them with an air of absolute control, like a majestic queen, and slowly began, "You guys before." The young man wearing headphones suddenly chuckled. Answerin stopped herself from speaking, turned her head, and said coldly, "Jiang Jun, may I ask you, of those 4 words you just said, which one made you laugh?" Jiang Jun's lips twitched, but he quickly regained his composure. "Boss, you weren't funny. It's just that the survivors seem to have gone mad. They're actually playing a comedy show on the public channel." He took off his headphones, and respectfully handed them to Answerin. "Listen." Answerin was initially uninterested, but then seemed to hear something, suddenly changed her mind, and reached for the headphones, putting them on. The sound transmitted through the radio waves carried a slight undertone, but was still relatively clear. A woman was speaking, her voice soft and sweet with a hint of amusement, like pear juice simmered with rock sugar. "It's kind of you to remember so many words. I give you 80 votes. A calm, clear voice, like a little boy's, followed, 5 votes. Answerin lowered her eyelashes, the glaciers in her eyes melting quietly into a gentle lake in the night. Before turning away, she said, "The headphones are mine from now on. You're the ones who set the rules this time. I'm leaving." The high-ranking zombie followers were completely bewildered. Where to? The tall woman turned her back to them, offering no explanation, simply waving her hand, then leaped from the high-rise building and disappeared from sight. Jiang Jun shrugged. Maybe she suddenly wants to listen to crosstalk. Should you do it, or should I? Whatever, I do it. Listen up, zombies down there. You regained your senses, so remember, we're dead now. We're a completely new species. Even if we don't eat human flesh or drink human blood, we won't starve. We can no longer attack our former kind because of our hunger. Answerin landed almost silently, leaping from a nearly 30-meter high building. She moved swiftly through the darkness, her toes barely touching the ground, like a red gust of wind, instantly leaving the city and appearing on the highest and most open mountaintop nearby. The signal was better at higher altitudes, and the quiet environment of the deserted mountain made the sound in her headphones even clearer. Another song and dance performance ended, but Answerin didn't care what their performance was like. She only cared about the two judges who would speak during the voting. I can see you put your heart into this performance, but the dance isn't as polished as the costumes. I give you 40 votes. 30 is for your skill, and 10 is encouragement for the effort you put in. 0 votes. Answerin leaned against a tree trunk, gazing at the starry sky and listening to the distant sounds, a smile playing on her lips. One's playing the good cop, the other the bad cop. The last show's total votes were 214. It's a pity, we probably won't win the grand prize. Hopefully, we can try harder next time. The next show is going to be exciting. Every unmarried girl, perk up. Are you ready? A muscle show by tough guys. Answerin's smile faded. The host was still enthusiastically introducing them. Look at their physiques, how healthy they are. Their muscles are so full. Broad back muscles, powerful biceps, pectoral muscles. Commander, what do you think? The judge in the earpiece said appreciatively, I think it's very good. Answerin let out a cold laugh, repeating those two words, very good? Her self-talk carried a hint of gritted teeth. Lily, it seems you ate quite well too. After a collaborative gala, the people from different districts understood each other better and appreciated each other, their relationships noticeably closer than before. Having obtained Huiyu's management plan and more detailed and improved underground-based design plans, District 9 officially began its nationwide infrastructure construction project. After it was confirmed that the evening event was not pre-recorded but broadcast live, survivors across the country believe that the survivors forced to surrender and flee to District 9 by the Zombie King seemed to have lost their minds. They were filled with anxiety over the zombie attack, while the deserters were singing and dancing, throwing a party in the abandoned 9th District. Want to live? A final revelry? Then, they discovered that their madness wasn't limited to just one night. Every morning, survivors across the country would turn on their radios to the emergency channel and hear the deathly noises emanating from the newly renovated 9th District base, like the babbling of someone still half asleep. Today's weather in 9th District, sunny. Our breakfast is vegetable and lean meat porridge. Fragrant lean meat shreds paired with sweet and soft rice, plus refreshing vegetables to cleanse the palate. A bowl of porridge to start a vibrant day in 9th District. The listeners laughed. Listen to this, pork for breakfast? Isn't that just wishful thinking? Pigs are all dying from the virus and are now a Class 1 protected animal. Where would we get pork? Our commander said, sharpening the axe doesn't delay the work. So we set off for another district and found new excavators, trucks, and all sorts of tools. Today's work encountered a small difficulty. We didn't know whether to keep or remove those old pipes. After discussion, we decided to treat them as garbage and clean them up. Today's menu for the people of District 9, noodle soup for breakfast. For lunch, braised beef with stir-fried sweet potato leaves. For dinner, stir-fried potatoes, green peppers, and eggplant. Ah! What a wonderful day. People from other bases were furious, occupying the channel and cursing. Stop making things up. Do you think the public channel is a diary? The people of District 9 weren't angry. Instead, they extended a warm invitation. Hurry up and surrender. Come and dig with us. Listeners, we humans have a traitor among us. Everyone knows who it is. Shu Maomao quickly progressed to high school level in math, but Huiyu said his level was limited and he couldn't continue teaching him. Shu Lan's original intention wasn't to cultivate Shu Maomao into a brilliant mathematician. She simply wanted to enrich her son's knowledge as much as possible, hoping it might come in handy someday. Therefore, she said high school was enough, and Huiyu should graduate as a teacher and become her assistant, helping her with the base's management. A chemistry teacher would then teach Shu Maomao instead. After all, there's an old saying, master math, physics, and chemistry, and you can go anywhere in the world without fear. The chemistry teacher hadn't taught for years, and had no teaching materials. Suddenly asked to teach a child, he was at a loss. He could only dryly recite the textbook, tentatively asking, can you memorize the periodic table today? Shu Maomao recited the words on the table. Got it. And then? The chemistry teacher said anxiously, so fast? Then next, we learned chemical equations, yes, equations. Hearing him recite something already in the book, Shu Maomao simply flipped through the pages herself, intending to consider it learning once she finished reading. Zhou Yan, who had been secretly observing from a corner of the crowd for several days, felt it was time. He emerged, quickly approached, and mustered his courage to say to the people, under the shade of the canopy, "You don't need to worry about exams. A lot of the knowledge in books is unnecessary and a waste of time. Chemistry is a subject that requires constant experimentation and hands-on manipulation to understand and master its principles." At that moment, Shulan, who was nearby discussing a list of supplies she would need for a future long trip with Lu Xingyao, glanced at him dismissively and then fell silent, as if he were invisible. Chapter 93. Blood rushed to Zhou Yan's head, his face flushed, an indescribable embarrassment urging him to leave immediately. He would rather the other person mock him than be ignored like this. On the contrary, Lu Xingyao frequently turned to steal glances at him, his eyes filled with worry and encouragement. These past few days, this former commander had been secretly supporting Zhou Yan, finding him a place to stay, scraping together food for him. Seeing that he regretted his actions and wanted to return, he advised him, "Teacher Zhou, the commander looks fierce, but she's actually very reasonable. As long as you don't offend her, she won't hold a grudge. You spoke rudely before, apologize to her properly, and everything should be fine." But Zhou Yan's mouth seemed glued shut by his pride, refusing to open. The instructor next to him was still explaining the balancing of chemical equations, the most basic law of conservation of mass. The types and numbers of atoms must be conserved before and after a reaction. The core of her previous mockery of him was the same. You get what you pay for. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Zhou Yan gritted his teeth, took out a square metal gift box from behind his back, opened the lid, and placed it between Shulan and Lu Xingyu. Shulan stopped what she was doing, staring at the oval-shaped, transparent stone about the size of her palm inside the box. Her expression froze for 2 seconds. "What is this?" As soon as she spoke, the seal on Zhou Yan's lips seemed to automatically unlock. "This is an artificial diamond I made using my supernatural abilities to extract sea carbon elements. I'm giving it to you as a way of apologizing for my previous arrogance." Shulan pushed the box away. "What use is a diamond to me in this apocalypse? A potato is more practical. It can sprout, be cut into pieces, and grow new potatoes." Zhou Yan explained eagerly, "You're right. It's just a useless stone now. But it represents my ability and sincerity. I can help you create many things you might not find in the city, and I can be your son's chemistry teacher." Shulan leaned back slightly, relaxing, and said, "No need, he already has a teacher. Look, he's teaching him." Zhou Yan said decisively, "He's no good. He can't even find all the experimental materials. He just reads from the book." The sound of reciting formulas gradually faded until it was silent. Shulan could tell, of course, that the teacher wasn't very good. If Zhou Yan didn't change his mind, she planned to temporarily give up on this subject. She also knew that Lu Xingyu was secretly helping Zhou Yan. With so many eyes watching, everyone had no privacy. How could he hide a grown man with a strange face without letting anyone know? However, this man wasn't completely stupid. He learned to turn back after hitting a wall, putting aside his useless sense of justice and arrogance, and actively showing her his value. She had already said she wouldn't support idlers. She wasn't his mother. Shulan picked up the diamond, weighed it in her hand, and smiled. "This is the first time in my life someone has given me a diamond. I guess I officially joined the ranks of the wealthy. Alright, consider your job application a success." Zhou Yan's eyes widened in surprise, disbelief in his expression. "You've forgiven me?" There was no sarcasm, no extra punishment. Shulan said, "What else could I do? I have so many people to manage every day, and I have to argue with everyone who has ever insulted me. Wouldn't that be too much trouble?" Zhou Yan realized once again that he wasn't as important as he had imagined. He had been wandering outside for so long, putting in countless hours of mental preparation and rehearsing conversations to swallow his pride and apologize. All that inner struggle and anxiety was utterly meaningless, because the other person simply didn't take him seriously. For days, Zhou Yan was still reeling from the blow. He ate and slept in a daze, completely lost. Lu Xingyu came to him, puzzled, and asked, "Teacher Zhou, the commander agreed to let you come back. Why are you like this? Why didn't she scold me? Why didn't she hit me?" Lu Xingyu looked at him strangely. "I didn't know before, Teacher Zhou. You have this kind of fetish. In psychology, a severe masochistic tendency is a disease. That's not what I meant. I wanted to ask, is my existence really that insignificant?" Dinner was stewed chicken with potatoes and carrots, the broth thick and delicious with rice. Lu Xingyu stirred her rice, waiting for the steam to dissipate before enjoying it, saying nonchalantly, "Ugh, is it pretentious to think about this now? Everyone is insignificant in the face of a global viral disaster. Just surviving one more day is good enough. Zhou Yan, stung by the word pretentious, fell silent. Xu Lan was still sitting at her luxurious folding dining table when she suddenly noticed Xu Maomao secretly picking out the carrots from her bowl and burying them in the ground. Hey! 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 Which kid is being picky about food? Xu Maomao, Looks like he wasn't quick enough. Xu Lan said seriously, hold out your hand. Xu Maomao held out his hand, palm up. Xu Lan flipped the chopsticks over and tapped it lightly. Xu Maomao's eyes slowly widened. He looked at his palm, then at her, his handsome little face filled with disbelief. Mommy actually hit him, Xu Lan said. Have you done the same thing many times before I noticed? Xu Maomao pursed his lips and didn't speak, his brows gradually furrowing. Xu Lan said, looks like it. If you don't like it, you can put it in my bowl, or I tell Sister Wang to leave what you don't like for others. There are plenty of people with big appetites who don't get enough to eat. You can't start secretly wasting food just because you're rich now. That's a bad habit. Xu Maomao ate his meal with his head down, shoving even the carrots he disliked into his mouth and chewing them vigorously, refusing to speak to Xu Lan. There were plenty of carrots in the space. Why did he hit her over something so trivial? He was angry and didn't want to talk to her anymore. Xu Lan tilted her head to find his face. Why aren't you saying anything? Xu Maomao buried his head in his food, finishing every last bite, wiping his mouth clean, pushing the bowl away, and turning his back to Xu Lan. Xu Lan looked at his round head and stubborn back, and chuckled. He learned to use passive-aggressive tactics at such a young age. Interesting. She finished her meal and hurriedly stood up and deliberately said loudly, oh dear, I'm so full, I'm going for a walk. Xu Lan took a few steps, then heard the sound of a chair being moved behind her. Xu Maomao followed, but when Xu Lan turned around, she saw him with his arms crossed, head turned to one side, only his aloof profile visible to her. Xu Lan thought to herself, her nose bridge is quite high, it must be inherited from the other side. She turned back and took a few more steps, sighing, it's getting cold, my hands are so cold. Less than half a minute later, a warm but small hand slipped into her deliberately drooping palm. Xu Lan closed her fingers, a smug smile playing on her lips. You got her. The underground base was being dug wider and wider, with more and more unused soil piling up beside it, forming a small hill. A group of children of varying ages were playing statues on the hillside, their laughter carried on the wind. Xu Lan was touched and stopped, asking, baby, do you want to go play with them? Xu Maomao hesitated between answering and not answering. He was still angry, but she was asking a different question, unrelated to what he was upset about. Should he answer her? Xu Lan said, if you want to go, just go and ask, brother and sister, can I play with you? I wait for you here. I don't want to. Xu Maomao felt he needed to answer, but that didn't mean he forgave her. Chapter 94. Xu Lan said, is it that you don't want to, or do you think they won't play with you, baby? Xu Maomao's face fell. She asked a new question, but he was angry. Xu Maomao thought his unhappiness was very obvious, but she seemed oblivious, still quietly waiting for his answer. Xu Maomao didn't speak. He pulled her along, striding towards the children's play area. The children, who had been playing happily, scattered in panic like birds upon seeing them. The once lively place became quiet, leaving only Xu Lan and Xu Maomao standing alone. The autumn wind blew fallen leaves, making the atmosphere somewhat desolate. Xu Lan was silent for a moment, then squatted down and hugged Xu Maomao. I'm sorry. Xu Maomao sulked, humph. I eat all the carrots from now on, okay. She finally apologized. He had been waiting for a long time. Xu Lan said, it's not about that, but I still want to apologize to you. Sometimes, I force you to eat things you don't like, so you secretly throw them away, right? Xu Lan smiled, her eyes crinkling, but mommy was right, wasn't she? Eating lots and lots of food will make you grow taller. Before, when I squatted down, we were the same height, but now you're a head taller than me. Xu Maomao looked down at her, already having forgiven her, only a little bit of awkwardness remained. You still hit me. That wasn't a real hit. Just like when I pat your bottom, mommy was just joking. It's different. Xu Maomao could tell that she was serious when she hit his palm with the chopsticks. Xu Lan sighed helplessly. Sure enough, the older the child gets, the harder they are to fool. Okay, it's different. It's a form of punishment because mommy has gone hungry too many times, so she has a strong attachment to food and can't stand waste. Did I hurt you? Let me blow on it for you. Don't be mad at me. Xu Lan took his hand and blew on the spot where he hit him. I hit the child. I'm a bad mother. Xu Maomao hugged her neck, No, it didn't hurt at all. Shulan buried her face in his shoulder and said sullenly, "There's one more thing I'm sorry about. I always make you kill people in front of everyone. Everyone's afraid of you, and you can't even make friends to play with." Shu Maomao said, "I don't want to play with them, except for running around. Grabbing people on the ground is just inexplicable silly laughter, childish." Shulan couldn't help but chuckle. "That's right, we're not 3 or 4-year-old kids anymore, we're mature adults now. So how do you want to play?" "I play with you," Shu Maomao said, "fight with our superpowers." Shulan changed the subject. "Ah, the sky is so gloomy, is it going to rain?" Shu Maomao pinched her cheek. "Mommy, play with me." Shu Maomao, "I notice you can be a little mischievous sometimes. Who did you learn that from?" "My mom." "Oh, it really does seem to be raining. Let's hurry inside." It was dark, but the lights in the communications room were still on, and people's voices could be heard intermittently over the radio. "This is District 17, fuel exhausted, searching for supplies. If all goes well, we expect to reach District 32 within a week. Over. This is District 32, we have led the superpowered individuals to clear 70% of the zombies in this area. Please proceed with confidence. Over." Shulan picked up the microphone and exchanged a glance with Shu Maomao. "This is District 9. How's everyone's day?" There was no response for a long time on the public chat channel. Shulan asked, "Am I doing something wrong?" They seemed to be unable to hear me. Finally, someone responded, "Now that you safely escaped to District 9, just stay put and don't interfere with communications. We really don't have time to play your nonsense." Shulan said, "If you can go to District 32, why don't you just come to District 9? A domineering female voice joined in. "You mean you want to surrender to the zombies, like them, willingly becoming their food supply?" Shulan said, "Think about it another way, maybe after they regain their senses, they don't intend to continue eating people, but rather try to rebuild a new order with us. For example, zombies and zombies living together. Living together, people living together, not disturbing each other." The woman who had just spoken sneered, "Zombies don't eat people? How can you say such a naive idea? Have you forgotten the tragedies in those fallen districts since the appearance of high-level zombies? They left some survivors in District 9 to create a facade of mercy, and you all think zombies are good, joining in to coax everyone to surrender. I don't know whether to call you stupid or cowardly." Another person said, "Maybe the one speaking in District 9 right now is also a high-level zombie." Shulan's fingers tapped lightly on the table, her brows furrowed slightly, her eyes calm, various thoughts intertwined in her mind. In the 7 years that humans and zombies have fought each other, the trust between them has been washed away by blood. They had previously agreed to negotiate, but one side laid an ambush, and the other side didn't let their guard down. The complete annihilation of the military shattered the last glimmer of hope for peace, and negotiations were never mentioned again. Even if you told them now that a meteorite would hit Earth in a few years, making survival impossible on the surface, and that they needed to concentrate their efforts on building underground shelters for any chance of survival, would they believe it? No, they would simply treat any information from District 9 as a conspiracy theory, and just convincing them of this would take a considerable amount of time. Judging from Shu Maomao's dream, even if they believed it, the survivors, scattered and disorganized, simply wouldn't have the resources to build a decent underground base. Even in the relatively stable District 15, where Dr. Zhao was located, once a base was built, some people would have to be abandoned due to insufficient survival supplies. Eliminating this incorrect answer, only one final option remains. To ensure more people survive the eternal night, all forces need to be concentrated. Now, forces are concentrated, but not for building a base, they are for a final battle against the Zombie King. She arranged for people to broadcast daily tales of the wonderful life in District 9 to attract them, but the outsiders thought the people in District 9 were crazy. Should she try pretending to have precognitive abilities? That didn't seem likely either. It would be like a seer popping up halfway through a game of werewolf. Not only would no one believe her, but she also had to explain her poorly written statements from beginning to end, adding more suspicion, and she might even accidentally reveal information about being a plunderer. Knowing the future in advance, and then looking at humanity's current behavior from a godlike perspective, Shulan would feel a sense of unyielding and deserving of death. Anyway, she exhausted all the tricks she could. Since they didn't believe her and wouldn't come, she could only respect their choice. A light rain began to fall outside the window. Each autumn rain brings a chill, this rain would likely bring a change in the weather. Hearing the rain, Shulan turned her head, lost in thought. She should find time to prepare winter supplies, otherwise, a large number of people would fall ill when the temperature drops, and the construction progress of the underground base would also fall behind. Just then, the radio crackled to life, followed by a languid female voice. 20 days from now, we arrive in District 32. Roger that. Report which district we're from. Zombie Queen answering. Chapter 95. The silence on the radio lasted even longer than after Shulan had spoken. So answering added with a smile, was my signal bad? Did no one hear the last part? They heard it, but they were terrified. This was a public channel, designed to support multiple people, and there was no way to set up encryption. Anyone with decent equipment could listen in or join the conversation. Being caught completely off guard by the terrifying enemy they were discussing, they were lucky they hadn't died of fright. Shu Mao Mao, seemingly out of nowhere, pulled out a chair, climbed onto the table, grabbed the microphone, and said in a cold tone, "Answerin, when are you coming to find me? Let's fight again." Those who hadn't yet processed the shock of the Zombie King were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of a child's voice. Whose child is this? Shu Lan was startled, snatching the microphone from Shu Mao Mao's hand and tossing it aside, as if it were burning her, shrieking softly, "Baby! Why did you suddenly provoke her?" "I wanted to get along with her, to make sure she didn't hit you after she finished beating others." Shu Mao Mao said, "No need." "Shu Lan, you..." "Ouch." From the radio, a cheerful female voice sounded, "Kid, I come find you after I dealt with them." Shu Lan grabbed the microphone in alarm. "No, no, no, children say the darndest things. Please don't take it to heart." "Oh! Who are you now?" Shu Lan knew she might have recognized her from Shu Mao Mao, so she forced a lie. I'm Qin Xiaoshuang, the commander of District 9. Respected Zombie Queen, I have prepared a large number of crystal cores for you. If you grace us with your presence, I will present them to you with open arms." The woman who had just confronted Shu Lan, speaking like a firecracker, jumped out again. "Shut up. A coward like you calling yourself a commander is a disgrace to humanity. Zombie King, come on then. I, Bei Ting, am waiting for you in District 32. Shu Mao Mao suddenly said, "Mommy, I remember that name." Bei Ting, her ability is called body nucleation. I asked Teacher Zhou what body nucleation was the other day, and he said it's about using the body to create nuclear fission or fusion reactions, similar to turning oneself into a powerful nuclear weapon. Shu Lan was somewhat surprised. That sounds fierce. Maybe answer. Lin will be blown up by this person. Shu Mao Mao said, "Yeah, if she's blown up, I go beat up Biting, use that space that sucks people in to lock her up, and she can blow up whatever she wants inside." Shu Lan couldn't help but laugh. "You're a bit arrogant, god of destruction. You can't be so cocky. There are always people stronger than you know? Answering can be the Zombie Queen. She must be much more powerful than we think." Shu Mao Mao calmly said, "I'm not afraid." "You're not afraid, but your mother is." No one continued speaking on the radio. Except for Biting, no one else dared to communicate with the Zombie Queen, and the Zombie Queen didn't want to communicate with them either. She called out, "Qin Xiaoshuang." Shu Lan was busy talking to her son, and didn't hear this. So answering called out again, "Qin Xiaoshuang." Shu Lan quickly picked up the microphone. "Here." She felt as nervous as when her homeroom teacher called on her to answer a question. Answerin said, "Wait for me too." Shu Lan was stunned. Wait for what? What did it have to do with her? She was already a universally acknowledged coward. Wasn't that enough sincerity? Or was it because she was too sincere that she won the Zombie King's exclusive favor? Possibly. So Shu Lan obediently replied, "Okay." The others in the base thought with certainty. That's it. This woman is so obedient. District 9 must be full of traitors now. Shu Lan didn't know how the fighting was going outside, but her traitors in District 9 were gradually becoming more stable. Their daily lives consisted of digging, moving soil, killing zombies, eating 3 delicious meals, and then sleeping. After the large pit for the underground base was dug, construction couldn't begin immediately. Moisture-proofing and waterproofing measures needed to be implemented. Fortunately, there were many people and many professional suggestions. They adjusted the concrete ratio to reduce leaks, and then, using Shu Mao Mao's asphalt ability and Zhou Yan's matter recombination ability, they mixed various waterproof coatings and applied them to the exterior walls. Shu Lan had long known that Zhou Yan was useful. His abilities and his knowledge combined perfectly, making him an invaluable asset wherever he went. He himself understood this, which was why he had been so arrogant and fearless before. So Shu Lan didn't let Shu Mao Mao take away his supernatural abilities, nor did she use force to coerce him into submission. Instead, she exiled him for a period, letting loneliness erode Zhou Yan's arrogance. She knew that feeling of seeing everyone else moving towards a bright future while you were the only one left out, slowly rotting away, because she had experienced it. After dropping out of high school, Xu Lan worked as a hostess at a karaoke bar using a fake ID, smashing a bottle over the head of a customer who was groping her. The man yelled that he would call the police, and while chasing her, he tripped, hitting his forehead on the corner of a table, and silently collapsed before her eyes. Xu Lan was terrified. She thought the man was dead and didn't want to be arrested and jailed, so she pretended to go to the restroom and secretly ran away through the back door of the KTV. That day happened to be the end of the college entrance exam. On her escape, Xu Lan bumped into a classmate and teacher who had come out of a hotel by the roadside. They were arm in arm, celebrating the start of the next phase of their lives. Meanwhile, Xu Lan, now in deep trouble, crouched in a dark alley, watching them laugh and joke from afar, too afraid to even approach and say hello. Therefore, Xu Lan was certain that Zhou Yan would return, just like she had crouched in the alley, desperately hoping that nothing bad had happened. She was one of those graduates who had just finished their exams and were welcoming summer vacation. After that, Xu Lan used the little money she had left to buy a bus ticket, changing buses several times, until she arrived in a place where no one knew her and started making a living again. Afraid of being arrested and jailed by the police, she gave everyone she met a fake name and made up stories. Except for Xu Maomao. She couldn't let Xu Maomao not even know her own mother's name. Seeing Zhou Yan reminded her of her past, so one night Xu Lan told Xu Maomao her long-hidden secret as a bedtime story. She had wanted to confide in him before, but thought Xu Maomao might not understand, so she hadn't. Now Xu Maomao could understand. After hearing the story, he asked, and then? Then the virus broke out, and so many people died. Nobody recognized me anymore, and I didn't have to worry about going to jail. Her tone sounded light, but Xu Maomao still sensed the hidden sadness. He snuggled closer, resting his forehead on her shoulder. Mommy, if you had given birth to me earlier, I could have been with you sooner. Xu Lan was amused by his innocent words. No, you couldn't. A little earlier, Mommy wouldn't even be an adult. And back then, there wasn't that magical potion that made a baby appear in your belly after a single injection. You needed a man and a woman to sleep together to have a child. Xu Maomao's little face fell. Then it's better to get an injection. Xu Lan was a little amused and exasperated. She was getting sleepy, and her voice became slurred. I wonder where that raider named Li Yanli went. I haven't heard a single word about him all these years. Xu Maomao thought for a long time before recalling the name from that dream. Mommy, he should be dead. How do you know? Dr. Zhao said that the raider used to resist, so they drained his energy and used electrical currents to stimulate his cell activity, keeping him in a near-death state. If he used too many powers at once, his body wouldn't be able to handle it, and he would die. If the stupid test subject number 1 shows any signs of disobedience, he will treat it the same way. Chapter 96. You old rascal. He's threatening you. Xu Lan was so angry she was wide awake, slamming her hand on the bed. I wonder where he is now. Otherwise, I capture him and give him all sorts of superpowers to use every day. Xu Maomao said, in the other timeline, he's in District 15. Xu Lan said, if he's still alive, he might be in District 15 now, since that experimental base is closest to District 15. Time to sleep. Tomorrow we go to the radio station and try to get information out of them. Xu Maomao hugged Xu Lan's arm tightly and closed her eyes. Soon, her breathing became even. But Xu Lan, who had said she wanted to sleep first, opened her eyes, her gaze clear. Her mind was too full of thoughts. She couldn't sleep. She wondered why Li Yanli, in his weakened state, chose that moment to unleash his power that night. Was it for her? She quickly scolded herself. Stop being so narcissistic, Xu Lan. Who do you think you are? Do you even know who she risked everything for? She guessed Li Yanli was probably anxious about having a baby predator to inherit his fate. However, there were indeed many suspicious points that night. Zombies move much faster than ordinary people at night, yet she and a group of ordinary people managed to escape safely from the Jiangzhou experimental base back to Xi'an City. She remembered that the other ability users were protecting Dr. Zhao as they left, but Li Yanli remained behind. So it was very likely that Li Yanli used his power to stop the zombies from catching up. Then why did he destroy the electric grid? Thinking of this, Xu Lan had another narcissistic, yet very much correct idea. Li Yanli destroyed the electric grid to create an opportunity for her to escape. He probably didn't know how much longer he could hold on, so he used the zombies' power to force her to open the door, allowing her to escape in the chaos and prevent her from being captured by Zhao Houzi after his death to continue giving birth to the baby raider. An indescribable emotion welled up in Xu Lan's heart. He had created an escape route for her, yet she selfishly defied his wishes and still gave birth to the baby raider. Because of this guilt, Xu Lan had previously resolved to avoid this powerful figure, never letting him know of Xu Maomao's existence and never causing any conflict. But now she knew he was already dead, which explained the lack of news. This left Xu Lan with a complex mix of guilt and pity for him. Amidst these conflicting emotions, Xu Lan unknowingly fell asleep. She had a dream in which a man, whose face she couldn't see clearly but whom she knew was very handsome, and who she recognized as Li Yanli, found her and pulled her close, saying, "Since you already given me a child, we should get married." Xu Lan stubbornly refused, shouting, "I was wrong. I can repay you in other ways, but I don't know you, and I don't want to marry you." Xu Maomao rushed out, "Let go of my mommy, you bad rat. I kill you." The man and Xu Maomao started fighting, and Xu Lan watched in terror. Realizing Xu Maomao seemed to be losing, she desperately raised her hands. "Marry. Don't hit my son, I marry him." Then she woke up, the blanket on her body nowhere to be found. Xu Maomao sat beside her with a serious expression, confidently saying, "Mommy, you kicked off the blanket, you had a nightmare." Xu Lan blinked, her mind blank, still automatically replaying that chaotic dream. I had a nightmare." Xu Lan sat up. The sky and the space was slowly brightening. She frowned and muttered, "What a crazy dream." After washing up, the system reminded the mother and son as they were about to leave. "Host, the temperature plummeted from 15 degrees to 0 last night. In the real world, it's currently raining and snowing. You need to wear 2 more layers to ensure comfort." Xu Lan returned to the room and found a thermal undershirt and sweater for Xu Maomao. Xu Maomao didn't want to wear them, saying they would be too bulky and uncomfortable. "Mommy, I have fire-type abilities, I won't be cold." Xu Lan said, "There's a kind of cold that only your mom worries about. I already taken them out, so just put them on." Unable to argue with Xu Lan, Xu Maomao had no choice but to put them on, and Xu Lan also added 2 layers for herself. Back in the real world, the landing point was chosen at the cafeteria entrance. The usually bustling dormitories were now desolate and silent, except for the cafeteria staff, who diligently made breakfast, their necks hunched against the cold wind as they walked towards her. "Morning, Commander." Their voices trembled. Xu Lan glanced at their thin clothes and nodded gently. "Yes, go in." The people from District 12, wanting to travel light, hadn't brought warm clothing. They were currently wearing old clothes salvaged from the ruins of District 9. Besides clothes, bedding for the night was also crucial. The missile explosions had burned much of District 9 to ashes. To replenish their winter supplies, they would have to search further afield. They had searched several times before, but the temperature drop hadn't been enough. Humans are very vulnerable creatures, and a sudden drop in temperature overnight caused many to catch colds. Without enough medicine, Xu Lan could only add ginger soup to their breakfast to try and revive them. She didn't want these people to continue working in the rain and snow, cold and unwarm, so she announced a day off. Everyone stayed indoors to keep warm, while she led her men out to search for supplies. Just as she finished assembling her team and driving the convoy to the edge of District 9, Xu Maomao said, "Mommy, we have guests again." Xu Lan glanced at the receding ruins of the city in the rearview mirror. Although the outside world condemned those who surrendered to District 9 as deserters, traitors, and cowards, the signal Xu Lan had sent out had successfully alerted them that this place was a safe option for survival, and some would definitely want to see what was happening in District 9. However, turning back now would be a waste of fuel and time. "Let them in. We go pick up the guests after we found what we need." Not long after, Xu Maomao, using her keen hearing, overheard crucial information and said, "They're from District 15. District 15? The sudden drop in temperature had diverted Xu Lan's attention, and only now, hearing the words District 15, did she remember old Monkey Zhao, who had been forgotten in the corner. She smiled and said, "Good, very good. I was just about to look for them. Speak of the devil, and he appears." Rewind to 32 days ago. After the Zombie King's parachute attack destroyed human communication channels, most bases abandoned radio communication. Except for the mole, District 9. The people of District 9 showed no fear of the Zombie King, still reading their daily logs over the public channel, detailing what delicious food they ate, the difficulties encountered in establishing their underground base, and the brilliant decisions their commander, Qin Xiaoshuang, had made. It sounded more and more like a utopian new world, where everyone was harmonious and loving, had plenty to eat and drink, and worked wholeheartedly towards the same goal. The only strange thing was that District 9's logs never mentioned the word superhuman or zombie. The most intense conflict in the history of District 15 erupted as a result. Commander Jing Hongyu wanted to lead all the ability users to support District 32, which was about to engage the Zombie King in battle. Deputy Commander Ji Lan insisted on leaving the ability users behind to escort all the survivors to District 9. Senior, don't be misled by the false information from District 9. They say they have meat to eat every day. Who would believe such nonsense at a time like this? Ji Lan firmly stated, I believe it. Lin Yi, the commander of District 10, said his space could feed the entire world. He was the first to surrender to District 9. Jing Hongyu frantically grabbed his hair. Have you forgotten what kind of person that Commander Lin is? He boasted about how wealthy he was, but when other bases were short of supplies and begged him for seeds, he refused, saying there was no point in talking unless people went to District 10 to submit to him. Do you think someone like that can feed the entire base meat every day? Besides, the commander of District 9 isn't Lin Yi now, but a woman named Qin Xiaoshuang. Chapter 97. Ji Lan said, either Lin Yi has changed his ways, or there's a second person there with spatial abilities, like Lin Yi, but not as petty as him. Then why not kill the Zombie King first, and then go to District 9? Ji Lan took a deep breath, trying to remain calm as she reasoned with him. Jing Hongyu, have you considered what will happen to the remaining 30,000 plus ordinary people if you take all the ability users to District 32 to fight the zombies? We can't go anywhere, we all be stuck here waiting to die. The people in District 12 have already said on the radio that over 20,000 of them, from top to bottom, including ordinary people and ability users, all went to District 9 after surrendering and are doing well. This proves that this choice can save more people. Mentioning the ordinary people in the base, Jing Hongyu's confidence waned, and he paced back and forth in his office. But Senior, you heard how subservient District 9 is to the Zombie King. He wants crystal cores, and they give him crystal cores. He wants them to move underground, and they build underground bases. What if one day the Zombie King says, I want to eat people, hand over a few people, then will they also choose young boys and girls to offer up? We can't give up our power to the zombies for temporary appeasement. What's the difference between that and ceding territory and paying reparations? Ji Lan realized that men were truly adept at avoiding the real issues. She said helplessly, do you remember what Qin Xiaoshuang said at the beginning? She said that perhaps after the zombies regained their senses, they didn't intend to eat people anymore, but were trying to establish a new order with us. Jing Hongyu frowned deeply. Senior, why do you take everything District 9 says so seriously? Why do you all ignore what they say? Just because surrender contradicts your naive heroism? Why can't ceding territory and paying reparations be considered a way to conserve strength? Ji Lan, her head throbbing from arguing, lowered her eyelashes wearily and continued, besides, I think Qin Xiaoshuang is right. High-level zombies aren't necessarily enemies. After Aunt Zhang from the logistics department's 15-year-old daughter became a high-level zombie, she came to find her, and you insisted on killing her daughter in front of a mother, making Aunt Zhang so anxious she kept banging her head against the wall. That little zombie said she didn't come looking for someone to bite, she just wanted to make sure her mother was safe. You were there, you heard everything clearly. Jing Hongyu remembered this incident. After the little zombie appeared, many people insisted on killing her, saying she had bitten many people to death before she could advance to a more powerful zombie and take revenge on humanity. Aunt Zhang, the little zombie's mother, knelt before each of the ability users, begging them not to attack. She then climbed onto the electric fence to drive her daughter away. Go away. Never come back again. Jing Hongyu and Ji Lan had differing opinions. He felt that high-level zombies were a threat. No matter what the zombie said, it couldn't erase the fact that she had killed someone. Ji Lan, however, thought that while the zombie couldn't control herself when biting, she had regained her rationality after advancing and could control herself. She had also made a promise that even if she didn't accept it, she didn't necessarily have to kill it. In the end, they followed the rule of majority rule, gathering combat-type ability users to launch a siege on the high-level little zombie. Whether someone was holding back or the opponent was too strong, the little zombie escaped wounded. After that, Aunt Zhang would often wander aimlessly by the electric fence, gazing into the distance, as if meeting the gaze of her daughter, who could never return home. Because of her soft-heartedness towards the high-level zombies, Ji Lan was criticized by many in the base as a saint, a woman with a soft heart, and short-sighted. She began to openly and secretly resist following the deputy commander's orders. Jing Hongyu saw all this. He knew that if Ji Lan made the same decision, favoring the zombies, it would likely provoke even more rejection and hostility. So, after much deliberation, he hardened his heart and said, Ji-lan, ultimately, I am the commander-in-chief. Aren't you overstepping your bounds by repeatedly rejecting my decisions? Ji-lan suddenly looked up, staring blankly at him. Jing Hongyu had never seen the usually shrewd and composed Ji-lan show such vulnerability. Her eyes were filled with astonishment, bewilderment, anger, and disappointment. Her lips seemed to turn pale instantly, while the area around her eyes slowly reddened. He belatedly realized he might have said the wrong thing. For years, Ji-lan had handled everything, big and small, in District 15, working tirelessly as if she were the commander-in-chief despite not being one. He could find other ways to persuade her, but he absolutely couldn't use his position to pressure her. Jing Hongyu hurriedly apologized. No, senior, I take back what I just said. Ji-lan's eyes suddenly darkened, as if she was utterly disappointed in him, and she interrupted his apology coldly. Fine, then I listen to you. Take the men and fight the zombies, Commander. She stopped trying to persuade him, and turned to leave the office. Senior? Jing Hongyu called out futilely to her retreating figure, but Ji-lan didn't turn around, walking quickly, seemingly wiping her face forcefully as she left. She seemed to be crying, angered by him. Guilt overwhelmed Jing Hongyu. Words spoken were like water spilled, impossible to take back. He felt terrible for driving away his partner, with whom he spent every day, and walked out of the office dejectedly. They had originally decided to go to District 32 to provide support. Bei Ting's strength was undeniable. All the ability users believed she would win. However, Ji-lan was a very cautious person. She wanted to protect the ordinary people, and insisted that Jing Hongyu not take all the ability users with him. The lack of a clear decision on who would go, and who would stay delayed their departure. The car was already out, parked in front of the gate. They could get on and leave at any time once the list was finalized. Jing Hongyu saw He-sheng, who stood out conspicuously in the crowd. He was the captain of a wild team he had recruited during the last support mission to District 9. He-sheng's teleportation ability had been trained to the point where he could move undetected within a 50-meter range. Both he and his team were formidable fighters, and everyone believed he would definitely increase their chances of defeating the Zombie King. But could he really? Jing Hongyu was uncertain. He remembered that after the fall of District 9, the military's irregular forces had also launched a full-scale ambush against the Zombie King, only to be completely wiped out. Those were professionally trained ability users. Compared to them, the ability users at the survivor base were like a disorganized mob. Jing Hongyu went downstairs, feeling incredibly frustrated and desperately needing an outlet. He found He-sheng, put his arm around his shoulder, and said, Brother He, do you have time to talk to me for a bit? Both men and women admire strength, and Jing Hongyu also admired this powerful and composed ability user, wanting to discuss things with him. He-sheng nodded, agreeing. Yes, where should we talk? Jing Hongyu felt his head was a mess from arguing with Ji-lan. He said things he shouldn't have. A bit of fresh air might clear his head. So instead of going back to his office, he pointed to the watchtower next to the electric fence. Nobody's there. Let's go there. The two grown men climbed up and leaned against the railing. He-sheng casually pulled out a cigarette he hadn't managed to quit and handed it to Jing Hongyu. Jing Hongyu said, I'm not smoking anymore. I'm not in the mood. Brother He, do you think it's worth it for us to pool our superpowers to fight the Zombie King in District 32? Chapter 98. He-sheng wasn't one to express himself unless someone directly asked him what he thought. This question was difficult to answer, and he remained silent for a while before speaking. I'm not sure, but most of the ability users went. Jing Hongyu slapped the railing, wishing he could be a confidant. Yes. That's exactly what I mean. They all went, and if we don't go, what if we're just one team short of winning? Wouldn't that be betraying all of humanity? The deputy commander won't listen. She thinks surrendering is the better option. He-sheng said, she doesn't want to see us die. Jing Hongyu sighed deeply. Yes, I know. That's the difference in thinking between men and women. Women are more emotional than rational. She even have a soft spot for zombies. But I feel we can't sacrifice the greater good for the lesser. For everyone's future, this battle must be fought. I don't understand why the deputy commander thinks we definitely not come back. Whether something can succeed or not, you only know after you've done it. The result? Yes, I support going to District 32. With Brother He's support, I feel relieved. Let's tell them to set off while there's still time. Meanwhile, Ji-lan, her eyes red, rushed into the communications room, startling the technicians inside. Deputy Commander, what's wrong? Ji-lan turned her face away, her tone stiff as she asked, any new messages on the channel these past 2 days? Apart from District 9 occasionally babbling in their sleep, the other bases haven't made a sound. Just then, District 9's sleep-talking came through, a strong male voice saying, "The weather is sunny today." The commander said the dry air makes it easy to get a sore throat, so he had the mess hall make us some herbal tea. Delicious. Ji-Lan's first reaction was, really? In an era where just filling your stomach requires all your strength, who has the mind to make afternoon tea? Even through the machine, she could clearly hear the satisfaction in the man's simple words, and her utterly devastated mood was inexplicably soothed by this seemingly unrealistic rambling. If all of this was true, then life in District 9 was truly something she longed for. Ji-Lan sat down at the radio, picked up the microphone, took a deep breath to calm herself, trying not to let her voice betray her emotions, and tried to remain composed before pressing the button to speak. "This is District 15, District 9. Could you please call your commander for me? I want to talk to her." 5 minutes later, a soft female voice sounded. "Hello, this is Qin Xiushuang, commander of District 9. My dear friend, what can I do for you? Why are you all so obedient to the zombie queen?" There seemed to be a chuckle on the other end. "We can't beat her. If we don't obey, we die." "Of course we obey if we don't want to die." Ji-Lan's voice sank. "But surrendering means living underground, never seeing sunlight again. So what if you don't see it? It's not like one day, a massive meteor shower will fall on Earth. Those left on the ground will not only be unable to see sunlight, but they won't even see tomorrow." Ji-Lan hesitated. "A meteor shower?" Someone, as if unable to bear it any longer, jumped out and interrupted their conversation. "Why listen to this woman's nonsense? What she's saying doesn't make sense at all. If there really was a large-scale meteor shower, the space agency would have issued a warning decades in advance. She wouldn't need to say it. She's just trying to comfort those who want to surrender." The 9th District Commander scoffed. "Common sense? People with superpowers still talk about common sense. This commander is busy. I don't want to talk to you intelligent people with common sense. I'm logging off. Bye." Ji-Lan subconsciously tried to stop her. "No, Qin Xiushuang, I still have a question." The person who had just spoken interrupted her again. "What else is there to ask? She's on the Zombie King's side. Of course she make up these baseless rumors to undermine morale. Are you a plant she hired, actually cooperating with her in this act?" Ji-Lan fell silent. Zombies and humans had been fighting each other for 7 years, countless lives lost, building up a bottomless hatred. Anyone who spoke up for the zombies was labeled anti-human. She almost lost her position as deputy commander for speaking up for Aunt Zhang's zombie daughter, let alone a commander like Qin Xiushuang who surrendered first, and then openly sided with the zombies. Outside the base, a commotion erupted. The tall metal security gate slowly rose, and vehicles full of superhumans sped towards the agreed-upon battleground with an air of certain death. Ji-Lan walked out of the communications room and stood on the rooftop, quietly watching this scene. She had done her best. After people gained superpowers, they felt it was a divine sign that they were destined to save the world. With power in hand, who would immediately consider surrendering? Ji-Lan raised her hand, and an ice ball slowly condensed in her palm. When it reached about 2 meters in diameter, she felt a sharp pain in her head. She stopped and stared at the ball. Was having superpowers really that powerful? She didn't think so. Her power could freeze at most 3 zombies, but more than 20 high-level zombies would be enough to wipe out an entire base. Ji-Lan threw the ice ball onto the rooftop and returned to her dormitory, exhausted, relying on sleep to recover her energy. When she was awakened by a knock on the door, it was already completely dark. Being called at this hour startled Ji-Lan. Over the years, they had been clearing zombies. Zombie hordes were no longer as frequent as they used to be. Large-scale battles only broke out occasionally, when large numbers of zombies wandered in from other places. In the last 2 years, the frequency had been about once every 3 months. The midnight knocking instantly brought back memories for Ji-Lan of the early days of the base, the daily life-or-death struggles with zombies, the tension so intense she dared not close her eyes. "Vice Commander, are you in there? Go help Aunt Zhang, she's being beaten to death." It wasn't a zombie horde, but it wasn't good news either. Ji-Lan coldly opened the door and rushed to the scene with the girls, who had brought the message. On the way, they quickly explained the situation to Ji-Lan. Everyone knew that Aunt Zhang was always near the electric fence. This evening, her roommate had accidentally seen her hiding an unfamiliar backpack under her blanket and, out of curiosity, asked what was in it. Aunt Zhang stammered, unable to give a clear answer. Her roommate thought something was wrong and demanded she open the bag. Aunt Zhang refused, but finally, under the group's coercion, she opened the bag and found 2 sets of clean warm clothes, a vacuum-sealed bag of sugar, and some pomegranates and persimmons wrapped in old newspapers. This wasn't something that could be obtained through a unified distribution system. They immediately guessed it was something Zhang's high-level zombie daughter had found for her, suspecting she had let zombies into the base. A conflict erupted over a backpack. Ji Lan walked into the crowd and saw the disheveled and frail Zhang being pushed, shoved, and verbally abused, even being punched and kicked. A pang of pain shot through her heart, and she roared in anger, "Stop it!" Her authority was still there. The perpetrators stopped their violence, and those trying to break up the fight quickly pulled Zhang out and protected her behind Ji Lan. Ji Lan cursed. How many people has Zhang made clothes for? Have you all lost your conscience? She definitely let zombies in, otherwise where did the bag come from? The frost on Ji Lan's face grew thicker and thicker. Over the years, her patience with people had dwindled. She wanted to shoot someone at the slightest stupidity. Before you falsely accuse her of releasing the zombies, could you at least use your brains? Where did Aunt Zhang get the permission to open the door? After berating her, Ji Lan turned around, took a deep breath, and softened her tone, asking, "Aunt Zhang, don't be afraid. Tell me, how did this bag get here?" Because Ji Lan had been one of the few who agreed to let her daughter go, Aunt Zhang trusted her completely and, as if grasping at a lifeline, eagerly tried to prove her innocence. "My daughter threw it in from the electric fence. She felt sorry for me. My daughter only felt sorry for me." Chapter 99. Ji Lan subconsciously looked at the electric fence. The metal mesh was electrified, cold and towering. The brightly lit central lighthouse was continuously scanning the open area surrounding the base. It was just past dusk, not yet the peak time for zombie movement, and there was no one in the open area. As soon as Aunt Zhang finished explaining, someone immediately retorted, "Who knows if the things the zombies brought in have viruses on them? What if we all get infected?" The girl next to Ji Lan snapped, "What nonsense are you talking about? Viruses don't spread through these things." The person opposite her wasn't to be outdone. The moment the commander left, her daughter immediately appeared. "Doesn't that mean that high-level zombie never left, constantly observing our movements, and will come in and wreak havoc once it gets the chance?" Exactly. If we had just killed that high-level zombie decisively earlier, nothing would have happened. Aunt Zhang's posture was so humble that she was clearly the one being attacked, yet she kept pleading. "Don't kill her, don't kill her. I go find her. I go find her tomorrow. I won't implicate you." Ji Lan felt a pang of pity, thinking it was just a daughter's concern for her mother, and that it shouldn't escalate to this point. However, many people couldn't tolerate their safety being threatened by zombies, and pressed Aunt Zhang relentlessly. As the deputy commander, she couldn't ignore the needs of the other side just because of favoritism. She raised her voice to silence them. "Stop arguing. What's there to argue about? If you're so capable of killing zombies, go do it yourselves. Stop offering hindsight advice. It's wrong for Aunt Zhang to contact her daughter privately, but she should have waited for me to find out the truth and make a judgment, instead of ganging up on each other and bullying their own people." Someone whispered behind her back, "You're probably going to advocate letting the zombies go again." Ji Lan opened her mouth, wanting to defend herself, but when she saw the resentment and contempt on everyone's faces, she thought of the pure adoration they gave Jing Hongyu. It was normal, yet also jarring, like sharp blades piercing her body, draining all her strength to argue. Jing Hongyu always led the superhumans, bravely and fearlessly clearing away zombies at the front of the crowd. The invisible, mundane tasks like survivor sheltering, distributing food, clothing, and shelter, and logistical management, none of these involved him. Ji Lan handled it all. To ensure everyone worked together to overcome the difficulties, she had to do everything she could to mediate whenever there was a conflict, making judgments as the deputy commander. But is there ever true justice in this world? Everyone wants to maximize their own interests, always feeling that others benefit more than themselves, always feeling that she is biased towards the other side. Over time, Ji Lan, as the deputy commander, accumulated various grievances. Her speaking up for the zombies became the trigger, and these people immediately seized the moral high ground, openly criticizing her. Jing Hongyu, on the other hand, remained a glorious, worthy hero. As if all her strength had been drained, Ji Lan lost the will to defend herself and said, "Then it's settled. Aunt Zhang, you stay at my place tonight, and leave the base tomorrow morning to find your daughter. We can't let everyone live in fear because of just one person." It was essentially a disguised expulsion, but Aunt Zhang, like a pardoned sinner, nodded hastily, Okay, I'm willing." The indignant crowd finally left, muttering to themselves as they went. They all turned into zombies, and they're still calling themselves daughters? They'd be her daughter's meal sooner or later. A typical case of forgetting the pain once the wound heals. This indecisive woman, if it weren't for Brother Jing insisting she be the deputy commander from the beginning. Ji-lan was numb to these comments. She helped Aunt Zhang up. Let's go. I go with you to the dormitory to get your things. Aunt Zhang whispered, I won't take them. She picked up the backpack, trampled beyond recognition, from the ground. During the argument, the contents of the bag had become the target of her anger. Sugar spilled everywhere, clothes torn to shreds, and fruit crushed into a pulp. Only the empty bag remained intact. The disheveled middle-aged woman clutched it to her chest, walked towards the electric fence, and said, I'm not sleeping. I wait at the gate. I go out to find my daughter as soon as it's light. The group of girls who had come to fetch Ji-lan earlier followed, trying to dissuade her. Aunt Zhang, it's cold outside at night. Don't do this. Actually, I think they're overreacting. If I were a zombie, after finally regaining my senses, my first reaction would definitely be to find my family. Your daughter is outside. It's perfectly normal for her to want to bring you something. Don't blame the deputy commander for making this decision. She's had a tough time too. Someone wants her position. Aunt Zhang wasn't persuaded to go back. She stubbornly stood guard by the base gate, waiting for dawn, as if she couldn't wait to reunite with her daughter. Ji-lan sent everyone else back to their dormitories, and sat alone beside Aunt Zhang, gazing at the boundless night behind the electric fence. Soon, zombies would wander over and climb the electric fence. The power grid in District 15 is quite high, and the number of zombies has decreased significantly in recent years. As long as it's not a high-level zombie with special abilities, it's quite safe to stay in the base. Ji-lan picked up a stone and idly scribbled it on the ground. She wasn't thinking about anything. She was simply lost in thought, because thinking about anything felt exhausting. After a while, Aunt Zhang said apologetically, Deputy Commander, why don't you go back to sleep? Ji-lan seemed to wake from a dream, her eyes regaining focus. Oh, it's alright. I slept for a long time this afternoon, and wanted to sit here for a while. Are you cold? I'm fine. I have ice-type abilities. How about you, Auntie? Aunt Zhang said, I don't feel cold either. The two women, neither of whom were good at conversation, remained silent for a while. Ji-lan's wandering thoughts gradually gathered. Aunt Zhang, are you afraid your daughter will bite you later? Aunt Zhang whispered, she's not a monster now, she's just a rather hungry child. Ji-lan remembered that the female zombie wasn't very old. When she came looking for her mother, she was still wearing her school uniform, her eyes bright, and she clearly told the ability user, I don't bite. But she didn't gain the human's trust because her school uniform was soaked in blood, evidence of her past biting. It's a fact that zombies, driven mad, bite people. It's also a fact that humans cleared out most of the zombies to protect themselves. No one willingly harmed their own kind, yet they gradually became mortal enemies. She glanced back at the 15th district base. Every blade of grass, every brick, every tile here was her labor of love. No matter how much she did, they only saw the person at the very front. What did she get in return? Climbing the ranks through connections, usurping power, favoritism, womanly compassion, a mere ornament. Each sarcastic remark was like a rising ember, capable of igniting even the coldest heart. Ji-lan's eyes flickered, her lips gradually straightening, and finally, she forcefully threw the stone in her hand, smashing it against the electric fence. Deputy Commander, Deputy Commander. Under Aunt Zhang's bewildered gaze, Ji-lan got up and left, going to the communications room to find the base's broadcast system. Her words, delivered with an undeniable force, echoed throughout the entire 15th district base. Tonight I, Ji-lan, announce my resignation as Deputy Commander of District 15. I will organize the survivors to join District 9. Those who wish to follow me, pack your belongings tonight and depart with me first thing tomorrow morning. Those who do not wish to, wait here for your Commander Jing Hongyu's triumphant return. Chapter 100. After speaking, Ji-lan felt as if an invisible burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She knew she had acted impulsively, but she had truly had enough. Her parents and teachers had all taught her that as long as she was excellent enough, she could break down others' prejudices and silence the gossip. Even Jing Hongyu said, Senior, given enough time, they will naturally discover your excellence, and then no one will object to you taking this position. But it didn't happen. No matter how much she did, there were still people dissatisfied with her. Having been burdened by the word excellent for too long, from now on, Ji-lan admitted that she was just a weak, soft-hearted, selfish, ordinary woman, and she didn't care what others said. Until the next morning, various voices echoed in Ji-lan's ears, some advising her to change her mind, some scolding her for deserting, and some apologizing for the harsh words she had spoken. But she listened to none of that, focusing intently on counting the number of people who were going to leave with her, calculating the losses on the road, and thinking about how to ensure that everyone following her would arrive safely. District 15 was about 600 kilometers from District 9. They had to detour around the city, find secluded places to pitch tents at night, and also carry guns, ammunition, a generator, cooking utensils, food. After dawn, the wandering zombies, drawn by the sunlight, retreated into the city. Ji-lan dragged her exhausted body to find Aunt Jean waiting by the door. Aunt Jean said worriedly, "Deputy Commander, is it my fault that you're going to resign?" Ji-lan said, "I just didn't want to do it anymore. It has nothing to do with you. Aunt Jean, what's your daughter's name?" "Zhou Xuaning." "Wait here a moment." Ji-lan went to the communications room and turned the broadcast volume up to maximum, ensuring it could be heard outside the base. "Zhou Xuaning, your mother, Zhang Yun, is waiting for you at the base entrance. If you hear me, please show yourself so I can confirm you can meet her." The zombie girl had indeed been waiting nearby. On the third repetition, a small, thin figure appeared in sight. The open ground in front of the electric fence still held the corpses that had wandered over the previous night, felled by weapons and supernatural abilities, and the zombie girl stood about 200 meters away, facing the people inside the base. She dared not approach, and the people inside were also afraid of her approaching. Ji-lan used the walkie-talkie to call for the door to be opened. The metal door opened, creating an exit just wide enough for one person to pass through. Aunt Jean squeezed through and rushed eagerly towards the figure. Many people came out, watching the scene of the person and the zombie actively approaching each other. Among them was a man who quietly stood behind the gun rack on the watchtower, aimed at the female zombie's head in the distance, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sudden gunshot startled everyone watching. Ji-lan was also startled, glancing nervously at the female zombie. Seeing that she hadn't fallen, a feeling of relief and comfort welled up inside her. This high-level zombie possessed astonishing jumping ability, like a flea, capable of leaping over 10 meters in each bound. At the moment the gunshot rang out, she leaped right in front of Aunt Jean, hoisted her mother onto her back, and quickly disappeared into the city buildings. The man who had acted on his own initiative and fired looked regretful for his failed ambush. Just a hair's breadth. Ji-lan rushed to the watchtower, pulled the man aside, and yelled, "Who told you to fire?" The man was utterly self-righteous. "What's wrong with shooting a zombie? Killing her is a meritorious act for me. Besides, you're not the deputy commander. Why are you bossing me around?" "That's right, you already stepped down." Ji-lan gritted her teeth, closed her eyes tightly, and suppressed the urge to kill. She couldn't kill each other, but she couldn't stay in this place full of idiots for another second. However, just as Ji-lan was loading goods from the warehouse, the group of people who had grievances against her came out to cause trouble again. "You can leave, but leave your stuff. This is our District 15 supplies, not for deserters." Ji-lan told him coldly, word by word, "I only take the portion from those who chose to leave. No, you have no authority to take any supplies now. We elected a new deputy commander, and he's the one who calls the shots at the base now." Ji-lan, unable to bear it any longer, found herself unable to even take a deep breath. The anger was stuck in her body, and there was nowhere else to vent it except outwards. "You won't give it to me, huh?" Ji-lan turned coldly, shouting an order to her bewildered followers, "Attack! Take it! To hell with our own people!" In the apocalypse, there are no our own people. After the chaotic battle, Ji-lan's side, relying on their superior numbers of ability users, emerged victorious, beating the newly elected deputy commander to a pulp. They scorned her for her womanly compassion, yet in the end, they begged her to have mercy and spare their lives, pathetic and hateful at the same time. Even after deciding to part ways with District 15, over 18,000 people chose to remain at the base. Ji-lan, as she said, only took what she wanted. After completing all the preparations, Ji-lan, along with over 100 ability users who responded to her call and nearly 10,000 ordinary people, embarked on their escape to District 9. The road was treacherous, long and dangerous. Just outside District 15, a horde of zombies pursued them. After painstakingly clearing a section, new zombies would approach, forcing them to stop and continue fighting. The logistics personnel, long accustomed to working at the base, had never witnessed such a bloody scene. They buried their heads like ostriches, praying the battle would end quickly, and that no one would be harmed. Even more terrifying, the superhumans discovered more than one high-level zombie. These silently appearing figures didn't roar, didn't recklessly charge forward, but stood in the shadows of the buildings, like cold, merciless death gods, watching the humans who had left the fortified stronghold and ventured into zombie territory. Upon discovering them, Jilan felt a surge of immense panic. If they couldn't defeat these suddenly appearing high-level zombies, wouldn't all 10,000 people die because of her misjudgment? This guilt weighed heavily on her, making it hard to breathe, her voice becoming hoarse. Staring at the group, clinging to her last glimmer of hope, her throat as dry as a desert, she spoke with great difficulty. "Can we talk?" Qin Xiaoshuang had said. Perhaps after the zombies regained their senses, they didn't want to bite people, but were trying to establish a new order. While everyone else scoffed, Jilan took it to heart and remained committed to it. She wanted to try and communicate with these high-level zombies to prevent them from harming each other. "Sister Jilan," a young girl's voice rang out, "we can talk, but don't point your guns at us, my friends will be scared." It was Zhou Xuening, also standing in the shadows, not immediately noticed because of her small stature. Jilan's eyes lit up, like the last spark of hope buried in ashes suddenly ignited. Out of caution, she didn't immediately agree, fearing it was a feigned weakness by the zombies. Once they lowered their guns, they would rush into the crowd and feast. "I'm sorry, I can't completely trust you, but I won't let them fire." Zhou Xuening stepped out of the shadows and waved to the alley behind her. Aunt Zhang emerged from behind her, looking much better and more composed than before, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at her daughter with heartache. "I heard from my mom that you're taking people to District 9. Could you let her rejoin your team and go with you?" Jilan confirmed that Aunt Zhang showed no signs of infection and nodded without hesitation. "Sure, but wouldn't that mean you have to separate from her again?" "I have to separate from her. I'm afraid I'm only good for a short time, and one day I suddenly go berserk and bite people again," Zhou Xuening said dejectedly. "Although my mom said it's okay to become a zombie, the only feeling I have after becoming a zombie is hunger. Eating people won't fill me up, and the thought of having eaten people makes me feel disgusted and regretful. I feel so horrible." Jilan looked at the young girl, already in a state of near death, and a wave of sadness washed over her. How could all zombies accept the fact that they become monsters so readily and treat humans as enemies? They'd just been infected with the virus and lost their minds. They haven't suddenly turned evil. Chapter 101. Jilan asked, "So how are you going to deal with the hunger?" Zhou Xuening shrugged, feigning ease, and said, "I just have to endure it. I can't get too close. The smell of human flesh makes my teeth itch. I just want to open my mouth. But sister, I still follow behind my mother. Once she's safe, I go with my friends to find their families." After saying that, Zhou Xuening smiled bitterly. "Sigh, now it's become, you are you, and we are us." These words successfully shattered Jilan's last psychological defenses. She wanted to believe Zhou Xuening too much, wanted to prove that Qin Xiaoshuang was right, that humanity could defeat the virus, and that everyone could coexist peacefully in a new order. Aunt Zhang stayed with a high-level zombie for almost a week, and she was fine, wasn't she? Jilan, with a desperate courage, gave the order. "Put down your guns, Aunt Zhang, come here, let's continue." Everyone hesitantly put down their guns, and Aunt Zhang looked at her daughter with reluctance. Zhou Xuening waved, "Go on, Mom, I'm right behind you. Call me and I come." Aunt Zhang rejoined the group. The high-level zombies remained silent, watching the vehicle start and drive away. Tens of thousands of people marched towards District 9 again. Unlike before, a group of menacing high-level zombies followed them closely, within eye contact, neither approaching nor leaving. Jilan herself hadn't expected things to develop this way. She felt like lambs being slowly driven into a sheepfold by a pack of wolves. When it was Jilan's turn to keep watch, Zhou Xuening would always sit far away and chat with her, telling her that she had fed these zombie friends, who were about her age, one by one with crystal cores, to make them high-level zombies. Then she would announce to them that she was going to become their leader, which was why they were so obedient. It seemed they were imitating the Zombie King style, but a minor version. Jilan asked, "Are they all your classmates?" Zhou Xuening said, "No, my classmates are long gone, lying dead somewhere. I didn't know these friends before. I specifically found people my own age to feed them. Adults are too complicated. I was afraid that if I fed them well, they become restless and cause trouble for humans." Jilan thought of the chaotic 15th district and deeply agreed. "You're right." Whenever an ordinary zombie approached, Zhou Xuening and her friends would emit strange roars from their throats. Upon hearing this, the ordinary zombies would turn and run in another direction. Jilan asked curiously, "What is that?" Zhou Xuening said, "It's our zombie language. It means go away. Would it be useful if I recorded it and played it back?" "I don't know, why don't you try?" Jilan found an old tape recorder in a city along the way, put in batteries, and recorded a clip of Zhou Xuaning's roars. That night, she played it to the ordinary zombies. The ordinary zombies only paused briefly before continuing their charge. Jilan quickly used her ice-based powers to freeze them, and ordered someone to shoot them. Zhou Xuaning jumped over, took a small shovel from her shoulder bag, skillfully dug out the crystal core, wiped it clean on the zombie's clothes, and tossed it into her bag for safekeeping. Jilan said with some regret, "This method doesn't seem to work." Zhou Xuaning listened for a while, then shook her head and said, "The roar produced by the machine has a different texture than the roar produced by a human vocal cord. It won't fool you. You might have to learn it yourselves if you want to use it." For the rest of the journey, everyone in District 15 was trying to imitate the zombie roars, like a walking zoo. They tried hard, but the results were disappointing. Even after reaching their destination, very few people could perfectly imitate the seemingly simple zombie language. Zhou Xuaning and her friends not only helped the people of District 15 drive away zombies, but also found wild food for them, and threw them leftover supplies from the city from a distance. People's attitude towards these zombie children changed from initial wariness and fear to later treating them with the same warmth and kindness as children in their own backyard. No one would believe it if they told others, but while the superhumans were gathered together to fight the high-level zombie army, these more than 10,000 people, under the protection of the zombies, successfully crossed half the country's map in about a month, arriving safely in District 9 without a single one missing. Having learned from Qin Xiaoshuang's experience, Jilan didn't plan to tell anyone. On the contrary, she began to look forward to seeing the true face of District 9. Was there really meat every day? Was there really a good night's sleep every night? Was there really a wise and reliable commander who could solve all kinds of difficulties for them, distributing unbelievable benefits from time to time, with everyone united and friendly, living like a dream? Cold rain and snow fell from the sky, and the people of District 15 were shocked when they saw the city razed to the ground. They knew District 9 had been bombed several times, but hearing about it was one thing, seeing it with their own eyes was quite another. This place was reduced to a rubble. Was anyone still alive? After Jilan explained the fall of District 9, Zhou Xuaning asked, "Were all the high-level zombies killed in the end?" "No, the zombie king led them to other districts." Zhou Xuaning commented, "A double loss." Jilan gave a self-deprecating smile. "Who says otherwise?" Because of the heavy rain and snow, the group temporarily stopped, setting up tents and making fires for warmth. After delivering today's food, Jilan looked at the silent radio and thought, Jing Hongyu's team is lighter than hers. They should have arrived in District 32 long ago. I wonder how their fight with the Zombie King is going? When Jilan resigned and parted ways with District 15, she didn't plan to tell Jing Hongyu, and the others, feeling guilty, didn't spread the news either. So even though Jing Hongyu had arrived in District 32, he still didn't know he was now a lone commander. Commander Beiting of District 32 had a temper as fiery as her superpower. Her voice was loud, occasionally interspersed with profanities, and her brows were always furrowed, as if she could start a fight at any moment. I'm not afraid of her. I blow up the Zombie King. You guys deal with the henchmen. Don't let them interfere with me. With the time for Zombie King Ansarin to issue her challenge drawing closer, more and more superpowered individuals were gathering in District 32. After introducing themselves, everyone's confidence grew. Could it be that so many superhumans couldn't defeat the zombies? When the dark, overwhelming zombie army appeared from every street corner of the city, surging forth like a tsunami engulfing the city, humanity's previously strong confidence shattered instantly. It was possible. The number of zombies looked to be 10 times theirs. Jing Hongyu stood on the car, his gaze blankly fixed on the sea of zombies. So many! When would his anger finally die down? Beiting's voice blared menacingly over the loudspeaker. Only the third-tier zombies are powerful, the rest are no match for us. With a bang, the large loudspeaker hanging in the center of the base spontaneously combusted, billowing smoke as it announced its demise. A tall, slender figure in red appeared in midair. A beautiful young woman, her arms crossed at her waist, coldly surveyed the superhumans below. Her voice, neither loud nor soft, was clear enough for most to hear. Pre-battle declaration. Surrender, and you will not be killed. The superhumans watched the woman in the air with tense anticipation, trying to gauge her strength. Like humans, each Tier 3 zombie possesses an awakened superpower. Their speed and strength are many times greater than humans, essentially granting them various physical enhancements. After all this time, humans still didn't know what the Zombie King's awakened superpower was. Currently, it seemed to be levitation or flight. The group thought, we should just grab her from the sky and hand her over to Betty. Fighting burst out of the broadcasting room, hopped on her motorcycle, and charged through the crowd towards the zombies, shouting, "Damn it!" Her figure was quickly swallowed by the zombies, then exploded with a deafening roar, showering down a rain of flesh and blood, soaking those nearby. Damn! Why didn't she even warn us? Never mind, let's all go. On the patch of ground cleared by the massive explosion, countless tiny black lines were coalescing into a human shape. Answerin watched, thinking, to be able to regenerate after such a large-scale self-destruction? Impressive ability, no wonder she's so confident. She sensed something amiss, leaned forward, and a long, gleaming blade grazed the tip of her flying hair. A tall figure appeared before Answerin. He shung, his face grim, gripped the hilt of his sword, blade down, and decisively swung it down towards the woman's slender nape. Chapter 102. Those watching the battle in the sky were thrilled. At such close range, at such speed, the zombie king couldn't possibly react in time. Wait, where did she go? They didn't even blink. The woman who was just under their blade vanished instantly. The blade they thought would strike had simply sliced through the air. A sense of crisis surged through Hishung's body, as he fell due to gravity. A seasoned fighter doesn't need to think. His instincts drive his muscles to react. He immediately teleported to the ground, looking up to see the red-skirted zombie where he had been moments before, one hand outstretched, fingers half clenched into a fist. If Hishung hadn't teleported, his neck would be in the zombie king's palm right now. The zombie king tilted its head, its mocking gaze sweeping over Hishung on the ground, as if to say, "You got lucky." Flames, ice arrows, wind blades, lightning, all sorts of supernatural abilities were aimed at the figure in the sky, but she vanished again. Where did she go again? There. Next to Commander Betty. Betty, whose facial features had just materialized, realized something was wrong the moment she saw red. She abandoned her attempt to form, and the black threads that had been forming a humanoid shape flew into the sky, attaching to the red dress. A deafening explosion rang in everyone's ears. This explosion was no less powerful than the last. The nearby high-level zombies and ability users were jolted, their ears ringing. They stopped, staring in disbelief at the even deeper, darker crater. The zombies were dumbfounded. Damn, she can self-destruct repeatedly? Where's our boss? Did she blow him to smithereens? The ability users were also amazed. Incredible, Commander Betty. Ansline tore through space, emerging like a figure from a portal to another world, into view. Her face was tense, her expression slightly grim. A layer of black lines floated on the ground, the remains of Betty after the explosion. They moved towards the same spot, rapidly assembling into a pair of Shusols. If all went according to plan, the two leaders, one in black and one in red, representing opposing factions, would soon meet again. Sharp melee weapons and bullets bounced off Ansline, as if hitting an invisible wall. Hishung quickly took a running start and teleported behind Ansline, locking her neck. Jing Hongyu, controlling a high-temperature fire dragon, descended from the sky, swallowing Ansline's head. Various plants sprouting from the ground entwined around her long legs and waist, hindering her movements, and thick layers of ice formed on her arms. Betty, having recovered, rushed forward and embraced Ansline's waist. Hishung immediately teleported away to a safe distance. Boom! The humans on the battlefield stared blankly mouse agape, trying to alleviate the ringing in their ears. After this battle, even if they didn't die, they'd be deaf. The high-level zombies roared an unintelligible sound, and the charging zombies slowly came to a halt. The ability users, whose energy was rapidly depleting, finally had a chance to catch their breath, looking with delight at the center of the battlefield. Their combined attack seemed to have succeeded. The zombie king was controlled and didn't even have time to use its abilities. Coupled with Betty's close-range, high-powered, self-destructive explosion, even the most powerful zombie king would probably be blasted to smithereens. Third-tier zombie Jiang Jun pressed a button, and his mecha automatically retracted into his metal backpack. Deep worry appeared in his eyes. That girl named Bei Ting was indeed far stronger than other ability users. She could explode from the slightest touch of clothing, and she wouldn't die afterward. Who could withstand that? Lu Tianyang also stopped using his giant form ability, reverting to his original form and whispering to his friend, "She's got some skills, huh?" It was as if the battle had suddenly paused. Both humans and zombies were searching for that red figure that could appear from any corner at any moment. Time ticked by, but the zombie king hadn't reappeared. The ability users were both surprised and hesitant to believe it. The zombie king is gone? Probably. Even the high-level zombies were starting to have doubts. Lu Tianyang muttered, "Boss's invisibility lasted way too long this time." Jiang Jun's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly realized, No, it wasn't invisibility, it was teleportation. That bomber is gone too. Previously, Bei-Ting would always transform from a strange black line into a human. So much time had passed, and neither the Zombie King nor she had appeared. Only Jiang Jun, who knew his boss's abilities best, guessed the truth. Ansarin must have found these lowly ability users too troublesome, and taken Betty to another battlefield. What about us? The boss said we won't fight if she's not here, we retreat and observe. The zombies retreated in large numbers. An ability user with keen hearing overheard Lu Tianyang and Jiang Jun's conversation, and quickly stopped the ability users, who were about to chase after the zombies. Don't rush in, the Zombie King isn't dead yet. Inside the folded space, Ansarin waited for Betty in front of her to slowly transform from black lines into a human form. The fully formed Betty looked at her warily, and at this place that was nothing but white light. You have more than one ability? Ansarin didn't answer, but instead asked, your ability is far beyond what others possess. Let me guess, your element of salvation is slaughter. Betty's body trembled slightly, her face changing almost instantly. How come? You are too? Ansarin remained calm, like an examiner giving a score, and said indifferently, I'm sorry, your mission to save the world is going to fail. Betty sneered and retorted, don't talk big until the very end. If I can't kill you in one explosion, I explode you countless times. She automatically disintegrated, forming a dense mass of tiny particles invisible to the naked eye, which scattered around Ansarin, clinging to every inch of her skin like a dark shadow. No one noticed that Ansarin's pupils froze for a moment. Mirror image flipped, teleported, became invisible. As the particles exploded simultaneously, Ansarin stood on the other side of the folded space, listening to the massive commotion. The white light in the space dimmed slightly. A few more explosions, and it would probably collapse. No superpower is absolutely invincible. Just as invisibility has a time limit, space can shatter under impact, and the black lines are coalescing into human form at a slower pace than before. Ansarin raised her hand, and a powerful jet of water shot towards the black lines, but it passed right through them, having no effect. Besides this, fire and petrification were ineffective against the black lines. Betty stood up, turned around, and locked onto Ansarin's location. Ansarin raised an eyebrow, understanding dawning on her. In this state, Betty was immune to external damage. The only way to harm her was when she was in human form. Petrification? Betty had just seen the unharmed Zombie King behind her, when she found herself unable to move. A waterfall of water cascaded down from above, soaking her completely. The biting cold spread through her limbs, seemingly freezing the blood flowing within her. A red figure enveloped her pupils, and a pale hand, like the sharpest weapon, pierced through her skull. Ansarin sensed something was wrong and looked down. Betty, who should have been covered in blood, now appeared as a pierced projection, her body indistinct, a cold smile playing on her lips. You underestimated me. Did you think I died just because I'd taken human form? Boom! A distant rumble of thunder seemed to echo above the clouds, not loud, and only a few people noticed it. Chapter 103. Lu Tianyang patted Jiang Jun on the shoulder. Hey, look, there's a strange white line in the sky. Jiang Jun looked up, squinting. Why does it feel like it's shaking? In the dark sky, the white line, resembling a cloud but more distinct, grew larger and larger, constantly emitting explosive sounds, as if something was about to shatter the heavens and burst forth. As darkness approached, the intervals between the explosions lengthened, and the white line grew brighter, like an enlarged incandescent light bulb hanging in the air. What's going on? The monkey squatted on the ground, gazing at the distant zombies. I still don't understand why they suddenly stopped fighting. Won't we superhumans be at an even greater disadvantage after dark? Because Bei-Ting isn't here, Jing Hongyu sighed. The Zombie King came too fast. We were just a hastily assembled mob. We didn't have time to develop tactics or build teamwork. If someone went in, they went in. If someone chickened out, they chickened out. With Bei-Ting gone, nobody dared to go in. The disparity in numbers between humans and zombies was obvious. Without a leader, nobody dared to charge forward recklessly. Hisham looked up at the strange sky. Without explanation, everyone knew that the Zombie King and Bei-Ting were engaged in a life-or-death battle unseen by them. Bei-Ting's superpower was powerful, but its application was limited. She needed the assistance of other superhumans. Only her opponents could take her with them. Hisham said, the Zombie Queen has more than one superpower. I see. She's got a cheat code, Monkey muttered. How can mortals fight against a god with cheat codes? If even someone with a superpower like Betty can't kill her, we have even less chance of winning. The superhumans fell silent, indeed. Jing Hongyu, recalling his argument with Ji Lan, suddenly said, "Actually, the deputy commander advocated surrendering before we set off." Monkey was taken aback. "Really? Then why didn't you listen to my wife Ji Lan?" Patrick jumped up and smacked Monkey hard on the back of the head. "Call me deputy commander. She's already clearly rejected your advances. Have some shame." Besides, who knew the Zombie King had a cheat code? Everyone was so hot-blooded back then, shouting for assembly, there was no chance of backing out. Thinking of their initial high spirits, and now the psychological gap of witnessing the overwhelming disparity in strength, everyone lowered their heads simultaneously. Jing Hongyu raised his voice, trying to make it sound lighter. "Don't let morale drop so low. Superpowers are about strength, not quantity. Why are you so sure Bai Ting will lose? She still has a chance. There's an old saying, one effort, then decline, then exhaustion." Bai Ting used her nuclear explosion ability twice, and everyone thought the Zombie King was doomed. But then, the woman in the red dress reappeared unharmed, even taking Bai Ting away from the battlefield, leaving the superpowered individuals without their leader. The undeniable strength was laid bare. Anyone with eyes could see who had the better chance of winning. After nearly an hour of stalemate, shortly after the final explosion, the incandescent light bulb in the sky flickered and then went out. With the light source gone, everyone was plunged into darkness. They quickly turned on all their lights and shone them in the center. In the darkness, they saw two figures plummeting rapidly. One hovered in midair, the other crashing heavily to the ground, their fate unknown. The iconic red skirt, now a nightmare, fluttered in the air, causing all the superhumans to turn pale and feel utterly hopeless. "It's over, they lost again." A pale-skinned, expressionless woman raised her forearm and gently swung it forward. The roars of zombies immediately echoed throughout the area. Anserine silently retreated from the illuminated area, landing beside Lu Tianyang, draping her arm over his shoulder, and restraining the high-level zombie about to unleash its gigantification ability. "I'm leaving for a while. Tell them to surrender, and they won't kill you." Her usually mature voice was now terrifyingly hoarse. Lu Tianyang turned to look, but Anserine's figure had already disappeared in the opposite direction, vanishing into the surging tide of zombies. Lu Tianyang scratched his head, thinking that his boss's dress was really durable. It was still intact after being bombed for so long. Unlike him, who had searched for a long time to find the most elastic material to make clothes, otherwise, he would be running around naked after using his ability. The thought flashed through Lu Tianyang's mind, and his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant the size of a small mountain. He led the charge, shouting, "Surrender, and you won't be killed." The other high-ranking zombies echoed his cry, charging forward. "Surrender, and you won't be killed." They hadn't gathered here to declare war on humanity to kill, but to end the so-called infected eradication plan and carve out a territory for the new species. Years of infighting had created an insurmountable chasm between humans and zombies. Regardless of whether they had regained their memories and reason, zombies were, in the eyes of humans, undeniably murderers, bloodthirsty beasts ready to turn on them at any moment. Under these circumstances, negotiation was impossible. Only violent struggle could seize the right to speak. Nearly 10 kilometers from the battlefield, in a dark stadium, a slender, tall figure slowly walked into the stands. She casually chose a seat, listened to the surrounding sounds, and, confirming there was no other living being present, leaned back in her chair, as if releasing all her strength, and wearily closed her eyes. So tired. Her red dress and long hair, like canvas burned by flames, gradually turned to ashes, revealing a tall figure with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, dressed in black clothes. Her beautiful features changed silently, finally settling on a handsome, but sharply defined male face. After this decisive battle, humanity would know that the Zombie King Anserin possessed more than one superpower. However, in the common understanding, each person only awakens one superpower. Except for the raiders, and the zombies infected by the raiders. Anserin, no, her real name was Lianli, and her true gender was male. The Zombie King opened her eyes, her dark pupils as still as a lake under the moonlight, and she curled her lips in a mocking smile. She almost died. Who knew? Even the seemingly effortless Zombie King reached his limit. After the space shattered, he almost couldn't even continue using his shape-shifting ability to maintain his female form. If he hadn't run fast, he would have had to perform a miraculous transformation on the spot. As long as Anserin exists, he doesn't intend to bring Lianli back to life. Lianli raised his right arm, which had been blasted to the bone, but was regenerating thanks to his self-healing ability. His eyes were unfocused as he fell into deep thought. Betty's ability to continuously unleash an ability of that intensity definitely has the benefit of the savior system. Like a genetic Easter egg, among the ability users who awaken in the apocalypse, there will always be a few chosen ones who are exceptionally powerful. For example, the ability to upgrade space, the ability to reverse the future, the ability to be immortal and possess immense power as a humanoid nuclear weapon. And then, there's plundering. Li Yanli remembered that initially, his only awakened ability was super hearing, meaning his hearing was far more sensitive than others. As he struggled to process the vast amount of information generated by his superpower, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind again. Plunderer 010, your mission is to plunder the superpowers of all hosts chosen by the salvation system before the eternal night ends. The cold, simple sentence came so quickly it sounded like a hallucination, and then Li Yanli knew he could take other people's superpowers from their blood, that is, plunder. The voice appeared again after Li Yanli had deliberately allowed a zombie to bite him. It informed him in even more concise language than before. Plunderer 010, mission failed. Chapter 104. Li Yanli scoffed at the idea. Failure was failure. He never intended to take on missions assigned by unknown individuals anyway. After becoming a zombie, Li Yanli could no longer plunder the abilities of others from their blood. Fortunately, his other abilities remained, functioning as before. No one is invincible. Mirror image flipping, invisibility, anti-gravity, petrification, self-healing. If he lacked even one crucial ability, he would be dead at Beiting's hands today. The researchers who escaped from the Jiangzhou base back then, including Dr. Zhao, were all hunted down by him. In an era of poor communication, time would fade the word plunderer. Even if someone remembered him, they wouldn't force a connection between the man named Li Yanli and the female zombie of today, whose appearance and gender were completely unrelated. But some clever, deceitful individuals might not. Li Yanli lowered his mangled, now painless arm and closed his eyes. It doesn't matter. He won't admit it. He won't dispel the illusion. As long as there's only Ansarin, there will be no one else in the world. Time ticks by. Flesh regenerates, energy recovers, the illusion ability takes effect, and the false image overlays the true face. The zombie queen Ansarin returns to the battlefield, rubbing the outstanding ability users into the ground one by one. The zombie army's morale soars, and the already fragile ability user alliance crumbles. More and more people are forced to surrender to save their lives under the pressure of death. Having achieved her goal, Ansarin halts the zombies' movements. The battlefield is now littered with corpses, a scene as gruesome as a mass grave. The zombie army is still considerable in number, while only a mere 20 or so ability users remain standing. After the ceasefire, the world fell into a deathly silence. The zombie king's cold voice slapped the superhumans across the face. Where do you get the confidence to fight me? A bunch of loose sand, even when gathered together, are still just sand. The superhuman gritted his teeth, swallowing his humiliation. Ansarin stood on the shoulder of the gigantic Lu Tianyang, one hand on her hip, exuding an aura of absolute control. I give you 6 months to relocate. After 6 months, I continue to collect crystal cores from each base. Anyone still outside the 9th district by then will be considered to have voluntarily joined my zombie army. Of course, those who can't wait can stretch their necks out now. Some people actually peeked out, their faces showing interest. Ansarin's lips twitched slightly, and she added seemingly casually, besides not being able to reproduce, having less than 10 years of mobility left, having wounds that won't heal, and constantly craving human blood and flesh, which you can't even get, becoming a zombie isn't so bad. The raised head shrank back down. Ansarin leaped to the ground, kicking the unconscious, footprint-covered Betty towards the humans. See you in 6 months, if you still want to see me again. With that last sentence, she roared, her voice low and menacing. The high-ranking zombies echoed her words. While the ordinary zombies at the rear retreated first, the oppressive zombie army surging into the night, disappearing without a trace. Once the zombies were out of sight, the support-type ability users waiting for the battle to end in the base rushed out, sifting through the haphazardly laid corpses for familiar faces. Commander Betty is still breathing. The healer of District 32 shouted the news with delight, only to find that he was the only one in the room who was happy. Even if Betty were alive, it wouldn't change the fact that humanity had utterly failed. Al carried the blood-soaked, unconscious he shung on his back, gently placing him on a stretcher. He placed his hand on the man's neck, feeling a steady pulse, and his tense mood eased slightly. He was alive, and there were no marks from teeth or nails on his body, only knife wounds, inflicted by the knife he shung himself was used to. Commander Jing Hongyu of District 15 was also severely injured and lay on the ground, 2/3 of his body burned. He lay face down, with metal knives embedded in his shoulders, hands, and knees. Patrick Star cried and helped him search for people. Monkey, monkey. Although I always call you a dead monkey, don't actually die, you haven't even had a girlfriend yet. Al flipped over a charred corpse. The body suddenly moved and grabbed his wrist, startling him. He thought it was a zombie. After forcefully shaking them off, he guessed, based on their size and facial features, that the other person was probably a monkey whose face had been disfigured by a powerful electric shock. The heavy weight of his emotions made it hard for the owl to breathe. The zombie king even had the energy to use each person's superpower to deal with themselves individually. A war with no chance of victory. Not only him, but the other superpowered individuals felt the same way. Each base brought a convoy of able-bodied people when they arrived, and left with a convoy of wounded. It wasn't a complete loss, they learned a painful lesson. The most painful lesson came from District 15. Upon returning home, the superpowered individuals discovered that their most capable deputy commander, Ji-Lan, had already led half the team to District 9, while the rest had turned the base into a chaotic mess, filled with complaints. The commander-in-chief finally returned, only to find him still half dead, plunging District 15 into even greater chaos. Jing Hongyu, still recovering from his injuries, was forced to take on the main responsibility, only to discover he couldn't handle it. He had no idea about the daily food rations for 10,000 people, nor who should be assigned to patrol the electric fence each day. Hearing about fights only gave him a headache. He couldn't understand how people facing imminent death could still be in the mood for infighting. The wounded received no care, supplies weren't distributed fairly, the strong bullied the weak with no one upholding justice, and the evil of humanity was amplified, while the forces capable of suppressing them were all recovering from their injuries. How did it come to this? Jing Hongyu thought in despair. It was as if a crucial component had fallen off, rendering the entire machine unusable. That component was named Ji-Lan, who bid farewell to the little zombies, who had escorted them all the way to the edge of District 9. Zhou Xuening said, "Sister, I'm not going in. The smell of living people is too strong inside, you can smell it from far away. I'm afraid of running into other superhumans." Ji-Lan knew this was true. Many superhumans had fled to District 9 before. It wasn't safe for zombies. Then where will you go? Zhou Xuening said, "We wander around, see what other zombies are doing. Actually, from another perspective, becoming a zombie is quite fun. We don't eat, drink, or sleep, we're not afraid of the cold or heat, we run incredibly fast, and we have special abilities. The only problem is we can't run into other superhumans, or we be chased and killed." Zhou Xuening smiled as she said this, but Ji-Lan couldn't smile. She earnestly promised her, "I will take care of Aunt Zhang." "Okay, thank you, Sister Ji-Lan." Zhou Xuening looked reluctantly at Aunt Zhang, who was wiping away tears beside her. "Mom, just think of it as me going on a trip with my friends. I don't want to. I've been telling you I wanted to go out, but you said we didn't have the money. Now I can run there, saving on transportation costs." Aunt Zhang sobbed, "If only I had been nicer to you before. It's already good enough. It's better to stay far away now. You have no idea how much my friends and I have been craving it these past month, but we were also worried you'd get bitten by other zombies on the way. There are so many living people in District 9, it must be a very safe place. I'm leaving, Mom. You must live well." Zhou Xuening left decisively, calling to her friends. A group of little zombies ran and jumped in the rain, quickly disappearing from the crowd. In the end, still reluctant to leave, Zhou Xuening found a signal tower overlooking District 9 and stood at the top, watching the convoy slowly move towards the center of District 9. The zombie boy below teased, "Ah Shui, you weren't secretly crying up there, were you?" Zhou Xuening subconsciously touched her face, frowning. "Why would I cry? We don't have tears. This is rain, okay?" She suppressed her lingering attachment, jumped down, and strode forward with her back to the humans, saying, "Let's go, let's find your parents together." Chapter 105. Due to the weather, work in District 9 was suspended today. Bored and restless, people huddled indoors under their thin blankets, trying every possible way to keep warm. GXIN said, "The firewood in the basin is almost gone. Who's going to get it from the storeroom?" Bonbutao said, "My legs are numb, I can't stand up." GXIN cursed, "I don't believe you. Rock, paper, scissors, whoever loses gets it." After a group of grown men finished playing rock, paper, scissors, GXIN, who had made the suggestion, suffered a crushing defeat. He stood up, cursing, and opened the door, only to be met with a blast of cold wind mixed with rain, making his head spin. The people inside also suffered, urging him, "Damn, it's freezing. Close the door." GXIN closed the door, opened his umbrella, and, hunching his shoulders like a little old man, walked towards the storeroom where the firewood was piled up near the electric fence. Out of complete trust in their commander, they hadn't used electric fences before, but the people from District 12 felt unsafe with the base surrounded by bare earth, often waking up in fear at night. So, they installed a metal protective fence around the base, unpowered, hoping it would at least keep out zombies. He shakily found a trailer used for carrying dirt, filled it with firewood, and covered it with a tarpaulin. Since they were already out, GXIN planned to take some firewood towards the women's dormitory as well. After pushing the trailer a few steps, he stopped, turning back in surprise. He heard vehicles approaching. As expected of the commander, so quick. It was only afternoon, and he already gathered supplies and brought them back to warmth. GXIN put down the trailer and jogged to the broadcasting room to call someone to open the gate. The approaching convoy didn't have the license plates they recognized. The first person to get out of a car, a young woman in a raincoat, wasn't the one they knew either. Following Zhou Xuaning's directions, Jilan found the new 9th District base. Amidst the ruins stood a striking new city-state. She stood in the center of the city-state's gaze like an outsider, suddenly feeling somewhat awkward. "Hello? I'm Jilan from the 15th District. Is your commander here?" "Cousin!" GXIN recognized her face, overjoyed. He threw down his umbrella and rushed out, excitedly embracing Jilan. "Cousin! You're alive! That's wonderful!" Jilan was startled, pushing him away forcefully. Only after recognizing his face did she remember he was her uncle's son. Second cousin? GXIN? When the virus broke out, she was attending university in a city in the 15th District, while GXIN was working in the 9th District. They had both left their hometowns, the furthest relatives separated by distance, and had unexpectedly reunited in a foreign land. Jilan's eyes instantly reddened, and she choked out, "It's so good that you're alive too." Thank goodness she came. She hadn't made the wrong decision. GXIN took off his glasses and wiped away his tears. "You surrendered from District 15? That must be far, right? It's good that you surrendered sooner, our commander, Fong Buitao covered GXIN's mouth and dragged him away, giving Zhong Mei a look. Zhong Mei, holding an umbrella, walked up to Jilan and said, "Our commander led people out to find supplies, and hasn't returned yet. Talk to me first. I remember the commander of District 15 is a fire-type ability user. Is he here?" Jilan, who had been completely confused, looked downcast. Everyone, both inside and outside the base, could only see Jing Hongyu. "He's not here. He went to answer the call to kill the zombie king. I led a portion of the base to surrender." "How many people?" "Around 10,000. More than 10,000. Zhong Mei glanced back. "We still need to expand the dormitories. The rain is too heavy. Get them all into the base, and set up tents to shelter from the rain." The words "expand the dormitories" eased Jilan's anxiety. The fact that she could immediately think of arranging accommodations upon first meeting showed that this base truly lived up to its reputation, inclusive and friendly. At this moment, GXIN, dragged to a corner, was being scolded. Fong Buitao, his voice low, berated him. "Even if she's your cousin, you better keep your mouth shut. Commander Mao has incredibly sharp ears. If he's on his way back and hears you talking nonsense, the commander will definitely give you a beating." GXIN pulled his hand away. "I know. What I meant was that our commander is really good. She's finally living a good life since she came." Fong Buitao breathed a sigh of relief and put his arm around GXIN's shoulder. "That's good then. Be sensible. I don't want my best buddy, who's risked his life for me, to become enemies with my most respected commander. Dude, you really overestimate my courage." More than 10,000 people got off the vehicles and entered the base one after another. People from District 9 enthusiastically stepped forward to help shield them from the rain and set up tents. Zhong Mei diligently performed her duties as a greeter for the newcomers, answering Jilan's questions, helping her find her way, and introducing the base. At a suitable moment, she asked, "I'm in charge of personnel management at the base. How many ability users do you have? Do you have a list?" Jilan truthfully told her about the ability users. District 9 had accepted them upon first meeting, and they would be living together from now on, so exchanging personnel information was a necessary procedure. After listening and confirming that there weren't any particularly threatening ability users, Zhong Mei calmly said, "When our commander returns, you need to call all the ability users to come before her so she gets to know them." Jilan nodded, "Okay." GXIN jumped out from the corner. "Mimi, can my cousin and I chat for a bit over there? Just casual conversation." Zhong Mei glanced at him. assessed Ji Xion's boldness, and agreed sure. Ji Xion pulled Ji Lan towards a less crowded area. Not far away, Fang Buitao kept winking at him and making a lip-pinching gesture. Ji Lan's gaze swept over, and Fang Buitao immediately turned to talk to Du Xiaohui, pretending nothing had happened. Cautious as Ji Lan was, a suspicion arose in her heart. What sign language was the man dragging Ji Xion using? Finding a steel warehouse where they could shelter from the rain, Ji Xion draped a dry blanket over Ji Lan's shoulders. Put this on. You've been running around so much, your lips are practically purple from the cold. Ji Lan wrapped the blanket tighter, feeling the warmth of being cared for the first time in a long time. She pursed her lips, her eyes lighting up with a smile. Thank you, second cousin. When we were little, you always called me Ji Xion so casually, but now you're so polite. Things have changed. It hurts me to hear that. Ji Lan changed her address. I know, Ji Xion. Ji Xion cautiously asked, have you awakened your special ability yet? Eyes type. Ji Xion's expression turned strange. After a moment of internal struggle, he sighed, Cousin, listen to me, you have to give to receive. Huh? The cafeteria said they have scrambled eggs tonight. You must not have had eggs in a long time. The topic jumped too quickly, leaving Ji Lan confused. What is there to do with these two things? Ji Xion pushed Ji Lan towards the door. Nothing, nothing. Just remember these two sentences. I go get you some hot water. As evening fell, the rhythmic honking of truck horns echoed outside the base, arrogant and high profile, as if announcing their return to the world. This time, it was indeed their commander. Ji Lan stood with the people from District 9, her hands clenched tightly, her heart filled with inexplicable trepidation. She wondered what Qin Xiaoshuang, the commander of District 9, whom she had briefly interacted with before, would be like upon meeting her again. The door of the lead truck opened, and a little boy of about 6 or 7 years old jumped out. Ji Lan paused, blinked, and looked at the child carefully several times. The features were delicate and youthful, with short arms and legs. It was definitely a boy, not a dwarf or some other adult. Ji Lan's doubts about District 9 deepened. Shouldn't such dangerous work as searching for supplies be done by the most elite teams of superhumans? Why were they taking a small child who needed protection with them? Chapter 106. After Xu Mao got off, he turned and opened his arms to the truck door, as if to catch the person behind him. The truck seat was high, and a young woman wearing a white woolen hat and bundled up thickly leaned out, smiling as she said, Baby, your arms are too short, Mommy can't reach. The little boy calmly said oh, and as it was drizzling, he pulled his hands back to cover his head. Ji Lan's gaze was almost unable to leave the child. Her thoughts were filled with the words so cute. His chubby cheeks were squeezed between his arms. He was handsome and obedient. The woman's lazy, mocking voice rang out again. Having subordinates like you who have no sense of propriety is truly my blessing. Come and help me. You don't even know how to use an umbrella. The commander is here. A group of men quickly rushed forward, and Ji Lan snapped out of her daze. This was Qin Xiaoshuang, and just like her voice suggested, she was a young girl. To make so many people obey, Qin Xiaoshuang's superpower must be incredibly strong. Xu Lan got out of the car, her arm around a tall man's shoulder. Zhou Mei quickly explained to her the new recruits the base was welcoming that day. Xu Lan glanced at the extra people, nodded, and called out, The food in the car isn't important. Everyone's hungry, let's go eat first. Ji Xion patted Ji Lan's shoulder, and Ji Lan quickly made her way through the crowd to Xu Lan, who was surrounded by admirers, and introduced herself. Hello, Commander Qin, my name is Ji Lan. Xu Lan shook her hand. Which Lan? Lan as an orchid. Oh. Ji Xion also chimed in, flattering her. This is my cousin, he, Commander, isn't that a coincidence? Xu Lan smiled gently. What a coincidence. I heard there are 10,000 more people. I need to go to the canteen and distribute more ingredients, otherwise we won't have enough food. Ji Lan's nose tingled with emotion. Whether it was Qin Xiaoshuang or her subordinates, their first thought upon hearing about the increased number of people was how to arrange their food and lodging. Putting aside their infighting, they worked together to overcome difficulties. This was the kind of human base she envisioned. Suppressing her emotions, she said, We brought cooking utensils and can help. Just call them whenever you need them. Then tell them to bring their cooking utensils to the canteen. Don't crowd here. Clothes and such are in your space. We distribute them after the meal. The canteen was some distance from the entrance, and Xu Lan was never bothered to walk there. Xu Mao took out their personal vehicle from her space, and the crowd automatically made way for her. Ji Lan hadn't even seen where the little electric scooter came from before the mother and son skillfully mounted it, waving cheerfully, "See you at the cafeteria later." Ji Lan stared blankly at the departing figures. How come she? Ji Xian, standing beside her, asked, "Huh? So easy to talk to? Don't you need to set any rules with me?" Ji Xian said, "Don't worry, what's meant to be will be." Ji Lan grabbed Ji Xian, who was about to leave. Normally, she wasn't fond of gossip, but today she had so many questions. Is that child the commander's son? Yes, we call him Master Mao Mao. How old is he? 5 to 8 years old, I guess. Only the commander knows. Ji Lan exclaimed, "Kids are so cute." Ji Xian looked at her strangely. Not only Ji Xian, but everyone who passed by and heard her words turned to look at her with odd expressions, as if she had said something shocking. Ji Lan, bewildered, asked, "Why are you all looking at me like that?" "Nothing, just grab your bowls and chopsticks and get going. We've been waiting in line all night for food." The topic was thus abruptly changed, but Ji Lan kept the group's strange reaction in her mind. From the afternoon onwards, the people at this base had been watching them with all sorts of inscrutable glances while helping out. Holding back words, meaningful glances, and gloating glances. Shouldn't survivors who had just met be more curious or wary? It was as if a huge secret was hidden here, one that the local residents, including her own cousin, didn't intend to tell, all waiting to see what would happen. Ji Lan frowned. She sensed something was wrong. Having come all this way, she couldn't just leave immediately. She could only cautiously observe and carefully interact with the people here. Indeed, there were eggs in the evening's dishes. The aroma of tender pumpkin stir-fried with eggs and rice almost brought tears to the eyes of the weary people from District 15. Ji Lan, however, ate with a heavy heart. Everything District 9 said on the radio wasn't a dream. It was the truth, yet no one believed it. Having experienced the era of food hoarding, everyone was used to living frugally, and no one believed anyone would generously share their personal reserves with the community. Ji Lan was certain that the stronger members of District 15 would open the warehouses after she left, appropriating all the resources everyone had worked so hard to gather and cultivate. In comparison, District 9 seemed too good to be true. She couldn't help but wonder if some deadly trap awaited her, and whether this meal would be their last. No way. Ji Lan quickly dismissed her wild thoughts. Strange or not, her cousin Ji Xian would never harm her. In a corner of the crowded canteen, a bright little lamp shone, beneath which sat the folding table reserved for the 9th District Commander. Shu Lan poured the food into a bowl, mixed it, and ladled out a small bowl, handing the rest to Shu Mao Mao. "How many people have you taken in now?" she asked. Shu Mao Mao scooped up the food with a ladle, piling it into a small mountain. Before biting into the top, he quickly announced a number, 37,132. 13,000 are still needed, Shu Lan thought with a sigh. Before the zombies appeared, the population was in the hundreds of millions. Now, even gathering 50,000 was incredibly difficult. Unfortunately, Shu Mao Mao didn't hear Dr. Zhao's voice among the 10,000 plus newcomers. Shu Lan's carefully crafted revenge plans, while scavenging supplies had also fallen through. Shu Mao Mao put down her bowl and said, "Mommy, she keeps looking at me." "Who?" Shu Mao Mao pointed in a direction. Shu Lan turned to look, but her view was blocked by the moving crowd. That woman named Ji Lan. Shu Lan pondered, could it be that Ji Xian revealed something? Sitting opposite Ji Lan, Ji Xian suddenly felt an itch in his nose, turned his head, sneezed, and shivered. "Sorry, your cousin thinks he's caught a cold." Ji Lan took off the blanket she had been wrapped in to give it back to him, but he refused. "No need. I go find Mei Mei. She has healing abilities. You can go to her if you're not feeling well. She's a really nice person." Ji Lan lowered her eyelashes, her mood sinking. All the healing ability users in District 15 had gone with Jing Hongyu, leaving her with none. Some had even endured minor illnesses, like colds and headaches on the way. After the meal, everyone gradually left the cafeteria. Following instructions, Ji Lan called all the ability users to a stop so the new commander would become familiar with them. Shu Lan observed Ji Lan's expression, and could see that Ji Lan was nervous and reserved, but she didn't resist and quietly waited for her to speak. Ji Xian didn't say anything. Then why was this woman constantly spying on her son? Chapter 107. Shu Lan temporarily put her doubts aside and began the formalities. Speaking unhurriedly, everyone knows that without rules, there can be no order. District 9 naturally has its own rules. Ji Lan, are you sure all the ability users you brought are here, and none have been missed? Ji Lan counted the people and found one missing. She said, One ability user seems not to have heard me and followed someone else. His ability is reading other people's memories. It's not combat, and it doesn't offer much support. He's also somewhat disliked. Should we bring him over? Speaking of memories, Shulan recalled an old incident related to District 15 that remained in her memory, and her mind stirred slightly. Call him over. That man was hiding among the ordinary people, pretending not to hear when called. Ji-lan had to personally drag him by the ear to Shulan. Seeing the man trembling and avoiding eye contact, Shulan's suspicions were largely confirmed. Does your ability work on the dead too? The man's legs went weak instantly, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. Spare me. Spare me. I didn't mean to reveal that you killed people. There were too many people here. When Ji-lan called for a gathering, he suddenly saw the face of the 9th District Commander, as if struck by lightning. He remembered that face, and there was a small child beside him. It was that female demon who had killed an entire team of ability users. Shulan crossed her arms. I knew it. There were no witnesses, and all 4 of them died. There must be some kind of ability that allowed you to accurately target me and my son. The mention of the word wanted brought back everything she could remember. Around the time District 9 fell, a team of superhumans from District 15's base were killed by a mother and daughter, both humans. Adhering to the principle of not tolerating such heinous acts of human fratricide, District 15 issued a warrant for their arrest. Who knew that the woman would transform into the commander of the District 9 base they had sought refuge with? Ji-lan's vision went black. It felt like the sky had collapsed. Would District 9 still offer them refuge? Seeing everyone's petrified and disoriented expressions, Shulan couldn't help but chuckle. I'm the one who killed them. Don't be so guilty. My current policy is to persuade with reason. Those who obey will not be killed. Combat-type superhumans, stand on the left. Support-type superhumans, stand on the right. Baby, remove this person's memory-reading ability first. A blade appeared at Shu Mao's fingertip. With a flick of his wrist, he casually tossed it. The thin blade grazed the cheek of the kneeling man, spun in the air, and returned to Shu Mao's hand. He wiped the traces of blood from it with his fingertip. The man touched his face, terrified and confused. Take it away? Shulan looked at the ability users, who had been divided into groups, and said, Next, I tell you the rules of District 9. If you want to enjoy the benefits here, you must hand over your abilities to the raiders and obey my orders. This is a tyrannical clause. No arguments will be accepted. Anyone who refuses to obey will die. Understand? He understood, but didn't fully comprehend. Ji-lan was still wondering what the raiders were, and how to hand over her abilities, when she suddenly felt a stinging sensation on the back of her hand. Looking down, she saw a small, red wound on the back of her hand, oozing blood. Shu Mao put away a pile of razor blades and said, I finished the left side, mommy. Before they could bombard each other with questions, Shulan silenced them with a clapping sound. I know you're all confused right now. I still need to distribute clothes and blankets before bedtime, so I need to save time. If you have any questions, go outside and find someone to explain. Those of you with superpowers on the right, come over here one by one. What's your superpower? I can keep a plant alive 100% of the time. Just give me leaves or any part. Oh, a farming prodigy. You go out with him. Next. I can mimic all kinds of sounds except human voices. You go too. Ji-lan, as a combat-type superpower user, followed the bewildered and confused crowd out of the cafeteria. Xian stepped forward and comforted her. Don't worry, cousin. Ji-lan looked bewildered. Don't worry about what? What happened? Someone nearby angrily said, I know. I can't use my abilities anymore. Plunderer means exactly what it sounds like. She can steal abilities. That's true. I can't use my abilities either. Aren't you 9th District taking advantage of our misfortune? What the hell is going on here? Lu Qinghe was also at the door, not to watch the commotion, but to calm the group. A friendly reminder from someone who's been there. If you keep cursing, you might lose your life. The angry crowd slowly quieted down. Ji-lan stretched out her palm, concentrating on trying to condense frost, but nothing changed except for the movement of her thoughts. Lu Qinghe said, when everyone escaped, their combat abilities were taken away. The 12th District does the same. Just accept it, this is the rule of 9th District. She took all our abilities. How are we supposed to protect the base? Lu Qinghe chuckled, now I know how naive we were in the eyes of those people here back then. Ji-lan was the first to react, asking, the raider is that little kid, right? That's our Lord Mao Mao, codenamed God of Destruction. Don't worry, you lost your powers, but you gained the protection of a god. You no longer need to be afraid of zombies. GXIN added fuel to the fire. Cousin, you might not believe it, but since Lord Mau Mau appeared, I haven't seen a zombie in District 9 for over a year. All the accumulated doubts were thus resolved. Jilan took a deep breath and calmly said, if this is the rule of District 9, we even eaten together, so we should accept it. Someone still called out unwillingly Vice Commander. Jilan said sternly, don't call me Vice Commander. I'm no longer Jing Hongyu's Deputy Commander. Everyone came here to survive. If protecting these insignificant abilities were useful, then all the ability users should have gone to District 32 to challenge the Zombie King in the first place. Open your eyes and look at the food and lodging they provided us. What can you offer in return? Lu Qinghe looked at Jilan admiringly. You're so smart. You figured it out so quickly. There weren't many support-type abilities, and Shulan quickly finished questioning them. Leading Shu Mau Mau out, she raised an eyebrow at the gathered group. Has everything been explained? Anyone who's dissatisfied and wants to challenge me to reclaim their abilities? Come on, I know, you won't know how ruthless Qin Xiaoshuang and the God of Destruction are until you shed blood. Jilan spoke first. No, we accept handing over our abilities. Huh? Shulan looked at the people who had given up in surprise. They accepted it so quickly? She, on the other hand, felt a little uncomfortable. Anyway, fewer twists and turns in this process was a good thing. She already gotten back late today, and after dinner it was almost midnight. With all this trouble because of her superpowers, she wouldn't get any sleep tonight. The rain that had been falling all day finally stopped. Shulan distributed the blankets and clothes from her spatial storage. Many people got into arguments over their favorite clothes, making the whole base quite noisy. Jilan was in a similar situation. Two girls were arguing almost to the point of falling out over a nice down jacket, each claiming they got it first and refusing to let go. Just as she was about to go and mediate, a sweet but impatient voice suddenly blared from the loudspeaker in the middle of the base. Choose, choose, choose. Let's see who dares to be picky now. Those of you who went out have been busy breaking into houses and ransacking cabinets all day, and you people in the base are still picking and choosing. From now on, those who are dissatisfied with the supplies will not receive anything. Take it all and burn it. Jilan had threatened the survivors like this before, but it rarely worked. The survivors there were all shrewd and unafraid of her. They would still fight for what they wanted. But the 9th district immediately quieted down. The distribution of supplies was surprisingly efficient, even affecting the disputes on Jilan's side, which were quietly resolved. On her first day in the 9th district, Jilan gained a completely new understanding of the authority a commander should possess. Chapter 108. Because there weren't enough tents, Shulan stored all the miscellaneous items from the warehouse into her spatial storage. She also invited newcomers to bring their blankets to fill the empty spaces in the less-than-full houses, trying her best to provide everyone with shelter from the rain and a place to sleep. That night, everyone slept late and in cramped conditions. Unlike at the original base where everyone had their own beds and rooms, they felt safer and warmer huddled together, as if they had many unfamiliar family members to help them weather the winter. GXIN asked Zhongmei to make room for Jilan, and Zhongmei agreed. She, Lu Qinghe, and Suzhen dismantled their individual bed frames and arranged the mattresses on the floor to create a large communal sleeping area, which could accommodate 2 or 3 more people. After the lights were turned off, the room was quiet for a while. Suddenly, Lu Qinghe said, "My blanket smells musty." "Mine too." "Mine also smells of stinky feet." Zhongmei sighed. "We searched for it all day." The commander did his best. Master Mao must have used her special ability to remove the dust. There's really nothing we can do about the smell. I know, the blanket's broken, thank you, Commander. Jilan opened her eyes and adjusted her sleeping position. Lu Qinghe, who was closest to her, said apologetically, "I'm sorry, did I wake you?" "It's okay, I couldn't sleep either." Suzhen suddenly spoke up, asking, "Are you bothered by the fact that your abilities were taken?" Jilan said, "That's all right. My cousin already prepared me mentally. You have to give to receive. Consider it an entrance fee to District 9. Lu Qinghe yawned and said, "Yes, I feel like she doesn't want your abilities to be taken away, but rather to give everyone who's been taken theirs a fair chance. Otherwise, if those who came first lose their abilities while those who came later get to keep them, it creates a sense of loss." Jilan said softly, "I shouldn't have issued a warrant for her arrest. I knew the 4 people she killed weren't good people, but if I didn't, I couldn't explain it to their families." Zhongmei asked, "Are you afraid the commander will hold a grudge?" Zhongmei said, "You're overthinking it. I've been with her the longest. If she held a grudge against you, she would have killed you on the spot. The fact that you're still alive, And well mean she didn't take it seriously. Jilan paused for a moment, speechless. Killed, on the spot? Yes, even those whose abilities have been stolen, and who refuse to obey will be killed. The commander said they looked like they didn't want to live, so we just granted their wish. And some of them are of extremely bad character. Anyone who secretly bullies the weak or lays hands on women will be dragged out and, without a second thought, shot dead by Lord Mao and burned to ashes. Jilan listened, increasingly engrossed. So everyone listens to her so much because she's ruthless? Not entirely, mainly because she's good to those who obey. Why seek death when you can live a good life? Sujin said, if we tell the commander tomorrow that these blankets smell bad. Zhongmei said, then she'd definitely find a way to solve it for us. Let's sleep, I'm so sleepy. Jilan closed her eyes. Her blankets also smelled musty, but being new here, she didn't dare to shamelessly join the conversation. She used to be the one helping the people at the base with these everyday problems. Hearing how confidently they entrusted their trust and problems to Qin Xiaoshuang, she felt a pang of envy. She was starting to look forward to tomorrow. The next morning, Xu Lan led Xu Maomao from the space to the entrance of the cafeteria. It hadn't rained again last night, and the ground was almost dry. This morning we had brown sugar ginger soup with glutinous rice balls. Baby, take out the brown sugar, glutinous rice flour, and ginger. Xu Maomao placed the supplies on the open ground as requested, saying, there's no more brown sugar in the warehouse. Xu Lan asked, do you still have any white sugar? About 2 tons. Xu Lan first tried to calculate it mentally, but realized there were too many people, and she couldn't figure it out, so she said, take out half a ton first. The space mainly produces raw materials from planting or breeding. Items requiring processing, like sugar, milk powder, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, rely on the inventory Lin Yi had stockpiled. Once it's used up, it's used up. Anything found outside is expired and spoiled. Xu Lan and Xu Maomao discussed amongst themselves, it seems we need to arrange for some people to process these seasonings. Sugar is extracted from sugarcane, and salt is from seawater. We're quite far from the sea. Xu Maomao said, Teacher Zhou can reconstitute sugar and salt. With his physique and energy, asking him to use his powers to reconstitute enough salt and sugar for 30,000 people would probably kill him in a few days. Xu Maomao suddenly frowned, displeased. Mommy, it's pressuring me again. The system? It wants us to contain the 10,000 people unlock the reward. Xu Lan said, I go back and smash it tonight, keep urging them. What can I do if those people are moving slowly? Am I supposed to drive to every base to snatch people? Speaking of which, I wonder how those superhumans are doing with the zombie king. They might actually win. Breakfast would take a while to prepare, so Xu Lan woke up the technicians to help her tune the radio. Holding the microphone, she asked in a serious broadcasting voice, Good morning, dear listeners. It's been a while since I contacted you all. How have you been? After a while, Anserin's lazy voice rang out, Pretty good. Xu Lan covered her mouth, her eyes widening as she met Xu Maomao's gaze. Oh no, she'd been talking to her again. Xu Maomao reached out, Mommy, let me do it. Xu Lan shook her head, speaking into the handheld microphone, putting on her acting to the extreme. Hello, hello? Ugh, the signal's terrible because of the rain. I can't hear anything. She tossed aside the microphone, telling the technicians to turn off the radio. More than a month had passed since Anserin challenged Betty. Anserin was still alive. It was obvious who had won. Poor, like a salted fish, unable to rise again. Xu Lan briefly sympathized with her fellow sufferers, but quickly shifted her perspective. Surely they knew to surrender even if they hadn't been beaten, right? Wouldn't they all end up with her? The commander was the highest-ranking officer Xu Lan had ever held, followed by the class's discipline monitor, responsible for the discipline of 42 people. She was later removed from her post because she was always using her position for personal gain, whispering with her desk mate, which was reported to her. More survivors flooding into District 9 meant she would have to solve more problems related to food, clothing, and shelter. Just thinking about it made her feel like a hornet's nest had landed on her head, her brain buzzing. Xu Lan shook her head, trying to clear her mind of her worries. Worrying about the future prematurely would age her prematurely. Taking things one step at a time was the most perfect attitude towards life. The ginger soup with meatballs in the cafeteria was ready. Everyone held their steaming bowls, finding their own corner to squat and drink the soup. Eating glutinous rice in the morning during winter is good for the spleen and lungs, and it invigorates blood and qi. Indeed, it's served with warming ginger soup. After drinking it, I felt so comfortable. The commander really cares about everyone's health. Shu Lan received praise all the way back, smiling silently. Actually, she hadn't considered it. She just wanted to eat it herself. Shu Mao's bowl was bigger than his face. The ginger soup with sugar had just the right amount of spiciness and sweetness, and with the soft, chewy glutinous rice balls, he really liked today's breakfast. Shu Lan explained to him, actually, these are basically unfilled glutinous rice balls. If you have them, they'd be even better with red bean paste or sesame filling. Next time, Mommy will make you a special meal. Shu Mao looked up from his bowl, about to ask her what kind of filling red bean paste was, when he suddenly became acutely aware of the gaze fixed on him. Everyone secretly thought he was withdrawn and gloomy, even scary. Few dared to stare at him for long. Shu Mao turned his face away, his eyes coldly meeting hers. Mommy, that girl named Ji Lan is looking at me again. She's definitely up to something. Chapter 109. Shu Lan turned around and met Ji Lan's gaze. 6 eyes met, and Ji Lan was the most caught off guard. She stiffly raised the corners of her mouth, forcing an awkward smile. 2 similar faces, one large and one small, quietly watched her. Ji Lan didn't know where to look. She glanced left and right, picked up the bowl, found it empty, put it down, and finally chased after Xin, perfectly demonstrating what it means to pretend to be busy when you're embarrassed. Shu Lan withdrew her gaze, unable to suppress a laugh. Baby, she probably doesn't have any ulterior motives. She just wants to see you. Shu Mao retorted decisively. No, it's observation before an attack. You think so badly of others. Shu Lan said, then realized, no, it's my fault, I taught you that. Why don't you go ask her yourself? And Ji Lan, why do you keep looking at me? No. Shu Mao picked up his bowl and boldly finished the rest of the ginger soup. Mommy, I'm done eating. Shu Lan urged him. Go ahead, you haven't even spoken to anyone yet, and you're already so aloof. Oh baby, are you socially anxious? What's social anxiety? It's being afraid of socializing, not daring to talk to anyone except Mommy. I'm not afraid, I just don't want to talk to them. Then go prove to Mommy you're not socially anxious. Suddenly, a small head appeared in front of Ji Lan, who was washing dishes. Shu Mao gripped the sink counter with both hands, stood on tiptoe, and asked, Hey, why are you looking at me? Ji Lan, so cute, so cute, so cute. Round, black eyes. Long eyelashes. Suddenly popping up like a kitten. She stared blankly, speechless for a long while. Shu Mao frowned. Why aren't you answering my question? I think you're very pretty, so I. Shu Mao put his heels down. Oh, I see. He turned and ran to Shu Lan, who was waiting not far away, repeating, after asking Mommy, she said she thinks I'm very pretty. Shu Lan squatted down and rubbed his soft cheeks. That's right, everyone says you look like me. Xin came over to remind her. Cousin, you can't keep running the tap like that. Ji Lan looked away, turned off the tap, and followed behind him, muttering absent-mindedly, Brother, tell me, how do you skip men and have a baby? Xin, being a man, ? Why skip them? Ji Lan quickly changed the subject. What are we supposed to do after breakfast? Go to the construction site, and wait for the foreman to assign tasks. Does everyone have to go? Not really, everyone who's free has to go. It's best not to be idle, otherwise you won't be able to clock in with the manager, and if you can't clock in, you won't get lunch. After a while, a strong male voice came over the loudspeaker. Today's work schedule. Clear a space around the base for the newcomers to use as dormitories. Clock-in managers, Song Ke, Wu Junjie. Newcomers, don't work yet. Go to the personnel management office at the entrance of warehouse number 1 to register your names and receive your personal card. Also, everyone, put your blankets and clothes you brought back yesterday outside your dormitory. The commander will have Master Mao use his special ability to wash and dry them, removing any odors. Yay! Long live the commander. Get to work, get to work. Ji Lan was at a loss when Zhong Mei found her through the crowd. Ji Lan, the commander said you be the chief supervisor of these people in District 15 from now on. Choose 10 people to come and help me with personnel allocation. A bright light seemed to shine in Ji Lan's heart. She was the chief, not the deputy. Okay, I'm coming. Shu Lan and Shu Mao rode their little bikes from house to house, collecting blankets and clothes into their spatial storage. Finally, Shu Lan entered her space and said, System, expand this swimming pool. Okay, how many square meters do you want to expand it to? The largest. Put all these blankets and clothes in the pool. Understood. The renovated swimming pool, the size of a football, slowly unfolded before Shu Lan and Shu Maomao, filled with musty and smelly textiles that looked like garbage. Great god of destruction, this difficult task of cleaning them up is entrusted to you. Shu Maomao, like solving a math problem, recalled the operation of the washing machine in the house, mentally arranging and combining his existing supernatural abilities. While Shu Maomao was supposedly entrusting the problem to his son, Shu Lan wasn't idle either, squatting by the pool pondering. She had a penchant for collecting all sorts of potentially useful trash. Even geese passing by would have a few feathers plucked from them to make shuttlecocks. The large amount of expired detergent she had collected in the city came in handy. She had the system help her pour bottle after bottle, bag after bag, into the pool, adding water used for irrigation to soak it. After all, expired cleaning products wouldn't cause much harm to the human body. Shu Lan said with some regret, once these household consumables are used up, they're gone. The system said, yes, so please unlock the 100,000 level task reward as soon as possible. They're rushing me again. Shu Lan instinctively wanted to punch its round head, but suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. Huh? What do you mean? How did it suddenly jump to 100,000? The white egg blinked its thick, black, straight eyes. The system has no authority to inform the host about any issues related to unlocked rewards. Shu Lan pressed, reaching 100,000. Can your space conjure up these toiletries? The system repeated its previous statement. The system has no authority to inform the host about any issues related to unlocked rewards. Shu Lan beckoned to it. Come here. The system's eyes drooped. Compared to its little host, Shu Maomao, it was more afraid of its host's mother, because it had no idea what she would do. Their first meeting had also involved her smashing eggs, very brutal. Shu Lan hugged the white egg, tapping its shell with her fingers. I'm almost out of oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar. What are we going to do? Please complete the main quest of housing 50,000 people as soon as possible. So the reward for 50,000 people is food processing? The system does not have the authority to inform the host about any issues related to unlocked rewards. Shu Lan chuckled and asked again, our toothpaste is almost gone too. What are we going to do? Please complete the main quest of housing 100,000 people as soon as possible. After 100,000 people, can we produce toiletries and other daily necessities? The system does not have the authority to inform the host about any issues related to unlocked rewards. Shu Lan patted its round head. Let me give you a name. Don't call me system anymore. Call me egg with a mouth that can't keep its mouth closed, or big mouth egg for short. It seemed like it didn't answer anything, but it actually said everything. System, host's mother, whatever makes you happy. Shu Maomao suddenly exclaimed, I made up my mind. He used his metal ability to control long, cylindrical steel pipes, which stood upright in midair and inserted into the pool. He reached out and used his mind to manipulate the pipes, causing them to spin rapidly clockwise, stirring the textiles in the pool. In an instant, a torrential downpour began. Shu Lan, who was squatting by the pool watching the commotion, was caught off guard and splashed with dirty water. Clutching the egg, she ran around shouting, Shu Maomao. Wait! Wait! Shu Maomao stopped. Water splashed towards him, but he blocked it with an invisible barrier. He scratched his face and whispered, Sorry, Mommy, I forgot you were over there. Shu Lan, covered in filth and looking like a drowned rat, passed by him. It's okay, Mom will go inside and take a shower. My dear son, you worked so hard. Chapter 110. When Shu Lan finished showering, the long steel pipe above the pool had been abandoned, replaced by Shu Maomao's pet octopus. The enormous octopus swam back and forth in the pool, slapping its clothes up and down with its 8 tentacles. Shu Maomao stood by, arms crossed, watching it work like a supervisor. It has to be said that humans are incredibly adaptable. At first, Shu Lan found these summoned, large creatures terrifying, what people often call megalophobia. After seeing them more often, she calmly accepted them as her son's quirky pet. Shu Lan walked over to Shu Maomao, watched for a while, and suddenly said, Baby, there's a delicacy called grilled octopus tentacles. It's octopus tentacles grilled on a hot plate. It's so delicious. One this big is probably enough for 100 people. The octopus slowed its movements, and its plump, elastic tentacles seemed to retract towards its larger head. Shu Lan exclaimed in surprise, It can understand us. Shu Maomao was speechless. Otherwise, why would it be washing clothes here? Yeah, octopus, don't worry, I won't eat. You keep going, don't just pat it, stir it up too. Shu Maomao cleaned all the dust. The main things to wash were the stains and odors. After running the pool water 6 times, the water became clear, and the foam was almost gone, completing the first step of washing. The final step was dehydration. Shu Maomao's water-based ability mainly involved conjuring water, and controlling the water he conjured. He couldn't control liquids that already existed. So he had to fill the pool himself, and then drain the water. Alright, let's put these blankets in the space to air them out for an afternoon, before giving them to them. Shu Maomao didn't understand. Mommy, do we have to air them out even when they're dry? Shu Lan said, air them out. Blankets that have been sun-dried will be more comfortable, although Mommy doesn't know the exact principle. Light was simulated above the blankets in the space, and the summon vulture used its large claws to grab handfuls of textiles from the pool and throw them onto the clean rooftops and fruit treetops. Shu Lan peeled an orange, handed the pulp to Shu Maomao, and asked the system, how long until the spring festival? 15 days. Oh, let's leave this pool like this for now, and use it for Master Octopus to knead dough later. Master Octopus, who had already returned to his hometown, had no idea that he had landed a new job. Lunchtime was approaching. Shu Lan and Shu Maomao went out of the space. Most people around them were used to it when they landed, but the new chefs in District 15 were stunned by this sudden appearance of people. Where did your commander come from? The original cook from District 9 clicked his tongue. Don't you know anything? You keep calling us you. There's only one commander here, our commander. She came out of the storage space. She put in so much food. Does that mean we can have lunch? Yeah, we can have dinner too, 3 meals a day. The people from District 15, how luxurious. They only get 1 meal a day, and sometimes, when the harvest is bad, they almost don't have enough. Sigh, when District 9 only had 2,000 people, we had 2 dishes per meal. Later, the number increased, and the commander said there wasn't time to cook, so it became 1 dish. The people of District 15, we're too late. Everyone is trapped by their own perceptions, assuming that if they're starving, the other survivors must be too. Even now, few would believe that District 9 still maintains the habit of 3 meals a day. Many hands make light work. After Shu Lan delivered the food and went out to check, in just one morning, the survival area had successfully expanded outwards by 1 circle. If it weren't for the necessity of moving underground for refuge, these Z country people, with their inherent belief in infrastructure, could easily transform the ruined area back into a high-rise building complex in no time. That's a wrap. Lunch is served. Everyone, find the nearest manager to clock out in an orderly fashion. No pushing or shoving, no cutting in line. Don't worry, everyone will get to eat. But if anyone tries to sneak into line twice thinking they can eat faster, and the supervisor catches them, they'd be arrested and publicly executed. Ji Lan grabbed Zhong Mei's arm, surprised, and asked, is the punishment that severe? She used to just scold and starve anyone caught stealing. Zhong Mei said, yes, the commander said that if the punishment isn't severe, people will follow suit, and the more people who follow, the more likely they are to cause trouble later. We can't let these people with no sense of teamwork spoil the whole thing. Ji Lan frowned, reflecting on her previous experience as deputy commander, and discovered another factor contributing to the chaos in District 15. Both she and Jing Hongyu were students, and neither of them were decisive enough. They worried that if they punished someone too severely, others would object, and it might cause a rebellion. They valued the survivors too much, so they repeatedly tolerated those of bad character, who were incorrigible and acted arrogantly in the base. But Qin Xiushuang never cared about the lives of those she disliked. She used the simplest and most brutal methods to suppress the evil in human nature, forcing everyone to do what was right and beneficial to the group. What kind of time is this? Trying to reason with a villain who has broken free of rules is less effective than simply shooting him. After reviewing the situation, Ji Lan's gloomy mood dissipated considerably. She decided to stop thinking about it. Let them stay in their old place and continue their entanglement. She was ready to embrace a new life. Jing Hongyu was practically bursting with rage. A group of superhumans had secretly emptied the warehouse and escaped from the base. They didn't care about the lives of the remaining 10,000 plus ordinary people at all. He sat up in shock from his deathbed and urgently summoned superhumans to give chase. His burns were still unhealed, yet he was embarking on a long journey to pursue the deserters. Fortunately, they didn't encounter large groups of zombies along the way, and they successfully caught up with the fleeing thieves. The two sides of superhumans clashed, and in the end, Jing Hongyu's earth-shattering flames prevailed. He cursed, "Have you no conscience? Don't the people of District 15 want to live?" The answer was a sneak attack. The bullet was past his ear, and Jing Hongyu froze. Why? From beginning to end, what had he done to wrong these people? He had been protecting them the whole time, and all he got in return was betrayal, and this unexplained, arbitrary shot. At that moment, a chill ran through his heart, overshadowing all the pain. Jing Hongyu's eyes slowly darkened. He said nothing more, and the fiery dragon, poised to strike, opened its jaws to devour the living. His voice was low and hoarse, filled with utter despair. Hand over what you stole. Except for the core spatial ability user, everyone else was burned to a crisp. On the way back, the owl treated Jing Hongyu and, seeing his dejected expression, hesitated before saying, "Our team has experienced something similar before." Jing Hongyu perked up a little. "You mean the mother and son who emptied your cellar?" "Yes, the mother and son who killed a team of superhumans and were wanted by you." Chapter 111. The zombies are so powerful now, yet people are still betraying each other. Jing Hongyu was filled with mixed emotions, finally letting out a sigh. The owl said, "I've been thinking, how is a young woman, with such a small child, going to survive in a world full of zombies and being wanted by the survivor base?" Jing Hongyu smirked. "Dude, you're being sold out, and you're still counting the money for her. She's killing people, stealing cars, cheating, and emptying your cellar in the apocalypse, and you're worried about how she survives? She had many opportunities to kill us and then take over that relatively safe hilltop, instead of having to run around everywhere, but she didn't. Perhaps she wasn't confident. Or maybe it was too late. Even if she wasn't confident, 5 superhumans are better than the whole world. The zombies in the outer world are easy to deal with." Jing Hongyu was somewhat convinced. "That makes sense. It shows she's more conscientious than these thieves at our base. And I just remembered, the 4 she killed weren't good people either. A bunch of sleazy men who even took advantage of senior sister Ji Lan. But they had many relatives and friends, so it was a real headache." Senior sister Ji Lan. Jing Hongyu lowered his head and said, "Those left in the base are all not very powerful ability users. I can't understand how senior sister Ji Lan, with her cautious personality, could make such a risky decision." The owl was silent for a while, then said, "Women, unfathomable." Jing Hongyu also sighed. "You spoken the truth." After a while, it became pitch black outside the car window. Jing Hongyu looked at the reflection in the window, at the half of his face that had become grotesque due to burns. From the crushing defeat to returning to deal with the troublemakers at the base, he hadn't had time to grieve over his disfigurement. Jing Hongyu said, "We should head to District 9 as well." The owl said, "But your injuries won't fully heal for a while. As long as we can move and use our abilities, that's enough. Staying here won't help. I don't have the ability to manage things. People will only become more restless each day. It's better to go sooner." He had rushed things earlier, and he still owed Ji Lan an apology. There's no going back. Even if he apologized for his wrong decision, it wouldn't change the already predetermined outcome. Jing Hongyu felt it was better to explain to Ji Lan sooner rather than later that his words were just an excuse to persuade her, not his true feelings. He didn't want a moment of emotion to create an irreparable rift in their years of shared hardship. Back at the base, Jing Hongyu quickly organized the personnel and supplies, taking as much as he could, and set off in large bags and small vehicles. Halfway there, they discovered the journey wasn't as difficult as they had imagined. Previously, they had always left after nightfall. The hordes of dark figures attacking humans had dwindled to a few scattered individuals, or lone survivors. Everyone was wondering, why did it seem like there were fewer zombies? Soon they encountered a zombie horde led by a high-ranking zombie, and the situation instantly became tense. Both sides stopped. The leaden gray clouds hung low, and a cold, knife-like north wind whipped across everyone's faces. Wariness and hostility filled their expressions. They shared similar appearances, but the zombies' pupils were unfocused. Their skin was bluish-white or pale, and they bore obvious, unhealed wounds. Their clothes were soaked in blood. The humans, on the other hand, were healthy, clean, with full skin and rosy complexions. The leader of the high-ranking zombies was a short, stout middle-aged man. He asked, "Are you going to District 9? Jing Hongyu replied, "Yes." "Do you have any crystal cores?" "No, we left them all at the District 15 base." "Understood. It's a ceasefire now. Continue forward. Don't try to attack us unless you all want to join the zombies." After a brief exchange, everyone in District 15 was on edge, their necks stiff as they watched the zombies, once their nightmares, leave in another direction before daring to speak and break the tense, terrifying atmosphere. Am I dreaming? The zombies aren't attacking us, and they're talking like humans. Zombies are just like humans. It's unbelievable. They just left after talking, without any intention of fighting. I thought I was going to die here today. Jing Hongyu had the ability users maintain their original defensive formation for a while, confirming that the zombies didn't circle back to attack before announcing they continue. In truth, if a fight broke out, the human side, including a large number of ordinary people without combat skills, was at a disadvantage. But it was truly unbelievable that those high-level zombies, leading ordinary zombies, would simply leave right before their eyes because of the ceasefire declared by the Zombie King. They only cared about the crystal cores, seemingly intending to use them to restore the sanity of all the zombies. No wonder there were fewer and fewer ordinary zombies wandering around at night. The next morning, Jing Hongyu looked at the city, which had been quiet all night, and had someone bring out and test the radio. He then proactively contacted the deserter leader, whom everyone looked down upon. "This is District 15, Jing Hongyu, calling District 9 Commander, please respond." A faint radio crackled in the empty room. The message went unanswered immediately. Shortly afterward, as the sun bathed the earth in warmth, a cheerful male voice appeared out of nowhere. "Our commander said today is Lunar New Year's Eve, so everyone gets a day off. Let's all make dumplings. Smash them. Big dumplings with cabbage and pork filling. Smash them." Even though he didn't specify which district he was from, anyone who heard it could guess with their toes which district he was from. District 9, a place that inexplicably started celebrating the new year after humanity's crushing defeat at the hands of zombies. Some sleep talking, if heard too often, can create an urge to dream along with it. Jing Hongyu, who was guarding the radio, picked up the microphone. "Sector 9, this is Commander Jing Hongyu of Sector 15. I request to speak with your Commander Qin Xiaoshuang." Zhou Dahu, in the room housing the radio in Sector 9, heard this clearly, and switched to the base's main loudspeaker, shouting loudly, "Commander, there's a kid in Sector 15 looking for you." Xu Lan patted the flour off her hands and looked at Xu Maomao. Xu Maomao sat on a high chair, diligently kneading a small piece of dough. He said he wanted to roll it out into a perfect round dumpling wrapper. Xu Lan didn't want to interrupt his concentration. She glanced at the broadcasting room not far away, thinking that a short separation should be fine. "Mommy, go upstairs, you play here." But after only a few steps, Xu Maomao put down the dough and followed her. Xu Lan teased him, "Master Maomao, why do you have to follow me like a little tail?" Xu Maomao ran a few steps to her and, in a serious tone, mimicked her, "Mommy, why do you follow me like a little tail?" Xu Lan laughed incessantly. "Look how clever you are." Entering the broadcasting room, Xu Lan asked Zhou Dahu to make dumplings. Sitting down, she picked up the microphone. "This is Qin Xiaoshuang. If you have something to say, say it, otherwise, goodbye. I don't provide chat or answering services. I am Jing Hongyu, the commander of District 15. Half of our base departed for District 9 ahead of schedule. Have they arrived safely?" Xu Lan's eyes flickered slightly. The surname Jing was uncommon, and the given name happened to have the same pronunciation, coupled with such a young and clear voice. Xu Lan suspected that this so-called commander of District 15 might be the same Jing Hongyu she knew, the one she had once swindled out of 10,000 yuan. Chapter 112. Xu Lan's connection with Jing Hongyu dates back to when she first got into trouble. At that time, she had just fled her hometown to the vicinity of Qian, which is now the city of the central base of District 15, using her savings. Penniless, she picked up a piece of cardboard, borrowed a marker from a shopkeeper, and wrote on it, "My luggage was stolen, I have no money, I'm starving, please, kind people, give me 2 yuan to buy some food." The first sentence was a lie. Her luggage was still there, stored in a supermarket locker. The part about being hungry was true. She begged at the high-speed rail station, a place with a large flow of people. Every day, all sorts of people passed by, and there were always a few kind souls among them. Xu Lan propped the cardboard up on her calves and squatted directly in front of the exit. Perhaps because she, a young girl, looked genuinely pitiful, this old-fashioned way of begging allowed her to eat every day, and some people even asked where she lived and gave her the fare home. One can be a beggar for a while, but not for a lifetime. The main problem is that many jobs that hire minors don't provide food and lodging, and Xu Lan desperately needed to solve her food and lodging problems. She had no choice but to beg to save money for living expenses while looking for work. After the long holiday, a group of male college students returning from a trip passed by her. Seeing Xu Lan squatting by the flower bed, they whispered among themselves. Finally, Jing Hongyu made a grand entrance carrying a plastic bag filled with over 20 large meat buns. "Little sister, have you been hungry for a long time? Here, have some." Xu Lan had already noticed them. Looking at the smiling young man in front of her, she sneered inwardly. He just wants to embarrass her with this little trick. She took the steamed bun with a look of surprise and gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother." Then she took out a fist-sized meat bun and wolfed it down, her mind constantly replaying her sad memories. Tears streamed down her face instantly, and she stammered, "What? I almost starved to death." Jing Hongyu's smile froze on his face, and he looked helplessly at his classmates. The boys were also embarrassed. They had only wanted to tease these kinds of con artists, who pretended to be pitiful to make money, but they hadn't expected to encounter someone who was half serious and half faithful. Jing Hongyu's thoughts were practically written on his face. "How do we get out of this?" His friends, with equally clear eyes, said, "We don't know either. Let's go!" To make the performance more convincing, Shulan ate very quickly, but accidentally choked, clutching her chest and crying for help. "Brother? Water? Help me!" Jing Hongyu panicked too. "Don't worry, I go buy you some water." Returning with the water, Jing Hongyu saw her eyes rolling back and frantically patted her back. I opened it for you, drink it quickly." After drinking half a bottle of water, Shulan recovered and breathed weakly. "I'm fine, thank you." Having almost choked on a steamed bun, and seeing her clutching the bag of buns like a precious treasure, Jing Hongyu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He felt like he had teased a truly pitiful little girl. He asked, "Where do you live? I buy you a ticket, so you can go home." Shulan lowered her head. "I fell asleep on the bus and missed my stop. My ID card was also stolen from my bag, so I can't buy a ticket." "Then I take you to the police station, and have the police contact your parents." Neither her hometown nor the police station were places Shulan was determined to avoid. She secretly contacted her colleague at the karaoke bar. From her colleague, she learned that the man she had hit on the head with a bottle, although he hadn't died or called the police, had suffered a serious head injury and was in the emergency room. After waking up, he was demanding compensation from the karaoke bar for medical expenses and emotional distress. If Shulan went back, that large sum of money would become a burden she, a helpless person, would be unable to escape for most of her life. Going back was impossible. Shulan casually made up a distant place named to appease Jing Hongyu, wiping away her tears as she launched into a fabricated story. "I can't go back, brother. My family won't let me go to school. They're forcing me to marry a man I don't even know. They already taken the bride price. If I go back, I have to get married." The naive and easily fooled Jing Hongyu gaped in astonishment. "What era are we living in? How old are you? You can't even get a marriage certificate yet." 16. They said, "We should have the wedding first, and then get the certificate when we're old enough." "But that man, he's already over 40, sob sob sob." The man beside her. The students urged him, "Let's go, Jing Hongyu." The hot-blooded young man, Jing Hongyu, couldn't move, waving his hand, "You guys go back to school first." His roommate came over, listened to Shulan's story, and patted Jing Hongyu on the shoulder. She couldn't survive out there, so she called home herself. It's her family matter, her fate. "I know you sympathize with the little girl, but you can help her temporarily, not forever." Shulan sniffed, forcing a strong expression, and said, "Okay, you go, brother. Thank you. This bag of buns is enough for me for 3 days." She was fine until she mentioned the buns, and then Jing Hongyu blushed. But what his roommate said was an undeniable reality. Everyone has their own fate, and he couldn't help them. Jing Hongyu sighed helplessly, and left with his friend. When they reached the taxi stand, he couldn't resist running back and giving Shulan all the 300 yuan he had on him. "Take this first. Don't sleep at the high-speed rail station. There are a lot of bad people there. If all else fails, find a job. With money, you won't need to go home." Shulan stared blankly as he ran away, finally looking down at the wad of banknotes in her hand, muttering to herself, "Foolish. Giving so much to a beggar." Jing Hongyu was right. The high-speed rail station wasn't a good place. Someone would always try to trick or pull her away, trying to take her elsewhere. Shulan moved to the city. She always knew her decent appearance was an advantage. Using the money Jing Hongyu gave her, she booked a cheap hourly room, cleaned herself up, and started applying for jobs at various convenience stores, bookstores, cafes, and bubble tea shops. Within 2 days, she got a job as a clerk at a chain fast food restaurant, working the night shift. Although it was tough, she could eat the restaurant's food, secretly wash up in the restroom, and didn't have to search for a safe place to sleep in the middle of the night. The university town was nearby. During the day, she could lie down in the library and sleep soundly until dark. Everyone was studying or reading, and no one bothered her. It was quiet and safe. One day, after finishing her night shift, Shulan changed out of her work clothes and, still half asleep, wandered into the university, finding her usual secluded spot to sleep. Unfortunately, the table was already full. She could only turn around regretfully, intending to find another table to rest, when suddenly someone grabbed her hand. High-speed rail station girl? Aren't you the girl from the high-speed rail station? Who would name themselves high-speed rail station? Shulan also recognized Jing Hongyu immediately. He was the kind person who had been incredibly generous to her half a month ago, leaving a deep impression. She ate that bag of meat buns for 2 days, then threw them away on the 3rd day because they had gone bad. She feigned surprise at meeting an acquaintance, Meat Bun Brother. The surrounding area burst into laughter, but since it was a library, they quickly suppressed their laughter. Jing Hongyu said shyly, "My name is Jing Hongyu, what's yours?" Shu Lan's gaze swept over the book he was reading on the table, titled Calculus BC, and she habitually made up an excuse. "Just call me Xiao Wei." Jing Hongyu stood up. "Xiao Wei, come on, let's go outside and talk." Shu Lan had stayed up all night, and was so tired her head ached, but for the sake of the 300 yuan, she went out with him. "What are you doing here?" Shu Lan's eyelids drooped, looking dejected and exhausted. "I found a job nearby, working at night, and sleeping here during the day." "You sleep in our school library?" Shu Lan said aggrievedly. "I don't snore. I won't disturb your studies." "I don't mean to blame you. It's already amazing that you found a job." Jing Hongyu looked at her with concern. "No wonder you look so haggard. Sleeping on a table in the library must be uncomfortable." Shu Lan subconsciously pressed her neck. It was indeed a little uncomfortable. Every time she woke up, her arms were numb, and her neck felt dislocated. "It's okay, it's just that my job doesn't provide accommodation, and I don't have extra money to find a place. I look for a cheap place to rent after I get paid next month." "How much do you earn a month?" Shu Lan said. 18,000. Chapter 113. She blurted out the truth, then immediately realized, "It's too little. I don't have enough. I can't pay you back." Jing Hongyu couldn't help but chuckle. "I didn't ask you to pay me back. My monthly living expenses are 10,000 yuan. I'm not going to haggle over such things." Shu Lan weakly replied, "Oh, so that's how expensive university is? 10,000 yuan. Luckily, she dropped out of high school, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to afford university." Jing Hongyu then asked, "But what kind of job only pays 1,800 yuan a month? You haven't been ripped off, have you?" "A fast food restaurant clerk. The first month is a probationary period, after that, it'd be 500 more. That's only a little over 2,000. Shu Lan frowned slightly. "What do you mean, only a little over 2,000? 2,000 could buy a lot of things. Cheap rice is 2 yuan a pound, 20 pounds would be enough for her for a month. Pork is 10 yuan a pound, eggs are 80 cents each. If she ate meat, eggs, and vegetables every day, it would only cost 500 yuan a month. Besides, she could buy herself some snacks, a couple of clothes, and maybe even have a few hundred left after paying rent and utilities. She didn't even have a high school diploma, had no relatives in the area, and wasn't even 18 yet. Finding a job paying 2,000 was difficult enough. He was actually complaining about the amount. He truly didn't understand the hardships of life. Jing Hongyu said, "I lend you 5,000. Use it to rent a place. Don't sleep in the library anymore." "How much?" 5,000. Shu Lan was tempted, yet also wary. "Brother, we only met twice, and you dare lend me money?" Jing Hongyu said matter-of-factly, "Why wouldn't I dare? You don't steal, you don't rob, you don't cheat. I told you to find a job, and you did. Such a good girl who listens to advice. Give me your account number, I transfer it to you." Shu Lan hesitated, using her previous persona as an excuse to politely decline him. "I don't have a phone. It was stolen along with my luggage." "Oh, I happen to have an old phone in my dorm. I go get it for you." 2 hours later, Jing Hongyu went to class. Shu Lan stood at the university gate, holding her second-hand brand-name phone, and the 5,000 yuan she had just withdrawn from the ATM, her mind completely blank. She glanced back at the university. It was quite prestigious, a top-tier institution often mentioned by teachers, not a gathering place for rich fools. Shu Lan blinked, muttering absent-mindedly, "Is he crazy? He doesn't even know my name. Oh well, who cares?" Money handed to her. Anyone who doesn't take it is a complete idiot. No matter how she thought about it, the only valuable thing she possessed was her looks. If Jing Hongyu was after that, he'd be the next one in the emergency room. The incredibly efficient Shu Lan quickly used the 5,000 yuan to arrange accommodation for herself. Because the weather had changed, she also bought some new, warm clothes. Lying in bed felt incredibly blissful. Shu Lan rolled over, then her phone rang. It was a message from Jing Hongyu. "Xiao Wei, have you found a place yet?" Shu Lan looked at the message. her eyes flashing with thought. She tentatively replied, "Yes, brother. But with so much money, I might not be able to pay it back for a long time. It's nothing. If I buy one less pair of shoes, it can help a little girl change her fate. It's good enough." If Jing Hongyu meant it sincerely, then he was simply a rich, naive, and kind-hearted person. Xu Lan's lips curled into a smile. She turned over, lay on the pillow, and typed to him, "If you bring friends to my workplace for dinner, I secretly fill your place with fries." Jing Hongyu laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha." After working for a month, just when Xu Lan should have been promoted and received a raise, a new employee suddenly arrived, rumored to have some connection with the boss. Then the boss said that the sales revenue had decreased significantly that month, concluding that Xu Lan had been secretly taking money from the store. Xu Lan knew he was trying to force her out to make room for the new employee. Her hands trembled with anger. She said coldly, "There are security cameras in the store. Don't slander me. If you're so capable, show me the evidence that I stole the money." The boss retorted confidently, "When you take money, you always avoid the cameras. Anyway, you're fired." Xu Lan closed her eyes tightly, resisting the urge to throw the frying oil in his face. "Fire me, but give me my salary for this month. You stole money from the store, and you still have the nerve to ask me to pay you? I'm being lenient by not sending you to the police station. Get out." The manager was tall and burly, and shameless. Xu Lan couldn't argue with him, nor could she fight him. Suppressing her anger, she took off her work clothes and walked out. Just you wait. Using sales figures as an excuse to smear her, she makes sure you never have any sales again. She uploaded videos and pictures of her complaints to Jing Hongyu to the forums and confession walls of nearby universities. Title: Exposing the unethical conduct of a certain fast food restaurant owner. Cheap imported chicken was repeatedly thawed and refrozen. If it spoiled, employees were instructed to add more seasoning and resell it. Even oil that had turned black was not allowed to be thrown away by the staff. To save on wages, several people worked tirelessly from morning till night, while the filthy kitchen was left unattended. This restaurant, primarily catering to university students, went from thriving to being avoided by everyone in just 2 or 3 days. The scandal forced the chain to issue an emergency public relations statement, clarifying that it was a problem with the store manager's conduct, that he had been dismissed, the restaurant suspended for rectification, and that other stores would not experience the same situation. The mastermind behind it all, Xu Lan, sat in her rented room, biting into the fresh chicken she had stewed herself and sneered, "Fired me? You won't have it easy either." Jing Hongyu asked, "Xiao Wei, even though you worked for free for a month, don't be too upset. Just think of it as doing a public service." Xu Lan's eyebrows drooped instantly. She tore off a piece of chicken and muttered, "An idiot is an idiot. He has no sense of etiquette. I finally saw some good news, and he brings up working for free again to upset me." Even if it was only 1,800 yuan, that was still her hard-earned money after a month of inhaling cooking fumes. How could she not be upset? She cried for a long time that day. However, out of consideration for Jing Hongyu's kind heart, Xu Lan magnanimously didn't argue with him and changed the subject. "Brother, I'm planning to learn a skill. People with a skill can earn more." Jing Hongyu asked, "You have a plan?" "I can cook, and I'm pretty good at it. I could learn to be a chef or bake, make cakes or something, or maybe become a nutritionist. But before that, I need to find a job and save up some tuition fees." Without another word, a red message popped up on Jing Hongyu's screen. He transferred 5,000 yuan to her. Below was a crisp, clean word, "Learn." At that moment, Xu Lan wasn't thinking much. Her intention was just to change the subject. Jing Hongyu's transfer caught her completely off guard. Is this guy some kind of god of wealth descended to earth? Xu Lan's feelings were complicated. She didn't accept his money, but instead took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and typed, "Actually, I lied to you." Jing Hongyu replied, "I know. I saw it when I transferred the money. Your name has 2 characters, ending with Lan. You're not called Xiao Wei." It wasn't just her name. It was the real reason she couldn't go home. Xu Lan pondered this for a long time, her heart pounding until the chicken soup for her ears almost cooled, but she still couldn't bring herself to tell him the truth. Based on her observation of Jing Hongyu over the past month, she knew that if she told him the truth, this big idiot Jing Hongyu would definitely advise her to turn over a new leaf and start anew, and might even help her pay off her medical bills. Pay off what? Her parents didn't care about her. She didn't want this idiot Jing Hongyu meddling in her affairs. She slowly typed, I didn't want to tell you my name back then. Will you be angry with me?" Jing Hongyu said, "Ha ha, no, It's normal for girls to be a little guarded. Speaking of which, is 5,000 enough for you to learn a trade? Thank you, brother. The money is enough. After I learned it, I pay you back with interest for 3 pairs of shoes. She didn't want to owe him too much. 10,000 would be the most she could ask for. Local baking schools were too expensive, so Shulan saw a cheaper one in a neighboring city, where rent was also lower, and decided to move there to learn a trade. Shortly after Shulan left, a terrible virus broke out on a large scale, and every city saw horrific scenes of zombies slaughtering civilians in the streets. Shulan was constantly on the run, losing her phone in the process. With global communication disrupted, she lost contact with the kind person who had helped her. Only the name Jing Hongyu remained in her heart, along with an invisible IOU. Chapter 114. She thought he was dead, and never expected that everything would change when they spoke again. Commander of District 9, are you still there? A sudden voice came from the radio in front of her. Shulan blinked, her thoughts returning, and pressed the microphone to speak. Yes, what did you just ask? Oh, Jilan, she arrived a long time ago. Should I call her over to say hello? Jing Hongyu said, no need. I'm on my way to District 9 with 18,000 men. At the current pace, we should arrive in about a month. Okay. Shu Lan's fingers unconsciously traced numbers on the edge of the table, then she suddenly asked, Jing Hongyu, what's your shoe size? There was silence on the other end of the radio, followed by a reply, 43. What's the point of that question? No point. Have a safe journey. Thank you. The call ended there. Shu Lan pulled Shu Maomao back to make dumplings, while Jing Hongyu sat in front of the radio, staring at his feet, completely bewildered. This woman named Qin Xiaoshuang was equally enigmatic. Other survivors heading to District 9 were also sending messages to it. As expected, once all those who surrendered arrived, District 9 would once again become the most populous region in the country. District 15 set off first. Most crops wouldn't yield anything in winter, and if they waited another winter, their remaining food supplies wouldn't be enough to reach District 9. Leaving was their only option. Jing Hongyu hadn't anticipated that they would be stranded on the road for 2 days by a blizzard. The extremely low temperatures and harsh weather forced everyone to stop and search for shelter in unfamiliar cities. Besides the zombie virus, the threat of ordinary viruses was not to be underestimated. A large number of people in District 15 were suffering from colds, fevers, and even pneumonia due to the severe cold and malnutrition. With the medical system paralyzed, infectious diseases loomed over humanity like the shadow of death. They didn't have enough medicine, and only a small number of healing ability users were available. Even working themselves to exhaustion couldn't stop wave after wave of people from falling ill. After the first person died from the disease, the bad news spread like wildfire throughout the entire unit. Zombies, disease, hunger, the despair brought on by these factors choked them, and most people were on the verge of mental collapse. For those 2 days, Jing Hongyu was ice cold, his thoughts frozen, his chest feeling like it was filled with a lump of iron. The guilt of his poor decision-making made it hard for him to breathe, and he couldn't speak. Commander, I think we have to abandon the sick and move forward. Abandon? Jing Hongyu, who was building the furnace, blankly raised his head. His eyes were covered in spiderweb like red blood vessels, and half of his body remained burned, resembling charred tree bark. Combined with his sunken cheeks, his appearance was horrifying. He was a completely different person from the spirited hero he once was, full of passion and courage, leading the superhumans in brave battles against zombies, and building a vast base. His teammate, and former roommate, stated the facts with his usual clarity. If we don't leave now, more and more people will get infected, and we won't have enough food. Fourth brother, Jing Hongyu's lips trembled, his voice weak. Did I make another wrong decision? Was he incapable of leading everyone on such a long journey to District 9 in winter? The man known as the fourth brother hugged him tightly. Buddy, pull yourself together. You're the commander. You can't break down prematurely. If you do, we're all finished. Jing Hongyu was indeed on the verge of collapse. His confidence and pride were being crushed to pieces by the successive blows. I'm not worthy of being a commander at all. If senior sister Jilan had made the arrangements, she would have considered all the circumstances before we left. But I always act impulsively and make the wrong choices, leading people into a fire pit. Fighting the zombie king, setting off in winter, it's all the same. The fourth brother placed his hands on Jing Hongyu's shoulders and shook him forcefully. Listen carefully, from the moment everyone elected you, it meant they were willing to follow you, even if it was wrong. After all, who in the world can always make the right choices? That's the identity of a commander. Having the power to make decisions also comes the pressure of cleaning up the mess. Most people can't handle that. Seeing Jing Hongyu's back hunched like an old man's, the fourth brother sighed, someone like you can't be ruthless. Once the snow stops, I call all the healthy people away. No need. Jing Hongyu slowly straightened up, pulling himself out of his regret, wiping his eyes with his hand. Don't worry about it. I bear the blame. Jing Hongyu carried one stove after another, each filled with firewood, to each cold room. The snow gradually stopped. After counting the remaining less than 3 truckloads and the food in the 2 spaces, he had a rough idea of the situation. They had only traveled halfway, and only 1/5 of the food remained. It certainly wasn't enough to sustain everyone until they reached District 9. He dragged his heavy heart, glanced at the still falling snow, walked past all the impassable vehicles, and finally stopped in front of a green pickup truck, climbing into the back. He missed Ji-lan pointing her finger at his head, scolding him, and then calmly making her decision. During their last phone call, Jing Hongyu thought that some apologies would be more sincere if said in person, so after hearing that she had arrived safely, he didn't bother contacting her again. He gave a bitter smile. How stupid of him. How could he have known he might never see her again? He moved the radio out, took it to an open rooftop with a better signal, and reassembled it in the wind and snow, tuning it to the public call channel. The Zombie King hadn't appeared recently, and this method of communication was back in use. Hello, this is Commander Jing Hongyu of District 15. District 9, please respond. No one responded. The people of District 9 seemed busy every day, occasionally relaying their information to the outside world, but not caring about what was happening outside. Jing Hongyu didn't give up, waiting a while before repeating the same words. He possessed fire-based abilities, so the cold posed no threat to him. He sat in the wind and snow, calling out repeatedly. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, someone finally responded. Sector 9 heard you. What is it? Jing Hongyu breathed a sigh of relief. I want to communicate with a girl named Ji-lan at your base. Director Ji, wait a moment. I need to ask our commander first. After about 20 more minutes, a clear, familiar voice rang out. This is Ji-lan, Jing Hongyu. What can I do for you? Jing Hongyu's nose instantly stung with tears, hot tears streaming down his face. A grown man in his 20s curled up on the rooftop, clutching his chest and sobbing. I'm sorry, Senior. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. He truly knew he was wrong. He shouldn't have let the surrounding voices sway him, and ignored her feelings. He shouldn't have persisted in his useless heroism, driving away the woman who had fought alongside him all this time. In District 9, Ji-lan's breath hitched, and her eyes immediately reddened. They had worked together for 8 years, since the school was overrun by zombies. During that time, they had countless arguments, big and small. She was proud and resentful, and every time they argued, Jing Hongyu, with his good temper, would be the first to back down. This time was no different. She looked up at the ceiling of the broadcasting room, trying to force back her tears, but it was no use. The tears still welled up. She took a few deep breaths, and continued to speak calmly. I heard you suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the zombies, and you regret it now, right? Yes. I should have listened to you. You are the most important commander in District 15. Ji-lan scoffed, stop flattering me. I have absolutely no interest in that position. Tell me, why are you apologizing now? Jing Hongyu cried uncontrollably. He knew the whole country might hear him crying on public airwaves, which was embarrassing, but he needed to cry to release the overwhelming guilt that was crushing him. I messed up, Senior. Without you, I messed everything up. A blizzard hit Tiangue City, and the people you protected for so long were all sickened by me. There's no medicine, not enough food, and they can't go to District 9. It was my wrong decision that killed them. I will stay here with them. Perhaps we never see each other again, so I have to make sure I tell you what's on my mind right now. Jing Hongyu forcefully wiped away his tears, took a deep breath, and earnestly told her, word by word. You've done so well all these years. I'm sorry, and thank you. Chapter 115. Ji-lan covered her mouth, tears welling up again. In this apocalyptic world, even tissues were scarce, so she could only wipe them away with the back of her hand, snapping, shut up. I'm not your family. What kind of last words are you giving me? I considered you my own sister. Ji-lan retorted mercilessly, I don't have a brother as stupid as you, treating the apocalypse like a fighting game, thinking that having a superpower is enough to save the world, ignoring everything except killing zombies. Now that you know there's a lot of trouble to deal with besides zombies at a base, you remember all the hard work I'd done over the years. What? Jing Hongyu explained weakly, I know, I always known you had a hard time, so I gave you all the permissions and prioritized giving you the best resources. But that only makes me a target for criticism and attack. Jing Hongyu, what chills me most is that you know I had a hard time, and I had a tough time too. But when others criticize me, you pretend to be mute. Do you think that by not speaking, you're not standing with them to deny me? Jing Hongyu was speechless, the wind was cold, and Ji Lan's words were cold too. He was enveloped in guilt. It turned out that the problems between him and her had existed for a long time, much more extensive than he had thought, and couldn't be solved with just a few explanations and apologies. Because I'm a woman, my abilities aren't as strong as yours, so my words have no weight. Those people you brought out, I asked them if they wanted to come with me. They chose you, not me. Now they're dying of illness outside. What does that have to do with me, Ji Lan? Jing Hongyu lowered his head, utterly defeated, and resignedly said, yes, it has nothing to do with you. Ji Lan finished her tirade, and finally felt a little better. She closed her eyes to calm herself for a moment, and when she opened them again, the anger and resentment had subsided. She was once again the calm and intelligent Ji Lan. We can talk about our argument later. Who's right and who's wrong won't change reality. Listen, separate the sick from the healthy. You can always boil hot water, right? Use hot water to clean them up, and find dry bedding so the patients can get plenty of rest. Give the healers the most energy possible, and let them take turns using their abilities, prioritizing those with more severe illnesses. Don't be stingy with food. Everyone needs to be well fed to have the strength to fight off the disease and the cold. Hearing this familiar tone and pace, Jing Hongyu felt as if he had found a pillar of support, and his eyes gradually brightened. She was still willing to take care of him. He instantly perked up. Okay, we finished eating. What's the plan for the rest of the journey? Ji Lan said, human life is more important. Just eat whatever you have. I go find the commander, and ask her permission to bring food and a healing ability user to pick you up. Of course, I'm talking about my current commander, Qin Xiaoshuang, not you, you idiot. Oh, hurry up and get busy. Crying and getting scolded on the public channel is embarrassing. Jing Hongyu grinned foolishly. Okay. I know, senior, I'm going. Sure enough, with her there, all the problems were solved. Ji Lan put down her microphone and let out a soft breath. She spoke firmly to give Jing Hongyu confidence, but deep down she wasn't sure if Commander Qin Xiaoshuang would agree to her request. After all, rescuing a group of people from such a distant place didn't seem to benefit Qin Xiaoshuang. Let's ask first. Ji Lan, after asking around, found Xu Lan and nervously told her about the other half of District 15 being trapped in the snowstorm. Xu Lan listened and said almost without hesitation, support? Sure. Do you agree, Master Mao Mao? Xu Mao Mao sat beside her, expressionlessly throwing scrap metal into the smelting furnace, according to the proportions teacher Zhou had given him. This furnace was an old friend they had moved from the old base, originally used to incinerate countless corpses. The underground base project needed a large amount of steel, and the temperature of the fuse fire type ability was just right for steelmaking. He could then use his metal control ability to shape the liquid metal into the shapes and sizes he wanted. The temperature around the furnace was very high, and there were racks for drying meat, sweet potatoes, radishes, and green beans. Since Mommy said it was okay, Xu Mao Mao didn't care. Xu Lan nodded. I remember there are about 20 healing ability users in our base. Let Mimi stay at the base. All these people can be taken over. Oh! And our miracle healer, Dr. Mao Mao. Xu Mao Mao mentally counted. 13, the nickname his mother gave him. Just now she called him Alchemy Master, and now she has another nickname, Miracle Healer, Dr. Mao Mao. Ji Lan, go and call Huiyu, Lao Lu, and Sister Wang. Ji Lan's apprehension turned into gratitude. Zhong Mei and the others said that the commander was very easy to talk to most of the time, and it was indeed true. The 5 people who had been summoned sat around a small table. Xu Lan picked up her thermos, took a sip of cooled water, and spoke with an air of nonchalance. Let's have a quick meeting. Mao Mao and I are going to pick up the other half of District 15. Besides leaving enough food, is there anything else we need to arrange? Huiyu asked, where to? Let me calculate the round-trip time. Xu Lan looked at Ji Lan, who took out a prepared map and paper and marked the location for them. Lu Xingyo glanced at the distance and said, drive there. No stops along the way. We can get there in an afternoon, a day trip. We can bring them all back with us. Ji Lan explained, there's a blizzard there, trapping over 18,000 people, many of them sick. They need to be treated on the spot, otherwise they bring the disease back and infect us healthy people. Plus, transporting them all by car will consume a lot of fuel. Shulan said, that's alright. Our gasoline king Mao Mao has a special ability, turning water into oil. Shu Mao Mao calmly continued his alchemy while munching on dried sweet potatoes, mentally counting the 14th nickname. Lu Xingyu glanced awkwardly to the side, unable to respond, because the superpower had been taken from one of his subordinates. Shulan continued, I plan to take all their superpowers as soon as we meet, then bring them back as quickly as possible to prevent them from causing any trouble on the way. Jilan was also speechless, because the superpowered individuals about to be abducted were people she knew. She could imagine the chaos that would ensue as they went from superheroes with superpowers to ordinary people. Hui Yu said, if we want to heal them on the spot, it will take some time. The construction of the underground base is progressing smoothly, and it won't be a problem if Master Mao is away for a short time. There's enough rice in the warehouse for 2 days, and some dried goods. After discussing it, they finally set the time frame at 5 days, 5 days at most. Once the deadline was up, regardless of the situation of the reinforcements, Shulan would bring Shu Mao Mao back. She left some guns for Lu Xingyu and her trusted subordinates, so that if anyone caused trouble in the base, they would have the strength to suppress it. However, everyone in District 9 was part of a shared interest group. Unless someone was mentally unstable, it was unlikely that anyone would suddenly decide to cause trouble while perfectly healthy. Shulan didn't want to ride in a large truck. She was itching to drive herself. So she chose an SUV that Lin Yi had previously acquired, got into the driver's seat, and saw Jilan passing by, waving enthusiastically. Lan, I give you a ride. Jilan had no objections. Sitting in the back seat, even though the woman in front of her was younger than her, she subconsciously tensed up, feeling awkward and uneasy, as if she had gotten into the car of some important person. As soon as Shu Mao Mao got into the passenger seat, she automatically fastened her seatbelt and asked Shulan suspiciously, Mommy, do you still remember how to drive? Shulan looked up. Of course, don't underestimate your mom's memory. She confidently turned the key, stepped on the gas, and the car slowly drove onto the road. Jilan, Commander, handbrake. Oh! That explains why it was so slow even though I pressed it all the way down. Jilan was a little scared, her back pressed tightly against the seat, and she quietly fumbled for the seatbelt at the edge of the seat. Chapter 116. The snowstorm intensified, and Jing Hongyu busied himself carrying hot water to each room. Old Fourth followed him, whispering, What are you busy with? Didn't you say you were giving up on these patients? Jing Hongyu bent down, shoveling clean snow into a bucket, and said breathlessly, I'm not giving up. They're all people we rescued together. If we're going to save them, we save them to the end. Old Fourth glanced at the batches of vacuum-packed rice being unloaded not far away, and said with exasperation, Are you crazy, Jing Hongyu? If you feed them all this, how are we superhumans supposed to get to District 9? Jing Hongyu pushed him aside, picked up the bucket, and walked towards the water heater. I contacted Senior Sister Jilan. She said she requests the District 9 commander to come with food and superhumans to provide support. Ha! As if he heard something utterly absurd and unrealistic, Old Four sneered, I'm truly impressed by you. What did Jilan give you? What's wrong with you now? She gave her the deputy commander position and obeyed her every word. Yet she still insists that you two aren't having an affair. How can there be any innocence between a man and a woman? Jing Hongyu put down the bucket, turned around, and punched him hard in the mouth, knocking him to the ground in the snow. He angrily scolded him, Enough. Acknowledging her excellence isn't hard, but don't drag all her achievements into an improper relationship just because of her gender. The fourth brother glared at him, baring his teeth, Jing Hongyu, I've been your brother for so many years, and you actually hit me over a single sentence. More than one sentence. Jing Hongyu looked at him wearily and said, we said more than one sentence? Just because she doesn't mind doesn't mean she doesn't care. Senior Sister Jilan is completely disappointed in us, and is still willing to ask others for help, and you're still saying bad things about her. Fool. She's lying to you. How could she possibly come? Do you know what's most valuable in the apocalypse? Superhumans, supplies. If you were the commander of District 9, would you waste fuel, carrying precious supplies, traveling thousands of miles to rescue these useless ordinary people who will need all sorts of assistance in the future? Jing Hongyu couldn't refute him, a flicker of wavering crossing his face. With all operations shut down, the massive daily consumption was a heavy burden for each base, and each survivor base was barely maintaining operations. One reason they were unwilling to surrender to the zombies and accept exile was the fear that if everyone gathered together and there wasn't enough food, they would still face annihilation. But the sleep-talking diary that District 9 communicated never mentioned the problem of insufficient supplies, and Ji Lan's tone at the time was very firm. Thinking of her, Jing Hongyu's wavering confidence slowly steadied, and he said resolutely, "Yes, I believe in her." The fourth brother stood up, cursing, "Believe me then. I've finally seen through it all. Following your idealism will only lead to certain death. You have no idea how unwilling those ability users were to take care of the patients. If I hadn't come to persuade you, they would have already revolted. Once the snow stops, those people will leave with the space ability users, and then we see what you do." Jing Hongyu put down the bucket and strode towards the direction where the ability users were gathered. The fourth brother caught up with him and blocked his way. "Damn it, you're not going to fight them, are you? Don't go, Jing Hongyu. No one will help you if you fight now. Besides, everyone wants to live for themselves. They just don't want to be morally coerced like you, selflessly sacrificing themselves to be good people. Are you going to burn all the ability users alive because of that?" Although the fourth brother's words were harsh, they were often incredibly realistic, like countless steel blades pinning Jing Hongyu to the spot, unable to move forward another step. He breathed heavily, his heart aching as if he had been punched countless times. He clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his neck, and finally, his eyes reddened, his voice hoarse as if tempered by rage. "Fine, you can go, but you can't take everything." The snow didn't stop until the next morning. The already divided 15th district saw another split, with over 200 ability users taking nearly half the supplies and the well-stocked fuel vehicle. It wasn't fair, but Jing Hongyu had no choice. His injuries from fighting the zombie king hadn't healed, and so many ability users wanted to leave. 37 ability users chose to stay, including Hisheng's team. Jing Hongyu looked at the remaining people, wanting to speak but choking back tears, unable to utter a word. "Dude," Monkey said, "you look like you're about to cry from being so moved." Jing Hongyu grinned, forcing a bitter smile. "Dude, I've been a terrible commander, haven't I?" Monkey shrugged. "Well, this position is never easy. Nobody pays you a salary or gives you bonuses, so who cares about success or failure? But you said my wife Ji Lan would bring people, you weren't lying, were you?" "No, she told me herself." Hisheng gazed at the departing car in the pale sky, his breath steaming in the air. "Then we believe her with you." Patrick rubbed his arms. "Let's go inside, it's really cold outside." They gathered some firewood for heating, and everyone went back inside to continue caring for the sick or rest. Hearing that most of the healing ability users had left, the already depressed patients became even more dejected. Communication between people was almost non-existent, and the entire city felt lifeless. Under immense pressure, Wild Dog began to crave a cigarette. He went to the balcony, took out a newly found cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and was about to light it when he saw some dark shadows. He squinted, then widened his eyes to their maximum, turned, and went back inside. "Hey! Captain, come quick!" They seemed to be back. At the end of the main road, the trucks that had just left slowly drove back, one after another, and stopped. That wasn't all. Following behind were unfamiliar trucks, buses, and vans, appearing one after another from the white expanse of the world, dispersing to both sides of the side road, parking, densely filling the entire block. 10, 11, 12, someone counted aloud, but stopped because the traffic was too heavy and visibility was obstructed. Where did they bring so many cars back from? No, look, the cars coming from behind aren't ours. Hearing the news, Jing Hongyu rushed down like a whirlwind, his heart pounding. It's reinforcements. It must be reinforcements brought by Ji Lan. The fourth brother also returned. After getting out of the car, he stood by the roadside with a complicated expression. He saw Jing Hongyu and wanted to say something, but was forcefully pushed away. Senior Sister Ji Lan. Jing Hongyu shouted, his eyes unusually bright. He ran through 2 blocks, countless cars passing by. The cold air filled his lungs, feeling like sandpaper rubbing against his flesh. Jing Hongyu kept shouting, Senior Sister Ji Lan, are you here? Finally, someone gave him directions, telling him to look at the back of the convoy. Jing Hongyu took off running again, his breathing becoming increasingly labored, his legs heavy and aching. The only thing driving him was the thought of seeing that person again. Finally, beside a military green SUV, he spotted a familiar figure. Jing Hongyu rushed forward with open arms, shouting joyfully and excitedly, Ji Lan. Ji Lan turned around at the sound of his voice, and saw a disheveled man, half his face covered in burned scars that were barely healing, the other half contorted with excitement, lunging at her. Startled and confused, she retreated. Who is it? Bang! Just as Jing Hongyu's hand was about to touch Ji Lan, the passenger door suddenly sprang open, slamming heavily onto the running man, knocking him to the ground. Shu Maomao got out of the car and stood in front of Ji Lan. He wore a black cotton jacket, brown trousers, and ankle boots, his hands in his pockets. He had a youthful yet handsome face, his eyes lowered, his eyelids half closed, his gaze coldly fixed on Jing Hongyu, who was now sitting on the ground. What do you want? Chapter 117. After giving birth, Shu Lan was prone to feeling cold. Before getting out of the car, she wore a hat, scarf, and gloves, bundled up tightly before opening the door. She turned halfway around the front of the car and saw Jing Hongyu on the ground. Even Ji Lan didn't recognize him immediately, let alone Shu Lan, who thought the man rushing towards her was a deranged thug. She frowned. Who is this, courting death? Shu Maomao withdrew her left hand, and with a thought, a pistol appeared out of thin air at her fingertips. She spun the gun, placed the trigger, and aimed it at Jing Hongyu's head. Jing Hongyu's excited expression shifted repeatedly. A child? A gun? A real gun? Seeing the child holding the real gun, his finger actually moving, Jing Hongyu quickly identified himself. Senior. It's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Ji Lan gasped, shocked. Don't shoot. He's Jing Hongyu. Shu Lan's gaze swept over the man's features, recognizing some familiar traces. The handsome, confident, and sunny young man she remembered was now disheveled, his beard unshaven for days. Not only was he unkempt, but his appearance was utterly ruined, more wretched than a homeless person or a beggar. Her brows furrowed deeper. She raised her hand and placed it on Shu Maomao's hand, shaking her head at him. No need to kill anyone. Shu Maomao withdrew his hand and walked to the side. The 9th district mostly experienced sleet, which melted as soon as it hit the ground. Since leaving Xi'an with Shu Lan, Shu Maomao hadn't seen such thick snow, covering the city with a white blanket. He had become interested in it while in the car. The snow they had stepped on was very dirty. Shu Maomao looked up at the trees piled with snow above them. Ji Lan reached out and pulled Jing Hongyu up, her gaze falling on the scars on his face. For a moment, she didn't know how to face him. After turning her back on her, he seemed to have suffered a devastating defeat. She was still furious, especially after bumping into the fleeing superhumans on the street. She felt utterly disappointed in Jing Hongyu. If it were Qin Xiaoshuang, she would have stripped them bare and kicked them to the curb, leaving them to fend for themselves. How could Jing Hongyu have given up so many benefits? If she hadn't come, wouldn't the rest of them have certainly died? But facing this dim, insecure, even somewhat humble Jing Hongyu, the words of reproach stuck in Ji Lan's throat. He was foolish, but he was Ji Lan's savior, the Jing Hongyu who had once led the superhumans to bravely rescue countless survivors from the zombies, a hero in the making. Now, however, she has lost her influence due to a crushing defeat and injuries, and has become this wretched state. Not only did Jing Hongyu treat her like an older sister, but Ji Lan also saw him as a disappointing younger brother whom she couldn't truly abandon. Her tone was stiff, as if she were a stranger, as she introduced Shu Lan to Jing Hongyu. This is my commander, Qin Xiaoshuang. From the moment Jing Hongyu was recognized, Shu Lan pulled her scarf up quite a bit, revealing a pair of bright eyes, and greeted him in a friendly tone. Hello, Jing Hongyu. Qin Xiaoshuang was on the completely opposite side to Bei Ting. Bei Ting was the leader of the pro-war faction, while Qin Xiaoshuang was the leader of the pro-surrender faction, and she even groveled before the zombie king. Previously, everyone despised Qin Xiaoshuang of District 9, but now they were all begging her for help. When everyone was condemning Qin Xiaoshuang, Jing Hongyu hadn't participated, but he had chosen Bei Ting's side. Now that she was openly offering help, Jing Hongyu felt ashamed from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't look her in the eye, and his voice lacked confidence. Hello, shall we shake hands? Of course. Shu Lan's eyes crinkled into a smile. As she extended her hand, she suddenly caught a glimpse of Shu Maomao to her left, raising her foot towards the tree trunk behind Jing Hongyu. She immediately changed direction, took 2 steps back, and crouched down, covering her head. Jing Hongyu asked in confusion, what? A flurry of snow pelted him, silencing his words. Ji Lan was startled. She was standing very close, but the snow falling from the tree only hid Jing Hongyu, ignoring her. Seeing Jing Hongyu standing there like a statue, dumbfounded, she couldn't help but smile. The awkwardness of their reunion after parting ways vanished with that smile. What a hapless bastard! Shu Lan stood up, swiftly grabbing Shu Maomao and stuffing a handful of snow into his collar. Take this, you naughty baby. Shu Maomao shrank back, trying to evoke her maternal instincts. Mommy, I checked. I can't hit you. You scared me. From now on, you have to tell your mom before you do anything naughty, okay? Okay. Jing Hongyu shook his head, leaned closer to Ji Lan, and whispered, Senior, Qin Xiaoshuang's son is so young, yet she takes him everywhere. Why not leave him at the base? Giving him real guns as toys is so dangerous. Ji Lan suddenly understood how her cousin Ji Xian had felt when they first met. She looked at Jing Hongyu with the same ambiguous, sympathetic gaze, offering no explanation. Because he would soon know the answer. Xu Lan ruffled the increasingly cunning Xu Maomao's hair, regaining her serious expression. Let's go see the patient. This was the most important thing right now, so Jing Hongyu put his doubts aside and led the way. The scarf was too stuffy, Xu Lan whispered in Xu Maomao's ear, and Xu Maomao handed her a mask, which she secretly put on when Jing Hongyu wasn't looking. She could make Jing Hongyu recognize her, but it wasn't the right time yet. Wild Dog had been leaning against the window watching the commotion. The group of superhumans, who had gone halfway, and then returned, looked utterly mortified when faced with Ji Lan and Jing Hongyu. As the crowd began to move, Wild Dog spotted a little boy. After the zombie virus outbreak, the birth rate was close to zero. Firstly, the medical system was inadequate, and childbirth posed a huge risk to women's lives. Secondly, when even they themselves are struggling to feed themselves, the existing children might not even survive to adulthood, having more would only burden the base and their teammates. Therefore, children under 10 are becoming increasingly rare, their scarcity in the apocalypse comparable to prehistoric creatures, and their appearance inevitably attracts attention. The stray dog also found it strange, so it looked at the child a few more times, its eyes widening with each glance. A cigarette butt fell onto its finger with a thud, ignoring the burn, and it turned to shout into the house, Captain! Downstairs, Xu Maomao's ears twitched. He looked up at the empty windowsill, then shook Xu Lan's hand. This gesture meant he had something to say that only Xu Lan could hear. Xu Lan crouched down and brought her ear close. Mommy, hurry up and get the ability. Her son's request must have a reason, so Xu Lan didn't ask further. She stood up and called out, Ji Lan, you and Jing Hongyu call all the ability users over so I can familiarize myself with them. The word familiarize myself with was instantly understood by Ji Lan, who carried it out without hesitation. The people from District 9 exchanged glances, pursing their lips to prevent a smile from creeping onto their faces, and silently stood behind their commander. Upon hearing this news, the ability users from District 15 collectively stiffened, their faces beaming with pride. What did it mean that they looked familiar? It meant that the District 9 commander intended to give them an important position. Sure enough, no matter where they went or which commander they were before, they were always given top priority. The fourth brother, upon being summoned, glanced contemptuously at Ji Lan and said to Jing Hongyu, you see, the District 9 commander isn't here to treat Ji Lan out of respect, she's here to take away our District 9 ability users, and secondly, healthy people. That's the choice of a smart commander. Jing Hongyu was already exhausted and didn't want to argue with him, so he went to call the next person. Chapter 118. Upon hearing that their new leader would be familiar with them, the ability users eagerly gathered around, filled with anticipation and excitement. Only Wild Dog ventured inside, finding Yisheng, who was tending to a patient. Captain, I saw Chui and her child. The usually quiet and reserved Yisheng raised his voice, jumping to his feet. Where? With Deputy Commander Ji Lan, she came from District 9 with her. At that moment, Jing Hongyu's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie on Yisheng's waist. Brother he, please call down all the ability users still busy in your building. Wild Dog immediately darted out. I go get Monkey and the others. If she dares to show her face again, we settle accounts with that woman. Yisheng walked to the window, forcefully pulled it open, his face grim, his eyes rapidly scanning the crowd below. He was in a storefront building facing the street, with a wide avenue below. He first saw Ji Lan, then a mysterious woman next to her, similar in build but completely covered from head to toe, holding a megaphone. Beside the woman stood a little boy in a black cotton coat. Even though he had grown taller, changed his hairstyle, and lost some of his baby fat, Yisheng would never forget his proportionally enlarged features and his emotionless, chilling gaze. This mother and son had toyed with their feelings, stolen their food and car, and fled, now somehow becoming residents of District 9. Chui probably never expected to meet someone she had once deceived again. Rather than confronting her directly, Yisheng was more interested in seeing what kind of schemes this cunning and unpredictable woman was planning this time. Seeing Yisheng remain unmoved, Xu Maomao withdrew his murderous intent, took 2 steps back, and hid in the shadows behind Xu Lan. Xu Lan turned around and glimpsed a handful of newly formed ice needles in his hand, realizing he was ready. She raised a megaphone and broadcast her voice. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. We had a brief meeting on the street just now, and I didn't have time to introduce myself. Now, let me introduce myself to you in detail. It must be said, the megaphone was of good quality. Her voice could be heard throughout the entire street. Windows opened one by one, making it sound like a presidential campaign speech. Xu Lan had always been thick-skinned, and even under the spotlight, she was not intimidated. She continued, I am Qin Xiaoshuang, the commander of District 9. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. It really is. The deputy commander really brought her. So young? He Sheng's eyes narrowed, his expression one of shock. Her voice was sweet and soft, exactly as he remembered. He was absolutely certain she was the wanted con artist, Chu Yi. But the words that came out of her mouth sounded like a fantasy. How could a wanted criminal dare to call himself the commander of District 9? Xu Lan was unaware that she was being watched by an old enemy. She and her son had a clear division of labor. She was responsible for attracting attention in the open, while Xu Maomao was responsible for harvesting superpowered individuals in the shadows. After revealing her identity, looking at the trembling superpowered individuals before her, her eyes crinkled with laughter, and she continued, I believe everyone has heard that I am a notorious traitor to humanity. I advocate surrendering to the zombies, and establishing underground bases. No matter how many people come to District 9, this plan will not change. If anyone disagrees with me, and still wants to fight the zombies to the death, then I'm sorry, District 9 cannot tolerate you. The superhumans lowered their heads guiltily, Jing Hongyu wishing he could bury his head in the ground. Having lost so badly, who would want to fight zombies? Suddenly, a strange wind arose, sharp and cold, whistling past their ears and cheeks, which were almost numb with cold. Then, transparent ice needles, hidden in the wind, grazed their thin skin, returning one by one, tinged with a faint trace of blood, to the boy's palm. Xu Lan continued, I came here to. A figure rushed out of the stairwell, shouting angrily, Shut up, Chu Yi, you woman who's a liar. No one will believe you anymore. It was Patrick Starr. He Sheng's mind raced, and he tried to use his teleportation ability. He couldn't. He Sheng stared at the unchanged scene before him, his gaze fixed, staring in disbelief at the spot beside the mother and child downstairs. He should have been there right now, so why didn't the teleportation succeed? Patrick swung his arm forward, his arm stretching out like rubber, his fist aimed straight at Xu Lan's face. Xu Lan blinked, slightly surprised. Chu Yi, that name sounds familiar. She seems to have used it before. This round-faced, short, bespectacled, chubby man also looked strangely familiar. The air in front of Xu Lan visibly distorted, his fist was blocked half a meter away. A thin flame wrapped around Patrick's sleeve, and the sudden burst of flame made him quickly pull his hand back, frantically slapping it. Ah! Xu Lan remembered. It's you. What's your name again, Squidward? Patrick, still slapping his sleeve, roared in grief and anger, My name is Patrick. A sudden turn of events completely reversed the situation. Amidst the confusion and bewilderment, Xu Maomao calmly withdrew Patrick Starr's shape-shifting ability. At this moment, Wild Dog ran out. Don't believe her. She and her son are the ones who killed a team of ability users from District 15 2 years ago, and are now wanted by you. Whispers arose from the crowd. I think I vaguely remember that. I think I remember a little bit too. Monkey and Owl followed closely behind, Monkey frantically pushing forward like a flea. It's you, Chu Yi. You deceived my pure feelings and stole our food from the cellar. Explain yourself. How did we ever treat you badly? Do you have any conscience? Familiar faces appeared one after another. Xu Lan raised an eyebrow, also surprised. Oh dear, how did this group end up in District 15? She just inadvertently stirred up trouble with someone she knew. Seeing the situation starting to get chaotic, Ji Lan stepped forward to block Xu Lan and shouted, Everyone calm down. This can be explained. At that time, Jing Hongyu and I learned from the memory reading ability user that she was the murderer, but we didn't fully understand the cause and effect, which is why we issued a warrant from the perspective of District 15. Actually, that group wanted to bully her and insult the commander. She was acting in self-defense. Jing Hongyu was still dizzy from the shocking information that was hitting him one after another when he heard Lao Si shout, Shut up, Ji Lan. I remember our orders at the time were to bring any survivors we encountered during the cleanup mission back to base. Even if those people had some ulterior motives after running into her, she still has abilities. Who would dare to bully her? Her? Nobody was there at the time. After killing people for supplies, she could easily excuse herself with any excuse. Yeah, What about the lives of 4 superhumans? That's too cruel. They were all survivors. Why couldn't they talk things out instead of killing people? Seeing that everyone's emotions were being stirred up, the 4th brother smugly mocked. Besides, she took Heeshung's team's supplies, proving that she's a villain who will do anything for supplies. You surrendered to her and brought her here? Are you planning to take revenge on your own people? Ji-lan opened her mouth to explain again, but Shu-lan reached out and blocked her view, calmly shaking her head, patting Shu Mao's shoulder, and pointing to the man who had spoken the loudest. Baby, that guy is so noisy that Ji-lan and I can't even talk to each other. Shu Mao asked, kill him? Not yet, let's give him a warning. Shu Mao's gaze fell on the snow-covered soil beside them. A vibrant vine burst through the soil, wrapping around Lao Si, especially tightly around his mouth, making his cheeks turn bright red, his eyes bulge, hanging him from the tree like a pig about to be slaughtered for the new year. Jing Hongyu's first reaction was to burn the vines, but a soft yet unyielding voice rang in his ears, abruptly stopping him. Anyone who makes another sound to interrupt me, I kill them. I mean it. Chapter 119. When Jing Hongyu saw the real gun reappear in the boy's hand, his mind flashed back to the entire process of Patrick Star attacking Qin Xiushuang. His expression changed drastically, and he shouted, don't move. Don't make a sound. Let her talk. Indeed, no one moved. Not because of the threat, nor because of Jing Hongyu's order, but because when they tried to use their powers to fight back, they discovered they couldn't use their powers. When did they run out? They still had energy left, so why couldn't they use their powers? Are they sick? They must be sick too. Shu Lan had seen this kind of panicked, headless, confused, and anxious reaction many times. She was all too familiar with it. She curled her lips slightly, raised the megaphone, and said, seriously, why are you all so alarmed? Haven't you ever seen a bad woman before? That's right. Whether it's murder or looting, it was all me. I'm not afraid to tell you, I, Qin Xiushuang, will kill even more people and loot even more supplies in the future, and I even steal your superpowers. As soon as she finished speaking, the previously quiet crowd erupted into a cacophony of quacking like angry ducks in a pond. So that's why I couldn't use my superpower. It was you. I thought it was because I hadn't eaten. Damn it, you. Shu Mao shot and killed the person who was about to finish his curse. Warm blood splattered, the body fell, and the crowd scattered in panic. Those watching this scene suddenly showed expressions of terror, covering their mouths and daring not to utter another sound. Ji-lan, who was nearby, was also startled by the gunshot. Seeing the splattered blood and the fallen body, she blinked blankly for a moment, then shifted her gaze to the mother and son beside her, who seemed unfazed and showed no extra expression. The killings were far too swift. So this was the real commander, the real Lord Mao. Ji-lan sighed inwardly. Thank goodness she had stopped those superhumans she had brought with her. No one had died. Shu-lan tilted her head slightly, her tone tinged with regret. It's always like this. All my threats beforehand are less effective than firing a shot. Every time? This isn't the first time? I don't need you fighting zombies. Your abilities are just weapons you should surrender as prisoners. I'm here to heal the patients and take them to my base. As for you, now ordinary people, if you want to live, follow my orders. If you feel you can't swallow this insult after your abilities were taken, and don't want to submit to me, you can continue to curse me or resist me, and I kill you all. Shu-lan placed her hand on Shu Mao's shoulder, speaking slowly and deliberately. No one cares about your lives except yourselves. It's fine if I lose 200 mouths. All the ability users, who had just become angry, were suppressed by her powerful and arrogant villainous aura. Can murder be done with such righteous indignation? Shu-lan glanced at the quail-like head, then turned to Ji-lan and said, that's enough. Take the healing ability user to the patients. Ji-lan bowed her head. Yes, Commander. The people from District 9 behind her breathed a sigh of relief. Watching the show from their experienced perspective was truly entertaining. Moreover, Master Mao's methods of plundering abilities were becoming increasingly covert. They hadn't even seen what she was doing before these 200-plus ability users became easy prey. Ji-lan passed by her former comrades. One of them grabbed her arm midway, gritting his teeth and cursing her in a low voice, traitor. You let the wolf into the house. You knew she could steal our abilities, but you didn't even warn us. Just you wait. Ji-lan frowned, silently shaking him off. She was used to their harsh treatment. Even if she explained now that she hadn't let them in, that she genuinely came to rescue them, and that following the commander's orders and not resisting would ensure her safety and allow her to live a life 100 times better than before. These people probably wouldn't listen. Shu Mao raised her hand, pointing at the man next to Ji-lan. "Mommy, that guy said, and Ji-lan will see what happens." Shu-lan looked over, clicked her tongue, and said impatiently, "What are you looking at? Trying to cause trouble for my people behind my back? If you're so capable, come and threaten me directly. Lan, get out of my way." Ji-lan quickly walked away, and the man opened his mouth in astonishment. "I didn't mean that." Shu-lan said, "Kill him." Without giving him a chance to protest, Shu Maomao fired, and the second person fell to the ground. Everyone fell completely silent. Ji-lan's blood slowly boiled, a feeling of exhilaration she had never experienced before. Even if it meant letting a wolf into the house, even if it meant helping the commander steal everyone's abilities, so what? She would do what she wanted, with a clear conscience. From now on, she would be a bad woman alongside Qin Xiushuang, and no one could bind her with words or morality anymore. Monkey dared not approach the powerful mother and son ahead. He retreated back again until he reached Hisheng, who had just come downstairs. He covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, "Captain, are you still using your abilities?" Hisheng forced a heavy smile and replied, "I haven't been able to use them for a long time." Monkey tested his electric abilities, then hung his head dejectedly. "I think we mistaken someone for someone else. This woman is called Qin Xiushuang, not the Chui we met." The stray dog tossed a metal lighter, trying several times to make it levitate, but to no avail. Hearing the monkey's self-deceptive words, it smirked, "Are you deaf? She just admitted she's Chui, and she did all the murder and robbery." The owl, tending to Patrick's wrist to treat his burns, suddenly blurted out, "My powers still work." "Huh? Why?" The owl was calmer than the others, because from the beginning he had been pondering Chuyi's motives, only harboring suspicion about her actions, not easily swayed by emotions. What was happening now, ironically, resolved some of the doubts that had been building up in his mind. She said to surrender weapons, which should only refer to combat-type abilities. "We don't know how? She's definitely not Chuyi. She used a false name in front of us. Qin Xiushuang is her real identity." Monkey cautiously asked, "So, should we still settle accounts with her?" Owl glanced at him sideways. "You really want to die?" Thinking of the two still warm corpses on the ground, Monkey quickly shook his head. "I don't want to, forget it." "Holy crap, I felt her child glance at us, it gave me a fright." Owl said, "He must have superhuman hearing, that's why he could hear us." Everyone around immediately shut their mouths. Fire, space, earth, plant, superhuman hearing. The silent Hisheng finally spoke. "They, mother and child, also have more than one ability." "Multiple abilities?" Everyone instantly thought of the zombie king. "Are she and the child both level 3 or higher super zombies?" Owl said, "Definitely not. No matter how you look at it, they're clearly alive. I've been listening to the disaster response channel for a long time. I remember before the infected eradication plan was announced, before all the cities were completely overrun by zombies, the government publicly praised a man nicknamed the Raider. He could steal other people's abilities. They might be related to the Raider too." Wild Dog cried out in a panic, "Stop talking, Owl. That child is staring at you." Shu Maomao did indeed stare at Owl, his gaze like that of death. Hearing the group stop talking in fright, he shook Shulan's hand. Shulan squatted down. Shu Maomao said, "Mommy, that guy called Owl knows about the Raiders?" Shulan's gaze swept lightly over the 5 people huddled together, remembering the potatoes and pumpkins that had sustained her to District 9. Back then, Shu Maomao only had 4 abilities, and the super hearing he was born with. Shulan, fearing another food shortage, suddenly saw the wealthy family of 5. While fleeing, she tried to cram as much space as possible. The other party could always find more food, but she and Shu Maomao might not survive once they entered the city. Of course, from the 5 men's perspective, their good intentions were met with ingratitude, which was quite unfair. Shulan smiled and pinched Shu Maomao's ear. "Don't worry about him. If he knows, he knows. We don't need to fear our secret being discovered anymore." Chapter 120. She stood on the steps of the flower bed, scanning the area. Almost no one dared to meet her gaze. This was the effect of acting first and informing later, to immediately intimidate the group of people who were angry at losing their powers, by witnessing the life that vanished in an instant, extinguishing any glimmer of resistance. Living was hard enough, they had struggled to stay alive until now, who would want to die so easily? Shulan walked down, the crowd automatically parting, and she walked smoothly to Jing Hongyu. "Come with me." Jing Hongyu followed helplessly. His powers were gone too. He had no choice but to obey. He glanced back every now and then at the 4th brother, swaying precariously from the tree trunk, bound by vines. His face showed reluctance, and he hesitated, carefully saying, "Commander Qin, could you?" Before he could finish speaking, Shu Lan knew what he was going to say, and decisively refused. No. If it were anyone else, Shu Lan wouldn't have explained, but because it was Jing Hongyu, she added a few more words. People like him who think they're the only ones who are sober in a world of fools are annoying to listen to. Did you think you wouldn't go to District 9 if I hadn't come? Why are you diverting the hatred that should be directed at me onto Ji Lan? Jing Hongyu was taken aback, recalling the fourth brother's words as she reminded him, and gradually realized what she meant. It seemed so. The moment the fourth brother spoke, everyone forgot Qin Shuxuang's primary identity, ignored Ji Lan's contribution of coming to provide support despite past grievances, and treated her as an accomplice, joining in the hostility. Shu Lan found a spot away from public view, hopped around a bit to warm her frozen feet. The others can go to District 9, but we don't need to bother with this kind of troublemaker. Know him. I make him change his attitude and start anew. Shu Lan looked at him like he was an idiot. Jing Hongyu, you two have been friends since college. Haven't you seen through his character after all this time? Jing Hongyu looked astonished. How did you know? Shu Lan pulled down her mask, revealing her features, and said sarcastically, how would I know? Every time I see you, he's always there, sarcastically calling me a runaway bride. When you're not around, he tells me to hurry home and marry that old man, and stop pretending to be Cinderella to scam money from you. It's hard for me to forget someone so two-faced. 25-year-old Shu Lan didn't look much different from 16-year-old Shu Lan, except she had blossomed into a more radiant beauty. The keyword runaway bride immediately brought back Jing Hongyu's memories. That girl who ran away from home to escape an arranged marriage, choked on a steamed bun at the high-speed rail station, worked hard, studied diligently, and was so positive and ambitious. He blurted out. Xiao! Shu Lan interrupted him. Shuang, I'm Qin Shuxuang now. I know you're shocked I'm still alive. Don't do that sentimental reunion act, and don't reminisce with me. Shut up and process the facts. Jing Hongyu suddenly had a flood of questions he wanted to ask her. How did she survive after going missing? And why did she suddenly change her name to the infamous leader of the human moles, Qin Shuxuang? And where did she get a son with mysterious powers? But after being a commander for so long, Shu Lan's words were always orders that couldn't be denied. Her powerful aura blocked Jing Hongyu's exclamations and questions. He could only reveal his excitement with unusually bright eyes. I call you Shuxuang from now on. Shuxuang, I'm sorry about the warrant we issued for you before. Shu Lan shrugged, nonchalantly saying, there's nothing to be sorry about. They tried to take advantage of me, so I killed them. I'm wanted for murder, so it's all perfectly normal. But if I had known you had the ability to read the memories of the dead, I would have taken the body and dumped it in a river. You? Shu Lan raised an eyebrow. Making murder and dumping a body sound so natural. He must have been exposed to too many dark things just to stay alive. Jing Hongyu's burned face itched. He raised a hand to scratch it, saying, good, revenge is a good thing. You must have heard my name later. Why didn't you just come to District 15 to find me? If you had come, I would have protected you. Shu Lan's gaze swept over the area he was scratching. The burns were severe, the marks weren't just on his face, but spread from his neck into his collar. It was unlikely that other healing ability users could heal him in a short time. You gotten yourself into such a mess. Jing Hongyu blushed a little at her words. Yeah, you're right. Shu Lan chuckled and asked, Jing Hongyu, do you remember giving me 10,000 yuan? I remember, but money like that, nobody picks it up if you throw it on the ground. It's not important, don't worry about it. Shu Lan gently shook her head. It was very important to me back then. I not only lied to you about my name, but even the story of my elopement was a lie. And you were willing to give me money without even checking my background. Isn't that stupid? Jing Hongyu's mind was starting to wander. Huh? You lied to me about everything? Not a single word of the truth? Shu Lan's smile deepened. Maybe I've forgotten too. She looked down at Shu Maomao and said, Baby, can you help mommy heal his injury? Shu Lan didn't want Shu Maomao to feel like a tool, so every time she needed to use her supernatural abilities, she would try to ask for his consent and tell him that he had the right to refuse if he didn't want to use them. Shu Lan's parents never asked for her opinion. They had children whenever they wanted, and then abandoned them whenever they wanted. So, when she had the child, she had already decided that she wanted to be the kind of mother she had longed for as a child. Every step of raising Shu Maomao with care was also a process of healing her own childhood. Shu Maomao had no objections, and reached out to place his hand on Jing Hongyu's hand. Jing Hongyu, caught off guard by the sudden contact with the previously somewhat frightened little boy, instinctively took a half step back, feeling the warm current of the healing supernatural ability flowing into his body, and quickly regained his balance. When you helped me before, you told me that 5,000 yuan was just a pair of designer shoes for you. So, considering the principal plus interest, I owe you 3 pairs of designer shoes. As soon as Shulan finished speaking, 3 brand new shoeboxes appeared beside Jing Hongyu's dusty and muddy feet. The treatment was over, and the shoes she promised were returned. Shu Maomao withdrew her hand and stuffed it back into her pocket. Seeing the horrific scars on Jing Hongyu's face covered by new skin, restoring his original appearance, Shulan said lightly, "All right, here you go. I don't owe you anything." Jing Hongyu raised his hand to touch the spot where he had been injured, staring blankly at her, Xiushuang. Shulan's face hardened. "Call me Commander." "Commander, I never felt you owe me anything. I helped you voluntarily. But can you give Lao Si another chance?" Shulan pulled Shu Maomao and turned to leave. "No way." Jing Hongyu picked up the shoebox and caught up with her. "But if we leave him here, he's starved to death." "Oh! Then why did he drive away with others this morning, leaving your good brother here?" Ji Lan said that, based on her understanding of that person, abandoning the patient was probably his doing from the beginning. You, with your naive and innocent mind, always believed him without question. Jing Hongyu, Shulan scoffed. "You can't judge a book by its cover. Go ask someone else what your good brother is like usually. Don't waste my breath on me. I'm going to distribute food and cook." Under the watchful eyes of all the survivors, Shulan walked across the sidewalk, behind her piles of vibrant green cabbages forming a green wall. The cabbages looked exquisite, their white, jade-like roots spotless, each one without a withered leaf or a speck of dirt, beautiful as perfect works of art. On another street were plump, round potatoes, and on the last street were neatly stacked rice and boxes of seasonings. The resentment, doubt, and evasive fear in their eyes gradually changed. The people from District 15 stood by the window and street corner, their eyes fixed on the food, as if they had witnessed a miracle, their mouths agape, unable to close for a long time. Following behind Shulan, Jing Hongyu confirmed repeatedly, "You mean we can eat all this food in one meal?" Shu Maomao stood in front of Shulan, obediently letting Shulan cup his warm little face in her hands. Shulan nodded yes, we must make sure everyone gets some. Only by eating the food produced by the space could they be counted towards the number of people they could contain. She was still waiting to break the 50,000 mark to see what the reward would be. Chapter 121. Disliking how slow it was for them to cook separately, Shulan later had Shu Maomao help build a row of earthen stoves in the green belt using earth, fire, and petrification elements, and even generously sponsored a rice steamer and a fully charged outdoor power source. In the desolate city after the apocalypse, a row of chefs, each with their own tools, were showing off their skills in the middle of the road, like the scene of some cooking competition. He Sheng, using his sharp long sword, the one that had slain countless zombie heads, to fill a bucket with cabbage, turned around and saw the wisps of smoke rising against the gray and white city background, feeling a sense of absurdity, as if he didn't know what day it was. Patrick returned carrying a basket of potatoes, muttering, "Captain, do you think what she did counts as returning what she stole from us?" Wild Dog ripped open a rice sack, poured the potatoes into the melted snow, and looked up at him mockingly. "You can return the food? What about the feelings you were deceived about?" Patrick's round face flushed red, and he retorted angrily, "How could I dare have feelings for her? She's now..." His voice trailed off, filled with fear and disappointment. "Commander." The commander of the final exile to District 9, so powerful, with both strength and brains, able to command tons of supplies with a wave of his hand, supporting tens of thousands of people, their future hope for survival underground, and potentially the leader of the nation's largest survivors. To bring up the cellar now would be incredibly tactless and unreasonable. After a while, the exhausted owl emerged from the room. The cold wind cleared his aching head, and he found the aroma of food wafting around him quite unbelievable. "Wow, that's amazing. She even has so many seasonings." After more than 8 years of complete shutdown, seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar gradually became scarce. It was also impossible to specifically arrange for people to mine and dry salt, or cultivate oil crops and bean products, when zombies were still roaming and eating people, and staple foods were scarce. When they first arrived in District 15, things were alright. But as the days went by, the food gradually lost its oil and salt flavor, making people want to end this tasteless life. Now, the aroma of normal food made their mouths water involuntarily. Patrick Star and Wild Dog, sweating profusely from squeezing through the crowd, rushed back with freshly cooked food. Captain! Ow! Eat quickly. Everyone's gone crazy like they haven't eaten in ages. Hey! That dead monkey hasn't been seen since the beginning. Where did he go? Monkey had no brothers in his heart. All he cared about was his goddess, whom he hadn't seen for days. From the moment Ji-lan returned, he stayed by her side, endlessly telling her how much he missed her after she left. Ji-lan, annoyed by his chatter, sent him off to do something. He was quick and efficient, finishing his work and returning to his post, even grabbing some food himself. I got you some food, thank you, my dear wife Ji-lan. Ji-lan's face instantly turned cold. She grabbed a chair, rushed downstairs, stood in front of the scrambling crowd, and smashed the chair against a shop window with murderous intent. The loud noise attracted the attention of the entire street. Line up. Who told you to swarm and grab this? Didn't you hear the commander say everyone gets some? Some people stopped, frozen in place with their bowls, while others continued to push forward, eager to get in. Ji-lan walked over, snatched the bowl still stained with soup and rice, and threw it on the ground, her voice stern. So many sick people are waiting in their rooms. You already eaten and you're still grabbing? In District 9, doing this would be a death sentence. The man whose rice bowl had been thrown away shoved her away in a rage. Mind your own business. Stop bullying me. Shulan, who was playing in the snow with her son on the rooftop, heard the commotion downstairs, stood on tiptoe, and just happened to see the scene. She made a large snowball and threw it into the crowd, startling everyone into screaming. The noisy crowd immediately fell silent upon noticing Shulan's distinctive pink cotton coat and white knitted hat, and the small black figure sitting on the rooftop. Shulan reached out, and Shu Maomao placed a megaphone in her hand. That's the downside of a low volume. Without a megaphone, no one can hear you. Lon Lon. Ji-lan heard her call, looked up, and a black pistol fell from the sky, landing precisely at her feet. Shulan rested her elbows on the rooftop railing, chin in hand. Her gentle and beautiful voice was soft, but the words she spoke sent chills down one's spine, like a devil inciting evil. Take this, shoot first, then repeat what you just said. Ji-lan did as instructed, picking up the gun. Her eyes were cold and piercing as she coldly pointed it at the man in front of her. The man's face paled with fear, and he knelt down, raising his hands above his head. I won't do it again, please don't kill me. Ji-lan lowered the gun, her eyes filled with struggle, but finally hardened, and shot the man in the abdomen. It wouldn't kill him, he could be healed, but it was enough to intimidate him. In the silence after the screams, Ji-lan heard her own voice finally become clear. Those who haven't eaten yet, line up. Once you've eaten, get out of the way. Don't take other people's portions. The people scrambling for food, including the cook, were terrified by the shot. Those behind, having only heard the gunshot and screams, but not seen the scene, whispered among themselves, passing the message. Was someone else killed? Yes, yes. I heard that once you've eaten, you can't come back for a second serving, you'd be shot. Then let's not eat anymore, let's go. Half the people huddled together, and fled through the gaps in the crowd, the congested street gradually becoming orderly. Monkey, watching from behind, saw the person, who had fainted from pain, being dragged away, leaving a conspicuous and vivid pool of blood on the ground. Finally, fear gripped him, and he didn't dare to approach. It's terrifying. His cold face but soft-hearted wife, Ji-lan, went into a den of thieves and came back as a ruthless woman as Qin Xiushuang. Shulan turned to Shu Maomao and asked, how many people are there? 42,362. Shulan glanced at the crowded queue on the street and said, it'd be a while. Let's eat in the space. Mommy will make you candied sweet potatoes. Shu Maomao took her wrist, and the mother and son returned from the freezing cold to a constant temperature environment. Shulan suddenly felt warm, quickly untied her scarf, took off her heavy coat, and hummed a song as she walked into the kitchen. Candied sweet potatoes, plus a dish of mushroom and chicken stir-fry and braised fish. While Shulan was busy in the kitchen, Shu Maomao picked up a book called The Mysteries of the Universe from the bookshelf, sat on the sofa, and swung his legs while reading. A white egg floated next to him, its facial features transforming into constantly changing numbers, providing him with real-time updates on the number of people contained. Shu Maomao didn't care about this, he was focused on the book. Planets, stars, galaxies, nebulae. It smells so good. A sweet aroma. Shu Maomao craned her neck, turned her head to look at the kitchen, and finally jumped off the sofa, grabbing a book to find Shulan. She pretended to chat with her, but in reality, she was waiting for her beloved candied sweet potatoes to be ready. Mommy, look, Blue Star is so tiny in the Milky Way, You can't even find it. It's like dust. Shu Lan was amused by his rare childlike words and smiled, saying, yes, we're all tiny little people on dust, and other dust particles can easily knock us all down. As she finished speaking, an idea flashed through her mind like a shooting star, and she suddenly turned to look at the white egg who had followed her to count. Big Mouth, you should know where the meteorites from the Eternal Night phase came from, right? The system changed its expression. The system cannot answer your question. Shu Lan said, don't struggle, I already figured out your secrets. If you can't answer a question, it's equivalent to admitting it. Virus, system, superpowers, meteorites, you're all in cahoots. System. Congratulations, host, you're 5,000 short of the 50,000 person mission target. Unlocking the next level of rewards is just around the corner. Changing the subject. Shu Lan was just asking casually. Even if she got the truth, it wouldn't change the established facts, and it would just be a waste of breath. She turned off the stove and called out, baby, wash your hands and get a plate. Shu Mao closed her book and tossed it aside casually. After washing her hands, she took a clean plate from the cupboard and placed it next to her. Shu Lan scooped the golden, stringy sweet potato into a bowl and said, okay, take it outside to eat, be careful it's hot. Chapter 122. Shu Mao took the dish away, sat down at the table, and quickly ate half of it. The outer shell was crispy, the inside soft and fluffy, coated with sweet sugar threads. Shu Mao ate half, holding his chopsticks, glanced at the figure in the kitchen, then stared back at the dish in front of him, his fingers touching the edge of the plate. Shu Mao, you can finish that whole plate, but you can't use the time travel function to eat it twice. Shu Mao lowered his hands. He suspected his mother had mind-reading abilities, but she always denied it. Shu Lan poured the last of the sauce over the fish, took off her apron, washed her hands, and carried the dish to the table. Suddenly, the villa erupted in a deafening cacophony of gongs, drums, and firecrackers, followed by the system's announcement. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission of housing 50,000 people at the base. Rewards include an expansion of 50,000 square meters of planting area, double crop and livestock production, 2 additional floors added to the cold storage and warehouse, and unlocked food processing functionality. The next stage of rewards requires that the survivor base's population reach 100,000 before the Eternal Night phase. Shu Lan, who nearly tripped, exclaimed, Big Mouth, it's a success, don't make such a racket. The system's thick eyebrows drooped. Yes, host's mother. Shu Lan put down the dishes. On the table were rice that Shu Mao had prepared beforehand, and a small portion of candied sweet potatoes. Shu Lan ate a piece, found it too sweet, and pushed it to her son opposite her. Big Mouth, explain the food processing function in detail. Okay, as long as the host inputs the raw materials and processing methods into the system will set up an automated production line according to your instructions to produce the items the host needs. For example, if you want to process cooking oil, you need to tell the system, extract the oil from a certain organism or plant using high temperature or extrusion methods and store it in a container. Also, the system does not provide containers. The host needs to store them in the real world themselves. Shu Lan finished chewing her food and asked, does that mean I have to go scavenge for trash? Once you collect enough, you can reuse them. Collecting bottles and cans wasn't really a problem, but Shu Lan felt like she was walking from a small junkyard to a large one, doing nothing but recycling. What's more troublesome is that setting up a production line requires inputting production processes, something not taught in compulsory education. Shu Lan frowned slightly before relaxing again. No problem, she has countless shrewd people, someone will eventually figure it out. Shu Lan asked again, what if some raw materials can't be produced in the space, like salt? Do I have to collect seawater or salt mines myself? Yes. Oh, I think I understand. Shu Mao buried his head in his food and ate heartily. Mommy said he didn't need to worry about these brain-intensive things. He was only responsible for stealing superpowers and killing people. In the real world outside the spatial dimension, after their stomachs were full, people's mental state changed. The shadow of death dissipated like the sun breaking through the clouds, and their eyes shone with new light. Laughter melted the frozen city. Superpowers cannot be used continuously. When energy is depleted, one must stop to rest, replenish food, or sleep. The healing power users resting in District 9 became intermediaries between District 15 and District 9, and were all surrounded and questioned. Do you usually eat this lavishly? Lavishly? There's not even meat. In District 9, we have at least one meat dish every day: chicken, duck, goose, beef, lamb, pork, or fish, or at the very least eggs. Ah? Really? Where do you get so much healthy meat? Never mind where it comes from, as long as we follow orders and work, we won't go hungry. Jing Hongyu was busy checking on the patients, prioritizing those who were seriously ill and those who had recovered, while Ji Lan was busy disciplining those who didn't follow the rules. The original commander and deputy commander were the last to eat. Senior, Jing Hongyu glanced at Ji Lan's face and carefully handed her the bowl and chopsticks. You use these, they're clean, I washed them. Ji Lan took them expressionlessly, scooped out the food kept warm on the stove, and shoveled it into her mouth without responding. Seeing that she was almost finished, Jing Hongyu forced a fawning smile. Are you still angry with me? Do you want to scold me a few more times? Ji Lan put down the bowl, turned, and walked away, passing by the fourth tree hanging in the tree without even glancing at it, as if it were just an insignificant decoration. But the fourth tree twisted and turned fiercely, glaring at her retreating figure. Ignored and left standing there, Jing Hongyu's smile vanished, her heart filled with unbearable pain. A passerby exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Commander, your injury has been healed. Jing Hongyu nodded listlessly. Yeah? That's good news. Thank goodness they came. A flickering flame still burned in the nearby stove. Jing Hongyu's gaze lingered on it for a moment, then he forced a sighing smile. Yes, it's good news. So what if he lost his powers? He could take it easy. The other ability users couldn't. They sat in corners, like wilted eggplants, trying to process their newfound mortal status. While the others basked in the sunshine, their heads were shrouded in dark clouds, as if a blizzard was still raging. If we apologize to Qin Xiushuang and pledge our loyalty, will she return our powers? Sigh, let's not ask for them back. What if she gets upset and orders that kid to kill again? Patrick patted Wild Dog on the back and whispered, Do you think Qin Xiushuang planned to steal our abilities the first time we met? Wild Dog, remembering how he had once mocked Qin Xiushuang with harsh words, got goosebumps. Probably. Patrick shook his head fearfully. She showed mercy. We weren't at the survivor base then. If she took our abilities, and zombies crept up the mountain, we'd be dead. It's alright now, it's a ceasefire, it doesn't matter whether we have them or not. I understand the logic, but it still hurts to lose my abilities. Hisheng walked over. Wild Dog, there's a car broken down over there, come help. Coming. Wild Dog walked away from the fire, and followed him to the broken down car. He instinctively reached for his screwdriver in his pocket with his ability, but after 2 seconds, his hands were still empty. Wild Dog hesitated for a moment, then sighed and reached into his various secret pockets, pulling out the hidden tools one by one. Fortunately, even without his metal controlling ability, he could still fix cars. After lunch, Shu Lan and Shu Maomao took a half-hour nap, emerging refreshed. They landed on the same rooftop. The sun was out, and the snow on the roof had frozen into a layer of ice, unlike its previous soft texture. The food that had filled 3 streets was gone, not even a single vegetable leaf remained. All that was left were empty cardboard boxes, bottles, and rice bags. Shu Lan led Shu Maomao downstairs, quickly becoming the center of attention. Conversation ceased. Everyone consciously fell silent, communicating cautiously with their eyes. Why was she picking up the soy sauce bottles? I don't know. Could it be that she's angry we ate all the food we took out, and is going to throw it at our heads? But she didn't tell us to save any. Shu Lan squatted down and looked at the ingredient list with Shu Maomao. Soybeans, wheat flour, white sugar, salt, and some other things that should be additives. I don't know if Teacher Zhou can make them. The production process, we ask later. For now, let's keep these empty containers for later. A crack appeared in the sky, sucking in all the scattered trash from the street. The anxious and frightened crowd instantly felt relieved, realizing what had happened. So Commander Qin Xiushuang is an environmentalist. Chapter 123. Shu Lan looked up, and saw people staring at her from all over the street. She took out a megaphone and said, If you're bored and have nothing better to do, go to town and find me some empty bottles and cans. What are they for? Shu Lan thought to herself, with a new subordinate, she'd have to reiterate her rules. Troublesome. It's the first day without Mei Mei, she misses her. I'm the commander. I don't need to explain all my orders to you. Just do as I say. The group hesitated, cautiously saying, But we might encounter zombies if we go elsewhere. Yeah, without an ability user scouting ahead, we can't just wander around. Shu Lan held out her hand. Give me an orange. Shu Maomao took out a bright yellow orange and placed it in her palm. She held it up. I guarantee there won't be any zombies within a 10-mile radius. Also, you can exchange 20 empty bottles for an orange. Hesitant steps turned into determined running. Shu Lan watched with satisfaction, as the group scrambled into the building, returning the orange to Shu Mao Mao. If you can't lead a team, you have to do it all yourself. And now, she's the one enjoying the leisure. With nothing to do, of course she wants to play in the snow. The next time she wants to play will be a year later, and after the meteorite hits, she might never see snow again in her lifetime. Shu Lan took Shu Mao Mao to a park in a nearby residential area. The snow on the grass was still quite soft. She pushed him under a tree and said, "Let's have a snowball fight. This is your territory, and that's mine. We fight each other, and whoever hits 10 times first wins. But I can't find out you're using any special abilities, otherwise that's cheating, which isn't fair to mommy, and you lose." Shu Mao Mao agreed without hesitation. "Okay. I go stock up on some snowballs first. I start when I say start." Shu Lan crouched behind another tree about 10 meters away, made some small snowballs, tucked them into her bosom, and then shouted, "Baby, are you ready?" "Ready. Let's start." Shu Lan leaned forward, a snowball coming straight at her. She pulled back, peered out from the opposite direction, and threw a bunch of snowballs at the dark figure. Accuracy was unknown, but the momentum was impressive. Shu Mao Mao hid under the tree, scooped up a handful of snow, threw away most of it because she felt it was too much, and finally held 2 small balls in her hands, went out, and accurately hit Shu Lan's exposed shoulder under the tree. "Mommy, I got 2 points." Shu Lan shouted. "Hey? I wasn't even behind the tree. How did you hit me? Did you use absolute precision?" Shu Mao Mao explained. "I didn't use it. You're too fat, the tree couldn't block you." "Fine, fine, fine. You dare say a girl is fat? You're doomed, you brat." Shu Mao Mao's eyebrows rose slightly. "Lose? Impossible." His mommy was dressed so warmly, so round and plump, she was practically an easy target. He grabbed 2 handfuls of snow, turned, and hit Shu Lan's shin as she emerged from under the tree, mercilessly counting. 3 points for points. Shu Lan threw all the snowballs she had gathered, hid back inside, her eyes gleaming, and slowly a wicked smile crept onto her face. She took off her hat, filled it with snow, and then ran out, clutching the hat. Shu Mao Mao kept throwing snowballs one by one, counting them carefully. 5 points, 6 points, mommy. What are you doing? Ugh. Shu Lan smeared the snow from her hat onto his little face, then lifted the hat, and poured the remaining snow over his head, panting as she said, "There are at least 10 snowballs in here, you lost." Shu Mao Mao's expression was numb. "You're cheating again." Shu Lan retorted confidently, "This isn't cheating, it's breaking conventional thinking." "Did I say you couldn't do that?" "I didn't say that." Shu Mao Mao turned away angrily. "I'm not playing with you anymore." Shu Lan smiled, her eyes crinkling. "Okay, then let's add a rule for the next round. Only ranged attacks, no surprise attacks like this, okay?" Shu Mao Mao emphasized. "And you can't just throw a bunch of snow and say it's 10 snowballs. 1 point for each hit." Shu Lan thought to herself. Kids get harder to fool when they're older. She already predicted her second cheating tactic. At that moment, Jing Hongyu walked in from the entrance of the residential area, looking around as if searching for something. Shu Lan suddenly wanted to see how powerful Shu Mao Mao was without her superpowers. Pointing to Jing Hongyu, who was about 50 meters away, she said, "Try hitting him without absolute precision." Shu Mao Mao bent down, grabbed a handful of snow, shaped it into a perfect ball, and threw it at Jing Hongyu from a distance. With a bang, Shu Lan was certain she heard a bang, and Jing Hongyu fell backward to the ground. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Wow! That's amazing, my son. You hit him from that far away." Shu Mao Mao patted the snow off herself. "Mommy, let's keep playing." Shu Lan looked at the motionless Jing Hongyu lying on the ground and hesitated. "Wait, baby, that person, he seems a little dead." Jing Hongyu, pulled back to the human world by his healing power, opened his eyes, his mind blank, unable to understand why he had suddenly fallen to the ground. "Was a rock just thrown at us?" "The person who started this whole thing," Shu Lan replied without batting an eye. "No rock. You just have low blood sugar. Here, eat an orange to replenish it." Jing Hongyu took the orange in a daze, still puzzled. Was it low blood sugar? He remembered having a terrible headache. Shu Lan asked, "You came to see me?" Jing Hongyu immediately remembered something more important. "Yes. There's an auntie with a really bad cough. All the other healing ability users say they can't cure her. I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to help save her life." Shu Lan turned to look at Shu Mao Mao, who was peeling an orange expressionlessly. Shu Mao Mao said, "I'm not unwilling, but I still want to play the game we just played." Shu Lan clapped her hands. "Go get your treatment first, Then mommy will find a bunch of people to play with you. She was indeed too weak to play anymore. Shu Maomao nodded in agreement, and Jing Hongyu was overjoyed. He stood up and led the way, saying, "Thank you, Xiaoshuang and the little one." Shu Lan took the half-eaten orange from Shu Maomao and stuffed it into her mouth, saying indistinctly, "It's not like I'm helping you cure your illness. Why are you thanking me? Remember to call me Commander when there are people around. He's Lady Maomao." Meaning that he could call her by her name when no one was around, Jing Hongyu grinned foolishly. "I know, Commander." Shu Lan asked, "Jing Hongyu, has your base ever accepted someone surnamed Zhao who specializes in researching superhumans?" "An old man?" "There is an old man surnamed Zhao, but nobody studies him." Jing Hongyu answered. Then an unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. "You're looking for him? Could it be that the man surnamed Zhao is your child's?" Shu Lan covered his mouth with one hand, suddenly stopped, looked around, saw a tree covered in snow, walked to the tree, and beckoned to Jing Hongyu. "Come here, stand here and don't move." Jing Hongyu walked over, bewildered. "What's wrong?" Shu Lan sneered, pushed Shu Maomao to the tree trunk, and turned to walk away. Jing Hongyu had a bad feeling, clutching his head but afraid to move. "Xiaoshuang, don't." "Kick." Shu Maomao decisively raised her foot and kicked the tree trunk hard. The snow at the top of the tree crashed down, burying half of the 1.8-meter tall Jing Hongyu. Shu Lan walked over and cursed him viciously. "Idiot, mortal enemy. That old man surnamed Zhao is my mortal enemy, you know that? He's the one who killed my child's father. If you keep talking nonsense, believe me, I hang you and your brother side by side on a southeast branch." Jing Hongyu was soaked to the bone by the melting snow. Without fire-type abilities, he shivered and begged for mercy. Okay, I was just talking nonsense without knowing the whole story. I find all the people surnamed Zhao for you. From now on, your mortal enemy is my mortal enemy. Please forgive this idiot." "Humph." Shu Lan shoved him, disdainfully saying, "Hurry up, my son is waiting to play." Chapter 124. The patient was treated, and the oranges were distributed, but the old man surnamed Zhao in District 15 wasn't there. Shu Lan grabbed a megaphone and shouted, "There's an exciting game recruiting players now. Anyone want to volunteer?" The friends in District 15, still intimidated by her, all lowered their heads, pretending to be invisible. They dared not play. What if it was some deadly game? Seeing no one respond, Jing Hongyu, fearing she lose face and become angry, hesitated for a second before stepping forward. "I play." Shu Lan nodded and asked, "Anyone else? If not, I call names. I call on whoever I don't like." Despair filled the crowd. It seemed today was destined to be a bloodbath. Ji Lan, who was distributing oranges, raised her hand and spoke up. "I want to play, Commander." The despairing crowd perked up. Ji Lan? That doesn't seem too deadly." Shu Lan nodded approvingly. 2 people left, 98 spots still needed. Signing up gets you a whole box of compressed biscuits. Anyway, she didn't like those things. She hadn't eaten them since Lenny died. Keeping them in her space was too much trouble, but throwing them away seemed wasteful. Ji Lan's participation brought a sense of security to everyone, and people gradually raised their hands. Shu Lan counted 100 people, and led them to the previously empty residential area. "Okay, let me explain the rules of the snowball fight. For the next half hour, Master Mao will be fighting against 100 of you. He won't use his powers, he just hit you with snowballs. Anyone hit by a snowball is eliminated. The game will take place throughout the entire residential area. You can hide, you can run away, but you can't fight back. The person who hasn't been hit by a snowball at the end of the time will be rewarded a basket of oranges. Oranges have been plentiful lately. No going upstairs. Go and lock the doors of every building first." After explaining the rules, Shu Lan whispered a few words in her son's ear. Shu Maomao took out the dice and rolled them onto the moss side. Previously, these 6 pets only appeared when there was food. As Shu Maomao grew stronger, they learned who was in charge and gradually became obedient. The appearance of the giant moth caused a stir, but the moth simply turned sideways with practiced ease, allowing Shu Lan to climb onto its back by stepping on its wings and grabbing the downy hairs. It then slowly straightened itself, thus creating Shu Lan's personal flying vehicle. For safety, Shu Maomao even secured her to the moth's back with vines. Shu Lan, holding a small alarm clock with its batteries depleted, continued, "You have 3 minutes to hide. The game officially begins after 3 minutes. I will supervise from the air and remind you of the time. Go hide." The moth flapped its wings and flew into the air. Shu Lan moved forward, overlooking the entire battle. After 100 people entered the residential area, Shu Lan, seeing that the 3 minutes were up, raised the megaphone and announced, "Get ready, the game begins. Master Mao Mao is entering." Shu Mao Mao rushed into the residential area, snowball in hand, and without hesitation, attacked any figure that flashed past. "Ah! Oh!" Shu Lan, acting as the commentator from midair, announced, "Two eliminated." Shu Mao Mao, usually uninterested in others, now had unusually focused, bright eyes. He grabbed some snow from the roadside, saw a figure hiding behind a house, and chased after it, his running back filled with excitement. "None of you can escape." Shu Lan put down the megaphone, a smile playing on her lips, her warm, loving gaze like an invisible thread drawing her to the little boy. "Go play, Shu Mao Mao. It's good to grow up happily while playing." Under Shu Mao Mao's unerring aim, the number of people quickly dwindled. Those remaining either hid or ran away quickly. Ji Lan crouched behind very tall grass, hearing hurried footsteps approaching her. Then everything went black, and a figure rushed in, panting, and crouched down beside her. Jing Hongyu, after being discovered, ran through 2 buildings and barely escaped death. He had just found a safe spot when he didn't expect her to be hiding here too. He exclaimed in surprise, "Senior." Ji Lan glared at him and made a shushing gesture. Immediately following was the flapping of wings and a voice in midair. "Lord Mao Mao has eliminated 65 people. 16 minutes left. Friendly reminder, your footprints in the grass are very obvious." Jing Hongyu and Ji Lan's expressions froze simultaneously as they looked at their feet. "Damn it, I forgot." Footsteps approached from outside. Jing Hongyu stood up with a death-defying air and strode out. "Senior, I distract him. Promise me you stay until the end." Ji Lan, It's just a snowball fight. Why make it so dramatic?" Jing Hongyu disappeared back out, and another set of footsteps caught up with him. A moment later, a woman's voice, tinged with laughter, rang out from above. "The 66th person is eliminated." Ji Lan emerged from the bushes, a black figure suddenly appearing in her vision. Her heart skipped a beat, and she turned and ran in the opposite direction. "It's just a snowball fight. Why is she so nervous?" The neighborhood was quite large. As long as someone kept running with Shu Mao Mao, time would pass. The fair referee finally announced the end of the 30-minute game. The remaining 5 players were drenched in sweat, steaming hot, as if they'd been pulled from a hot bath. Shu Mao Mao, also covered in sweat, her eyes sparkling, said defiantly, "One more time." The 5 quickly waved their hands. No, no. They were simply too exhausted to run anymore. Shu Lan climbed off the moth, pulled out the hem of her sweater to wipe Shu Mao Mao's sweat, and said, "You little rascal, you never seem to tire. It's getting dark. Mommy will pick another 100 people for you to play with tomorrow, and we give out the prizes first." The 5 carried a basket of oranges back, causing a stir and a commotion. My God, she really gave them. I searched for bottles all afternoon and only got 2. I should have gone to play in this snowball fight too. There's more tomorrow? When? I want to sign up too. Just then, someone rushed over and said, "The 9th District Commander said, we did a good job collecting bottles this afternoon, and we pulled out 100 sheep. Tonight we're having mutton stew with radishes." "What? What meat? Say it again." "The knife used to chop cabbage at noon was used to slaughter sheep this afternoon." He Sheng's feelings were complicated. Someone ran up energetically from behind. "The commander said don't throw away orange peels. Wash them, and put them in the mutton soup to remove the gamey smell." Hearing the name commander, everyone's first thought was Jing Hongyu, before they realized they had a new commander who could casually conjure up 100 sheep. A bright, warm flame burned in the stove. Sick and healthy alike came downstairs to help with the meal. In this frozen, desolate world, gradually heading towards its end, the aroma of food rose into the air, enveloping a small, vibrant world. Shu Lan set up a separate stove, placing an iron rack to make charcoal grilled lamb chops. It was her first time cooking such a large dish, and she was a little confused. Shouldn't we marinate it first? Shu Mao Mao sat beside her, crunching on an apple. "Mommy, I don't know." He only knew how to eat. Shu Lan leaned closer and took a bite of the apple in his hand, saying, "Come on, let's ask someone. Today, I'm determined to give you a delicious barbecue." Chapter 125. The mother and son went out for a walk and returned with a former firefighter, whose family had supposedly previously run a barbecue restaurant. First, wipe away the blood, make some cuts, add oil, olive oil, minced garlic, barbecue seasoning, salt, and black pepper. If you like it spicy, add chili powder first. He Sheng finished speaking, and turned to see the table next to him covered with the seasonings he had requested. Shu Maomao had the system get them from the kitchen. Everything was there. He Sheng finished the marinating process without saying a word, saying, "It's best to wait a while before grilling to ensure the seasonings penetrate." Shu Lan said, "Okay, then I eat something else first." He Sheng looked up at her sitting on the stool peeling corn, his eyes in the firelight filled with unspoken words. "Are you trying to ask whether I was forced or chose to go down the path of deception?" He Sheng lowered his head sullenly. "Yes." Shu Lan took a metal skewer and tried to pierce the center of the corn several times without success, then handed it to Shu Maomao, who skewered it all the way through in one go. It was voluntary. "I would do things that would betray you even without being wanted, but I feel no guilt. Don't try to conjure up any excuses or reasons for me." Her frankness left He Sheng speechless. Seeing her place the corn on the grill, he proactively took it down and brushed it with water to prevent it from drying out. Shu Lan simply tossed all the ingredients she was holding to him. "I'm ordering you, as commander, to skewer them for me. Chopping vegetables in this freezing weather is really cold on my hands." She shook the water off her hands, dried them by the fire, and prepared to put her gloves back on. He Sheng didn't hesitate, taking the food and getting right to work. Shu Lan suddenly chuckled and said, "Hey, I just remembered a really funny joke. It's about an armored truck parked in front of a bank, delivering money, with a row of SWAT officers standing nearby. 2 passers-by walked by, and it happened to be the same kind of weather we're in now. One of them rubbed his hands and said, 'Dude, it's really cold today, aren't your hands freezing?' The other said, 'Yes, they are.' Then they were both shot dead by the police because the police thought they were going to rob the bank, haha." He Sheng, He didn't know whether to laugh or not. Shu Maomao, as usual, took out a Rubik's Cube and started playing. Shu Lan finished laughing alone, then sighed softly. Telling jokes to people with high thresholds of laughter is really boring. "There's something I'm curious about. How did so many of you ability users lose to answering?" He Sheng said, "The Zombie King is different from ordinary high-level zombies. She has more than one ability." A ripple appeared between Shu Lan's brows for a second. "Like my son?" "Yes, but the Zombie King probably wouldn't steal abilities. She fought with Betty for a long time. If she could steal Betty's ability, she would have won long ago. Everyone guesses that after zombies of level 3 and above eat a certain number of crystal cores, they will awaken multiple abilities, and they also have a unique language to summon their companions." Shu Lan, preoccupied with the multiple abilities thing, said absent-mindedly, "Talking about the Zombie King is a bit. What kind of superpowers?" "Elemental superpowers, teleportation, invisibility, spatial manipulation, all the common ones." "How many crystal cores does it take to evolve to be that powerful?" He Sheng said, "I don't know, but in 6 months, the Zombie King will go to various bases to collect crystal cores, allowing more zombies to advance and completely cripple us." Shu Lan chuckled, flipping the corn, and said indifferently, "If we can't turn things around, we just lie there. Do they want to raise humans like cattle and sheep in District 9? Shu Lan said, "How could that be? The zombie virus only makes people bite, not eat people. If it were about eating people, there wouldn't be so many zombies now, because everyone could end up in someone else's stomach." He Sheng fell silent for the second time. That makes sense. If you said they were keeping humans alive just to keep eating crystal cores, that would be more convincing. But if they wanted crystal cores, wouldn't it be better for zombies to fight each other? That would mean even less of a role for us humans. After all, we only have so few survivors left. The combined population of 3 or 4 survivor bases barely reaches 50,000. It's hard to say whether the total number of survivors who reach District 9 is even 1 million. So you think that after the zombies regain their senses, they want a ceasefire even more than we do? Shu Lan nodded. Yes, think about it from the perspective of a high-level zombie. They bite all the living people into zombies, and then the zombies fight each other for crystal cores. In the end, only the strongest zombie is left. Won't he be lonely? Won't he feel bored? And then wonder what he gained by killing all his kind? "Baby, have Big Mouth bring a bowl of small yellow croakers from the lake." He Sheng sliced potatoes, skewered them, and placed them on the grill, gradually being persuaded by her. At first, when the Zombie King proposed peace talks, no one believed him. Various conspiracy theories arose, and the Zombie King insisted on carrying out the infected eradication plan, using missiles to reduce District 9 to ruins. When the superpowered alliance was routed and forced to negotiate for survival, the Zombie King chose to spare them, preventing them from becoming infected and giving them time to escape to District 9. In comparison, zombies were indeed more merciful than humans. His sleeve was tugged twice. He turned around and saw Shu Lan on a small stool, her face upturned, smiling brightly, lively and mischievous. She stuck a finger out from the sleeve of her cotton-padded coat, pointing to a bowl of small yellow croakers that had appeared on the floor sometime during the night. "These are for you to handle too." Hee-shung's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly lowered his head, picked up the basin of fish, placed it on the table, and began to prepare it. Your real name is Qin Xiaoshuang? MHM. A name is just a label. Whether it's real or fake doesn't matter. Hee-shung wasn't good at starting conversations, and the scene quickly returned to silence, though the crowd nearby continued to make noise. The corn was ripe. Shu Lan picked it up, handed it to Shu Maomao, stood up, and stamped her foot. "After you're done preparing it, grill some and eat it to fill your stomach. I'm going out for a walk. I'll be back when the lamb chops are almost ready." Hee-shung watched her walk away with the child, his mouth open, but unsure what to say, a wave of frustration washing over him. It must be that his dullness and silence made her find being with him boring. Shu Lan found Jing Hongyu, who was helping with the fire, in the crowd. "Where's your radio? I need to use it." Jing Hongyu got up and led her there. "Come with me." He led her into a fairly tall building, all the way to the top floor, where the radio equipment was located. After helping her move it out and setting it up, Jing Hongyu asked, "Which district do you want to call?" Shu Lan said, "The Zombie King." The seemingly useless Jing Hongyu awkwardly put down his microphone. "Can I listen in?" "No, I confiscated your radio too. Say goodbye to it." It couldn't be more domineering. Did he dare object? He didn't. Once Jing Hongyu's footsteps faded, Shu Lan whispered to Shu Maomao, "Baby, think again. In the other timeline, are there any zombies as powerful as Ansarin?" Shu Maomao took a bite of corn, chewing slowly. "No, that girl named Bei Ting has been looking for zombies of level 3 or higher to kill." Shu Lan's eyes darted around, and she murmured softly, "I see." She pulled her scarf down a little to make her voice clearer and pressed the microphone. "This is Qin Xiaoshuang from District 9, calling for the Zombie Queen, Ansarin." Chapter 126. No one will stay glued to a radio or radio station forever. It's quite common to not receive a response after making a call. While waiting, Shu Lan chatted with Shu Maomao. "Did you receive any special or fun superpowers this time?" Shu Maomao handed the last bite of corn to Shu Lan, who shook her head. "You eat it. My stomach is too small. I need to save room for meat." After finishing his corn, Shu Maomao casually tossed the cob aside. "Nothing fun, they're all pretty much the same. There's one superpower that can turn me into a parrot." Shu Lan plucked a corn kernel from his cheek. "Then show me." Shu Maomao, who had been leaning against Shu Lan's lap, straightened his legs. In the blink of an eye, his clothes fell to Shu Lan's feet, and a round, red and yellow parrot used its little claws to hook onto the fabric of her clothes, tilting its head and looking at Shu Lan with innocent little eyes. Oh my, even as a little parrot, my son is so cute." Shu Lan stroked his smooth feathers with a mixture of curiosity and affection, asking, "So when you turn back, you won't be wearing any clothes?" The little parrot nodded. Shu Lan couldn't help but chuckle. "What am I going to do? I'd be naked?" The little parrot raised his wings, covering his eyes. "Oh, I cover my eyes so I don't see, right?" The little parrot nodded. Shu Lan stood up, picked up his clothes, placed them on a chair, and turned away, covering her eyes. 3 minutes passed with rustling sounds, and then Shu Maomao said energetically, "All dressed up." Shu Lan sat back down, adjusting the brim of his hat, which had been turned upside down. "When Mommy was little, the TV shows I watched, whether it was superheroes, magical girls, or monsters, they always changed clothes along with their transformations." Shu Maomao said, "Because my clothes don't have any superpowers." "Haha, that's right." Shu Lan called the Zombie King again, but still received no response. Usually, she doesn't contact Ansarin, she just pops up unexpectedly, but when you do contact her, she's nowhere to be found. What's she busy with? Under the same sky, the night wind whipped her red dress. Ansarin gazed at the distant survivor base in District 1, fortified with top-level armed forces and advanced weaponry, forming a formidable defensive line. After confirming the virus was out of control, a group of people moved their so-called top personnel and elite forces together, protecting them with the best weapons and the strongest superpowered individuals, saying they would preserve the flame of human civilization until the zombies were eradicated. This place was District 1. Every now and then, a young woman's voice would come through the earphones the Zombie King was playing with on his pale fingers, saying her name was Qin Xiaoshuang and calling for the Zombie King. The person who used to feign death just to hear her speak now dared to call out to her. She must be suspicious. Ansarin's ears twitched. She looked up and saw what appeared to be a shooting star falling across the sky, its impact point precisely where she had gathered the zombies. She had seen similar shooting stars before, but in District 9, directly above her. At the same time, Answerin heard people discussing her in the distant District 1 base. Found the zombie queen! She's standing atop a building at a 36-degree angle east of the base gate, observing our weaknesses. Answerin took a step forward, landing on the ground, and like a ghostly figure, she darted through the streets and alleys, heading straight for the missile's impact point. The voice from Zone 1 said again, "Phew. The zombie king is gone." After using the roar to relocate the gathered zombies, Answerin instructed them, "We're not fighting in Zone 1 anymore." Her right-hand man, who had always followed her, exclaimed in surprise, "There's a base we can't take down?" Answerin glanced at him and said, "Do you think we can't take it down? We could pave a road with your corpses, and they'd be in our faces. It's unnecessary." Answerin gave the order, "Go somewhere else. There are clairvoyant eyes in there. Avoid it from now on." Shu Lan's 10th call ended, still without a response from the zombie king. She stood up and said, "Let's put this thing away. She doesn't seem to be listening to the radio. Let's go get some barbecue." Shu Mao put the radio and chair into her spatial storage, took Shu Lan's hand, and went downstairs. The aroma of mutton soup already filled the entire street, tempting everyone's appetite. Shu Lan sat down by the grill, but couldn't help looking back. "I want to eat mutton rice noodles. By the way, how are rice noodles made?" He Sheng, who had been waiting for her, asked, "Are you asking me?" "No, I was just talking to myself." He Sheng took out the marinated lamb chops, wrapped the bones in foil, and put them back on the grill. After a moment of silence, he said, "My grandma knows how to make them. She's made rice noodles, sweet potato noodles, and potato noodles. The steps are pretty much the same." Shu Lan's eyes lit up. "Do you still remember the steps?" "I only remember grinding the ingredients into powder, then steaming them, cutting them into strips, and drying them." Shu Lan's eyes dimmed, and she pouted. "That's like saying nothing at all." He Sheng smiled. Qin Shixuang was completely different now. Not only was she quick-witted, but her personality was also lively and arrogant, a far cry from the gentle and quiet demeanor she had previously feigned. This made her seem even more real. "I prepared all the ingredients. Shall I grill it for you, or do you want to do it yourself?" Shu Lan, huddled on a stool warming herself by the fire, said, "You do it, I watch." The people of District 15, who had been busy all day, were also eating. Patrick, who had waited in line for a long time with his bowl, excitedly went to his captain to boast about finishing enough food for 5 people at once. He circled around a couple of times, and saw a man squatting in the corner grilling meat, a smiling woman, and a child busy eating skewers, a heartwarming scene, like a happy family of 3. He turned back to the line in a huff, picked up He Sheng's bowl of mutton soup, and angrily poured it into his mouth, then grimaced from the burn. The stray dog wrapped its arms around his neck and tightened its grip. "Patrick, what are you doing taking advantage of the captain's favor?" Patrick said, "The captain betrayed us first. I just went to find him, and he was happily BBQing with Qin Shixuang." "Traitor." Everyone simultaneously grabbed their chopsticks and scrambled for meat. "Let's divide it up." On the 3rd day after the reinforcements arrived, the patients who had lost their mobility had mostly recovered. The weather was clear, the team rallied, all supplies were stored in their spatial storage, and people crowded into empty vehicles, heading towards District 9 as quickly as possible. However, upon reaching the edge of District 9, the convoy suddenly stopped. Shu Lan drove slowly, trailing behind. Seeing the convoy stop, she picked up her walkie-talkie and asked the driver in the lead car, "What's going on? Out of gas?" The walkie-talkie crackled to life, and the lead driver, Monkey, stammered, No, there's a woman in a red dress blocking the road, it looks like, the zombie queen." Shu Lan choked. Hearing the noise, Shu Mao opened her eyes from her sleep and coldly said, "I kill her." Monkey cried out again, "She's gone again." Patrick, was that the zombie queen, or was it just my imagination?" Shu Mao suddenly turned to Shu Lan. "Mommy, look down." Shu Lan lowered her head and rested it on the steering wheel, covering her ears. When the bullet shattered the glass, her body jolted. She realized something was wrong. Answerin wouldn't have appeared in District 9 for no reason, and Shu Mao couldn't just start a fight with her without a word. Don't hit, Mao, and Answerin, let's talk first." Chapter 127. Ji Lan in the back seat didn't dare make a sound. She hadn't even seen what was happening outside before the gunshot startled her. Shu Lan first turned to look at Shu Mao. Shu Mao's face was tense, her gaze fixed on the top of her head. Then, a thump-thump sound came from above her head, just like 2 years ago. A lazy and charming female voice came from outside the window. "Little girl, it's been 2 years. Is it necessary to set off firecrackers to welcome you?" Anceline wasn't dead. Even Shu Mao's absolute accuracy couldn't kill her. Hearing her teasing tone, Shu Lan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's still the same Anceline who doesn't hold grudges. She straightened up, flashing a bright smile, and replied, "Oh sister, it really has been a long time." Ji Lan, barely daring to breathe in the back seat, thought, "Long time no see? She's acquainted with the Zombie King? Could the commander's abilities be any more extreme?" Shu Lan tossed the walkie-talkie to the back seat and quickly said, Lan, get out of the car and arrange for everyone to go to the base. I'll be there after I finish talking." Ji Lan instinctively grabbed the walkie-talkie and silently left the scene of this divine standoff. She knocked on the door of the car in front, got in, pressed the walkie-talkie, and whispered, "Lead car, listen to orders. The commander has held off the Zombie King. Let's go." The commander. "Don't ask, just listen. She definitely knows better than we do." At that moment, everyone's heart sank. There was such a woman, who claimed to be bad and indifferent to their lives, yet stayed behind to hold off the most terrifying zombie for everyone's sake. A silent emotion spread through every car. Those with low tier thresholds even had tears welling up in their eyes. If the 9th District Commander returns alive this time, they will never disobey any of her orders again. "Sister, get in the car. It's sunny outside. Don't let the sun get on you." Shu Lan was still smiling ingratiatingly as she opened the car door and respectfully invited the person into the back seat. The phrase flexible and adaptable was clearly evident in her. Answering casually tossed the spent cartridge case onto the seat, bent down, and sat down. "Little Shu Mao, that's a very polite greeting." Shu Mao said, "After you talk to my mommy, we go outside and fight." "I don't fight with kids." "Are you scared? What's there to be afraid of for someone who's already died once?" Anceline said, "Little one, you should use your strength to protect those important to you, not to be reckless and aggressive. If you make a mistake and die at my hands, think about how your mother will live afterward." Shu Mao frowned. "I won't die." Anceline crossed her legs and said lazily, "Nothing is absolute. If plundering made you invincible, then your blood father wouldn't have died." Shu Mao looked at Shu Lan, his lips pressed into a straight line, and put away his gun. Shu Lan cut to the chase. "You knew I was a raider the moment you saw me, because you're reborn, and you know me from another timeline, right?" Anceline narrowed her eyes slightly, readily admitting yes. Shu Lan asked, "Why did you bring me to District 9, and not somewhere else?" "I survived until the late Eternal Night phase in the previous timeline. District 9 was the only region that wouldn't be directly hit by a meteorite." Shu Lan pressed further, "And you even had them all come here, handing over their abilities to my son. What was the purpose of that?" Answering calmly replied, "To win your favor? I need a more pragmatic negotiating partner. Being a raider doesn't matter, just focus on your own human affairs and don't bother with zombies." "Why do you have so many superpowers?" Anceline smiled lightly. "Just keep eating crystal cores to advance, and you be constantly awakened." "Tempted? If you are, I'd bite you right now. I still have plenty of crystal cores left, enough to feed you to my level, so we can be zombie sisters in the apocalypse together." Shu Lan shrank back. No, I haven't lived enough yet." Anceline laughed heartily. "I heard you calling me these past 2 nights, but I didn't want to answer you from there. Here, take this." She held out her hand, revealing a small, light blue earphone in her palm. "Press the button on this to talk to me. We can chat one-on-one." Shu Lan hesitated for a moment, then her even smaller hand covered it. Shu Mao stared silently into Anceline's eyes for about 2 seconds before snatching the earphone from her hand. Anceline raised an eyebrow. "It's for your mom, don't break it. Also, Lily, there's a piece of advice from someone who's been there. I hope you remember it. Don't get too close to men, it bring you misfortune." Shu Lan looked at her blankly. "Huh?" Anceline glanced at Shu Mao, who was standing beside her with a half-smile. "You don't count, you're a little boy." After saying this, Anceline opened the car door and got out. "Lily, go find your companions, goodbye." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman with black hair and a red dress disappeared from sight without leaving a trace, as if she had never been there. Shu Lan blinked and turned to look at Shu Mao. "She came all this way just to give me a pair of headphones?" Shu Mao handed her the headphones, her tone cool, "And to lie to you." She flew away invisibly, but Anceline, who hadn't gone far, stopped on the road and turned back in astonishment. Where did it go wrong? Shu Lan was equally bewildered. From which sentence did she start lying? Answerin had admitted she was also a reincarnated person, which coincided with Shu Lan's suspicions. The excuse of sending her to District 9 was also flawless. She's afraid to fight me because she's afraid of losing to me. Shu Maomao turned around, exchanging an unspoken glance with Answerin across the distance, then sat up straight. Let's go back, Mommy. Those people are waiting for us on the way. Shu Lan looked at the earphones in her hand, then clasped her hands together and put them in her pocket. Oh, see, Aunt Answerin is still very nice. She brought so many superhumans over, we should thank her. Don't shoot her the moment you see her next time. Shu Maomao gave a blank, smirking smile. Ha, big liar. Seeing Shu Lan's car come into view, the tense crowd erupted in a deafening cheer. Great. The commander's back alive. Shu Lan slammed on the brakes, grabbed the horn, rolled down the bullet-riddled window, leaned out, gestured for them to quiet down, and shouted confidently. What are you talking about? Don't underestimate my connections. I came with the zombie queen's best friend. We're almost home, let's go. The crowd rejoined the vehicle, the atmosphere brightening like the sky, even finding time for laughter and conversation. The zombie queen's surname is In, and the commander's surname is Qin. They're probably cousins. No wonder a surrender faction leader suddenly appeared. Hey! If my brothers and sisters evolve into high-level zombies, can I reunite with them? Didn't Aunt Zhang reunite with her daughter? Her daughter even brought her food. Sigh, let's go apologize to Aunt Zhang. The 9th District base arrived quickly. People who heard the car rushed over to see what was happening, creating a sea of people. Zhou Dahu's voice blared from the central loudspeaker. Return to your posts. Those who got out of the vehicles, wait where you are. Don't wander around, someone will come to guide you. Shu Lan drove a long way to the gate, and seeing the ant-like crowd huddled together, her mind went blank for a moment. What's the first thing to do after so many people have arrived safely? Chapter 128. Before she could even process what was happening, Zhong Mei led a large group of girls past her with a brisk pace, not forgetting to greet her. Commander, we're going to register our information. Lu Xingyao, along with a group of young men carrying guns and maintaining order, shouted, no running around. Huiyu's clear, calm voice came over the loudspeaker. Drivers, please park your vehicles in the parking lot, don't block the base gate. Everyone stay where you are, and wait for the guides to finish registering before we show you around the base, and explain the daily work. The confusion in Shu Lan's eyes dissipated, and she cheerfully shook Shu Maomao's hand. Put their luggage here, let's do what only we can do. With the abundant food supplies in the distribution space, and the addition of toilets, bathhouses, canteens, and other public facilities, dormitories couldn't be built immediately. Shu Lan and Shu Maomao searched everywhere for trains, dismantling empty carriages to bring back as temporary accommodations for the new members, saving both space and time. That evening, the managers, who had been busy and overwhelmed all afternoon, sat down to discuss how to solve the problems brought about by the increased number of personnel. Huiyu said, let's expand the base first, redesign the organization, subdivide management positions, and decentralize less important decision-making power from the commander. Don't ask her about everything. For example, Zhong Mei, the pressure of leading both healers and handling personnel is too much for you. Personnel work can be transferred to Ji Lan. Your primary responsibility is managing medical matters. You can lend a hand when you have time. Zhong Mei nodded, okay. The attendance system is no longer suitable. It's easy for people to take advantage of loopholes and slack off. We should assign specialized people to specialized tasks, and distribute supplies according to contribution. Instead of building the base for everyone's survival, it's better to let them work proactively for their own benefit. That will be more motivating. Now let's discuss what kind of jobs can be created within the base. We need dedicated warehouse managers and cashiers. The security department, there are always some sly-looking guys who don't do their jobs, just thinking about taking advantage. Shouldn't we have cleaning staff too? We need to add people to the cafeteria too. They're chopping vegetables from morning till night. If they're not quick, they run out of time. Shu Lan sat in the center, listening for a while, and felt everyone had a point. So, she considerately handed out fruit and poured hot water for everyone. After that, she nestled in her chair, hugging Shu Maomao obediently, listening to their back and forth. Half an hour later, Shu Maomao slammed her hand on the table. The increasingly heated discussion stopped, and everyone turned to look at him, and the woman sleeping soundly on his shoulder. The young commander's face, though still youthful, held a maturity beyond his years. My mom and I are going to sleep. Everyone shut up and gave an okay sign. The sight of two grown men disappearing in public was commonplace. After a brief silence, the meeting quickly resumed its lively discussion. The silence around her actually woke Shulan up quickly. Finding herself lying in her familiar bed, she sat up and yawned. Listening to their meeting felt like evening study hall. The noise made it easier to fall asleep. Luckily, she was the boss. Sleeping in a meeting wouldn't get her scolded. She went downstairs. Shu Mao Mao was assembling a remote-controlled train toy on the carpet. She said, "Mommy's going to take a bath and go to sleep now." "Okay." Shu Lan, halfway through her bath, wrapped herself in a towel and rushed out of the laundry basket, tossing her coat into the laundry basket. She pulled her earphones from her pocket, placed them on the cabinet, and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I remembered. Answerin had brought them all this way. Ruining them would be so impolite. Even her best friend would be angry. After showering, Shu Lan came out, calling out Big Mouth while drying her hair. The system rolled over from the air, respectfully addressing her, "Present, mother of the host." I suddenly remembered something. What were you bragging about to me before? Saying you had a vast database, that you could just search your database for simple knowledge, like making soy sauce, right? System, this step restricts the host from using this space to process products that don't belong to this planet's civilization. What else can I process? Give me an example. The system said, for example, a sip of this product can replenish all the elements the human body needs, and it doesn't require a concentrated nutrient solution for food. You can even process something like this? System, yes, the imagination of humans on Blue Star far exceeds their productivity, and the productivity of this space can fully keep up with the host's needs. To match the level of civilization, the host's permission must be restricted when distributing rewards. Shu Lan put down the hairdryer, hugged the white ball, and shook her head regretfully. Heartbreaking. You call my Mao Mao host, but you're always on guard. Who knows whose orders you really take? Shu Mao Mao watched the ball. She tossed the system to Shu Mao Mao, who was playing on the carpet. Shu Mao Mao didn't even look up, slapping the system against the wall with a crisp cracking sound. Shu Lan changed into her pajamas and heated 2 cups of milk. Shu Mao Mao had seen the milking process before and initially resisted drinking milk, but Shu Lan said it was key to growing taller, so he agreed to drink a cup every day. Watching him finish his milk, Shu Lan nodded, "I'm going to sleep. Remember to brush your teeth." After brushing his teeth, Shu Mao Mao ran upstairs, crawled under the covers, and knelt beside her, his expression very serious. "Mommy, Answerin lied to you." Shu Lan closed her eyes, trying to fall asleep, a smile playing on her lips. She's afraid of you. She's too scared to fight you, but she's still being stubborn." No, I didn't finish my sentence then, because he also has super hearing. Even if she has super hearing, you can't steal his zombies. Shu Lan paused, then suddenly opened her eyes. How did you know about Answerin's ability? Did you read her memories when you took the earphones? Yes. Shu Lan was shocked. Luckily you're smart. This ability really shouldn't be known to her. A person's darkness and secrets are hidden in their memories, and very few people can tolerate having their memories read. She might get angry and turn around and kill us if she hears it. Mommy, go to sleep. I show you his memories through a dream. Shu Lan hesitated. I won't look. I'm not that gossipy. Shu Mao Mao insisted. You have to see it. You can't let him keep lying to you. Shu Lan compromised. Okay, I closed my eyes then. Shu Lan lay down, feeling his warm, soft hand on her forehead, and heard a calm child's voice in her ear. Mommy, you dream about what I'm thinking. Like warm water flowing over her limbs, Shu Lan's body slowly relaxed, drowsiness sweeping away all thoughts, carrying her into a vast ocean. The voices that appeared were like pressing the play button, and Shu Lan's thoughts began to turn. In the fairly clean and bright room, there were many people wearing white coats or black suits, looking very professional, talking to her. Your ability to nullify others' abilities indicates a unique constitution. If you cooperate with our research, you will make an irreplaceable contribution to humanity's fight against the virus. Shu Lan heard a clear, bright male voice coming from her location. Does that mean I won't be rescuing people anymore, but will have to go with you to do human experiments? Chapter 129. Shu Lan wanted to change her perspective to see who was speaking, and immediately did so. At first, she was surprised, but then Shu Lan thought, yes, this is my dream. I can look however I want. The speaker was a handsome young man. Good looks are all the same, but this handsome man's face was exactly Shu Lan's type. His eyebrows and eyes were striking and clean, his nose was high, and he spoke with a slight smile, appearing gentle and approachable. His face was handsome, and he was tall, the type Shu Lan would fall for at first sight. She felt a sense of familiarity, and combining that with the scene and the conversation she had just heard, it looked like that super powerful Li Yanli from the jar. She had dreamed of him again. This wasn't the first time Shulan had dreamed of Li Yanli, but it was the first time she had seen his face so clearly that she could never forget it. So, the memories Shu Maomao gleaned from Ansarin were related to Li Yanli? Shulan had previously thought that Ansarin might also be a raider, and that she and Li Yanli were siblings. She wanted to sound out Ansarin to see if she was another blood relative of her son, but Ansarin only said that her superpowers came from eating crystal cores, glossing over the matter of Li Yanli, and not wanting to discuss it further, so Shulan didn't press the matter. Shulan quickly looked around. She didn't see any familiar women in the room, immediately ruling out that theory. That left only the most absurd conclusion. Like 1,000 cattle and sheep running through Shulan's mind. As she shocked and refreshed her understanding, the person in front of Li Yanli spoke again. Calling it human experimentation is an exaggeration. We're following standard procedures. We take samples of your body, like hair and blood, for research, including recording changes in your hormones when you use your abilities. Just think of it as a medical checkup. Later, we can use the results to prove to the outside world that other ability users died from zombies before you took their abilities, not that you killed them for them. Li Yanli frowned at this point. I cooperate as much as possible. Don't take too long. Even knowing this was a memory, Shulan still tried to grab him. Idiot, don't go. They're lying to you. They won't find anything, and they just kill you. The moment she touched Li Yanli, the scene suddenly changed. Li Yanli appeared in an open space, surrounded by armed soldiers. Just standing there, Li Yanli was covered in various instruments. Next to him was the annoying old monkey Zhao and his assistant, and opposite him, a dying zombie was locked in an iron cage. Li Yanli's expression was impatient. If you want me to demonstrate my abilities, just use a piece of wood as a target. Why use a person? Old monkey Zhao coldly replied, biologically speaking, their hearts aren't beating, their blood isn't flowing, and all their organs are no longer functioning. They're dead. Dead people are still people. Li Yanli's dark eyes flashed with anger. I can end their actions to protect others, but not by using my abilities to torture corpses like this. Old monkey Zhao raised his head and said, you bear the responsibility of saving all of humanity. Please don't get bogged down in these trivial matters. That tone again. Shulan really wanted to punch him and yell, who wants to take on this kind of ridiculous responsibility? Li Yanli sneered, focusing her attention on the zombies opposite her. The electrical wires above them crackled and popped, as if short-circuited, belching black smoke and rendering them unusable. The lock on the metal box opened automatically, and 2 zombies, smelling the scent of humans, charged towards them. The once stern and aloof doctor was terrified, his face paling. He retreated frantically, shouting, Fire! Fire! The soldiers were also in a panic. They didn't have time to aim, but the zombies, still possessing superhuman strength and speed despite repeated electric shocks, had already reached Dr. Zhao's face, their blood and mud-stained hands grabbing his white coat, malice agape. Li Yanli grabbed the zombie by its long hair with one hand, dragged it away, and threw it onto the open ground. A gunshot immediately rang out, smashing the zombie's head into pieces. The concrete beneath the zombie shattered, revealing a deep, grave-like pit. The body fell in, and the soil closed inward. No one asked Li Yanli to bury the zombies, only he could do it. Like Shulan, he couldn't bear to see them die out there, even if they were zombies. He wanted them either buried or cremated. Li Yanli ripped off the various wires binding him, and the instruments beside him went black. He glanced contemptuously at Dr. Zhao's mangled lower body and said, I've been here for 5 days. In those 5 days, countless living people will die at the hands of zombies. Even if you manage to figure out how to awaken superpowers, the dead won't come back to life. I'm not going to waste time with these meaningless examinations. I'm going to save lives. He strode towards the base's exit, Dr. Zhao shouting behind him, You're betraying the country's orders. Believe me, you and your parents will be stripped of your citizenship. Li Yanli paused for a moment, then continued resolutely on his path. Even the soldiers guarding the base, guns pointed at him, couldn't stop his momentum. After he vanished into thin air using his invisibility ability, the scene before Shulan changed again. It was the same house, crowded with armed police, and a middle-aged couple also being held hostage. Their expressions were filled with grief, and they kept mouthing, Son, run. The same man in the suit, who had tried to persuade him, stood before Li Yanli, his face full of disapproval. Li Yanli, it's just cooperating with Dr. Zhao on a research project. Why are you so resistant? If it succeeds, you'd be a great hero, a glory for your ancestors. Saving lives is the military's job. You don't need to worry about it. Once the survivors awaken their abilities, everyone can save themselves. Li Yanli coldly replied, have you ever seen a hero's parents being held hostage? At a time like this, instead of researching how to treat, using viruses to research superhumans, isn't that a crooked path? The man said, anyway, whatever you research, just get it right. You should go back now. What about them? If you cooperate with Dr. Zhao, they be fine. Don't be so defiant. I tell you some inside information. Every military base has seen a large number of infected people, and the source of infection can't be traced. The surviving soldiers will gather at the central government. Soon, there will be an absolutely safe survivor camp in the north. Those who can enter there are all of high status. Thanks to you, your parents are eligible for military protection. Shulan thought, this isn't right. Li Yanli said, my parents should be protected. Everyone deserves protection. The man scoffed, easier said than done. The number of infected people is increasing every day, and the number of people who can take up arms to fight zombies is decreasing every day. Where will we find the capacity to protect everyone? The camp can only hold a maximum of 500,000 people. Dr. Zhao will also go there in the future. Awakening superhuman abilities in ordinary people is humanity's last hope. You are currently the only person with multiple superhuman abilities, and you are the key to that hope. Chapter 130. The classic flattery rhetoric made it seem as if Li Yanli's non-cooperation placed him on the opposite side of humanity. But that's not the case at all. Li Yanli was simply someone who had luckily acquired special abilities. He was doing his best to save people, yet he was being forced to become a guinea pig on the lab table for some grandiose research project. Shulan wouldn't have taken such flattery seriously. She hadn't enjoyed much social privilege growing up and lacked morals. Don't try to use morality to bind her. But with Li Yanli's parents in the enemy's hands, and before social order completely collapsed, obeying the law was still a principle citizens would follow. Shulan guessed that Li Yanli would compromise again, which led to what happened later. No! He disappeared. The armed police in the room panicked, their guns flying out of their hands and towards the ceiling. Not only Li Yanli, but even the two elderly people being held hostage vanished. The window suddenly opened, and a gust of wind made the curtains flutter. He ran away. Li Yanli ran away. His departure was so decisive that even Shulan was surprised. The scenes in her dream were rapidly changing, as if moving from Li Yanli's perspective. He placed his parents on an empty rooftop. Dad, Mom, that doctor makes me very uncomfortable. Who knows what he'd do with me? I don't trust your safety with anyone else, so you might have to live on the run with your son from now on. His parents looked at him, their faces full of worry and heartache. Won't this be a burden? No, life will just be a little harder than before. It's all right, son, as long as we're together as a family. Mom supports your decision. Dad supports it too. Li Yanli's expression relaxed. I plan to find a place to hide first, listen to the radio for a few days, and if the virus in other provinces is under control, we move there. The family hid in the city for several days. Besides clearing out zombies, the armed forces also searched for Li Yanli's whereabouts, but she always managed to avoid them without a trace. One night, Li Yanli took her parents to hide in a new, empty house. Shulan suddenly heard voices from afar, likely the voices Li Yanli remembered hearing. Why are there so many zombies these past few nights? At this rate, Jiangzhou might not be able to hold out. The electric fence on the right has collapsed. Zombies are getting in. Go get reinforcements. Damn, you can't kill them without headshots. Do you have any mortars or howitzers left? We do, but not many. We probably won't last until dawn. Shulan saw Li Yanli get up from the sofa and walk to the window, gazing at the edge of the city amidst the roar of artillery fire. Realizing something, she cried out in vain in her heart, "Don't go." Li Yanli told her parents she was going to provide support, reinforced the doors and windows with iron bars, and flew alone to the battlefield. When the fireball exploded among the zombies, everyone was stunned, then erupted in hopeful cheers. It's the raider. It's him. He's back. Only the raider's abilities in the entire Jiangzhou could produce such devastating power. After clearing away the zombies that had broken through the defenses and entered the city, Li Yanli was about to leave when she heard a familiar voice calling, "Li Yanli. Long time no see, you're still in Jiangzhou." Li Yanli stopped in midair, looking down at the limping middle-aged man, and frowned. "Coach, what happened to your leg?" The lame man, whom he called his coach, sighed dejectedly. "Your teacher's wife and I were on our way to find my father-in-law when we encountered an infected person. Your teacher's wife was scratched but didn't say anything. She was driving when this person suddenly bit me. I crashed the car and broke my leg. It's been broken for a while now. I should have listened to you and stayed in Jiangzhou instead of leaving. Li Yanli pursed her lips, landed on the ground, and approached him. It's alright, I have healing abilities, I can heal you. The coach teased, you little rascal, you've been stealing a lot of superpowers lately, haven't you? Li Yanli squatted down, placed her hand on the coach's knee, and said in a muffled voice, I didn't steal them, I picked them up after they died. There was a hint of grievance in her voice. It seemed this coach was someone she trusted. Xu Lan saw the coach reach into his pocket, pull out a palm-sized black cube, and suddenly press it against the unsuspecting Li Yanli's nape. Li Yanli's body convulsed violently, as if electrocuted. He pushed the man away, and stumbled away. Electric shocks are highly effective against both zombies, and those with superpowers. Once shocked, a superpowered person's limbs quickly become paralyzed, and their brain function is impaired, rendering them unable to use their powers for a short period. Li Yanli's constitution is special. He could still move after a powerful electric shock, but he couldn't use his flight ability. Xu Lan saw many needle-like silver objects fly towards him and pierce his body. The hero who had just fought off the zombies and saved the city from falling staggered a few steps, his back to those he had protected, and collapsed face down. After he fell, a deafening roar echoed from afar. The zombies, whose tide had just receded, had regrouped and were returning with renewed force. Xu Lan's vision went black for a moment, then brightened again. Li Yanli was in a swaying carriage, his body wrapped in electric wires, current coursing through his limbs. Outside, someone spoke. He seems to be awake. 17 doses of potent anesthetic only kept him asleep for 5 hours. The Predator's constitution is terrifying. You promised me the qualification for the survivor camp in the future. Yes, you can go in with my team. It was the instructor, and Dr. Zhao talking. The anger in Li Yanli's reddened eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a silence, a mixture of mockery, helplessness, and sorrow. The metal chains binding him unlocked automatically. He flung open the carriage door, discovering it was an escape convoy. Jiangzhou had fallen, Xu Lan thought. Li Yanli's parents were still in the city. The raiders trying to escape again. Catch him. She watched Li Yanli, pale-faced and frantically running, with the army relentlessly pursuing him, using various supernatural abilities and weapons. Even though she didn't know him well, a pang of pity welled up inside her. This man possessed the strongest supernatural ability and had done commendable good deeds, yet he was bound and dragged down from his pedestal by a false reputation, betrayal from those around him, and the sanctimonious lust of those in high positions for control of power. As dawn broke, zombies roamed the streets, seeking shelter from the sunlight. Li Yanli plunged in, like a wolf among sheep, fighting his way to the apartment. The iron bars on the door lay scattered on the floor, stained with bloody handprints. Xu Lan didn't want to watch anymore. She wanted to wake up, but the dream wasn't over. Li Yanli went inside. There were no zombies inside, only walls covered in large characters written in blood, the strokes flying wildly, as if someone were desperately shouting at him. Go, son! Go! Li Yanli knelt before the wall, his eyes instantly dimming, turning into a lifeless stillness. Xu Lan's heart clenched, she gasped, and abruptly opened her eyes, breathing heavily. She touched her face. It was covered in tears. She sat up and frantically grabbed some tissues to wipe them clean, only to find that the thin blanket covering her had fallen to the floor sometime during the night. Her son was sprawled out beside her, belly exposed, fast asleep. Xu Lan's tears welled up instantly. She picked up the blanket and placed it on Xu Maomao, choking back sobs. I'm sorry, Xu Maomao, I had a nightmare, and kicked the blanket off again. Xu Maomao, still half asleep, rolled closer to her, snuggling against her. It's okay, you can kick it off, don't cry. Smelling the baby's fragrance, feeling his warmth and heartbeat, Xu Lan's heart gradually calmed. She whispered, I love you, son. Xu Maomao, with his eyes closed, gently nudged her chin with his forehead in comfort, his voice growing softer. I love you too. Chapter 131. Xu Lan cried herself to sleep. The next morning, Xu Maomao woke up early and stared at her, saying, Mommy, you cried last night because you kicked off the covers. Xu Lan calmly lied, you were dreaming. Xu Maomao calmly exposed her. No, it's real. Well done, Xu Maomao, you didn't give your mother any face at all. She cried because she saw the words of Li Yanli's parents. After being bitten, there would be a period of illness. His parents probably left him with their most wanted words, before losing their minds. Then Xu Lan put herself in their shoes, and cried uncontrollably. Xu Lan sighed with complex emotions, So Anselin is that person. Li Yanli, the former predator, her son's biological father. How could his gender even change? Xu Maonao said, a shape-shifting ability? Right, you're so smart. He's such a convincing woman, calling everyone sister. He should get an Oscar for Best Actor. Xu Maonao pouted, you big liar. He's gone to such lengths to get close to us. He doesn't already think of us as his wives and children, does he? That won't do. We only borrowed a little of his genes. Don't even think about taking advantage of us. Xu Maonao said, don't even think about it. Thinking of the care Anselin had given her on the road those past few days, and the goodwill she had shown all along, Xu Lan's tone softened again. He doesn't seem to have any intention of acknowledging us. Baby, don't you think Li Yanli is pitiful? No. Xu Lan rolled over, seeing his expression as cold as his words, and pinched his soft cheek. Xu Maonao added, he's stupid, leaving his own mother to meddle in other people's business. Xu Lan thought for a moment, you can't say he's stupid. He's lived in society since he was little, so he developed a sense of social responsibility, similar to what Mommy taught them. Since they live together, they should help each other. If he hadn't been betrayed by that coach, he could have fought off the zombie horde and rushed back to his parents in time. Then why did he trust anyone other than his mother? Xu Lan smiled gently, because his mother didn't know that raiders would be targeted by such bad people, so she didn't teach him not to trust anyone. And, baby, not all fathers. Mothers love their children, and can be trusted, but some will abandon their children to survive. Don't take this as absolute. I know, Mommy, your parents don't love you. Xu Lan said, yes, I'm petty. They don't love me, and I don't love them either. Get up. Let's go out for breakfast. Today I must remember to ask about the rice noodle making process, mutton soup rice noodles, and crossing the bridge rice noodles. Whether it's mixed or braised, they're all delicious. After washing up and getting dressed, Xu Lan walked to the cabinet, staring at the earphones. Suddenly, she remembered that her favorite color used to be this light sky blue. Coincidence? Xu Lan no longer believed in absolute coincidences, especially after witnessing something like a woman turning into a man. Li Yanli must have more secrets, including his admitted rebirth, but Xu Maonao hadn't had enough time to read them all. Xu Lan picked up the earphones and put them in her pocket. He's changed his appearance and is hiding his secrets. Let's not expose him, and let him continue being Anselin. Outside, a thick fog blanketed the area, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. Visibility was impenetrable even 5 meters. After restocking the warehouse, Xu Lan rode her electric scooter to inspect the base. The first layer of the framework was largely complete. A professional charlatan had spent 6 months creating a design, proposing a honeycomb-like structure for efficient space utilization, stability, and suitability for high-density living and continuous expansion. Lu Qing has strongly supported this design, arguing that prolonged communal living without privacy could easily lead to depression and anxiety, and that even partitioning the space into family units would be beneficial. The novice Xu Lan, hearing that most people agreed, readily accepted the idea. The fog gradually dissipated, and the crowd began to move about in small groups. Xu Lan also rode her electric scooter back for breakfast. Today's breakfast was again a simple boiled egg and corn. Simple food perfect for breakfast. Lu Qinghe, holding an egg, sidled up to Xu Lan's table, grinning, Commander, when I was registering personnel information yesterday, I discovered there are so many handsome young men in District 15. The mention of handsome men brought to Xu Lan's mind the face of Li Yanli from her dream last night. She paused, then continued nonchalantly munching on her corn. No way. Lots. I point them out to you later. But Commander, will you get shot if you date? No, go ahead. Yay! I'm going to strike up a conversation then. Xu Maonao ate the egg white in one bite, pushing the yolk, still in the shell, towards her. Xu Lan said helplessly, why aren't you eating the yolk again? Xu Maonao said, the smell is too strong, it get all over my mouth. I don't like it. Xu Lan looked at the 2 whole egg yolks and compromised, okay, actually Mommy doesn't particularly like them either. But we can't waste them. The hen worked so hard to lay these eggs for us, we only eat half. Just then, Wu walked over, leaning on a cane, and handed her a handwritten document. Commander, these are the meeting minutes I compiled last night. Should you read them yourself, or should I dictate them to you? Xu Lan's eyes lit up, looking at him as if she found a savior. Teacher Hua, do you like egg yolks? Wu glanced at Xu Lan, who was staring at him, and found it hard to say no under those 2 burning gazes. It's all right. Teacher Hua, who had worked hard all night, received 4 egg yolks and a glass of milk as a reward. The milk felt more like a real reward, because the space mainly raised cattle for meat, which were to be slaughtered after they grew up, Dairy cows were rare, and even if it were distributed, it wouldn't be enough to feed many people. Xu Lan quickly skimmed through the plan. Huiyu's handwriting was beautiful, the content was clear and organized, and he even thoughtfully annotated the occasional technical terms. It outlined the necessary management departments, the required staff for each department, how to set up daily workloads and reward systems, and concluded with a request for assistance from her and Mao Mao. She pulled out the last page and returned the rest to him. Good. Go ahead and do it, Teacher Hua. If anyone refuses to follow your instructions and wastes time whining, just call me on the walkie-talkie. I come over, drag the troublemaker out, and give them a good beating, then they behave. A fleeting smile played on Huiyu's lips. He had regained the ability to smile. Okay. After dinner, 50,000 people awaited deployment. With Huiyu, Lu Xingyao, and Ji Lan there, these matters wouldn't bother Xu Lan. She only needed to guide Xu Mao Mao through her assigned tasks. Clear a plot of land to build a new canteen. Xu Lan muttered, then suddenly thought, Master Mao Mao, how much land can you move now? Abilities become stronger with use, and plundering similar abilities also enhances the strength of existing ones. Xu Mao Mao's first stolen Earth-type ability must be far more powerful now. Xu Mao Mao pointed boldly, from there to there. The area he pointed to was almost the size of a stadium. Xu Lan exclaimed in amazement, wow, you're capable of moving mountains and filling seas. What's the point of building anything then? Come on, get in the car, baby. Let's just go somewhere else and move the building over. Chapter 132. After greeting Huiyu, Xu Lan drove Xu Mao Mao to a nearby city, found a middle school, and stood at the entrance of the cafeteria. Other districts hadn't cleaned up the nearby corpses like she had. Most buildings were covered in dust and blackened bloodstains. The stench of decay was overwhelming, and the school was no exception. Xu Lan didn't go in. She stood at the bottom of the steps, looking up. Cut all the pipes and cables connecting the building to the outside and underground, then move the entire structure, including the stairs and foundation, into your space. Can you do that, Earth God Mao Mao? Xu Mao Mao, 15. This request was no challenge for him at his current level. The cables in midair were too tough, the metal-controlled axe couldn't cut them. He withdrew the axe, replaced it with super high-temperature flames, enveloped the cables, and melted all the wires. The cafeteria, like a giant radish pulled from the ground, floated in midair with fresh soil, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a huge, deep crater. Xu Lan clapped enthusiastically, her voice rising and falling in cadence. It was an absolutely breathtaking performance. I wonder whose superhuman is so amazing. Xu Mao Mao looked at her, his eyes gleaming. Mommy, it's just you and me here. I don't know who you're asking about. Xu Lan answered with even more enthusiasm. Oh, so it's Miss Xu Lan's son, Xu Mao Mao. He possesses incredibly powerful earth elemental abilities, able to move an entire such a big building in one go. Xu Mao Mao's lips twitched slightly, then he quickly regained his aloofness. There's still room in the space. Xu Lan pointed to the dormitory. Then let's move these buildings back too. On the drive back, they passed a sporting goods store. Xu Lan stopped, got out, and walked to the window, looking at the dusty balls inside. Mao Mao, she said, do you know what we ordinary people used to play? Xu Mao Mao replied, you're not an ordinary person. You're the mother of the god of destruction, the mother of gods. Xu Lan, I noticed you can be quite humorous sometimes. Who taught you that? You? Never mind then. Xu Mao Mao raised her hand, shattering the window glass. Xu Lan stepped inside, picked up a volleyball, and tossed it around. We play with these. And so, the entire store, including the warehouse, was emptied out. If this were the early stages of the apocalypse, taking away sporting goods would definitely be considered a sign of being out of one's mind. These things are neither edible nor wearable. They're even too cumbersome for fighting zombies. Who would specifically set aside space in their inventory to store such things? But Xu Lan would. She not only took the store's stock, but also went into the mall and emptied the other sporting goods stores, having the system build a warehouse specifically for them. Since the world had become a giant junkyard, she could pick up whatever she wanted. Xu Mao Mao, like an automated shopping assistant, listened to her explanations while placing the items she wanted into her spatial storage. Baby, there's a cake shop here. Go in and see if they have any cake-making tools. Mommy will make you a cake. There's also a wedding dress shop here. They have all kinds of wedding gowns. Take them home and give them to Lu Qinghe after she's finished dating her handsome boyfriend. Xu Mao Mao asked, what does dating mean? It's too early to explain that to you now. You understand when you grow up. Xu Mao Mao said, Mommy, Fan Buotel wanted Zhongmei to date him this morning, but Zhongmei said she wouldn't. Shulan wasn't a gossip, but she was happy to hear some. And then? Then Fan Buotel asked why. Do you like that guy in District 15 who's always following you? His flat, monotone accent was hilarious. Shulan continued, and then? Zhongmei said no, she had a lot of things to do, and didn't have time to talk to you. Fan Buotel said you were just busy, not that you didn't like me. And then? When Zhongmei was talking about life and death, you were still talking about liking or disliking someone, so she punched him and left. Shulan chuckled. Mimi is too serious. Even when it's a matter of life and death. When the time comes, do whatever you want. Shu Maomao used air pressure to shatter the glass, sucking away the dress inside, and continued, I also heard that electric ability user called Monkey go to Suzhen and ask her, Miss, want to date? If we date, you be my first love. I'm deeply devoted and loyal. If you become my wife, I'm willing to dedicate the rest of my life to you. Shulan stepped on the gas and continued driving forward, clicking her tongue, the same old routine again, greasy guy. What did Sister Suzhen say? She said get lost, she feels disgusted by men. Ha ha ha. With a good mood, Shulan returned to District 9, having made a fruitful haul, and instructed Shu Maomao to dig various large holes in the open space, then plant the radishes from the canteen, dormitory, and warehouse that had been moved in, one hole after another. The houses appeared out of thin air, leaving the surrounding people with their mouths agape in an O shape, unable to close them for a long time. Is this even possible? They can just move such a large house from another district. Is there anything the raiders can't do? After planting the house and collecting the moved soil, Shulan picked up her walkie-talkie and gave the order, Teacher Hua, arrange for people to come and clean the new house. Roger that, Commander. Thank you for your hard work, you and Master Mao. His voice, directing personnel, rang out over the walkie-talkie and the loudspeaker. After a while, waves of people carrying tools and buckets of water entered the building and began cleaning. Everyone had a new place to live, and even though they were busy, they were in high spirits, calling out to each other, creating a lively atmosphere. Shulan sat on her electric scooter, one leg on the ground, watching them come and go. Occasionally, someone would wave or bow to her, and she would nod slightly in response. Baby, do you prefer the time when we were just the two of us in the junkyard or now? Shu Maomao, sitting in the back seat, looked at the screen with her, swinging her legs. I like both. Which do you like better? Now. Shulan smiled and said, right? Every day is different, isn't it fun? It was getting a bit warm, so Shulan took off her down jacket and handed it to Shu Maomao. Shu Maomao put it away, and without a word, changed into a light jacket and handed it back to her. After putting it on, Shulan remembered something. Wait, take that jacket out again. Shu Maomao took it out, and Shulan took out her earphones from her pocket, a little helpless. Maybe one day I really lose them. Shu Maomao glanced at them. It's something a scammer gave me. It's okay if I lose it. Shulan looked down and studied the earphone structure. They were about the size of a thumb, with a rounded in-ear head on one side, and a flat side, with a slightly recessed button on the flat side. He wasn't lying all the time. Shulan put the earphones in her ears. At that moment, something cold pressed against her outer ear, startling her. Her first instinct was to reach out and touch it, but the coolness vanished as soon as she touched the edge of the earphone. Shulan took the earphones off, feeling something was off. Mao Mao mirror. Little Ding Dang Shu Maomao pulled out a makeup mirror. Shulan wouldn't take it, saying, hold it up. Shu Maomao obediently held it up, so she could look in the mirror. Facing the mirror, she put the earphones back on and noticed that something like spider silk, but harder than spider silk, a silvery metal protruded from around the earphones, firmly gripping her ears, presumably to prevent them from falling out. Shulan thought to herself, pretty high-tech. She straightened up and pressed down his hands, which were holding up the mirror. That's enough, thank you, Little Ding Dang Mao Mao. Shu Maomao put away the mirror. What's Little Ding Dang? Shulan said, it's a big, fat blue cat in a comic book. It has a pouch on its belly that it can pull out all sorts of things, like you. Oh no, you're like it. Chapter 133. Shu Maomao patted her belly. Doraemon also has spatial abilities. Shulan nodded. Yes, you're so smart. I'm going to call Mr. Movie Emperor now. Shu Maomao pouted, tilted her head, and leaned against her arm, finding a foothold to lazily bask in the sun and rest. Moving is easy, it just consumes energy. Energy, if stored up and not used, will always be insufficient. Every time it reaches a critical point, the body's constitution will change accordingly, Like a lake being emptied and then refilled, the lake's edges will expand, the bottom will deepen, and it can hold more water next time. However, he never uses it all up every day. Today he only just began to grasp its limits. Shu Maomao looked up at the earpiece on her right ear. He wanted to find that liar and fight him. It should be very satisfying. Anseline's words yesterday showed a strong willingness to cooperate. Shu Lan had already considered Anseline a good sister in the same trench and decided to put aside her prejudices and work together with her to create a future. That evening, she stumbled upon his tragic past, revealing his other identity. From an acquaintance to someone even closer, she wasn't afraid, but her feelings were complicated. She didn't know how to communicate with him. After some thought, Shu Lan prepared herself mentally. Let's lie to each other then, she thought. Everyone has two faces, and lying is something I'm good at. Shu Lan pressed a button on her earpiece and tentatively called out, Sister Anserin? Commander Qin finally remembered me? Almost without waiting, she heard that leisurely, languid woman's voice, its quality far clearer than a radio broadcast, like a tall, aloof, and elegant woman with black hair and a red dress bending down to speak to her. Shu Lan rubbed her earlobe a little uncomfortably. To be honest, this disguised ability was really impressive. It could even change her voice. Who would have thought that the female zombie she'd seen would possess the memories of a man named Li Yanli? Shu Lan hadn't expected her to reply so quickly. Could she have been waiting for her with the other earpiece already? Hee, managing tens of thousands of people, I'm quite busy. What about you? Aren't you busy? Anserin, thousands of miles away, squinted at the sun outside the eaves. Not bad, it's daytime, our rest time. Shu Lan exclaimed, Ah, then haven't I disturbed you, sister? Anserin smiled. Rest doesn't mean sleeping, it means finding a shady spot to stay still. Shu Lan was about to speak when she heard a cheer from the background. Self-draw. Pure 7 pairs. Awesome. Shu Lan was speechless. You guys are so idle you started playing mahjong? Anserin chuckled. Otherwise, what would zombies do? What? No work, no school. If I don't play mahjong, I can only beat people up, and then I announced a 6-month ceasefire. Shu Lan couldn't help but smile. And you don't even have to worry about how to fill your stomach? You can't fill your stomach. The urge to bite is like a craving. Even if you kill everyone, you still crave it. When the craving reaches its peak, you can only roar. The zombie roars you heard before basically all meant the same thing. What do you mean? Anserin lowered her voice and roared in a zombie's tone, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I have to curse them every day. Stop roaring. I'm hungry too. Ha ha ha. Anserin lazily leaned back in her chair, and after she finished laughing, she asked, What does Commander Qin do all day? Shu Lan said, Eating, sleeping, building bases. Humans have too many things to do, like eating, drinking, relieving themselves, clothing, shelter, and transportation. We don't have time to play mahjong right now. Speaking of which, we zombies are indeed quite idle. If we're not fighting, we can only find some entertainment to kill time. A thought flashed through Shu Lan's mind. Anserin, the police received a report from the public that 4 people were playing mahjong in a house, but when they went in, they arrested 5 people. Guess why? One of them was infected and turned into a zombie, so they didn't count. No, it was 4 people beating 1 person, and the person being beaten was named mahjong. Ha ha ha. Shu Lan said contentedly, Okay, I'm going to eat now. How do I hang up? Press it again? Pressing it once turns on the communication status. Pressing it twice turns it off. If one side is off, won't we lose contact? So I keep it on. Shu Lan's hand, which was touching the button, stopped at the edge of her ear, her eyelashes drooping, and thoughts flickering in her eyes. Her breathing softened, and she asked casually, Anserin, in the world before your rebirth, did I become a commander? Anserin paused for a moment, then chuckled softly, Never heard of it. Maybe you changed your name again. Anyway, I don't know you, and you don't know me. Impossible. They definitely know each other. They're just stubbornly refusing to admit it. How strange this person is, wanting to get close to her on one hand, yet insisting on pretending to be a stranger on the other. Does he really enjoy playing role-playing games that much? Shu Lan wasn't usually one to gossip about other people's private lives, but the more Li Yanli tried to hide things, the stronger her curiosity became. Her quick wit kicked in, and she said, Sister Anserin, I suddenly have a great idea. When you have time, let's find a place to meet again and become sworn brothers. Sworn brothers? Yes, you know about Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei's oath of brotherhood in the Peach Garden? We should be called sworn brothers, like sisters of different surnames, the strongest alliance in the world. The other person was clearly speechless. Xu Maomao opened his eyes and looked up. His mother's lips were curved in a smile, and her eyes sparkled with a bright, mischievous light, like someone about to do something naughty. Answerin, after some mental preparation, surprisingly agreed to her mischievous idea. Okay, you decide the time and place. Alright, I'll let you know when I'm done. Bye sis, I'm going to eat. Xu Lan pressed the earphone twice, saying hello a few times to make sure she couldn't hear her, then took it off and handed it to Xu Maomao. Baby, put it on the bookshelf for me, don't let me accidentally drop it. Xu Maomao took it, the earphone disappearing from his palm. He asked, You're still going to meet him? Yes, I'm not afraid of him anymore. I just say, you want to spar with him to see who has the stronger ability. During the sparring, you can find a chance to read his memories, and we expose him completely. Xu Maomao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he mimicked others by pinching his short fingers together to make an OK sign. Two similar faces faced each other, reaching a consensus, and simultaneously revealed a small, mischievous smile. Humph. Of course, important tasks had to be completed first. For example, we could put all the collected books together, and call everyone over to find the ones related to agricultural product processing. Wow! There's even the complete set of my favorite Starry Sea Escort comics. Xu Lan crumpled a piece of paper and placed it in Xu Maomao's hand, then grabbed his hand and threw it at him. The paper hit GXIN squarely on the forehead. Is this what you were asked to find? Chapter 134. GXIN, hunching his shoulders, hugged the comic book to his chest and continued burrowing into the pile of books. I found it, Commander. Processing and application of natural edible seasonings. I also have a copy of food technology. Good news kept pouring in, and soon a row of books she wanted had piled up in front of Xu Lan. She quickly flipped through them. The books were more comprehensive than she had imagined, covering not only food but also processing techniques for flowers and cotton and linen, essentially resolving the production line construction issues. Indeed, people should read more. Books are the ladder of human progress. That's enough, disperse. Yes, Commander. The sun was setting, and the aroma of food gradually wafted over. The loudspeaker announced, Dinner's ready. Line up at the canteen immediately. Xu Lan looked up and patted Xu Maomao, who was engrossed in her book. Put these books on the bookshelf in the house, you can read them tonight. Okay. Xu Maomao put the book in her hand, along with a row of popular science books on the floor, into her spatial storage. The remaining books were scattered on the floor. Many people, having finished searching, lingered, sitting among the piles of books, intently turning the pages, not even bothering to satisfy their hunger. Xu Lan had initially planned to keep only the science books for later use, but seeing these people changed her mind. She was like that when she was little, loving to read but unable to afford them, brazenly sitting on the floor to read despite the bookstore staff's disapproving looks. In the era before television, cell phones, and the internet, books were the direct way to enrich one's spiritual world. Ask Big Mouth if it's going to rain tonight. If not, leave these books here. Big Mouth said it won't rain, but it will rain tomorrow night. Tomorrow morning we move an empty bookstore from somewhere else and turn it into a reading room. After the reading room was built, it was packed with people every day after work. The competition for seats was no less fierce than in the cafeteria, and the number of books dwindled day by day. Xu Lan had to have people search each room to find the stolen books, emphasizing over the loudspeaker, no books allowed back in the dorms. Books are for reading, not for hiding under the covers. If those books are found outside the reading room again, 3 days' wages will be deducted. Wages were a daily food allowance, distributed in the form of food coupons. The cafeteria collected them daily, and the managers distributed them out as wages the following day. If you aren't hungry, you could save the food coupons for later use, or exchange them for other things at the warehouse manager, essentially using them as currency. Of course, with currency comes theft and robbery. Whenever such heinous acts occurred, the security department would arrest the perpetrator, publicly announce the crime, and execute them on the spot. The security department was directly under Xu Lan's control, and the executioner was Xu Maomao. The person originally chosen for this position in the meeting was He Sheng, the well-known, taciturn, and respected superhuman captain from the 15th district, which had the largest number of members. After hearing this, Xu Lan immediately rejected the idea. Nothing else matters, but no one but me can do this job, unless He Sheng plans to sleep with his eyes open every night. He Sheng, who was preparing to accept the appointment, was relieved of his post without saying a word. Jing Hongyu, who hadn't yet experienced the severity of her punishments, cautiously asked in the silence, Is the position of sheriff that dangerous? Jilan picked up her notebook and slapped him across the face. You paramecium brain, don't interrupt. Those who had forcibly seized food coupons were pushed onto a makeshift execution platform constructed of earth, opposite a judge's seat even higher than the platform. Sitting behind the table, in the center of everyone's gaze, Xu Lan's young face was expressionless, her eyes cold, her commander's aura radiating outwards, silencing the entire room. This was a month after everyone from District 15 arrived in District 9. Life in District 9 was even better than they had imagined. Everyone here seemed friendly, spoke politely, obeyed the rules, and neither fought nor snatched. They were still unclear about what had paved the way for this pleasant situation. Until Xu Lan picked up the microphone along with the broadcast system and, in her usual calm tone, announced the verdict. Her soft, emotionless voice resounded throughout the base, ensuring everyone could hear it clearly. These 7 people who stole food coupons, and those 2 who were peeking through the girls' dormitory bathroom window at night, have destroyed trust between people. Without trust, there's no way to live together. Kill them all as a warning. No! Commander, I know I was wrong. I never do such a thing again. I will definitely change my ways from now on. Spare my life, please. Xu Lan didn't speak. Instead, Xu Maomao, who was sitting on the right side of the table, raised her gun. After a crisp and clean shot, the person pleading on the execution platform turned into a silent corpse, engulfed by the automatically turned soil, and sank into the ground. From now on, all those who die for breaking the rules will be buried in this open space. Before you plan to cause any trouble, come and see your predecessors, and think carefully about whether you really don't want to live anymore. The dark clouds in the sky rolled, and spring thunder rumbled. The heart of the person witnessing this scene, for the first time, was also thundering. Crimes that would barely warrant imprisonment before the apocalypse are now punishable by death here. District 9, it's terrifying. Xu Lan glanced up at the sky, picked up the microphone, and in an instant, she was back to her motherly commander persona. It's going to rain. Don't just stand there. Go back and bring in the laundry. Jilan calmly walked past Jing Hongyu, casually lifting his chin to her lips. On the warmest sunny day after the continuous spring rains, it was Xu Maomao's 6th birthday. Xu Lan got up at 5 in the morning, following the steps in the cake shop's recipe, making the cake batter, pouring it into the mold, wrapping it in foil, and putting it in the oven. While the cake was baking, she had Dezue use the food processor to separate the cream from the milk, added sugar, and set it aside. She then began cutting various fruits that Xu Maomao loved. The cake came out perfectly shaped and fluffy, making Xu Lan very proud. From a young age, her teachers always said she was smart, but she just didn't like to focus her attention on the right things. Actually, when she put her mind to it, she could learn anything very quickly. If the virus hadn't suddenly disrupted her life, Xu Lan would probably be a baking master by now. Xu Maomao, wearing his brown bare pajamas, with a few messy tufts of hair sticking up on his head, appeared in the kitchen doorway, yawned, and asked sleepily, "Mommy, why are you up so early making food downstairs?" Xu Lan knew her commotion wouldn't escape her ears, so she simply showed him the cake she had just finished frosting. Tada! Happy 6th birthday, my son. A chair flew from the living room into the kitchen. Xu Maomao climbed on it, looked at the slightly unfamiliar, sweet-smelling food in front of him, blinked hard, his eyes regaining their alertness, his voice still soft and sweet. A birthday cake. He had seen it in pictures. Xu Lan covered the cake with frosting, and finally drew a big number 6 on it with jam. Yes, a birthday cake. I always made longevity noodles for your birthdays before. This time, I make some of your favorite desserts. People used to eat cake on their birthdays. Did you used to eat cake? Xu Lan shook her head. I don't really like sweets. My grandma would make me a big, savory meat pie as my cake. Xu Maomao said, I want a big meat pie too, and I want longevity noodles too. Chapter 135. Xu Lan picked up a blueberry and popped it into his mouth. Okay, I make whatever you want to eat. It's your birthday, so you're the boss, but don't you have to kiss me? Xu Maomao wrapped his arms around her neck and planted a loud kiss on her cheek. Then he snuggled up to her in that position, watching her arrange the fruit. Is this white stuff bath foam? No, this is called cream. You never had it before, have you? It's sweet and fluffy. Go brush your teeth, and you can eat it after you brush your teeth. Xu Maomao jumped off the chair and ran into the bathroom. As he tiptoed to get his toothbrush, the system floated over. Strictly according to the time rules of Blue Star Civilization, the host's 6th birthday is not today. Xu Maomao punched it, shattering it. After it reassembled itself, he coldly threatened it. Shut up. Whatever my mom says is the day. The system lowered its two eyebrow-like eyes in a wrong manner. Yes, host. Shu Mao Mao hadn't even had time to dry his face after washing it before going back into the kitchen. The fruit cake was already laid out, with a candle on it. He picked up a spoon, about to take a bite, when Shu Lan grabbed him. Eat later, big mouth, turn off the lights. The villa suddenly went dark. Shu Lan said, baby, light this candle, make a wish, and then blow it out. This strange ritual had been done before. It always involved a single burning object, sometimes a stick of wood, sometimes a candle they found. Even without a cake, Shu Lan would have him blow it out and make a wish. Shu Mao Mao lit the candle, closed his eyes, and thought, I hope all of Mommy's wishes come true. He blew out the candle, the lights came on, and he looked at Shu Lan, his eyes revealing a clear longing. Shu Lan suppressed a laugh and pulled away the candle. All right, eat up. Shu Mao Mao scooped up a large piece and stuffed it into his mouth. The melt-in-your-mouth cream and soft cake had a unique texture and aroma, a deliciousness he had never tasted before. Shu Lan hadn't tried her own creation either, and looked at him expectantly. Is it good? Shu Mao Mao's mouth was too full to speak, so he scooped a spoonful and handed it to her. Shu Lan took a bite, her eyebrows raised. Oh, I really am a genius in the culinary world. Shu Mao Mao scooped another spoonful for her, and Shu Lan ate the second spoonful, saying, no more, I need to save room for the pancakes, you eat them all. When Grandma made meat pies, Shu Lan, like Shu Mao Mao, would squeeze into the kitchen to watch eagerly, remembering the entire process. The dough needed to rest after kneading. During the resting time, Shu Lan began to stir the meat filling. Shu Mao Mao finally spoke. Mommy, why don't you celebrate your birthday? Shu Lan said, because I've grown up healthy and strong, and the next step is to slowly grow old. I don't want to celebrate getting old. Then how do you wish? A guy called the God of Destruction has already granted my wish, so it doesn't matter whether I wish for another one or not. Shu Mao Mao shook his head. No, say some new wishes. I hope little Shu Mao Mao can grow up healthy and strong like me. Anything else? No, that's enough. It's perfect as it is now. Shu Mao Mao stared at the cake in front of him, placed the spoon in his hand on it, and gently put his arm around her arm. Mommy. His voice was soft, and you could clearly hear the hesitation. Shu Lan turned her head, a little puzzled. He uttered a single word, then pursed his lips, his brows furrowing tightly. You can't eat anymore, but you're too embarrassed to say so, right? Shu Mao Mao shook his head from side to side, finally using his supernatural ability to move the stool closer, resting his forehead on her shoulder, looking aggrieved and angry. I'm a bad son. Shu Lan raised her eyebrows in surprise. Why are you suddenly saying that? Shu Mao Mao said sullenly. I have a secret I haven't told you. He looked very unhappy, and Shu Lan smiled. That's normal. Everyone has little secrets they don't want to tell others. I have secrets too. It's a secret about you. I found out from number one, Mommy. From the moment I was born, I would steal your life force. At number one's place, all the women who received the injections except you died. You weren't killed by Dr. Zhao, you were also by me. Shu Mao Mao couldn't finish his sentence. He wrapped his arms around Shu Lan's neck. The child's voice trailed off. I'm sorry, Mommy. Please don't hate me. I never celebrate my birthday again. Shu Lan paused, blinked, put down her work, and turned to hug him tightly. It's okay, baby. It's really okay. I only died at number one, but I'm still alive here. Besides, it was my own decision to have you. Having my life force taken from me is my own fault, not yours. You get tired easily because of me. Shu Lan said earnestly. No, I survived because of you, Shu Mao Mao. I'm so happy, so incredibly happy, that you came into this world and became my family. I give you everything, not just life force. So this is a special day to celebrate. Don't feel sorry for me. Absolutely, absolutely not. Mommy will always love you. Shu Mao Mao hugged her tightly. I always love you too. Son, let go, you're going to strangle your mom. Shu Mao Mao quickly released her, and Shu Lan gasped for breath, gently patting his bottom. You don't even know how strong you are. Tell me, can't you finish the cake? I can finish it, and I want to eat meat pies too. Okay. After a hearty meal, Shu Mao Mao, with a round belly, landed at the cafeteria entrance with Shu Lan. Shu Lan picked up the walkie-talkie. Start playing. Zhou Dahu's voice immediately blared from the loudspeaker above the bass. Today is our Mao Mao's birthday. Our 9th district choir recorded a song for him, wishing him a healthy and happy growth. Warm and cheerful music began, and some familiar voices sang loudly. It's your birthday today, sending you my blessings. A special day with radiant smiles. We gathered here, with hearts full of love. Wishing you good fortune always. This time, Shu Maomao wasn't impatient. Instead, she nodded gently to the rhythm of the song, waving Shu Lan's hand and pointing into the distance. Mommy, we have guests. Meanwhile, the survivors, having traversed countless mountains and rivers, using every means possible, and enduring a difficult long journey to District 9, dragged their weary bodies into the infamous city of exile. Too tired to speak, the group had no other thought but to move forward. The outskirts of District 9 were still a vast, unexplored wasteland. The further they went, the more despair filled their faces. This place is so big, which way do we go to find the base? It doesn't look like anyone lives here. Are they really here? Lacking confidence, they temporarily stopped and brought out their radio. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the communicator, microphone in hand, continued calling out, "Hello, hello, this is District 32. District 9, please respond. Please respond." The radio crackled, but even clearer than the response was the background music, a joyful and spirited chorus of voices, each word sung with great effort. Say bye-bye to all your troubles. Say hi to all your joys. Dear, happy birthday. May every day be wonderful. The survivors of District 32 fell silent. What the hell? Chapter 136. It's almost the end of the world, and they're still playing birthday songs? People in District 9, don't go too far. The song's climax ended, the background noise subsided, and the booming male voice that usually controlled communications in District 9 finally spoke. Hello, what's up? The communications officer didn't know how to describe his feelings. 1,000 words boiled down to one. I'm already here. I just have to accept being in this den of lunatics. He took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. We arrived at the center of District 9. It's deserted. Where should we look for you? Oh, wait a minute, I asked the commander. The communications officer's patience snapped. What's the point of asking about something so trivial? Just give us your location. No one responded. He had nowhere to vent his anger. The crowd began to murmur, discussing the inexplicable song and District 9's attitude. In the nearby RV, Betty, her body bound in bandages like a mummy, heard the noise and slowly opened her eyes. Her hoarse voice, like the hiss of a snake, asked the 9th District Commander. What's her name again? Beside her stood the former Deputy Commander of the 32 districts, Qin Xiaoshuang. I have a bit of a headache. I can't heal you anymore. Her base should have quite a few healing ability users. She even went to support the 15th district trapped by the blizzard. I can fight now. You should calm down. With her status, she definitely has plenty of bodyguards. Betty curled her lip in disdain. You mean those cannon fodder ability users who escaped? If I could have blown them up again, the Zombie King would have been dead for sure. Out of so many people, not even one could have finished me off. Why bother with them? I told you before, let the ability users from other districts go and sacrifice themselves to weaken the Zombie King. See how strong he is. You be in charge of cleaning up the mess. But you're so impatient, you insisted on rushing out. What can we do? This time, listen to me, don't touch Qin Xiaoshuang. Let her lower her guard, find out where that space ability user named Linny is, win him over first, heal his injuries, and then take over District 9 by force. In the District 9 base, Shu Lan finished listening to Zhou Dahu's news just as the chorus ended. I understand. Tell them to wait where they are, I come get them. Okay. He turned to leave, but Shu Lan called after him, Hey? Did you forget something? The quick-witted Zhou Dahu immediately realized, turned back with a beaming smile, and said to Shu Maomao, Happy birthday, Maomao. May you grow taller and soar to great heights. Shu Maomao nodded, and Shu Lan nodded as well. Let's broadcast another announcement. To celebrate this special day, the entire base will have a day off. I brought back some sports equipment, which is in the warehouse next to the reading room. Go get it and play with it. Okay. Thank you, Commander. Shu Lan rode towards the parking lot, and along the way, people stopped to wave to the mother and child on the electric scooter. Happy birthday, Maomao. May Maomao grow taller and more handsome. Maomao is adorable. Shu Maomao sat backwards on the back of the electric scooter, expressionless as he was surrounded by praise and blessings. Shu Lan rode to the parking lot, drove out her usual car, and Shu Maomao sat in the passenger seat, suddenly blurting out, There's an idiot. Shu Lan asked, Who? Someone from District 32? That Betty. She said she was just one shot away from killing Ansarine. That's what they say when they lose, and they're too proud to admit it. They plan to take over District 9 by force. Shulan said sarcastically, take over District 9. That bomb-wielding guy is making her incredibly powerful. When communication was poor, the information gap became an invisible advantage. The entire base knew Shu Maomao was a raider, while the outside world was unaware of her existence. Shulan didn't deliberately control information. She had confidence in Shu Maomao's abilities. The radio was in the communications room. Anyone who wanted to could go in and announce the raider's existence to the world. She didn't care. Plenty of people below would take care of it for her. Any unauthorized personnel would be prevented from approaching. This was why Shulan insisted on complete disarmament, without exception. She wanted everyone's current and future security and benefits to be tied to the raiders. They would share both glory and loss. They couldn't survive without the raiders. This way, the possibility of betrayal would be close to zero. Occupy District 9? She agreed, but the ordinary people in District 9 wouldn't agree. Shulan took out her earphones from her pocket, put them on, and pressed the answer button. Good morning, Sister Answerin. Answerin was indeed always online. Good morning, little Sister Xiaoshuang. Why are you so energetic today? I just heard a joke. Someone named Biting said, she almost killed you with a single blow. Shulan gloated. Could it be true? Answerin asked. She can talk so quickly? Really just one blow away? Answerin said helplessly. Yes, don't tell anyone. I'm a zombie with pride too. Everyone thinks I crushed her, but actually I was just putting on a brave face. Shulan laughed without mincing words, then, realizing it was inappropriate, quickly changed the subject, asking Shu Maomao about how many of them came. Shu Maomao closed her eyes, counted for a moment, and replied, no more than 500. Shulan was somewhat surprised. Only that many? Answerin said lazily, they abandoned the ordinary people. Shulan tapped her fingers on the steering wheel and said, the ceasefire you mentioned is probably still 3 months away, right? Yeah. Don't you think the time is a bit short? There are no planes or high-speed trains. How are they going to get here on foot? Answerin said, if they're all infected and turned into zombies, they can walk. Hee sister, you're really joking. Shulan started the car. Being infected won't do you any good. It won't do you any harm either. Whether they're zombies or humans, they all turn to dust sooner or later. That's true, but whether they're zombies or humans, at least they can cause some trouble while they're alive. Please, sister, extend your ceasefire. I try to bring back all those people abandoned at the base. Wow. Xiaoshuang, I never knew you had such a grand ambition to become a savior. Shulan deliberately sighed. What can I do? I don't have to go to work or school, and I don't like playing mahjong. It's so boring. I need to find something to do. Ha ha ha. Is it okay? Despite the laughter, Answerin's refusal was still decisive. No, there's no going back on a promise. 3 months later, no living people can remain in the defeated base. Shulan gritted her teeth in anger. That Li Yanli, all her words were wasted. Not all zombies will listen to me. Even if I say ceasefire, it only applies to the zombies in this area right now. I'm still cleaning up, so don't wander off. Shulan paused, her voice softening slightly. Oh. She suddenly blurted out, today is my son's 6th birthday. Answerin chuckled, then you can tell him for me, Auntie wishes him a happy birthday, and that he grows up healthy. Auntie. This time, it was Shulan's turn to be speechless. He was really getting more and more engrossed in this. Chapter 137. Answerin asked, Sister, shall we still become sworn sisters? Shulan thought for a moment. Sure, when your kingdom is almost finished, and my base is almost finished too. Sister, I saw the people from District 32, let's talk next time. Okay, happy looting. Shulan pressed the button on her earphone twice, took it off, and tossed it to Shu Maomao, who put the earphone back into his spatial storage. Mommy, I want to fight the bomber. Shulan lowered her hand that was about to honk the horn, stepped on the brake, turned to look at him, and hesitated. You fight? If it were an ordinary ability user, it wouldn't matter, but even Answerin had personally admitted that Betty's ability was very strong. Like before, she would attract attention, Shu Maomao would quietly withdraw his ability, and finally reveal his hand. That would be the safest and least casualty-prone procedure. Shulan really didn't want to see Shu Maomao get hurt, or have to use Death Rewind again. If she said no, Shu Maomao would definitely obey and follow the old procedure. But you could tell from the snowball fight that Shu Maomao is a competitive and extremely ambitious child. He's acquired a whole bunch of superpowers, and every day besides assisting with the base's construction, he's been helping her move houses everywhere. He must be feeling really frustrated. After a difficult internal struggle, Shulan finally gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, everyone here should have superpowers. You take care of them first, then fight the girl named Beiting. After you win, you can take her superpower. Mommy's going to find somewhere to hide." Shu Mao's eyebrows shot up, and his speech quickened. "No need, Mommy. There are moths. You watch me from the air like last time." Seeing him so happy, Shulan gradually let go of her burdens. What was there to be afraid of? Wasn't becoming stronger all about living freely? "Okay, I be your cheerleader." The original base was a wide-open, unobstructed plaza. Beiting's convoy spotted her car, and was waiting at her from a distance. Shu Lan and Shu Maomao got out of the car from either side, closed the doors, and Shu Maomao patted the car, storing it in her spatial storage. She then rolled the dice, palm up, onto the moth side. A giant moth flew out from the interdimensional portal, skillfully tilting its back towards the ground. The waving hand in the distance visibly stiffened for a moment before retracting. Shu Lan climbed onto the moth's wing. Just as she sat down, a small telescope landed on her lap from the air, making her chuckle. How thoughtful, it was even worried she couldn't see clearly. As the moth took flight, Shu Lan's heart pounded, her smile gradually turning into tension, not from fear of heights, but from worry for Shu Maomao. His combat experience probably wasn't as rich as Anserin's. Anserin had said he was difficult to fight. No, don't think like that, he's a killing genius. But Betty doesn't seem to be one of those ordinary ability users. Shu Maomao isn't an ordinary ability user either. It's alright, just watch. When the moth hovered in midair, Shu Lan looked down, and saw that Shu Maomao's figure had vanished from its original position. She quickly raised her binoculars, and looked towards the location of the ability users in District 32. The sudden appearance of a giant monster carrying people into flight was a terrifying sight. But even more terrifying was the figure that had been 100 meters away suddenly appearing before her. It was a boy, with a cold face and dark eyes, a mysterious aura, like a ghost in broad daylight, terrifying the timid to the point of losing their composure. "Commander, help! There's a ghost!" Not a ghost, but a superhuman, a child superhuman who can teleport, and someone who can summon monsters. "Little kid, what are your adults doing flying so high?" Then, invisible lines cracked in the ground, weaving through the gaps between people like a spider's web, silently covering their prey. Earth-based superhuman ability. Green threads emerged from the cracks, serrated leaves rapidly harvesting blood. Drops of blood flowed along the veins into a tube-like stem, converging at the base of the main trunk, which held the predator's palm. Plant-based superhuman ability. The wind, carrying transparent glass threads, slipped through the open car window, brushing against the neck of the passenger. Wind-based superhuman ability combined with an upgraded rock control ability. This combo ended before they even finished their opening remarks. What followed was disorientation, clutching their suddenly appearing wounds, completely bewildered. Without giving anyone time for words, the amplified voice of her supernatural ability rang in everyone's ears. "New rule. Everyone except Beiting and my mother, drive straight ahead in the direction behind me to the 9th District base immediately. No looking back." What the hell? Why is my body moving on its own? Beiting was still sleeping and recovering from her injuries when she heard a commotion outside. The voice of a strange child woke her up, like an alarm clock. Whose child is that? She felt like she had said that phrase before. Beiting opened her eyes to find a terrified Vice Commander, Yang Yi, in front of her. "Commander, I couldn't control myself. Please don't blame me." She was dragged from her seat and thrown to the ground, completely bewildered. "Hey! Yang Yi, what are you doing?" "Hey!" Yang Yi had already driven off into the distance, cars leaving Beiting's side one after another. No matter whose name she called, no one stopped. Beiting suddenly realized, "Damn! I get it. A word-based superpower. Which brat is it? Come out here." Shu Maomao teleported in front of her, chin slightly raised, coming out. Shu Lan, in the sky, finally saw the true face of the legendary superpowered individual. A woman with her head wrapped in bandages, limbs in casts, wrapped up like a mummy. She lowered her binoculars in confusion, waiting for everyone to leave before looking again. Besides this mummy and Shu Maomao, there was no one else in the square. Wait, Beiting called this almost killing Anserin. Who was almost there? The bandages and casts suddenly burst open, revealing a short-haired woman wearing a white tank top and hot pants. Her skin glowed with a reddish light like molten iron, looking very abnormal. Beiting threw a punch at Shu Maomao, but it exploded before even touching his face. The explosion was deafening. Shu Lan instinctively closed her eyes, clutching the downy hairs on the moth, her heart pounding in her throat. It's all right, it's all right. She took a deep breath, then opened her eyes again. She saw a layer of black substance on the ground, and the distant scenery rippled like water. Shu Maomao's figure reappeared, even waving in her direction. Shu Lan gasped, her heart pounding. Watching her son fight the bomber was incredibly stressful, and Shu Maomao wanted her to enjoy this performance. Truly, a test of her mental fortitude. Shu Maomao looked at the black lines on the ground, recalling the description he heard from Jing Hongyu. Beiting's nuclear transformation ability was infinitely variable. The explosions were devastating, yet she could repeatedly revert to her original form. Betty's most serious injury was caused by being thrown from the sky by Anselin when she lost consciousness, but even so she did not die. Chapter 138. Shu Maomao covered the black lines with water. The water penetrated them and fell onto the scorched earth, while the black lines flew up, forming shadows that tightened around him. Using his clone ability and his smooth skin power, Shu Maomao escaped the surrounding filth. He leaped a kilometer away, sensing his clone being destroyed before returning to his original position. Teacher Zhou said that nuclear matter itself is colorless. It only produces red or white fireballs when it reacts and explodes. These black things are not naturally occurring substances, yet they can produce the impact force of a nuclear explosion. In other words, when Beiting was in this state, she might have become something like a shadow, visible but intangible. Shu Maomao stood behind Beiting, who had fully materialized into human form. Once she was complete, he spoke, "You're so sad you want to die." Beiting turned around, scoffing, "Save it, kid. Word magic won't work on me." As soon as she finished speaking, the light above her dimmed. Looking up, a giant sword, like a long monument, filled her entire pupil, piercing right through her body. Shu Maomao confirmed that he had killed Beiting with a large iron sword he had previously forged as a toy, just as she was fully formed. But there was no splattering blood as he had imagined. When the sword was pulled out, Beiting's body was scattered black dots, slowly reforming into human form. Her contempt vanished, and her gaze towards him became fiery, revealing a warlike excitement. "Interesting. I was wondering how a kid like you could be worth 800,000 points, even more than the Zombie King. Turns out you have more than one ability, 3, 4, or even more." Shu Maomao stared at her emotionlessly, neither replying nor making a sound. She pulled her hands apart, and arcs of electricity formed a bow and arrow, which shot out dozens of arrows with a whoosh. Absolutely precise. When the first electric current struck Beiting, her flushed skin slightly changed color, then her expression sharpened, instantly scattering into countless black specks that blanketed the entire plaza, surrounding Shu Maomao like stars in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous explosions echoed across the plaza, forcing even the moths in the air to retreat nearly a kilometer to avoid the onslaught. Shu Lan covered her ears, her eyes glued to the battlefield. When the explosion subsided, dust billowed across the plaza, and a gust of wind revealed a gleaming round shield. Beneath the shield, a figure was faintly visible. Not tall, it was her son. Shu Maomao watched the swirling black lines. In this state, Beiting seemed untouchable, invincible. He finally spoke, saying, "Your ability needs to cool down." "I don't want it to." "You're doomed." Beiting, her head barely halfway to focus, retorted, "You die if you make a mistake." "I won't, so you're dead." Shu Maomao's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile, a dark glint in his eyes. "Not dead? Excellent. A perfect test subject for her ability." Shu Lan went from initial trepidation to dizziness, and finally to numbness, covering her ears. It was so noisy, like firecrackers on New Year's Eve, one after another. Shu Lan's back ached from sitting so long that she leaned back on Moth's back. The sky was so blue, the clouds so white, this one looked like a rabbit, that one like an ice cream cone. She should have known better than to let Shu Maomao put away her headphones. At least she has someone to chat and complain with. Betty's superpowers are really nothing special except for explosions. Her son's attack and defense methods are different every time, clearly showing that he is playing around with ease, so there is nothing to worry about. Shu Lan yawned. She'd gotten up too early to make the cake, and was already feeling sleepy as soon as she lay down. Beiting also realized she couldn't kill the child in front of her. Instead, he was constantly draining her energy. She experienced this feeling not long ago, so she stopped abruptly, glaring angrily at Shu Maomao. Before each explosion, the child either hid far away or used a variety of defensive abilities to protect himself. He probably realized that the drawback of her ability was its long wind-up time and cooldown. Every ability has its drawbacks, and his was certainly no exception. But he kept using different abilities, Before she could figure it out, he switched to the next one, as if testing which one could kill her. Beiting turned her head, looked at the gray shadow on the horizon, narrowed her eyes, and sprinted towards it. She had found the child's weakness. From the beginning, this moth had been flying nearby, with someone sitting on it. Just now, Beiting asked the system how many points that person was worth. The system replied that there were no points, but if she killed the person on the moth and then killed the child, the points she would get from the child would double. That's Qin Xiaoshuang, it must be Qin Xiaoshuang, and also the child's mother. The one pulling the strings. Seeing Beiting's movements, Xu Maomao's brows furrowed, his expression tightened, and he abandoned his playful thoughts. His killing intent instantly surfaced. A large puddle of black liquid gushed from the ground, sticking to Beiting's feet. She scattered into black dots, like a swarm of hungry mosquitoes flying towards the moth in the sky. Xu Maomao leaped and teleported, blocking in midair, aiming at the swarm of mosquitoes, and drew a frame with his hand. Spatial cutting. After cutting, he made a grasping gesture, then threw it far away. Like a piece of a painting torn from the middle, the cut-off portion of light and air, including Betty, was thrown far away, leaving a square, pitch-black vacuum. Colors quickly squeezed into the surrounding air, filling the blank space completely. Betty appeared from afar, dizzy, looking at the moth flying in the distant sky. What's going on? She was just about to reach the moth, ready to blow it to smithereens. How did she end up back where she was? A child's emotionless, mechanical voice rang out. I don't want to play anymore, you can die now. Betty scoffed at those words. Even if she had run out of energy and fainted last time, and then fallen from a great height, at most her internal explosion would have caused her to lose control, making her immobile. Die! Impossible. She wasn't even human anymore. A scorching laser beam sliced across the middle of her neck, the cut revealing a black shadow instead of blood. Beiting sneered, about to reconnect her head and body, when suddenly everything went black. She lost all vision. Where is this? Her body? Xu Maomao used the vacuum space he had initially acquired to swallow Beiting's head. Before him lay only a bewildered body, running around aimlessly, sometimes scattering, sometimes gathering, exploding in vain. The plaza was riddled with holes. The headless woman lay on the ground, groping and digging, unable to find her head. The best way to deal with her was with spatial abilities. The problem was, this body didn't bleed. Xu Maomao tried to steal her abilities, reaching out to touch the cross-section of Beiting's neck. The touch caused an explosion. Even though Xu Maomao jumped elsewhere, half of his right arm was blown off. He couldn't touch it. One touch would leave him tainted, and once tainted, he couldn't use his abilities to escape. His face was pale. He activated his emotional control, numbing his pain, and used the rewind function on his shoulder. His arm was completely healed, without any marks, except for the cold sweat that had broken out on Xu Maomao's forehead from the excruciating pain. Thankfully, Mommy probably didn't see it. Chapter 139. A sharp, piercing pain shot through Xu Lan's heart as she covered her ears in the air. She sat bolt upright, grabbing her binoculars and searching for her son amidst the swirling dust. Mommy, I'm here. A clear, childlike voice rang out beside her. Xu Lan's tense heart settled. She put down the binoculars, turned her head, and frowned as she thoroughly checked Xu Maomao from head to toe. He looked perfectly fine, but she still said firmly, Are you hurt? Xu Maomao looked away. Mommy must be able to read minds. Seeing his expression, Xu Lan knew she had guessed correctly. Staring at his nonchalant profile, she took a deep breath, suppressed her anxious tone, and gently asked, Where are you hurt? Please tell me, Mommy will be even more worried if you don't. Xu Maomao had no choice but to raise his right arm and explain earnestly, I wasn't injured while fighting her. After I defeated her, I tried to take her power, but I couldn't find a way, and she accidentally blew me up. Xu Lan pushed up his sleeve, seeing his fair and intact arm, and asked, Did you use time travel? Not dead. Mommy, it's okay. I know, you can use it in times like this. Getting hurt hurts a lot, right? Xu Maomao was going to stubbornly say it didn't hurt, but when he turned to meet her tender, tearful eyes, a layer of indescribable emotion welled up inside him. He turned his lips down, buried himself in her arms, and mumbled, it hurts so much. Since he could remember, he had been well protected by her, and had never experienced such pain before. At that moment, he couldn't hear any sound, his consciousness was completely overwhelmed by the pain, and even the intact parts of his body were trembling. Xu Lan gently kneaded his arm with both hands, as if trying to soothe the pain with the warmth of her palms. It's all right, it's all right. Knowing how painful it is, We'd be more careful next time, and try not to get hurt again. Shu Lan gently rolled up his sleeve and asked, is the bomber dead? Shu Maomao raised his chin and pointed to the square. No, she's not dead. I couldn't kill her, so I hit her head in my spatial dimension, but her body still moves. The dust had settled, and through her binoculars, Shu Lan saw a headless woman with bright red skin kneeling on the ground, groping around. A rather terrifying scene. Shu Maomao said, she doesn't bleed, so I can't take her power. This was indeed a difficult problem. Without the power, she couldn't kill her, and might even be harmed again. A chill ran through Shu Lan's eyes. She wanted Beiting dead. Baby, come down, let me get a closer look. The moth flapped its wings, and landed not far from Beiting. Sensing the wind, Beiting paused for a second. Shu Maomao, who had been watching her intently, grabbed Shu Lan's hand, and led her back into the space. When she's about to explode, the red light around her will dim for a moment. Shu Lan's reaction wasn't as quick as his, her thoughts a beat behind. Okay. Boom! A muffled thunderclap suddenly echoed through the tranquil space. Shu Lan instinctively tightened her grip on Shu Maomao's hand, displeased. Big mouth, who told you to suddenly simulate thunder? White egg slowly emerged from the ground in front of him, its thick eyebrows furrowed into a wronged V. Not me, mother of the host. Shu Maomao's expression hardened. It was Beiting. She's blowing up my space with her head. Why is she exploding everything? Is this even working? It's working. After about 20 more times, that space will collapse. Shu Lan couldn't help but curse, crazy. Such a freakish ability. Let's go, let's get out of here. They landed in the same plaza. The moths had gone home. The crater in the ground was deeper. A headless woman with red skin sat in the center, one leg crossed, the other raised, her forearm resting on her knee. From this confident posture and fearless aura, it was clear that Beiting truly believed she couldn't die. When Shu Lan was seriously thinking, she had no expression, didn't speak or move, only her mind was working, exactly the same as Shu Maomao. The mother and son stood silently facing the headless woman for nearly 3 minutes before Shu Lan's eyes lit up. I understand. How long will it take her to blow up that space with her head? Shu Maomao said, at least half an hour. I put her in the second space after she comes out. Shu Lan said, don't give her a chance to destroy your second space. Walkie-talkie to my baby. The walkie-talkie's range was sufficient for her to contact people on the other side of District 9. She pressed a button. This is the commander. Anyone who hears me, go find Zhou Yan. Commander, this is Lao Lu. I just came out of Teacher Zhou's office. Take Teacher Zhou to the original base location in District 9 within 20 minutes. Roger that. The moment Shu Lan mentioned Zhou Yan's name, Shu Maomao knew what she was planning. To use her matter reconstruction ability to deconstruct Beiting. This ability shouldn't be used on living people, but Beiting was now completely unrelated to living people. She was a moving, unidentifiable entity. Lu Xingyu and Zhou Yan rushed over as fast as they could. Shu Lan and Shu Maomao stood in the middle of the road, some distance from Beiting, waiting for them so that even if Beiting suddenly exploded, these two innocent people wouldn't be harmed. As soon as Lu Xingyu got out of the car, he said, Commander, those people who drove here were making a huge fuss, so we arrested them all. Shu Lan nodded. Good job, Lao Lu, you go back first, drive fast. Lu Xingyu hesitated for a moment, wanting to ask, but then remembering he shouldn't, scratching his face as he returned to the car. Yes, Commander. After he drove away, Shu Lan led a bewildered Zhou Yan back to the edge of the pit. Zhou Yan looked down and saw a headless woman sitting in the pit, his expression freezing. Shu Lan held Shu Maoma's hand in one hand, and held the other out to Zhou Yan. Teacher Zhou, hold my hand. Zhou Yan's expression became even more blank. Huh? Hold, the commander. He couldn't do something so outrageous right now. Too lazy to argue, Shu Lan grabbed his wrist and said, all right. Shu Maomao's dark eyes were fixed on Beiting below. He stretched out his finger, and cut a small space above her shoulder, the last stroke just barely touching the edge of her skin. This time, Shu Lan clearly saw the color on Beiting's body darken. Before she could even panic, the scene before her transformed into an endless expanse of golden rice patties. A loud boom echoed in midair, then was compressed tightly by an air wall, its power reduced to an explosion like fireworks. After it subsided, a black thread less than an inch long appeared within the distorted air wall, flitting about like a lost mosquito, searching for its vanished main force. This was a small piece cut from Beiting's body, and brought back into the space. Shu Lan released Zhou Yan's hand, and nudged his stiff body. Get to work, Teacher Zhou. While this thing isn't about to explode again, Hurry up and break it down. Okay. Zhou Yan reached behind his back, quickly wiping his sweaty palms, and guiltily glanced at the focus commander beside him. Although he didn't know what kind of work they were doing, having lived here for so long, the 9th District's ironclad rule of not asking questions when ordered by the commander was deeply ingrained in him. He quickly abandoned any distractions, and focused on using his ability to deconstruct the black thread in front of him. Chapter 140. As time ticked by, Zhou Yan's features grew increasingly contorted, as if he had encountered an extremely perplexing problem. A tiny, nearly transparent substance broke off from the black thread. Zhou Yan opened his eyes, lowering his hand dejectedly. Commander, I tried my best. The white part is known in my knowledge base, but the black part doesn't register any information in my mind. Xu Lan asked curiously, Teacher Zhou, what is the white part? Human epidermal tissue, proteins, lipids, and the like. Is there blood in it? Zhou Yan said, no, it's too thin, just a little bit of stratum corneum. Xu Maomao understood, cut off a little more. Xu Lan said, not too much either, too much will cause a greater explosion, and the three of us might get blown up. Zhou Yan finally caught up with their pace, small amounts, multiple times. Right. This time, Xu Lan didn't ask any more questions, simply taking Zhou Yan's hand. The scenery shifted before the three, still the same open space, but this time the headless woman had transformed into a black line, hovering half a meter above the ground, darting east and west like a thundercloud poised to strike. Xu Lan stared thoughtfully at the black shadow. She's changed into this form again. She probably sensed we were up to something, and is looking for us. Xu Maomao said, she keeps moving around. It's hard to cut her. Zhou Yan's gaze followed the movement of the thundercloud, finding it hard to believe that this cloud was also the same headless woman from before. It seems to be getting further and further away from us. Xu Lan released his hand, cupping her hands to her lips. Hey, Commander Beiting, where are you going? Are you coming back for dinner? Deaf and disoriented, Commander Beiting shrank in their sight, staggering northward. Xu Lan urged, if she keeps flying around like this, she'd be back in District 32. Come on, let's get on the moth and chase her. Zhou Yan, just getting used to the commander holding his hand, suddenly heard he was going to ride in her personal vehicle. Seeing the moth that suddenly appeared, resembling a small airplane, cold sweat broke out on his body. Commander, I can't go. He had megalophobia. Xu Lan enthusiastically pulled him. Oh, come on, Teacher Zhou, your role is the most important. Come with us. His role is the most important? She was finally willing to acknowledge his importance? Zhou Yan snapped out of his emotional reverie and realized he had given up resisting at some point, sitting on the moth with the mother and son, soaring into the sky. Xu Lan loudly reminded him, cover your ears. Seeing Xu Maomao also covering her ears, Zhou Yan raised his hand, confused. Ahead of Beiting's path, green vines suddenly sprouted from the ground, lashing out at the dark figure. The figure froze for nearly half a second after being attacked. Boom! The heavens and earth seemed to tremble with the enormous sound. After the explosion subsided, the dust obscuring the view obediently settled to the ground under Xu Maomao's control. He knelt atop the moth's head, patted it to steady it, and calmly sliced off a piece of the edge of a black line from top to bottom. His fingers tightened, and he pulled upwards forcefully, grabbing it in front of Zhou Yan. Unexpectedly, the remaining black lines seemed to sense this. Instead of converging towards the center, they suddenly turned and followed the section Xu Maomao had cut. Xu Maomao reacted swiftly, pulling Xu Lan with one hand and Zhou Yan with the other, carrying the severed line back into the space. The three remained seated, landing on the sofa in the house, bouncing upwards simultaneously as they sat down. Xu Maomao quickly issued the command, Teacher Zhou, decompose. Zhou Yan snapped out of his daze, feeling like he was working together to defuse a time bomb, and quickly used his ability. This time, the black line was twice as long as before. After separating it, Zhou Yan exclaimed with delight, there are blood cells. Xu Maomao held out his hand. Give it to me. A very fine drop of blood fell from the air into his palm, and the black line that had been hovering in the air disappeared along with the blood. A storm raged in Xu Maomao's dark eyes, before settling back into calm. Done, he said. Zhou Yan instinctively asked, what's done? Xu Lan smiled and grabbed Zhou Yan's wrist, changing the subject. Congratulations, Teacher Zhou, you've done a great job. Let's go outside and talk about your reward. Xu Maomao put her arm around Xu Lan's wrist, and the three of them returned to the real world. The strange, unknown substances on the ground were gone, only a headless female corpse remained, with normal skin color and a normal state of death. Blood flowed from the bright red severed neck into the scorched soil. Without superpowers, Bei Ting was no longer the invincible bomber. Like everyone whose neck had been cut, she was utterly dead. Xu Maomao's mind raced, and a crack opened above the headless female corpse. A round object fell out, landing on the severed neck. The soil rolled and swallowed the newly restored human body. At the same time, a strange voice echoed in Xu Maomao's mind. Player Bei Ting's mission failed. All rewards are reset to 0. Xu Maomao ignored the voice, took out her car, opened the door, and sat in the passenger seat. Xu Lan, while getting into the car, discussed the rewards with Zhou Yin. You want a single room from now on? Sure, I have Ji Lan arrange it for you. The system's loud voice popped out of Xu Maomao's mind. What are you? The voice that announced Bei Ting's mission failure retorted defiantly. And what are you? Why can you talk to me? The loud voice said, I am the Apocalypse System number 013. The strange voice said, I am the Killing Game Administrator number 009. The loud voice angrily said, Don't imitate the system's speech. The car started, and Xu Maomao yawned, her eyelids beginning to droop. A strange voice said, No matter who you are, stealing another player's game administrator account is cheating. This administrator will delete the Blue Star player's account and delete the save file. Already used to the jumble of noises filling his ears, Xu Maomao tilted his head and fell asleep immediately. They arrived at the 9th District base. Xu Lan glanced at the passenger seat, told Zhou Yin to go back first, reclined Xu Maomao's seat, rolled down the window, and leaned against it, watching the crowd playing ball in the distance, waiting for him to recharge. About an hour later, Zhou Dahu's booming voice blared over the loudspeaker. Dinner's ready. Xu Maomao sat up, rubbing her eyes. So noisy, Mommy. Zhou Dahu? Mommy's going to scold him later. No, the bomber has a game administrator on him, and it's been arguing with Big Mouth. Xu Maomao reached out and took Xu Lan's hand, leading her into the space. Pointing to the black stick figure splashing in the swimming pool, she said, That's it. Bai Dan's eyebrows shot up in anger. This system has never heard of any killing game. This administrator hasn't. I heard of the Doomsday system. Xu Lan splashed water from the pool all over the stick figure's head. What game? Tell me in detail. The stick figure retorted angrily, I only explain the game rules to selected players. You bunch of alien viruses won't be able to disrupt the game's balance. Xu Lan asked Big Mouth, Is this guy afraid of water? Big Mouth said, The system doesn't know either, but it's obvious it doesn't belong to the Blue Star civilization. Xu Lan asked, Is it from the same civilization as you? No. No. Xu Lan nodded. Obviously, you two are from the same place. Chapter 141. Big Mouth said, There's no such thing as a game in the system's database. Stickman said, There's no egg called system in the game's background information either. Xu Lan nodded perfunctorily, Yeah. My worldview doesn't include you two troublesome things either. Xu Maomao pointed at the egg, It's number 013. Then she pointed at Stickman, It's number 009. Xu Lan said, You two even numbered the eggs, and you're still rambling on and on, little black. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously looked at Stickman. Stickman looked around, confirmed that it was the blackest in the room, and shouted loudly, This manager. The administrator isn't called Xiao Hei. Xu Maomao emotionlessly used an invisible wall to shove it into the water. My mom said your name is Xiao Hei, so you're called Xiao Hei. You wretched viruses. Xu Lan sat down on a beach chair by the pool, lazily lying flat. Xiao Hei, when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head, even though you can't really be considered a person. Still don't understand? You're a defeated prisoner now. Big Mouth hopped out, carrying a glass of orange juice, and said obsequiously, The host's mother has reset all the rewards. Xu Lan took the orange juice, took a small sip, found it too sweet, put it back, and pointed at Xu Maomao. The system hopped next to Xu Maomao, who drank it all in one gulp, her hand stopping moving. The stick figure floated weakly to the surface of the water. Its head was a pitch-black sphere. Its limbs and torso were black straight lines, without fingers or facial features. Blue Star player failed to complete the game. The game administrator should also be logged off. Whatever. Xu Lan walked into the house. Time to cook, Xu Maomao. What do you want for lunch? Xu Maomao chased after him with lightning speed. Braised fish, sweet and sour pork ribs, candied sweet potatoes, chicken stew with mushrooms, and then... No then, you big eater, that's all, plus a vegetable. Okay. Big Mouth stared at Little Black by the pool. The egg didn't move, and neither did Little Black. They remained still for about 10 minutes. Little Black, what are you looking at? Big Mouth, the system is observing how you log off. Little Black's temper flared instantly. He slammed his hand heavily on the water. This space is blocking my request to the main server. Let me out. The system cannot make any decisions beyond the host and the established rules. Little Black, just like it. A call came from inside the house. Big Mouth, kill a chicken, a little hen. Yes, mother of the host. Big Mouth leaped up and disappeared from the spot, returning a short while later to fly into the house carrying a little hen. The room was bustling with various sounds, except for Xiao Hei, which bobbed on the surface of the water. It was merely a game administrator, unable to attack or move. Aside from answering the host's questions and issuing warnings, any autonomous behavior was restricted by existing rules. After player Beiting died, the rules stated that its account would be deleted and it would be offline. However, someone forcibly changed the rules, and it still existed and possessed consciousness. The game had a bug. After a while, Shu Maomao came out carrying candied sweet potatoes and sat on a beach chair, crunching away. Xiao Hei looked at the game boss that had killed the player and was certain the bug was with it. In its rules, players could lose to the boss, lose health and rewards, replenish their status, and try again. There was no reason for them to be permanently offline. This is what's commonly known as death. It doesn't understand why Beiting died. The game boss information in front of it shows its name as Shu Maomao, its ability is Plunder, and it's the highest scoring creature it's seen on Earth. Killing a regular zombie earns 100 points, a second-tier zombie 1,000, and a third-tier zombie fluctuates around 10,000 points. Scores represent not only achievements, but also the combat power of each NPC character. Ignoring the odds, the previous zombie king was worth 500,000 points. This human cub had 800,000 points when it first appeared, and now it's jumped to 1,080,000. The added 280,000 points are exactly the points Beiting had left after failing to kill the zombie king, after deducting 500,000 points. What a powerful villainous boss. Today's candied sweet potatoes are half the number of last time, because Shu Lan said children shouldn't eat too much sugar, or they won't grow tall. After finishing, Shu Maomao looked longingly at the syrup at the bottom of the plate, but finally put it down without using the rewind function. He knew she was lying, of course, eating more wouldn't stunt his growth, but she was still willing to cook for him, so eating a little less was fine. Shu Maomao looked at the black stick figure on the water surface and asked, "What's your reward for resetting to 0? Little Black didn't want to answer, but uncontrollably blurted out, "Upgraded ability strength, extended health." Shu Maomao said, "Introduce the game background you mentioned." Apocalypse Killing Game is a post-apocalyptic survival combat game where players accumulate points by killing infected or NPCs on the map to extend their own lives and help other survivors live to the end of the game. Can the rewards be used on other players? No, only the player can claim them. Shu Maomao, who had just started to show interest, lost it all. She half raised her eyelids and commented, "A boring game, what's the point?" Xiao Hei, your remaining lifespan is enough to survive to the end of the game, but player Beiting, suffering from a terminal illness and on the verge of death, needs to continuously upgrade rewards to prolong her life. This bug is becoming increasingly powerful, even infiltrating its programming and forcibly driving it to betray the player by answering the boss's questions. "Oh, why aren't you logged off yet?" Little Black said dejectedly, "I'm bound to you. I need to cooperate with you to continue the game. Your current score is 280,000 points. Every time you kill a zombie." Shu Maomao interrupted it. "I don't want to play, stop nagging." "Okay. Who designed this game?" The game administrator doesn't have permission to answer that question. Shu Maomao called out, "Big Mouth?" A white egg appeared in front of him. "Yes, host." "Am I in the same game as Mommy?" The system glanced at Little Black disdainfully. "No, Blue Star is a completely real planet. It has its own civilization, and everyone has their own consciousness. It's not a virtual game world." Shu Maomao looked at the system, then at Little Black, jumped off the beach chair, and walked into the house. "Come with me." "Mommy!" Shu Lan heard her son's call, turned around, and saw a black, faceless stick figure as tall as her standing at the kitchen door, startling her so much she stumbled backward. "Shu Maomao, if you keep doing that, I'm going to beat you up." Shu Maomao wouldn't be scared in the same situation, which is why he always overestimated Shu Lan's courage. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "Listen. Xiao Hei, answer my question again." Shu Lan added the seasonings to the pot. Xiao Hei finished explaining the game background and rewards, and then Shu Maomao had Dezue finish its answer. Shu Lan put the seasonings back into the pot, so one of them is lying. Chapter 142. Big Mouth and Little Black exclaimed in unison. Big Mouth quickly added, "The system can refuse to answer, but it will never lie to its host." Little Black retorted angrily, "Me too." Big Mouth's eyebrows shot up in fury. Shulan felt like a kindergarten teacher. Then, there's another possibility. Neither of you lied because you know it's not the truth, so asking is pointless. But Little Black. Little Black, Shu Mau said, "You have to answer when my mom calls you." Little Black had no choice but to obey. It couldn't refute the orders of its bound boss. "Yes," Shulan said, "your appearance looks like the little figure pasted on the door of the men's restroom. Is that your true form?" "This is the form I was forced to manifest after separating from the player. It's the most visual form closest to the player's imagination. My true form is an invisible piece of code." Shulan said, "Oh, so you can become anything?" Xiaohei stiffened, a sense of foreboding creeping over it. "Then don't be so big. It's intimidating. Look at Big Mouth, it's cute." Big Mouth gave a smiling expression. Having received the host's mother's approval, Xiaohei was happy. Xiaohei was very unhappy. Why should it, a dignified game administrator, be ordered by an NPC to become an egg? Shu Mau punched it expressionlessly. "Transform." A round, black egg appeared next to Big Mouth. Unlike Big Mouth, its entire body was pure black. Shulan said, "If it looks good, take the dishes out." It's a game administrator. Why should it listen to? The black ball flew steadily to the edge of the table. A hand transformed from its head, pushed the plate onto the table, rolled under the table to the corner, and pretended to be dead against the wall. Who is it? Where is it? It should be accompanying the player as they transform into humanoid nuclear weapons and wreak havoc, not serving dishes here. No, since it can't log off, the mission must continue. As the last dish was served and the mother and son sat down to enjoy lunch, Little Black rolled onto the table and said seriously, "Player Shu Mau's body nucleation progress is currently 0, accumulating 280,000 points. He can still transform 70% of his body into something like the previous player, invulnerable to bullets and water, an ever-changing nuclear reactor." Shu Mau flatly refused. "No." Shulan was a little surprised. "Why?" Shu Mau, gnawing on a rib, answered indistinctly, "I can't eat." Little Black said, "Yes, after nucleation, you will lose your sense of taste, but you can use points to exchange for energy to sustain life. No need to eat every day." Shulan said, "Oh, then forget it." "Xiaohei, may I ask the reason for your refusal? After the modification, everything will be exchanged for points. Isn't that equivalent to handing over your life to you? You wish. Don't worry about the administrator blackmailing the player, because my program unconditionally obeys the player's commands." Xiaohei continued to persuade, "If you don't accept the modification, your ability won't be able to achieve the same ideal effect as the previous player, Beiting." Shulan said, "Then just modify unimportant parts like hair and body hair. Then, you can pluck a hair and throw it out as a bomb, which would be quite useful." Shulan's mouth was busy chewing, and she answered with a gesture, "Okay." Xiaohei roared, "What a waste. A great talent wasted. How can a player use such a powerful combat ability in such a despicable way?" Shulan put down her soup bowl and sighed, "Xiaohei." Forced into a ball, Xiaohei, upon hearing the first 3 words, reflexively assumed the following sentence was a bad idea, and his tone softened instinctively. "Ms. Shulan, is there a problem? Didn't your mother teach you not to talk while eating or sleeping?" "I'm just code. I don't have a mother." "Now someone has taught you. Don't talk to us while we eat. Go stay over there." "Yes." The attempt to entice him failed, and Xiaohei returned to the corner, continuing to play dead. Former player Beiting had agreed without hesitation. If she had previously defeated the Zombie King, the points she gained would have been enough to push her entire body's nuclear transformation progress to 100%, making her an immortal humanoid nuclear weapon capable of controlling the entire Blue Star. With the new player's current strength, plus the 280,000 point modification effect, she could definitely defeat the Zombie King, yet she refused to embark on the path of grinding for points to become a god for the sake of her appetite. Xiaohei couldn't understand. Xiaohei couldn't find the meaning of his existence. Xiaohei was in a state of EMO. After lunch, the mother and son took a walk to digest, inspecting the farm for a while, then went back inside for a half-hour nap before finally landing in the car they had been waiting for before returning to their space. The weather was nice in the afternoon, and many people were out enjoying themselves. As Shulan moved towards the center of the base, she caught a glimpse of a somewhat lonely figure standing on a high slope some distance behind the crowd, leaning on a cane. She rode around him with Shu Maomao, tapping him twice on the back. Teacher Hua, what are you looking at? Hu Yu turned and approached, bowing his head. Commander, you're back. Should I take you to see those people old Lu arrested this morning? Keep them locked up for now. Today isn't a day for constant killing. Hu Yu looked at Shu Maomao beside him, and said, Happy birthday, Master Maomao. Shu Maomao calmly nodded, pointing to the crowd running below. Why do they grab the ball, and then throw it to others? Hu Yu explained, they split into 2 teams. They have to steal the ball from the opponents, pass it to their teammates, and then throw it into the corresponding basket to accumulate points for their team and determine the winner. Below the makeshift baskets made of iron bars, wooden boards, and an iron ring, people were sweating profusely, their enthusiasm high. Shu Lan asked, Why aren't you playing, Teacher Hua? Are you short of equipment? Hu Yu shook his head, enough. I don't really want to play. I just look. Shu Lan's gaze fell on his cane. Because this is inconvenient? Hu Yu paused, then honestly said yes. Shu Lan said matter-of-factly, just put it down. Wait for me, in the open area below. I go replenish the warehouse, and come find you to play. She went back to the base, circled around, and returned to the flat area in front of the parking lot. Hu Yu obediently stood in a conspicuous spot waiting for her, wearing a faded shirt and trousers. Shu Lan handed him a badminton racket. You know how, right? Hu Yu gripped the cane tightly, lowered his head, and hesitated. Do you know how or not? If not, I find someone else. Hu Yu replied, I do. Take the racket, give me the cane. The moment the cane slipped from his hand, Hu Yu felt as if he had lost his support. His legs began to weaken, his mind buzzed with a cacophony of curses, and his breathing became erratic. No, without something to support him, he felt like he wouldn't be able to stand. A clear, loud shout brought him back to his senses. Teacher Hua, what are you daydreaming about? Grab the racket. Shu Lan placed the racket handle in her palm, drew a line with her cane, and said, Son, plant a row of grass where I drew this. A bright green boundary line appeared. Shu Lan then tossed the cane into the middle, saying, This will be the net. Let's demonstrate how to play for Mao Mao. Her voice drowned out the noise in his memory. Hu Yu turned his head, took a deep look at the person warming up with bouncy steps, and began to walk. He didn't kneel, nor did he sway. He walked well. He had always walked well. Stopping opposite her, Hu Yu looked as if he had already played a match, his body drenched in sweat, but his eyes were bright and clear. All right, you serve, Commander. Chapter 143. Shu Lan played for about 10 minutes before complaining that she was exhausted and wanted to leave the court, tossing her racket to Shu Maomao. Got it? Just hit the ball with the racket, make sure it doesn't go out of bounds. No superpowers allowed, or you be cheating. Because Shu Lan hadn't received a single ball in those 10 minutes, Shu Maomao was eager to play, leaving her a chair and rushing forward with her racket. Let's play. The kid's still the same kid. Shu Lan couldn't help but chuckle. Play. It's no fun if we don't play. Whoever gets 11 points first wins. Does Teacher Hua agree? Hu Yu nodded without hesitation. Then I be the referee. Teacher Hua serves first. Don't let him win. Let him know what adults are capable of. For the first point, Hu Yu served a long ball towards Shu Maomao's back, and before he could return to his original position after receiving the ball in the backcourt, he delivered a short, fast smash to take the first point. Wow. Cool, Teacher Hua. 1-0. Hu Yu smiled slightly. Shu Maomao's raised eyebrows lowered, his dark eyes fixed on Hu Yu, who was half a head taller than him, his voice filled with defiance. Again. Teacher Hua won. He serves again. Come on, get ready. Hu Yu won the second point again. Shu Maomao thought he was going to smash again, but Hu Yu saw him run forward, changed his angle halfway, and returned a high clear as the ball fell. Shu Maomao jumped but couldn't catch it, his gaze following the ball above his head to the edge of the green boundary line. 2-0. Keep it up, Teacher Hua. Shu Maomao's lips twitched slightly. He turned back to pick up the ball, and tossed it to Hu Yu. Go, Mao Mao. A female voice sounded behind Shu Lan. She turned around and saw Ji Lan, who had appeared out of nowhere, along with a crowd that had gathered from elsewhere. Serve again later. Come on, place your bets. 1 food stamp, I'm betting on Teacher Hua to win. Ji Lan handed her a food stamp. I'm betting on Master Mao Mao. The others shook their heads. I'm not betting, I don't have any. No, Commander, let's just watch. I have extra food stamps. I also support Secretary Hua. Shu Lan collected 2 handfuls of food stamps, and when she couldn't hold any more, she waved her hands and said, Continue, Teacher Hua, keep going. Based on experience, Hui was leading Xu Mao Mao by 6 points, watching his opponent's increasingly cold expression with worry as he played. Was this too much of a bullying of a child? But the commander kept cheering him on, seemingly wanting him to win. This was difficult. A powerful smash grazed his cheek and landed on the ground. 6-1, that's good, my boy, quick, overtake the teacher. Hui Yu, eh? He was overthinking it. The commander cheered for whoever scored. Having mastered the swing and positioning techniques in 6 balls, Xu Mao Mao surged ahead, scoring 4 consecutive points to narrow the gap before her winning streak was broken, making the match increasingly tense and drawing a growing crowd. Finally, Xu Mao Mao reached 11 points first, while Hui Yu lost by 9, drawing a chorus of sighs. Match fixing. Secretary who understands the ways of the world. My votes? Xu Lan said, those who bet on Lord Mao Mao, come and get yours. Lan Lan, take 2. Hui Yu, head down, reached for his cane. Xu Lan saw him and called out, put it down. Did someone just say it was a match-fixing incident? This is questioning my fairness and Lord Mao Mao's ability. If you disagree, come out. No more than 6 points. Let's start by taking 6 points. 10 food stamps, from Lord Mao Mao. A moment of silence fell, then shouts of I go rose and fell. I go, Commander. Hui Yu's fingers twitched, then he withdrew them and walked toward her. There were many things he could use as a net, but she insisted on using his cane. He withdrew his hand and walked back to Xu Lan's side, his steps becoming lighter. Commander, I didn't hold back. Xu Lan nodded in satisfaction. I know, don't be too upset. Losing to a genius like my son is nothing to be ashamed of. Here are the car keys. Go get me some tickets. The ones we just lost aren't enough. Okay. The badminton match resumed, and Xu Mao Mao played with increasing vigor. Later, Xu Lan didn't even bother announcing the scores anymore, because very few could even score against her son. She had a stack of ration coupons, but nowhere to distribute them. After playing for over an hour, Xu Lan figured Xu Mao Mao was almost done playing, so she said, stop. Today's challenge is over. We play again next time. Xu Mao Mao came back, covered in sweat. Xu Lan laughed and pushed him away. Stay away from me. Don't rub your sweat on me. Was it fun? Fun! Xu Mao Mao took out a large towel from his spatial storage and started scrubbing his head vigorously. Xu Lan couldn't bear to watch, so she took it and helped him wipe the sweat from his hair and face, then turned him over and lifted his shirt to wipe his back. Xu Mao Mao obediently grabbed the hem of his shirt, exposing his belly as she rubbed it. The people behind me are too weak. It wasn't as fun as beating Teacher Hua. You like challenging matches? Yeah. After Xu Lan finished wiping him, she put his shirt down to cover his belly. Then it's hard to find someone who can be your opponent. You learn so quickly and you're so strong. Luckily there were many people, otherwise I couldn't keep up with you alone. Sigh, I was thinking of giving them some perks, but now I have to put the ration coupons back. Xu Mao Mao glanced at the stack of grain coupons in her hand and snorted. Who told you to always cheer for others? If I don't cheer for them, they think I'm not letting them beat you, and they get scared and deliberately throw the game, which will be even less fun. Oh. Tired? No. Then let's go play something else. Oh right. Let's burn this fake ball net. The day was quickly coming to an end. The sunset cast a soft, orange-yellow glow on Xu Lan's face. She sat high up, watching Xu Mao Mao playing soccer with a group of adults, and pressed a button on her headset. She overheard Answerin talking to someone. If they attack without even saying a word, then... Xu Lan asked, then what? Answerin continued, they fight. She walked to a slightly quieter spot and asked Xu Lan, finish with work? Xu Lan leaned back and said, I'm not busy. I just talk all day and let others do the work for me. Ah. Being the boss is so satisfying. Satisfying occasionally. Xu Lan smiled. It sounds like the zombie king isn't having much fun right now. Some survivors encountered intelligent zombies on their way to District 9 and started fighting without warning. If they didn't fight the zombies, they would die. If they fought, both sides would die. Xu Lan tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her tone casual. Has anyone told you that you already saved most of the people and the zombies? Those small collisions and casualties don't need to be taken to heart. Answerin suddenly fell silent. Xu Lan saw Xu Mao Mao score a goal, and his teammates were cheering for him. Excited, she wanted to rush over and hug him, but Xu Mao Mao nimbly and disdainfully dodged her. She smiled slightly, looked up, and changed the subject. The clouds here are beautiful. How are they where you are? Answerin looked at the heavy, gloomy rain clouds in front of her, raised an eyebrow, and replied, "Beautiful too." Chapter 144. The next day, the public radio channel began repeating a declaration from morning till night, every half hour. District 9 has reached a ceasefire and friendly agreement with the zombies. All survivors currently on the road are requested to return to the highway. Do not cross the city. Do not cross the city. Do not cross the city. The highway is our safe zone. The city is zombie territory. Any voluntary entry into the other's territory is considered a declaration of war. If you require long-range support due to insufficient supplies, please signal District 9, and we will send reinforcements. This is District 18. Can we stay in the mountains and farmlands outside the city? No, the only safe zone is the highway. But we urgently need to find food. Please provide your current location and a detailed description of the supplies you are lacking. 2 days later, on the morning of District 9. In the district square, Shulan, holding a megaphone in one hand and a map in the other, announced, "The Zombie King promised me that there won't be any zombies actively attacking humans in this entire area downstream from the Qingyun River. There are many survivors on the highway who have reached our 9th district because they're running out of food, water, or fuel and can't continue. We need brave warriors to rescue them." Someone timidly asked, "Commander, will you go with us to protect us?" Shulan replied, "I already said it's safe. Why would I need to protect anyone? I trust my sister 100%. To be on the safe side, everyone going out will be equipped with firearms." Even so, many voices still express concern. There should be many high-level zombies outside right now. "I dare not. I don't even know how to fire a gun." Conversely, almost the instant she finished speaking, a man raised his hand and shouted, "Me. Commander. Me." There were too many heads to count. Shulan tilted her head to look. "It's you, Jing Hongyu. Wait a minute, I finish explaining the rewards. For every survivor you bring back, you get 3 food stamps. Those interested move forward, those not, go back to work." 3 stamps weren't a small amount. 1 food stamp could be exchanged for 5 eggs and half a pound of pork. With enough stamps, you could collect ingredients to cook your own meals, or exchange them for better clothes and shoes in the warehouse. With such a generous reward, nearly 100 brave warriors remained in place. Shulan looked around. Some faces seemed familiar, and nodded, "You guys will do. Select a few captains. You don't need to do anything else these few days. Deputy Commander Lao Lu will take you to practice using weapons. Once you learn enough, you can set off to collect supplies and carry out missions." "Yes, Commander." At noon, Ji Xian brought lunch to Ji Lan, who had been doing accounts all morning, and mentioned this matter. "That kid surnamed Jing is quite brave. He was the first to agree to go out and provide support. Now there are high-level zombies everywhere outside, and they dare to go provide support." Ji Lan's eating slowed down. "Jing Hongyu? Yes, that's him, the silly boy who is always fawning over you." Ji Lan lowered her eyes and said softly, "That's just the kind of person he is. The commander is so generous. 3 ration coupons for each person he brings back. If they brought back thousands or tens of thousands, wouldn't they be set for life?" Ji Lan said, "High risk, high reward. Those with guts are certainly worth more, but we're running low on paper and ink for making ration coupons." She needed to find a way to resolve this beforehand. Otherwise, if the person couldn't be deployed, people would question the commander's authority. At this moment, Shulan stood before the prisoners from District 32 and asked, "Who is the deputy commander?" Bound like dumplings, locked in a small dark room for 2 days, and starving to the point of near death, the people of District 32 all looked in one direction. It was a woman, her face pale with hunger, her eyes lifeless. Shulan walked over. "Is this the one who said she wanted to occupy District 9? Yang Yi, the deputy commander of District 32, weakly uttered 2 words. "Bei Ting." "She's dead." A trace of sorrow flashed across Yang Yi's face. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and, with all her might, hoarsely cursed, "Do you know you killed the savior most likely to kill the zombie king?" Shulan was speechless. If she were really that powerful, would she have died at my hands? "You're not very bright either. Go find your savior." There were many ways to kill Yang Yi, but the loud gunshot had a psychological impact on those around her. Shulan turned to the former superhumans of District 32 and said, "Your commander is dead. Do you want to avenge them? Continue your ambition to conquer District 9, or stay and live with us? You can choose now." With their stomachs empty and their willpower at its weakest, the others in District 32, seeing their leader's corpse, felt no urge to resist, only fear and dread. "What can we do? To stay?" Fong Buitao replied firmly, Say it with me. Yes, Commander. Yes, Commander. Shulan nodded. Untie them, take them to bathe and eat, and go through the procedures with personnel. Yes, Commander. The former superhuman, now able to see again, clutched his head, looking at the bright and clean base and the busy people in the distance, his expression bewildered and incredulous. We joined District 9? Well, if you hadn't had those wicked ideas before, you wouldn't have suffered these past few days. What about the lost superpowers? Don't think about it. That was the requirement for joining the base. We don't need that many superhumans here. Before they could mourn their lost superpowers, the automatically flowing hot water in the bathhouse brought immense happiness to the weary travelers. The water's actually hot. Hearing the exclamations from the bathhouse, Fong Buotao smiled proudly. Wash yourself clean, but be careful with the soap. It's handmade by our own people, very precious. Every bar used is one less. Next was the mess hall. These newly surrendered prisoners went early and ate before the main force arrived. Everyone practically buried their faces in their bowls. Fong Buotao continued, keep these bowls safe, they're precious. You need food coupons to get new ones. What's your name, big brother? My surname is Fong, you can call me Meanie. You don't need to queue, come over here, I already got your food. The people of District 32 were experiencing the vibrant, warm, and utopian life of District 9. In the dimly lit room, Yang Yi's bloodied body was buried in the dark, sunless ground as usual. Shu Lan led Shu Maomao out of the small dark room, hopped on her electric scooter, and headed to her next work location. The trained 100-man warrior squad split into two teams, armed with guns, driving trucks loaded with supplies and empty vehicles ready to carry people onto the highway, leaving District 9 to pick up survivors stranded on the road. Shu Lan stroked her chin, gazing at the convoy. I feel like something's missing. Suddenly, a loudspeaker blared. Commander. The people in Sector 1 want to speak to you. Chapter 145. People frequently sought out Shu Lan. If it was for support or something trivial, Zhou Dahu, the propaganda ambassador for District 9, would intervene and handle it. After the words District 1 appeared, the base noticeably quieted down for a moment. Shu Lan instantly became a magnet, all eyes drawn to her. Shu Maomao also uttered an unfamiliar term. Celestial dragons. He wasn't one to speak often, so Shu Lan was somewhat surprised and squatted down. What? Shu Maomao said. GXIN said District 1 is inhabited by celestial dragons, people who are more noble than us muggles. What nonsense! He's the muggle. Shu Lan had heard of District 1 before. Long ago, when she was wandering around near what is now District 15, constantly on the move to escape zombies, social order wasn't completely chaotic, the military and government still maintained control. A group of people with high social standing and prestige were selected and, under military protection, sought refuge in the safest areas. Later, the situation spiraled out of control. To give birth, she hid in a garbage dump outside Xi'an City, isolating herself from the world. The government announced an infected eradication plan, dividing the country into regions for survival. The first refugee camp established was Zone 1. Every team needs a leader, every base needs a commander, and among so many zones, there also needs to be a brain to coordinate everything. Zone 1 had previously served as that brain, bringing together top-tier medical technology, military power, top-tier resources, and the infection-free ecosystem that the owl had mentioned earlier. Logically, Zone 1 and Zone 9 shouldn't be far apart, given their similar numbers, but that's not the case. On the map, Zone 1 is located near vast snow-capped mountains, sparsely populated, with a vast uninhabited area behind it and a rock-solid military base. District 9, however, was located in the most densely populated plains, surrounded by waves of zombies, fragile, plump, like throats without bone protection, each bite splattering blood. After their troops were ambushed and killed by high-level zombies during negotiations with Answerin, they fell silent. District 1 neither advocated surrender nor offered assistance in the fight, seemingly disappearing to watch how these scattered troops would break the deadlock. When the dust settled, they somehow recovered their lost radio and began contacting them. Shu Lan had no good feelings towards District 1. From the moment she held the microphone, she was prepared to hurl insults. Hello? This is Qin Shuxuang. The voice that came through was sweet and gentle, with a very standard announcer's tone. Hello, Ms. Qin Shuxuang. This is the Zone 1 Control Center. We are very grateful for your courage in stepping forward during this crisis, resolving the conflict between humans and zombies, and helping the survivors to be rescued. We express our highest respect to you. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. The other party was so polite that Shulan was speechless, muttering, "No need for your thanks. At the same time, we have some urgent information we want to know. How did you reach a peace agreement with the Zombie King? If it was a verbal agreement without witnesses, there's a risk that the other party might change their mind at any time. The survivors were also attacked in the highway area. Will you be responsible for the consequences?" Shulan, What was she mumbling? "If you can contact the Zombie King, could you please ask her to personally repeat the principles of peaceful coexistence reached with us on the public channel to gain the survivors' trust?" Shulan said, "No, the Zombie King wouldn't bother with us." The operator in Zone 1 said, "Okay, you're right. It seems humanity has no choice but to trust you. In the current management of the survivor base, have you encountered any difficulties requiring assistance from the central control area? Zone 1 will do its utmost to help everyone overcome these difficulties." Shulan tapped her fingers lightly on the table, thought for a moment, pressed the microphone, and sighed, "It's indeed very difficult. Send 200, no, 2,000 space-age ability users, loaded with supplies, to provide support." The operator on the other end said, "I heard the commander of Zone 10 has enough supplies in his space." Shulan's tone became even heavier. "Unfortunately, not long ago, while going to the toilet at night, he tripped over his own foot and died. This caused us to lose our food supply. Since learning that during the ceasefire, defeated soldiers would voluntarily come to Zone 9, Shulan abandoned the strategy of luring people with exposed wealth. She hadn't boasted for a while, so this was a good opportunity to plead poverty. Every morning when I wake up, the survivors here have to drink a lot of water before going out to build a base. We eat grass roots, tree bark, even sand and mud. We eat everything edible. Yet, more people still starve to death every day than are killed by zombies." Shu Mau Mau chewed on a dried sweet potato while listening to her rambling. "Sigh, I'm too kind-hearted. The Zombie King finally agreed to a ceasefire. I can't just watch my fellow survivors starve to death on the way. But taking over means facing even greater survival pressure. Leaders, your appearance at this time is like sending charcoal in snowy weather. I'm waiting for you in District 9. Please send supplies by plane as soon as possible. Every day later means hundreds more lives lost. We can't survive. Come quickly. Operator, please wait a moment. I will relay your request to the Commander-in-Chief and ask him to issue instructions. Please hurry. I get back to you as soon as possible." Whether the reply was quick or not is unknown, but it certainly disappeared quickly. Shulan put down her microphone, pinched Shu Mau Mau's cheek, took a bite of the sweet potato chips in his hand, and said, "Why do you eat sweet potato chips every day? I research other snacks for you." Shu Mau Mau leaned on the table and asked, "Mommy, will they send planes? I want to see what celestial dragons look like." Shulan chuckled, "There are only yellow, black, and white people in the world. There are no celestial dragons. Humans are all the same, with 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth, and ears." Let GXIN explain the terms he came up with. GXIN, who was misleading the child, was caught halfway through his brick-moving work. He gave a lengthy explanation, citing classical texts, and concluded, "Anyway, they are people with higher survival value, who contribute more to the future of humanity, and who deserve more concentrated protection." Shulan clicked her tongue. "Nonsense. Who has no value? Go move your bricks. The more you explain, the more off-topic you get." GXIN left dejectedly. He felt he was guiding Mau Mau's perspective in the right direction, but he didn't understand why he was being scolded. Shu Mau Mau, her face cut by Shulan, stared into his clear, dark eyes and said, "Forget what he said. Whether they're celestial dragons or celestial tigers, they're nothing special. If they send planes, we steal their planes." Meanwhile, people from other districts, waiting for reinforcements, overheard her conversation with District 1. "Really? Lenny isn't in District 9. If we go, won't we starve to death with him? Really, right? I bet it's true. Qin Xiaoshuan wouldn't be so bold as to lie to the Commander-in-Chief of District 1. Sigh, at least she promised to come pick us up. Let's not just sit around doing nothing. Let's dig up some grass roots from the roadside and take them with us." Chapter 146. The highways were generally safe during the day. Cars laden with fuel and food sped along, their speeds almost as if pursued by ferocious beasts. Every driver shared the same thought. It was dangerous outside, they had no superpowers, and they needed to pick up their loved ones as soon as possible and get back. Those stranded on the road saw the convoy appear before them like a divine intervention, their eyes blazing with hope, like a flame rising from the ashes. "They're here. They really come." District 9 kept its word. Even though the journey was long, they were willing to cross mountains and valleys to fetch them. Everyone hugged each other, cheering and crying, lifting their rescuers high in the air, their excitement no less than if they had escaped death. Meanwhile, a group of high-level zombies, who had been watching from the hidden shade of trees for a long time, also revealed relaxed smiles. These people are finally going to be picked up. Watching them like this makes me so hungry I'm practically biting a table leg. Where are you going? We're not done yet. We still have to follow them along the way to prevent any unruly zombies from sneaking out. It's torture, truly torture, living like this, seeing something but not being able to eat it. You agree. If you can't control your mouth, you get your head splattered. Go find another table leg to bite on. After regrouping, the survivors happily set off, when suddenly someone caught a glimpse of a figure flashing across the hillside by the roadside in their rearview mirror. Holy crap! Zombies are chasing us! Buckle up, speed up and shake them off. Meanwhile, the zombies running through the forest were dumbfounded. Holy crap! Why are they going so fast? We couldn't catch them even if we broke our legs. Forget it, let's not chase them. Let the zombies in the next area watch. Amidst the humans' terror and the zombies' stealthy escort, the survivors scattered along the road were like stranded fish, being carried back to the sea. After passing through the outer ruins, walls made of abandoned electric fences appeared on both sides of the road, with only one main road providing access. Those who had received advance notice waited at the entrance. After disembarking, a row of tables was set up on the right side of the road, behind which sat a group of men and women holding rosters, their expressions serious and seemingly unapproachable. On the left side, there was only one table, behind which sat a beautiful, gentle woman under a parasol. At the table sat a boy, about 7 or 8 years old, looking down at a comic book. The team leader who drove the group back was named Chio Hai. He immediately understood the situation and called out loudly, "Ability users, go to the left and greet our commander. Non-ability users, go to the right and register before entering the base." Those unaware of the situation nervously formed lines. The first to stand before Xu Lan's desk was a middle-aged man who introduced himself with slight nervousness. "Hello, Qin Xiaoshuang. Thank you for your help. I am He Qi, commander of District 21. Xu Lan smiled slightly, appearing very friendly. "Welcome to District 9. What abilities do you all possess?" The chaotic yet orderly days passed by in seemingly endless busyness, and the number of houses planted in District 9 increased day by day. More and more calls for help appeared on the public channel. "This is District 26. We are running low on fuel. Requesting support from District 9. This is..." Meanwhile, news from the zombies became increasingly scarce, and the occasional minor conflicts were almost negligible. Because the zombies were also exploring how to live after regaining their sanity, trying to make their days less boring. Why don't we learn from humans and build a base? Why build a base? We don't even need to worry about food, drink, or sanitation. If we want to rest, we can just find a room and lie down. Yeah, it seems being human is more interesting. Besides chatting, we don't know what to do all day. How about we talk to the Zombie King, and go raid District 9 together for a bit of fun? Brother, you tell me. I have plans to play mahjong. I don't want to die yet. Most zombies, after gaining intelligence, either wander aimlessly or return to their former homes, living a life of retirement with their neighbors. Others search everywhere for the whereabouts of their relatives, only to learn that the crystal core they ate that restored their sanity might be the remains of their loved ones. Suffering a severe mental blow, they find a corner to wallow in melancholy. In a house, the high-ranking zombies, led by the Zombie King, are holding a meeting. Jiang Jun pointed to the map. This area, all the bases in this area, have been overrun by anti-human zombies. They dare not come south, so they tell the people in these bases that the virus is a form of evolution, and the sooner they evolve, the sooner they can escape their suffering, tricking them into opening the gates voluntarily. Lu Tianyang asked, "Boss? Go teach them a lesson?" Answerin looked at the map. "How's the human relocation going?" The zombie next to her gave a thumbs up. "Very fast, extremely fast. After 9th District tasted success, they're sending more and more convoys. But it seems that Qin Xiaoshuang and 1st District have also reached an agreement. I saw quite a few planes entering 9th District a couple of days ago. Boss, do you think the humans might be trying to concentrate their forces for a final battle with us?" Answerin said lazily and unhurriedly. "And then, the planes came out? I didn't see that." Answerin gave a slight smirk. "Don't worry, we never fight District 9. We send all the unwanted survivors from the survivor base there. Qin Xiaoshuang will take them all." Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the window. Answerin flicked her wrist, and the curtains opened. A little girl in a school uniform stood outside the balcony, cautiously saying, "Excuse me, may I come in?" Answerin flicked her wrist, and the French windows opened. The little girl held a black camera. Seeing so many unfamiliar high-level zombies, her face was filled with nervousness, but she mustered her courage. Hello, brother and sister, my name is Zhou Xuening. I heard my brother's really good at fixing machines. Jiang Jun raised his hand. Me? What's wrong? Zhou Xuening's eyes lit up, and she ran over and whispered, "Brother, we wanted to record a video, but the camera's battery died halfway through. I found a new battery, but the screen is still black." "Is it broken?" Jiang Jun put his hand on it, and knew what was going on. "It's not broken, the new battery you found is also dead." "Oh, then I go find another battery. Sorry to bother you." Answerin held out her hand. "Give it to me." Zhou Xuening carefully placed the camera in her palm. Answerin took out the battery, held it for 2 seconds, put it back in, and pressed the power button. The screen lit up. "All done." Zhou Xuening smiled broadly. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The adult zombies present, their gazes darted around, trying hard to act nonchalant, pursing their lips to avoid laughing out loud. This kind of address is too funny in the adult world. Answerin's eye twitched. "Just call me sister. What video are you recording?" Zhou Xuening grinned and showed it to her. "My mom's in District 9. My friends and I climbed to the top of the highest snow-capped mountain. We felt so awesome, and I wanted to record it to show her." Against a snowy backdrop, a group of cheerful little zombies rolled and howled in the snow. The little zombie filming the video yelled, "Don't yell so loudly, or there'll be an avalanche." Jiang Jun said, "The sudden power outage was probably because of the high altitude and low temperature. The lithium batteries drained quickly." Zhou Xuening suddenly understood. "Oh, I see. I finish filming faster next time." Chapter 147. Answerin smiled and handed the camera back to her. "Go play." Zhou Xuening happily jumped out of the window with the camera in hand. Since becoming a zombie, she had come to enjoy this kind of unconventional life. After she left, the large zombies in the room all wore expressions of wistfulness. Life was simpler and happier when we were kids. We adults only know how to fight and kill. Are you still going north? Yes, I'm going to crush those cultists' heads. 3 days ago, 5 planes were parked at an airport on the outskirts of District 9, where many abandoned warplanes and vehicles left behind by the irregular army during their last landing still lay. Time had passed, and seeing familiar things again, those who disembarked from the planes were filled with emotion. At the time, no one expected that the carefully trained superhumans would be utterly powerless against third-tier zombies. Nor would they have imagined that District 9, after its fall, would one day be reborn. Shulan arrived later than her flight. She got out of the car and waved to the people in the airport. The two groups met smoothly. The people from District 1 were dressed in military uniforms, completely covered from head to toe, as if the air in District 9 carried an infectious zombie virus. In contrast, the people who arrived by car were dressed in summer clothes, some even wearing flip-flops, as early summer heat was beginning to show. Most eye-catching was a young boy wearing sunglasses, a vest and shorts, with a cool expression, completely out of place in the serious meeting scene between the two districts. A tall man stepped forward, put down his gun, and extended his hand to her. "Su Yang, Lieutenant." "Hello, Commander Qin Xiaoshuang." Shulan, her face filled with gratitude and emotion, asked, "Hello, sir. It seems you don't have 2,000 people here. Are you really here to deliver supplies?" Fewer than 50 people had disembarked from the plane. Lieutenant Su Yang replied, "Yes, District 1 doesn't have that many space-age ability users. Furthermore, District 1 is facing a serious shortage of supplies. We've done our best to mobilize all available resources to provide assistance." Shulan thought to herself, who knows? But remained outwardly composed, nodding and saying, "I know. It's not easy for anyone, not easy for anyone. Get in the car. I take everyone to the base." Su Yang led one person into Shulan's car. This person carried a small briefcase the entire time, containing what appeared to be communication equipment, its indicator light illuminated. The person opened the briefcase, rolled down the car window, and took out a signal-enhancing antenna from a backpack. After he finished operating the equipment, Su Yang asked Shulan, who was driving, "Excuse me, is Commander Lin Yi really dead?" Shulan's tone was somber. "Yes, it rained heavily that day. The public restrooms were far from the dormitories. Everyone was asleep when Commander Lin Yi fell. When we got up in the morning, his body was already stiff. After Commander Lin Yi's accident, our base went bankrupt overnight, like a millionaire going hungry. How are the people in District 1 doing?" After the bombing, our survivors contacted District 1, remember? Not wanting to be constantly questioned and forced to passively lie, she had to take the initiative and make them the ones answering the questions. Su-Yan was indeed stumped. He exchanged a glance with the person next to him. Sorry, I don't know. Communications aren't my responsibility. Shulan said. Back then, there were still over 300 survivors in District 9. The zombies went elsewhere. We requested a plane to evacuate us, but the reply was to wait where we were. We've been waiting until now. Su-Yang, was she abandoning us in District 1? Her tone was too calm. It sounded like she was, but it didn't. So, after that, how did you deal with the zombie king? Shulan interrupted him again. What did you people in District 1 eat every day? Simple coarse grains. Oh, I heard they're still researching a drug to combat the zombie virus. Has it been developed? I heard there's been some progress overseas. A finished drug should be available soon. Soon? How long? Will it be successful before we completely move underground? Su-Yang was a little speechless. I don't know. That's not within my jurisdiction. Then what is the lieutenant's jurisdiction? Leading the team to guard the base. So that's how it is. There are so many zombies coming to your area too, Sai. It's tough for everyone. It's tough for everyone. Her barrage of questions finally stopped, and Su-Yang quickly seized the opportunity to ask, approximately how many superhumans are there in District 9 right now? 1,000 or 2, I don't know. What about you? You should have more than us. Are you even able to build an irregular army? No, not that many. Does the lieutenant have superhuman abilities? Yes. What are your superhuman abilities? Sweat began to pour down his body beneath his uniform. Why was she talking so fast? Like a machine gun. And yet, she was the commander of a district. He couldn't afford to offend her, so he had to answer every question politely. Every time he finally managed to find an opening to ask her, she would casually brush him off, effortlessly throwing the question back at him. He hadn't gleaned much information from District 9, but he practically exhausted all the information from District 1. Su-Yang looked at the person beside him again, casting a pleading glance. The person next to him spoke up, trying to deflect her attack. Commander Qin Yu. Shulan said, we're here. Our base isn't far from the airport. Ah? What were you about to ask? Let's get out of the car, go inside for a drink, and we talk. The momentum that had just built up deflated like a punctured balloon, and he had to give up for the time being. After getting out of the vehicle, before Su-Yang and his deputy could even get a good look at the base, a figure rushed over and collapsed at Shulan's legs, crying and shouting, Commander. You have to go see. They're stuffing mud into their mouths. I tried to stop them, but I couldn't. Shulan was shocked. What? Didn't I say someone would bring food today? Zhou Dahu shook his head, tears welling in his eyes. Hungry, so hungry. 100,000 people. We turned the nearby mountains into barren wastelands. We're about to resort to cannibalism. In the distance, groups of heads appeared, silently watching the parking lot. Shulan turned, her tearful eyes fixed on Su-Yang. Lieutenant. Su-Yang turned and shouted, quickly, get the supplies out of the storage space. Box after box of compressed biscuits appeared in the open space. Shulan and Zhou Dahu's expressions froze for a second. What? This stuff. I don't even want to eat it as a snack. Shulan reacted quickly, anxiously urging, quick, quick, distribute it to everyone. Tell them to stop eating dirt. What's the difference between eating dirt and suicide? I went through all the trouble to bring these people back, not for you all to gather together and die. Su-Yang watched her slender figure shoulder the responsibility for hundreds of thousands of lives, his heart overflowing with admiration. So great. In a time when even self-preservation is difficult, there is still such a great woman who takes saving other survivors as her own duty. She's practically a reincarnation of Guanyin. Chapter 148. The quantity of compressed biscuits was not small, probably around 5,000 boxes. The base personnel lined up in a long queue, carrying the biscuits away box by box. Su-Yang thought to himself, everyone looked like they hadn't eaten in a long time. Their movements as they carried the food were listless. However, in Shulan's eyes, the poor acting of these extras in the base, whose palates had been spoiled and who showed no interest in compressed biscuits, was truly disappointing. She took out a walkie-talkie from her pocket. Ji-Lan, please bring some cooled boiled water and clean cups to the largest conference room. Yes, Commander. Then, turning around with a beaming smile, she loudly attracted the soldiers' attention. Thank you, thank you. This is a lifesaver. You come all this way, it must be tiring. It's hot outside, everyone come with me to the conference room, have a drink of water, and then go back. Su Yang and his men followed her, explaining, Commander Qin, we will stay here for a while to report the situation in District 9 in detail, and then the Central Control Center will formulate tactics on how to maintain the long-term survival of both districts. After all, these compressed biscuits. After you finish eating, you face another famine crisis. Shu Lan had already guessed that their main purpose in coming was to gather information about District 9 in her, the mole within the Zombie King. She nodded in agreement. Yes, you're right. That's exactly what I wanted to discuss with the leaders of District 1. We brought 3 professional agricultural experts, as well as some high-yield and easy-to-grow seeds. You can lead everyone to cultivate the land. Shu Lan hesitated, but there are less than 10 years until the meteorite strikes. If our people spend most of their time farming, the underground shelters won't be completed in time. A meteor shower? That's right. An old man with precognitive abilities told me before he died that in about 8 years, a massive meteor shower covering the entire globe will descend upon Earth. The environment above ground will become extremely harsh. Staying on the surface will be certain death. The person next to Su Yang suddenly interjected, Such important information, why didn't you say so before? If she didn't have to maintain her persona, Shu Lan would have rolled her eyes on the spot. She didn't say it? She had said it more than once in the public chat channel. Before answering silence the other districts, her words were met with ridicule and insults. No one ever took her seriously. It seems you really have to stand high enough for your voice to be heard. Because I was the only one who heard the prophecy, that's why I chose to surrender and prioritize building the underground shelter. Regarding food, I'd like to ask District 1 to handle that directly. That precognitive ability user also said that in the future, only District 9 won't be a meteorite impact site. After the underground base is built, the people of District 1 will also need to come here for refuge. Everyone needs to do their part to overcome this difficult time. Shu Lan led the group to the upstairs conference room. Ji Lan stood at the door, respectfully saying, Commander, the new cups and water have been delivered to your office. Shu Lan nodded. These leaders who have come from afar will need to stay with us for a while. 42 people, 6 women and 36 men. Go and arrange their accommodations. Yes, sir. Su Yang looked down at the boy who had been quietly following them, and said to Ji Lan, Take the child with you too. Ji Lan pretended not to hear, and quickly went downstairs. Su Yang frowned, somewhat displeased. What does she mean by that? Shu Lan calmly said, The people at my base only obey my orders. Please don't take it too seriously, Lieutenant. We need to discuss serious matters. This child isn't suitable to be here. Let him go play somewhere else. Shu Lan looked at Su Yang, her expression still gentle, with a faint smile, but her tone held an undeniable authority. Whether he's suitable or not should be my decision, Lieutenant Su, shouldn't it? A chill ran down Su Yang's spine. He didn't object further. Yes, I overstepped my bounds. After a sip of cold water, Shu Lan casually glanced at a small piece of orange peel in the trash can under the table. She kicked it in, looking apologetic. Conditions are limited, only the water pipe is available. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. It's alright, don't be shy. Su Yang was about to remove his gun, as it would be more comfortable sitting like this, when someone next to him reached out and stopped him. Su Yang's eyes changed. He withdrew his hand from removing the gun, his finger returning to the trigger. Shu Lan asked curiously, Don't you feel stuffy covered up like that from head to toe? You go back covered in heat rash, won't you? No, Commander Qin, let's get back to the previous topic. You said you hoped District 1 could provide food for nearly 100,000 people. That request is beyond our capabilities. What about 50,000? Well, that's impossible too. District 1's population isn't less than here. It currently has the largest number of survivors in the entire country. We're under a lot of pressure. Shu Lan said disappointedly. Then what about the shelters? We can't make them work without feeding them. The man next to Su Yang said, Perhaps that meteorite prophecy was just a made-up lie, like the Mayan prophecy of the end of the world. Shu Lan pointed to the box he had placed on the table. If I'm not mistaken, the people in Zone 1 were listening to our conversation the whole time? The man couldn't deny it, the black box was indeed conspicuous. That's right. Shu Lan nodded. All right, the meteorite prophecy is absolutely true. You should have all heard it clearly this time. Don't blame me later when you see a meteorite falling in Zone 1 and are about to die. Everyone present looked at the box. The man with the box, under the gaze of those watching, whispered, This part is true. Shock flashed across everyone's faces. What do we do then? Does that mean we all have to move over here? This wasn't their initial reaction. A flicker of doubt crossed Shu Lan's face. She stood up, slightly embarrassed, and said, "Excuse me, you can rest here for a bit. I need to use the restroom. It's just around the corner of the stairs. I'll be right back." Everyone has to use the restroom, so they didn't suspect anything. Okay. As soon as Shu Lan left her seat, Shu Maomao immediately stood up, pushed back her chair, and followed her, like a shadow behind her. Having only taken a few steps out of the conference room, Shu Lan whispered, "Break that box." Shu Maomao's eyes behind her sunglasses narrowed slightly. The indicator light that had been flashing continuously in the black box on the conference room table silently dimmed. Upon reaching the restroom, finding no one else around, he took Shu Lan's hand and used his sensory ability. "Mommy, you can hear what I hear." Instantly, Shu Lan's ears were filled with a cacophony of sounds, mostly background noise. If one listened carefully, they could discern that it was people from her base speaking, the clearest being the voices of those currently conversing in the conference room. The communication station isn't working. I'm truly disgusted by those technicians. Knowing we're on a mission, they still gave us such a poor quality communication station. Is there a spare? The spare is on the plane. Never mind, we disassemble it and reassemble it later. Lieutenant, don't put down your guns. Everyone needs to be careful. From the moment we met, 90% of what Qin Xiushuang said was a lie, except for the one about the meteorite. Shu Lan turned, her eyes meeting Shu Maomao's through her sunglasses. "Mommy, this person's ability. It's a lie detector." Chapter 149. Compared to abilities that can be used for combat and killing, support abilities are the truly unpredictable and difficult to defend against. You wouldn't know there are so many strange and wonderful support abilities in the world unless you asked. Some can change the color of a certain organ for 3 minutes. Some will find $1 under their pillow every morning when they wake up. Some will automatically play music when their name is called. In short, Shu Maomao didn't bother to steal these kinds of abilities that weren't very harmful, and were mostly just for laughs. When she lied, she didn't realize the other person had a human lie detector, and the other person didn't realize that their conversation with their teammates would be overheard. The leaders of District 1 are quite cunning too. Shu Maomao asked, "Kill them?" Shu Lan said, "No, baby. We have to deal with them discreetly, and we can't let District 1 become wary of us, otherwise there will be endless trouble later. Go back first, and take away the abilities and the guns." After a while, Shu Lan washed her hands and went out. There was a lookout at the meeting room door. As soon as they saw Shu Lan come out of the restroom, the conversation inside immediately stopped. Shu Lan said apologetically, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Your child, he's with you." Shu Lan calmly replied, "The restrooms inside aren't separate by gender." This preemptively shut down the question they were about to ask. Shu Lan walked into the conference room and slowly sat down. Just as Su Yang was about to speak, he saw Shu Maomao climb onto a chair, then onto the table, successfully drawing everyone's attention. Shu Maomao said very calmly and coldly, "New rule. Everyone in this room, except my mother, put your guns and everything you're carrying on the table and raise your hands." Just as Su Yang was about to speak, Shu Maomao added, "And shut your mouths." The new rule superpower took effect, and in the silent stillness, the conference table was quickly filled with guns, walkie-talkies, helmets, hats, masks. Seeing that they were about to take off their pants, Shu Lan's expression turned panicked. "Just take what's in your pockets." "What's going on?" Hey! Goodbye, baby, mommy wait for you outside." Shu Lan covered her eyes and slipped out of the conference room, closing the door. These soldiers took off their clothes so fast, they almost gave her a sty. "Oh no, there are women inside." Shu Lan covered her eyes, pushed open the door, and shouted, "Baby, cover the women with a sheet, then use a chair to move them out." "Okay, mommy." The new rule's superpower is useful, but its drawback is that once issued, it cannot be revoked, cannot be influenced by other superpowers, and if the rules aren't detailed enough, friendly fire or a blunder like the one just now could occur. When she and Shu Maomao were discussing things, they hadn't considered that everything they had on them would include all their clothes. After pushing the woman into the next room, Shu Lan picked up the walkie-talkie. "Old Lu, bring a bunch of men and some ropes to the conference room." "Okay, coming." Lu Xingya acted quickly, leading his henchmen into the conference room, only to be blinded by the sight of a room full of naked men. "Commander, you... wasn't this a bit too much?" Shu Lan, with her back to them, looked downstairs and said wistfully, "Would you believe me if I said it was a mistake? Anyway, tie them up first, and don't tell anyone about today." Okay. In a slightly awkward silence, Shu Maomao took out her little green dinosaur water bottle, opened the lid, and bit the straw. Inside, was a new fruit-flavored milk that Xu Lan had made for him. He didn't like the old milk because of its strong, fishy smell, but adding fruit juice and sugar changed the taste. He wanted some on the way there, but Xu Lan had told him beforehand to hide the food while this group was around, so he waited until now. The apple-flavored milk was sweet and icy cold. His mommy must have some kind of superpower that made everything taste delicious. The new rule was originally for 20 minutes, but Xu Maomao extended it several times over. More than an hour later, the naked men were finally able to speak, roaring in humiliation, "Liar! Qin Xiaoshuang! Liar!" Lu Xingye walked in upon hearing the noise, still somewhat embarrassed. "Why don't you put your clothes on before you start cursing?" It was so reasonable that there was no way to refute it. The masks and such were confiscated. After putting on their pants, they stared intently at the middle-aged man at the conference table, examining their guns. They also possess superpowers. They must break out of this fraudulent base and report Qin Xiaoshuang's despicable actions. "These guns are from the new batch, aren't they? I never seen them when I was in the army." Lu Xingye raised his gun, beneath which lay a group of astonished and panicked faces. "Don't worry, new guns shouldn't misfire." It wasn't a matter of misfires. The problem was that all the superpowers they should have been using were nowhere to be seen. Where were their superpowers? Where were their abilities? Xu Lan led Xu Maomao in, and Lu Xingye immediately stood up. The burly, resolute man obediently called out to the petite, beautiful woman, "Commander, Lady Maomao, these people can talk now." "Then why are they so quiet?" "I don't know, I was just cursing at you." Hearing her voice, Su Yan looked up, bewildered, his voice weak. "You guys." Xu Lan sat in a chair, legs crossed, smiling as she looked at the group of messengers bound like dumplings. "We." Su Yang's words caught in his throat. He was too confused to understand what was happening, and had simply obeyed the child's orders, surrendering his weapons and submitting. He finally regained control of his body, but couldn't use his powers. This was too bizarre. District 9, a commander who constantly lied, and a child with the power of words. Xu Lan said, "Originally, I planned to play with you for a few days, then let you fly back to District 1 happily, and we still be good friends. But unfortunately, you brought along a lie detector. Since no one believes the lies, I'm too lazy to keep up the act." The man next to Su Yang exclaimed, "How did you know?" Xu Lan shrugged, "I just know. You're so unfair, suspicious of our own forces, secretly playing these little tricks. You are the one who set us up first. Commander Lin Yi isn't dead at all. And you don't lack supplies at all." Xu Lan. Turning his head, he tapped his temple with his fingertip, his bright eyes seemingly able to see through people's hearts. "If he's not dead, what are you going to do?" The former lie detector user's eyes flickered, then he shouted, "Then we wouldn't need to bring supplies to support us." Xu Maomao uttered two cold words, "Lies." Xu Lan looked at Su Yang. "Lieutenant, you tell me, what is your purpose in coming here? Is it to take Lin Yi away?" Su Yang lowered his head, "No." Xu Maomao still said, "Lies." These two words lashed at Su Yang's face like a whip, and he shut his mouth in shame. Xu Lan chuckled softly, "I know District 1 has a much larger population than us. Don't you think it's better to take Lin Yi away and let District 1 have a better life than waste food on these exiled people who become zombie food reserves? Right? We leave behind seeds, experts, and enough food to feed 100,000 survivors for a while. Anyway, the things in his space can regenerate infinitely. When you need support, we arrange for space-age ability users to send them over, just like always." Xu Maomao said, "The truth?" Xu Lan nodded as if in agreement, then asked, "But why?" Chapter 150. Why? Su Yang couldn't answer this question. He was there to carry out a mission assigned by his superiors, and hadn't considered this question. "It's the Commander-in-Chief's order," Xu Lan said. "So what if he's the Commander-in-Chief? Did I eat his rice, and have to listen to him? The compressed biscuits you sent are all expired food. One bite, and your teeth will break. You're offering them to me in exchange for the strongest space ability user? You can't even dream of such a thing." Su Yang's face flushed red as he removed his outer shell, but the order from his superiors weighed heavily on him, and he still had to struggle. Let Lin Yi choose. Let the commander of District 10 talk to him. If he's willing to stay, the commander said he won't force him, really. Xu Lan said, "Okay, you go underground and talk to him slowly." Xu Maomao reached for Lu Xingye's rifle, and started fiddling with the safety. Su Yang saw this and immediately shouted, "Now that Lin Yi is dead, you can't kill us. If no one returns with news within a week, the next ones coming here will be fighter jets. Our two districts don't need to kill each other over a dead man." Shu Lan said, baby. Shu Maomao put down the gun, and Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He had a feeling that if Qin Xiaoshuang hadn't spoken up, this seemingly strange superhuman child would really have used their guns to kill them. Fighter jets? Su Yang quickly explained, yes, the commanders from other districts disappeared as soon as they arrived here, willingly obeying your orders. This is too strange. A group of leaders in the control center suspect that you weren't actually supporting these people, but rather that you brought them here, infected them all into zombies, and are preparing to attack another district with the zombie king. Shu Lan said speechlessly, what's with all this conspiracy theories? Those commanders, who hadn't been heard from, either died in her presence or had completely given up. If they dared to go to the radio and say there were raiders here, and to stay away, they'd be shot dead in the communications room by Shu Maomao the next second. Su Yang said dejectedly, so we're also a suicide squad. If communications are lost, or we don't get back, it means the second suspicion is correct. Shu Lan understood. No wonder they were so heavily bundled up when they got off the plane, all carrying guns. They were wary of her the whole time. Lu Xingyu said, Commander, I can testify to Sector 1, and so can Xiao Jing and the others. No need. Utterly speechless, Shu Lan's tone became flat. After smearing me, you expect me to prove my innocence? I can't be bothered. Old Lu, take these guys to the small dark room. Let them eat compressed biscuits for the next few days. Okay. After locking the soldiers up for 3 days, Sector 1, unable to receive messages from the suicide squad, inquired through the public channel. Shu Lan had Su Yang brought to the communications room and handed him a microphone. A pre-written script lay on a notebook on the table. Opposite him sat a mother and son with icy gazes. Su Yang was sweating profusely, not from the heat, but from the gun pointed at the back of his head. One wrong word or he would be shot on the spot. There's a difference between daring to die and actively seeking death. No one has the courage to jump into the gates of hell. Su Yang picked up the paper, swallowed hard, pressed the microphone, and repeated its contents. This is Lieutenant Su Yang. Our communication station is malfunctioning. District 9 is wonderful. The people here are good-looking, speak sweetly, and live in harmony and happiness. I've fallen in love with District 9 and decided to stay here from now on, working together with everyone to contribute to the future of the underground world. On the other end, Lieutenant? That stiff tone. It sounded like he was being coerced. Shu Lan reached for the microphone and took the call. He's no longer your lieutenant. He's part of our 9th district. You've been too kind, sending supplies, planes, and people. We don't know how to thank you enough. The operator stammered. The plane wasn't a gift, Commander Qin Xiaoshuang. Could you please allow Lieutenant Su's team to return? You don't have the authority to forcibly detain them. Shu Lan said, I didn't detain them, didn't you hear me? He volunteered. Su Yang, whose mouth was covered after he finished speaking, voluntary indeed. Shu Lan covered her mouth with her hand, saying in an affected manner, oh dear, there are almost 100,000 survivors in my base. Could there be some stingy person who can't stand seeing others doing better than them, and decides to bombard District 9 again with missiles? No way, that's even scarier than zombies. The operator and the eavesdropper behind her. After a few seconds of silence, the sweet operator's voice changed to a deep male voice. Commander Qin, please don't be sarcastic about serious matters. Shu Lan returned to her normal tone. If I wasn't stating the truth, you wouldn't think I'm being sarcastic. I understand. Staying in a safe place for too long means the zombies can't reach you, and you don't have to climb mountains. We escape by wading through water, and we're fed every day. With nothing to do, we resort to pointless scheming, thinking there's conspiracy everywhere outside Zone 1. Shu Lan smiled coldly. Nobody has time to play your power games. Just surviving takes all our strength. The meteorite is real. That day is the true end of the world. We must hurry and build a safe and sturdy underground shelter. So, rain or shine, scorching heat or freezing cold, everyone who can move has to pick up tools and work from dawn till dusk. Under these circumstances, those who have always enjoyed privileges are still coveting the food supplies of these ordinary people struggling to survive. Don't be so shameless. No one could see the expression on the other end of the radio, but Su Yang's head drooped lower and lower with shame. Commander Qin Xiaoshuang, you want to lead everyone safely through the apocalypse, and we have the same goal. We hope you can remain calm and not harbor such hostility towards us. According to you, when the meteorite strikes, District 9 will be the final destination for the survivors. So sooner or later we will reunite. Fighting for Commander Lin Yi's allegiance is meaningless. What we are doing is to plan resources in advance, optimize the overall situation, and share the burden for you. It's not as bad as you think. No need. Xu Lan's tone was cold. You didn't care about the lives of the survivors before, and you don't need to care about them now. Fine, we talk about merging districts later. Could you please release the hostages we've been holding? Xu Lan said defiantly. No hostages? There are no hostages. They all volunteered. Can't you respect their wishes? They were clearly being held hostage by you. This is banditry. Commander Qin Xiaoshuang, please. Xu Lan changed the channel, refusing to listen to his rambling. She turned to Su Yang. Lieutenant, our rule here is no idlers. Either you volunteer to join District 9 as labor, or you die. Choose quickly. Su Yang struggled between loyalty and survival, remaining silent for a moment. Xu Lan said, very soldierly spirit, but unfortunately, spirit won't give you a second life. Take you back to the dark room, where you die with your fellow spirited comrades. Su Yang was shocked. He had only hesitated for a moment. How could he be sentenced to death? I join. Xu Lan glanced at him dismissively, brushing past him. Fine, you're quick to speak. Chapter 151. The military aircraft that arrived were eventually towed to the base, their engines removed, and turned into a playground for the children. Sector 1 had to abandon the hostage rescue, but continued to call her repeatedly, requesting to speak with her in an attempt to ease tensions. Every survivor base that had been targeted by the Zombie King had done the same, clinging to their last hope, constantly calling the commander-in-chief, hoping for aid from their comrades. Back then, Sect 1's attitude was either perfunctory or dismissive. They claimed to be powerless, but everyone knew that Sect 1 wanted to preserve its strength and didn't want its troops to die at the Zombie King's hands again. The tables had turned. Now, Sect 1's attitude was the same. Every time they requested to speak with Commander Qin Xiaoshuang, the reply was either that she was busy or in no mood. They knew she was deliberately ignoring them, but they couldn't do anything about it because the Zombie King was on her side. As wave after wave of survivors poured into the base, the reward for accommodating 100,000 people in the space was unlocked. Besides doubling the planting and breeding area, the space can also open a daily necessities production line. This still requires collecting materials not found in the space and accurately reciting the daily necessities production process. In other words, you still have to scavenge and learn new knowledge. Xu Lan angrily smashed Big Mouth 5 times. How would I know the toothpaste production process? It's not written in books. Big Mouth rolled around the house, begging for mercy. Calm down, mother host, calm down. Calm down. This rule is to limit your production of things that don't conform to. Things from the Blue Star civilization, huh? Then give me an example of what kind of stuff I can produce. For example, a face soap that can eliminate wrinkles and keep your skin looking like it's from 20 years old every day. I suspect you're exaggerating, Xiao He. Do you even have that kind of thing? Xiao He, increasingly depressed from not being valued by the junior boss, sighed habitually before speaking. No, my database only contains explosions and score farming. Xu Lan said disdainfully, your database is as boring as the attack methods of a bomber. Xiao He, even more upset. Actually, not producing daily necessities won't kill us, it just will regress people's daily lives to the state of ancient times. Mainly, the feeling of unlocking rewards, but not being able to maximize their effects made Xu Lan extremely frustrated. After finishing her beating, she saw people outside in the pouring rain, running back to their dorms in the rain using broken planks, large iron basins, plastic bags, and other tools without umbrellas. She felt sorry for humanity, working hard for thousands of years, only to be back to the pre-industrial revolution era. There should be raincoats, but what material should raincoats be made of? Another new problem, sigh. Every summer when there's a downpour, she has to check the riverbank. Holding Xu Maomao's hand, she walked into the rain, not needing an umbrella. She seemed to have an invisible barrier against the rain. She reported her whereabouts to the others as they walked towards the parking lot. Xu Maomao suddenly asked, Mommy, are they going to perform this year? Xu Lan asked, do you want to see it? No. Mommy really wants to see it. What about you? Xu Maomao stopped being stubborn and said, a little bit. Xu Lan smiled, picked up the walkie-talkie, and said, the base construction is too wet to work on, so let's stop for now. Also, I have an announcement to make. Preparations for the 3rd annual New Year's Eve Gala can begin today. As the population increased, the need for grain coupons grew, while the available paper for these coupons dwindled. Paper coupons were fragile and easily torn, becoming crumpled and unusable after passing through many hands before being returned to the warehouse. Therefore, at Ji Lan's suggestion, Paper grain coupons were withdrawn and replaced with alloy-made grain coins of varying sizes, each with a perforated number representing its denomination, a completely new form of currency. With new money, new ways to earn it were needed. Currently, the production rate of crops and agricultural products in the space was more than sufficient to meet the needs of 100,000 people, with a surplus. Rather than letting these resources sit idle in the warehouse, it was better to distribute them as rewards to improve everyone's quality of life. The problem was that she couldn't distribute them indiscriminately without a reason. If life became too comfortable, it could easily foster a culture of laziness. Cultural performances were a fun and reasonable way to distribute wealth. To live a healthy life, one needs not only material sustenance, but also spiritual nourishment. Whether it's reading, playing sports, playing games, socializing, watching performances, or various quirky hobbies, all of these are ways to nourish the soul. Just like Shu Lan didn't want to spend her whole life in that isolated space with Shu Mao Mao, doing nothing but eating and sleeping, living a monotonous life until the last day. Although their stomachs were full, their souls would starve prematurely. As she sat in the car, she was still talking to her team about the performance plan on the walkie-talkie. We can't just put together all sorts of good and bad programs like before. It's too chaotic and not entertaining. We need to screen them within our respective districts first before putting them on the main stage. As for the rewards, you guys decide on a suitable amount to avoid the kind of inflation that Teacher Hu mentioned. Yes, Commander. Shu Maoma took out a snack that Shu Lan had researched while making fruit juice milk, a soft candy made from apple peel pectin, white sugar, lemon juice, and honey. Shu Lan glanced at him and casually reminded him, "Don't eat too much candy, 1 can a day at most." Actually, 1 can was already a lot, but she saw that Shu Maoma consumed quite a lot. He could eat the equivalent of 2 adults in 1 meal without gaining weight. A little more snacking was fine. She considered it spoiling him. Shu Maoma asked, "Mommy, why don't you like snacks?" Shu Lan skillfully turned the steering wheel and said, "Yes, I do. What I don't like are sweets. Didn't I take you to eat fried chicken yesterday, and barbecue the night before? That's meat. Cake, fruit, meat. Any food outside of the 3 daily meals can be called a snack. Mommy, can I only eat cake on my birthday? Oh, you poor little glutton. I make you a cake tonight." Driving to the riverbank, the embankment was indeed showing signs of loosening again. Luckily, Shu Lan arrived early, otherwise, the river flooding into District 9 would have caused even more trouble. Shu Maoma appeared through the car door in the rain and waved to her. Shu Lan's eyes crinkled into a smile, and she waved, saying, "Go on, River God Mao Mao. How many nicknames is this?" Shu Maoma was too lazy to count. He used his flying ability to dredge the river, clearing away the silt and blocking any gaps on the banks. The raging river was no longer in a rage, and the water level, which was about to overflow the banks, gradually receded. He smiled contentedly. Compared to those plastic toy trains and cars, his superpowers were much more fun. Shu Maoma saw some new flowers on the riverbank, flew over, and landed on the ground, intending to pick them for his mother. Suddenly, his ears twitched, and his smile was replaced by displeasure. Mommy was chatting with that liar again. Chapter 152. Shu Lan hadn't spoken to Answerin for a while. He only remembered it when he seen the headphones on the bookshelf while chasing after Dezue, and casually picked them up and stuffed them in his pocket. He remembered them again while waiting for the river god Mao Mao to control the river. It really was just a casual remark. After explaining to someone, Shu Lan put on the headphones, pressed the button, and heard silence on the other end. No one spoke immediately. But Answerin suddenly popped up. "Little sister, the rain sounds pretty heavy where you are." Shu Lan watched the raindrops gather into small streams on the car window, feeling quite strange. He really was always online, always ready to reply. "What are you doing?" Answerin said, "I was planning to go north to uphold justice, but I couldn't get a ride, so I ran all night. Now the sun's out, and I'm resting." Shu Lan imagined a female zombie in a red dress running 1,000 miles, and couldn't help but laugh. Such a simple way to travel, Zombie King. "Shall I send you some gasoline?" Answerin's voice also carried a laugh. Compared to making an entrance in a car, it's much cooler to descend from the sky. "Don't waste the talent the virus gave me." Shu Lan asked curiously, Will you get tired?" "No." "What does it feel like to be exposed to the sun?" "It's like a living person being roasted by fire, dry and hot." "Oh," Shu Lan said, "then when you were waiting for me on the highway that day, were you also suffering from the sun?" Answerin replied, "For a zombie of your level, this little problem is negligible." Shu Lan tapped her fingers on the steering wheel, falling silent as she pondered. Answerin, understanding her perfectly, also remained silent, listening quietly to the rain for a while. Shulan hesitated for a second before continuing. I recently heard a story about a survivor in my base, and it left a deep impression on me. Oh, tell me about it. A long time ago, about 6 or 7 years ago, before the districts were divided, zombies were everywhere, and chaos reigned. She encountered a zombie horde, escaped back to a lousy fish and shrimp restaurant in the city, slept there, and slept until the world turned dark and the sun and moon disappeared. When she woke up, everyone in the city was dead, except for her. Oh, she was very lucky. She chose the safest place to sleep. Shulan said. She didn't leave that city afterward. Answerin seemed engrossed, pressing for more details. Why? Because she couldn't drive? She couldn't go too far, and she was afraid of encountering zombies on the road and not being able to escape, so she had to. She stayed in that city, found a junkyard, hid inside, and surrounded herself with the smell of garbage. That person is very clever, very good at hiding. Shulan's lips curled up again, right? She never imagined that hiding in a junkyard would be incredibly safe. For 4 whole years, no zombie hordes passed through or stopped in that city. When she needed supplies, she would go to the city to get them. Most of the doors in the city were unlocked. You could find something just by going in. She lived there for 4 years. Answerin's tone was lazy, as if she were genuinely chatting. That survivor you mentioned, does she have some kind of good luck, or some kind of superpower that allows her to escape danger or have her wishes granted? Shulan leaned back and whispered, No, she doesn't have any superpowers at all. She's a completely ordinary person. Isn't it amazing that she's survived until now? Yes, someone as lucky as her will definitely outlive everyone else. Oh dear, you really are. Shulan's voice trailed off, as if talking to herself. She's beautiful and has a lovely voice. Answerin laughed brightly, ha ha ha. Having gotten nothing out of her, Shulan changed the subject. By the way, do you know how toothpaste is made? No. What about laundry detergent? No. Raincoats? Answerin countered. Why are you asking these questions? Shulan sighed. You have no idea how annoying that space is. It can produce these daily necessities for me, but I have to provide the materials and production process. Nobody in my base knows how these things that you can easily buy in a supermarket are made. After all, we're not specialized manufacturers. Answerin. After listening to her rant, Lin said, Wait a minute, I go find someone. Shulan waited quietly. A short while later, Answerin called out, Know-it-all, come here. Then a strange male voice approached from afar. Boss, what's up? Tell me about the raw materials and process of toothpaste production. Toothpaste? The main raw materials for common toothpaste on the market are abrasives, humectants, binders, foaming agents, fluoride, and small amounts of preservatives and flavorings. The abrasives contain calcium carbonate. Shulan's eyes widened as she listened, interrupting the voice on the other end. Wait, Master, stop reading. Master, stop reading. How does he know so much? Did he used to work in a toothpaste factory? Answerin said, No, his awakened ability is to answer every question, like a living search engine. Give him a question, and he immediately produced the answer in his head. That's why we call him Know-it-all. Shulan was completely convinced. Wow, amazing. My sister actually has such a master by her side. Not listening anymore? Even if I listen, I won't remember it. I have my son continue reading it when he gets back, and he can read it directly to that wretched egg in the space. What is your son doing? Shulan's troubles were resolved, and she was happy. She casually replied, These days, heavy rains easily cause floods, so he's controlling the floods. He's a modern-day Yu the Great. Isn't he amazing? Yeah, amazing. The modern-day Yu the Great, Shu Mao Mao, appeared after controlling the floods his chin. He pressed the earphone to his chest, his dark eyes shifting upwards, his eyebrows forming an inverted V shape as he gazed at Shulan with a deep, melancholic look. Mommy, you seem to be having a great time chatting with him. Shulan took off the earphone and put it on him, her eyebrows dancing with excitement. Listen, he solved a big problem for us. Quickly, let that egg listen to the production materials and process. I take you to collect the trash. As soon as Shu Mao Mao put it on, Answerin had the know-it-all start chanting. He didn't need to repeat it. As long as Shu Mao Mao heard it, Big Mouth would receive it. As he listened, Shu Mao Mao's eyebrows returned to normal, and he said, I'm done listening. Shulan said, Ask him about laundry detergent, dish soap, light bulbs, tissues. Big Mouth said, She didn't need to find all the materials one by one, she only needed to collect the trash into her space. and the production line would extract the necessary substances from the trash, and then assemble them into the daily necessities they needed according to the production process Xu Mao had heard. It was essentially a large-scale material recombination ability. Who would have thought that Commander Qin Shuxuang, who commands 100,000 survivors, spends most of her time collecting garbage in other cities? Perhaps this is her destiny with the landfill. Chapter 153. The shops were stocking more and more goods, and people's desire for grain coins was growing stronger. Now that the idea of winning grain coins through performances was being proposed again, everyone was racking their brains to come up with a program, and even subtly trying to find out the commander's preferences from those who had participated before. Does the commander like song and dance performances, or comedies? She seems to like both. What about Lord Mao? He doesn't seem to like either. That morning, Xu Lan was sitting at the dining table eating corn when Lu Qinghe listlessly walked over and sat down. She picked up an egg yolk that anyone could claim, stuffed it into her mouth, chewed it, swallowed it, and said, "Commander, I'm heartbroken." Xu Lan asked, "When did you fall in love?" Lu Qinghe sighed, "To be precise, I wasn't in love. I pestered him for months, but no matter how I hinted, he wouldn't understand. Yesterday, I gritted my teeth and confessed to him directly, and he rejected me outright, saying he already had someone he liked." Xu Lan. Lan comforted her, "Don't be sad, he just has no taste." "He said he likes you?" Xu Lan immediately changed her tune, but then again. "Who is that guy?" "He's from District 15, very tall, strong, doesn't talk much, always surrounded by a bunch of henchmen, a handsome guy named Hisheng." Xu Lan said, "Oh, it's him. Then I go tell him clearly that I don't like him, and tell him to quickly move on to someone else." Xu Mao suddenly blurted out, "My mom only likes me." Lu Qinghe chuckled, "No, that's too hurtful. Wait until he confesses to you." But judging from his taciturn personality, he doesn't seem like the type to confess first. Xu Lan thoughtfully took a bite of corn, chewed a few times, and suddenly asked, "Qinghe, you said there's a man who's always there for you, taking care of you in every way. But he's very careful not to let you know how good he is to you, and he even keeps his distance. What would you think?" Lu Qinghe thought for a moment and said, "I suspect he did something very wrong to me in the past, and is secretly making amends." "I see." Xu Lan drawled, nodding in agreement, "I understand, Master Qinghe." Lu Qinghe asked curiously, "Commander, who is this man you're talking about? Can I know?" "No, it's a secret." "Eh? That's not fair. I told you all my love stories." "Tell me, Commander." It was impossible to tell, after all, it was a secret. With the raincoats, everyone no longer had to stop work so often during the rainy season, and the construction of the base proceeded at a rapid pace. The vast underground base was beginning to take shape. Because the number of people pouring into District 9 was constantly increasing, the area of the base was also constantly expanding. When the ceasefire ended, her base had a total of 180,000 people, but this wasn't the end of the population growth. A young man was still reporting unfamiliar locations and explaining how many people were waiting for rescue. These were people abandoned at the base by the superhumans. When zombies broke through the defenses and rushed towards them, these people were prepared to be infected. Instead, the zombies used intimidation and threats to herd them onto the road like sheep, forcing them to head south. The menacing zombies, the uncertain future, and the precarious existence caused a sense of collapse to spread among the people like a powerful contagious disease. They cried out, "Why? I won't leave. Just bite me to death. I don't want to live anymore. Living is too painful. I starve to death on the road sooner or later anyway, so I might as well become a zombie like you." When the fear of death is no longer felt, courage increases several times over, even daring to face these blue-faced, fanged fellow zombies. Then they realize that there's not much hunger or hatred in their eyes, only pity, helplessness, and deep sorrow. Since you're not infected, live well. Keep moving forward, someone will come to pick you up. Becoming a zombie isn't as good as you think. You can feel your body gradually turning into rotting flesh inside, like witnessing yourself rotting into mud, until your brain rots, and then you're completely dead. You don't want to live, but I do, and I don't even have a chance. What's so hard about moving forward? Keep going. So, people were helplessly driven forward, and halfway there, someone really did come to pick them up. It was a convoy approaching from the end of the highway. The lead vehicle carried a bright blue flag, as clear as the sky, with the black Chinese character Mao, waving vigorously in the wind, symbolizing hope. The convoy stopped in front of the crowd. The leader, Jing Hongyu, jumped out energetically, shouting, "Sorry to keep you waiting, friends. Get in the car. Commander Qin Xiaoshuang sent me to take you home. Each time he transported survivors back, Jing Hongyu would wave towards the city, as if saying goodbye to a familiar face, before getting into the car. Over time, the population of the 9th District base grew to 260,000. The barren plains were filled with houses, transforming from ruins into a bustling small county town. Many things are beyond plan. Plans never keep up with changes. Because the number of people at the base kept increasing, all the administrators needed to spend a lot of energy settling in the new recruits. The selection process for the evening's program was also constantly postponed, finally being completed near the end of summer, and the program list was given to Xu Lan. Xu Lan looked at the program list while chatting with Ansarin. You mean, the people in the dozen or so districts in the north have been successfully brainwashed by zombies, thinking that being infected with the virus is a glorious evolution? Ansarin said, that's right. When they see me, they don't resist at all, they just kneel down and call me queen. Ha ha ha. Xu Lan laughed for a long time, until Ansarin's tone became helpless. Sister, the kind of obedience I want isn't like this. After you finish laughing, help me think of a solution. Xu Lan said, why don't we just bite them all to satisfy our craving? Anyway, they're all doing it voluntarily. Didn't you also try to persuade me to join the glorious evolution? Ansarin said, that was just me teasing you. I won't really bite you. After the meteor shower ends, the infected people will become a real corpse. Xu Lan's smile froze. Was that a joke too? No, I told them that becoming a zombie means living for at most 10 more years, and they asked me if they ascend to godhood after 10 years? I really wanted to twist their heads into propellers, and show them what true ascension is. I help you figure something out, but I'm a bit busy right now, so I talk to you later. After pressing the earpiece twice, Xu Lan put down the program, frowned, and turned to ask Xu Maomao, is he lying to me? Zombies only live for 10 years at most? Xu Maomao took the molten alloy iron out of the high-temperature furnace, placed it in a mold tank, and let it slowly cool into the required shape. Then, she moved the cooled iron aside, and handed it to the workers to be transported to the base. This job isn't difficult, but no one else can do it except him. He needs to work here for half an hour every day. 6 years old, 2 years of experience. This is the raider. Xu Maomao sat on the stool, one hand supporting her chin, the other operating the computer. No mommy, he's telling you the truth. Xu Lan looked at the program in her hand, her thoughts a jumbled mess. The eternal night phase is the zombie apocalypse. This is too cruel. They finally found a way to restore their sanity. Xu Maomao hauled the last batch of molten iron out, the flames in the furnace died down, and he turned around seriously, saying, Mommy, my tooth is loose. Xu Lan's attention was drawn to him, and she asked, which one? Xu Maomao opened his mouth and pointed to his front tooth. Xu Lan said, that's normal. You're getting new teeth. It's best not to touch them with your tongue or hands. Let them fall out on their own so the new teeth won't grow crooked. Xu Maomao's expression remained serious. I remember someone who could pull out all his teeth. I take his power, and replace them all at once. Xu Lan said, if you pull them all out, the new ones won't grow in properly, and you won't be able to eat without teeth. So they have to fall out one by one, and grow in one by one. Xu Maomao thought she was right, but the feeling of losing teeth made him uncomfortable, and he always wanted to reach out and feel the loose front tooth. Chapter 154. That evening, after dinner, the mother and son went for a walk by the river to digest their food. Xu Maomao dragged out the indestructible Little Black and forced him to spar with her, venting his boundless energy. Little Black never expected that a game administrator like itself would become a sparring partner for a monster boss. Damn bug. Xu Lan sat on the riverbank, wearing earplugs and watching him fight. She appeared focused, but her mind was wandering. She had previously considered where the zombies would hide from meteorites once humanity moved underground during the Eternal Night phase. It turned out there was no need to worry about that, because the zombies would die at that point. Thinking about it carefully, it was understandable why the cultists were so fanatical. Zombies didn't eat or drink, felt no pain or discomfort, and possessed immense power. When there was no hope of survival, how could they not be an alluring option? But with so many zombies, and only a few years left to move. Mommy! Xu Maomao popped out of her sight, pointing to the gap in his mouth. Look at my tooth! Xu Lan looked at Xiao He with a sinister gaze. Did you knock my son's tooth out? Xiao He raised his hand, shaking his round head like a rattled drum. His face, devoid of features, seemed to have a huge wrong written on it. It had been beaten without even touching his clothes. Xu Lan knew, of course, that this was impossible. Scaring Xiao He was just a mischievous joke. she asked Shu Mao Mao. Where did your tooth fall out? Shu Mao Mao opened his hand, revealing a small front tooth in his palm. Here. Bury it deep in the ground, the deeper the better. After the upper tooth falls out, put it in a very low place. If the lower tooth falls out, throw it in a high place. That way, the teeth will grow back quickly and straight. Shu Mao Mao asked, why? Shu Lan said, Mommy doesn't know why either. When I was little, I was losing my baby teeth, and that's what everyone told me. Okay. Shu Mao Mao threw his missing front tooth on the ground. A small green sprout emerged, using its leaves to carry his tooth away and burrow into the soil. You can't lick the spot where your tooth fell out. Shu Mao Mao said, I know. Then he couldn't resist secretly licking it, feeling a bit strange. Shu Lan hugged him and said, I teach you a tongue twister. Repeat after me, red phoenix, pink phoenix, flower phoenix. The innocent Shu Mao Mao repeated, red phoenix. Wait, his front tooth was leaking air, he couldn't pronounce the second word. He stomped his foot angrily, Mom. Ha ha, okay, I won't repeat it anymore. With the first tooth gone, a second one appeared. The people at the base noticed that the already aloof Mao Mao had become even more aloof, rarely smiling or speaking from morning till night. His teeth were falling out as fast as he was growing. Sometimes, while eating watermelon, he would suddenly frown, tilt his head, and spit out a tiny tooth. Other times, he would be asleep, suddenly open his eyes, jump out of bed, and run outside. It turned out his lower tooth had fallen out while he was rolling over, and he wanted to throw it onto the roof. But his teeth were also growing in very quickly, so some fell out while others grew in, resulting in a crooked and uneven set of teeth. Shu Mao Mao felt a little ugly, and didn't like showing them to others. Some children grow up slowly along their natural growth trajectory, while some adults willingly walk into the clutches of zombies, seeking their own death. Answerin told Shu Lan, I locked those idiots up together. Now they won't eat, they kneel before me like a god, begging me to grant them the right to evolve. His voice lacked its usual lazy smile. He was clearly quite angered by the cultists. Shu Lan had already come up with a solution. I'm hosting a party here tomorrow night. Do any of your experts have a way to let them see the performance in person? Answerin said, I asked Jiang Jun. After asking, Jiang Jun said that it was impossible to do a live stream in such a short time, and suggested recording it first, and then showing it to these people who had been brainwashed by the cult zombies. Shu Lan said, that works too. I found a lot of cameras while scavenging. You can pick them up after you recorded them. Okay. Because of the rapid turnover of personnel, the party was delayed from early summer to late autumn, but at least it upheld the annual tradition, and the day of the official performance arrived amidst intensive preparations. The stage for the performance became more and more magnificent each time, colorful lights adorning the night sky. Performers and lucky audience members were all in place, the noise around them was deafening, and the loudspeakers kept calling for quiet. Shu Lan handed the recording camera to the professional, and led Shu Mao Mao to the judges' seats opposite the stage. The professional pointed the camera and microphone at her, asking in an interview tone, Respected Commander Qin Xiaoshuang, we heard that the 9th District's gala has been held for 3 years. What was your initial purpose in organizing this gala? Shu Lan replied, just for fun. What do you think is the significance of this annual gala for everyone? Just for fun. Okay. Next, we interview Lady Mao Mao. Lady Mao Mao, which performance are you most looking forward to tonight? Shu Mao Mao glanced at him. His teeth weren't fully grown in yet, and he didn't want to talk, as it would cause his breath to whistle. Shu Lan, the savior of the awkward silence, appeared just in time. Answering this question is like campaigning for votes in advance. Go interview the other judges. The other judges hadn't expected the evening's event to be so formal, with pre-competition interviews. This is our Deputy Commander Lu, who is usually in charge of maintaining order at the base. Lu Xingyu straightened his collar, touched his hair, and looked at the camera nervously, asking, what should I say? Are you looking forward to tonight's show? Is there any contestant you particularly like? Lu Xingyu smiled like a proud father. Yes, I am. My daughter Qinghe has been preparing for tonight's performance for a long time. You're making me look forward to the Deputy Commander's daughter's wonderful performance. Okay, the next judge is our Secretary Hua, may I ask? Will you utter a single word, pass? Our supervisor Ji is still doing accounting at a time like this, so dedicated, may I ask? Pass. Okay. The interview was almost over when the music suddenly blared, startling everyone. Zhou Dahu ran out apologetically, bowing repeatedly. Sorry, the sound system wasn't set properly, but is everyone ready? The 3rd annual gala of the 9th District Human Base is about to begin. I'm still your host tonight, your tiger brother. The last group to arrive in the 9th District, those who hadn't prepared any performances, stood on the rooftop, listening to the distant commotion, and asked those around them in disbelief. The 3rd? Does that mean the 9th District has been doing this for 3 years? I don't know. I came last year. Last year I had a seat to watch, but now I can only listen from afar. Sigh, what can I do? Bad luck, didn't get a seat. I have to watch next year. 2 furtive figures stood at the communications room door, one holding a candle, the other a metal pick to pry open the lock. After prying open the door, the 2 men, with perfect understanding, tried to remain as quiet as possible, tiptoeing inside. The radio was on the table, useless tonight. After tuning the channel, the 2 exchanged a glance and mouthed, "Should we talk?" The other nodded. "Speak, it's so noisy outside, he definitely can't hear us." Having lived as prisoners in District 9 for some time, they learned that the most powerful superhuman here wasn't Commander Qin Xiushuang, but the 6-year-old boy beside her. The boy's superpower was the most ruthless form of plunder in the apocalypse. He stole all the combat-related superpowers from the survivors of District 9, making his mother, Qin Xiushuang, an undisputed commander. Everyone said that Master Mao Mao possessed ears capable of covering the entire district, so if you didn't want to die, you shouldn't even think about sneaking around doing bad things. At this moment, the background music of the performance and the cheers of the audience were boiling over. The 2 from District 1 believed that even the most powerful ears might not be able to notice the insignificant movement in the communications room at this time. Chapter 155. Because of the diverse population, the 9th District maintained extremely strict security. Every night, patrols were conducted throughout the city. Anyone found bullying the weak, stealing from warehouses, or coercing women was arrested and executed. Neither of them dared to venture out at night, fearing they would be mistaken for thieves by the security team. Here, even a minor offense like theft could result in execution. Tonight, the security team was also watching the performance, making it the only opportunity to approach the communications room and contact the 1st District. The man turned the radio volume down to its lowest setting, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered, "Hello, calling the 1st District, calling the 1st District. This is Zhang Wei from the 9th District Special Operations Team. Reply if you hear me." The 1st District had dedicated communications personnel at the radio station, who quickly replied, "Received, please continue." Across from the 9th District's main stage, Xu Maomao ate a banana while watching the performance, her other hand resting on Xu Lan's. Xu Lan turned to the side, and Xu Maomao whispered in her ear, "Listen to what I hear." Her synesthetic ability activated, and the performance in Xu Lan's ear suddenly weakened, while a man's voice became clear. "There are living people here, no zombies, but there are raiders. He stole all our abilities, the plane is destroyed, we have no power to resist, and we can't escape." Xu Lan looked towards the communications room. She could guess where the man who spoke was now. Xu Maomao said, "He told everyone, Mommy." Xu Lan shifted her gaze back to the stage and calmly said, "It's okay, but we can't let him say any more." Xu Maomao suddenly disappeared from his seat, reappearing 5 seconds later, so fast that those behind him didn't even have time to react. He was still holding an unfinished banana, calmly taking the last bite. The communication abruptly ended, but those on the snowfield weren't as calm as Xu Maomao. The term raider swept through the entire high command like a tornado. They urgently convened a meeting to discuss the sudden information. "So that's it. Qin Xiushuang is a raider. All the suspicious points in District 9 can be explained now. Those commanders, who disappeared must have been plundered and brutally murdered by her. Both are raiders, but Li Yanli was discovered from the beginning, while Qin Xiushuang was able to successfully lie in wait for so many years, which shows she's extremely cunning. She definitely has the strength to deal with the zombie king now. Don't forget, Qin Xiushuang was the first commander to advocate surrender. She's already on the same side as the zombie king." The commander-in-chief, his face grim, finally spoke after listening. "But what she said about the meteorite is true. We have to go there sooner or later. If it weren't for this issue, they wouldn't have needed to constantly curry favor with District 9 to prepare for their future relocation. Given her previous bandit-like methods, once we go there, she'd probably take all our superpowers and seize power completely. We must deal with this woman before going to District 9. She has the most domineering superpower of plunder. She's not easy to handle. We need to plan carefully." The 3rd Gala's program was less entertaining, but more complete and professional. The talents were all quite impressive. The duet of myth performed by the catering queens, who had dominated the previous 2 years, wasn't as amazing in comparison. However, Lu Qing's energetic song and dance performance with a group of beautiful women was a pleasant surprise. Xu Lan screamed as she watched, giving it a surprisingly high score. There was also a full rock band playing, getting Xu Lan's blood pumping. The atmosphere was so intense she stood up and headbanged to the rhythm, attracting Xu Mao's wide-eyed stare, seemingly unable to understand why her mother had suddenly gone mad. After announcing the rankings and awards, the party concluded perfectly. At the end, all the performers sang a classic rendition of Unforgettable Tonight, leaving everyone reluctant to leave. Xu Lan walked to the recording equipment. How was the recording? Very complete, Commander. Good. How do you use this? Teach me. Having learned how to record, Xu Lan held up a new camera, pointed it at Xu Mao under the colored lights, and said sweetly in a high-pitched voice, "This is my son, Mao. He's 6 years old this year, a super cute baby." Xu Mao looked around until no one was watching before speaking, revealing a set of uneven teeth. "Mommy, why are you filming me?" "I'm not performing," Xu Lan said. "I'm recording you. Later, when you grow up, if I miss what you looked like as a child, I can look at this and smile." "Son." Xu Mao pursed his lips into a straight line, a blank expression, as if to smile, then reached for the camera. "Give it to me, I want to record you too." Xu Lan handed it to him, facing the camera confidently, and said, "Come on, introduce me." Xu Mao said, "This is my mommy, she's..." "I don't know how old she is. She always says something different." Xu Lan prompted, 26. "She's 26, a very good mommy." Xu Lan waited a moment, then asked in surprise, "That's it? Aren't you going to say anything more to praise me? Don't you have any other good qualities in me? If not, I'd be sad." Xu Mao's lips curled up, this time a genuine smile. "She's a very pretty mommy, smells wonderful, likes to be mischievous, can read minds, and makes incredibly delicious food." Xu Lan said with satisfaction, "That's more like it. Mommy, go up there and perform." "Okay, I sing you a song." Everyone else had gone back to their dorms to rest, and the performance equipment and chairs had been taken away, leaving only the mother and son in the empty space. Those with good manners avoided disturbing them. Xu Lan climbed onto the center of the stage, placed her hands flat, clasped them tightly, striking a singer's pose, cleared her throat, and began to sing. "Old Mr. Wang has a piece of land. Iya-iya-yo, he raises chickens by the field. Iya-iya-yo." Xu Mao looked at the tiny figure on the LCD screen, thinking, compared to the performances I've seen before, Mommy's program is really simple. But if she were on stage, he would give her full marks. Xu Lan said, "All right, give me the camera. It's your turn to perform." Xu Mao raised an eyebrow and immediately refused. "I don't want it." "No refusing. One for each of you." "You brat, give it to me now, don't run away." The next day, Xu Lan pressed the earpiece and cheerfully told Ansarin, "It's finished recording, come and get it." Ansarin said, "I'm on my way there." "You're not going to run here on your own 2 legs, are you?" "Commander Qin, please don't underestimate your zombie queen sisters." "I can fly, okay?" Xu Lan suppressed a laugh. "That's really impressive. Do you have a map?" "Yes, I do." Xu Lan had a map beside her and looked at it, saying, "I'm driving to Donggang City, and you're going there too. That way, we each go halfway, and we can meet up sooner to give you the things. Also, I need to go to the beach in Donggang City to collect seawater for a salt production line. The salt I stored in my space is almost gone." "Okay, I should get there before you." Xu Lan raised an eyebrow. "How could that be?" "I drive very fast." Xu Mao, who was drinking porridge, suddenly looked up and gave her a cryptic look. Anseline chuckled. "Then let's race. I stop and wait for you to leave." "Fine, I race. I just go tell my secretary and I'm off." Chapter 156. To scavenge for trash, Xu Lan had traveled far many times. At first, a meeting was needed to coordinate how the base would continue operating after her departure. After a while, it became routine. A simple notification was enough. She didn't like meddling too much, exhausting herself like a maid. She delegated most of the authority she could. The entire base's survival and living supplies came from Lin Yi's powerful spatial dimension. They couldn't survive without it, but putting all their eggs in one basket was foolish. Xu Lan was expanding the warehouses in the real world as much as possible, filling them with supplies, and having women who couldn't do heavy work cultivate the land and raise livestock. Although the zombies throughout the south were under the control of the Zombie King, Xu Lan still provided weapons to the security team to maintain daily order. Civilization might regress, but as long as people were alive and could survive, everything could be started anew. After exchanging greetings, Xu Lan got into the car, and set off with her son to meet up with her sisters. They could have taken a moth, but moths have bare backs, requiring constant use of their powers for wind and rain protection, which wasn't cost-effective. Driving would be more comfortable, like a road trip, and they could even collect some trash along the way. Life goes on, and so does collecting trash. Shu Maomao seemed to have a buff that made him fall asleep as soon as he got in the car. He slept for 3 hours straight, while Shulan drove. Finally, Shulan parked the car in a scenic spot, put on her headphones, and said to Answerin in a serious tone, "Alright, sister, I still have some things to finish at the base, so I'm off now." Shu Maomao opened her eyes, tilted her head, and looked at her with a big question mark on her little head. Answerin believed her without a second thought. "I wait for you at Crescent Bay in Donggang City first." Shulan replied, "I should be the one waiting for you there first." "Okay, let's see if 2 legs are faster or 4 wheels are faster." Shulan said, "To be fair, don't interfere with your opponent during the race, that's it." She pressed the button twice, shifted gears, and accelerated. Shu Maomao complained, "Mommy, you're so cheating." "This isn't cheating, this is using wisdom to gain an advantage, baby." Having gained an advantage, Shulan started to feel smug, stopping at anything interesting she saw along the way. Huh? A chestnut tree. The space was meant to grow common market ingredients, not plants like chestnuts that weren't suitable for wasting space on large-scale cultivation. Shulan parked the car by the roadside and pointed to a tree covered in spiky berries, saying, "Take it down." The soil around the base of the tree began to loosen, and a large tree fell onto the road. "Give me a small hammer, the kind I usually use to hit Dezue." The chestnuts growing on the tree had shells like sea urchins. Shulan gently hammered open a slit, used a twig to pull out the fruit, peeled off the skin, and revealed a yellowish-white chestnut kernel. "Try it." She fed a chestnut to Shu Maomao, who chewed it with his newly grown teeth, commenting, "Crispy, a little sweet." Shulan also ate a raw chestnut. It was fresh, but peeling it was troublesome. The chestnut was too wary, with 2 shells and a membrane. She said, "Put this tree into my spatial dimension, and let Xiaohei and Dezue peel it." Hearing everything clearly, Xiaohei and Dezue exclaimed, Item picked up, chestnut tree +1. Shulan drove on, passing a large amusement park. She stopped, her eyes shining. "Wow, what a tall Ferris wheel. Let me tell you, baby, places like this used to be super popular, but mommy couldn't afford tickets, so I never been. Let me take you in." The amusement park was unattended. The carousel, pirate ship, and Ferris wheel were all rusty and covered in a thick layer of dust. Shulan pointed to the drop tower and said, "Want to ride this? Sit up, raise the seat to the highest point, and then whoosh, it drops. It's so thrilling." Shu Maomao, who could experience anything from flying to falling, didn't find it particularly exciting, but he was willing to try it. Using his supernatural ability to clear away the dust, Shu Maomao pulled her to a seat, lowered the armrests, fastened the safety buckle, closed his eyes to feel the metal structure inside the drop tower, and manipulated the seat to raise it to the highest point as she instructed. "Ready, mommy?" About 80 meters off the ground, Shulan was a little nervous, but curiosity outweighed her nervousness. Her gaze was firm as she said, "Ready? Come on." "Ah!" A scream echoed throughout the quiet amusement park. When the drop tower stopped, Shulan's eyes were unfocused, as if her soul had been left suspended in midair. Shu Maomao calmly asked, "Want to ride again?" The now obedient Shulan waved her hand. No, my heart is going to break." Amusement park experience +1. Group photo under the maple forest +N. Outdoor picnic experience +1. After having her fill of fun, Miss Shulan finally remembered she was still racing and focused intently on speeding down the highway. They set off at 9 in the morning, and didn't reach their destination until 7 in the evening. Crescent Bay was pitch black. A strong, eerie wind whipped through the air, making the sound of the waves resemble ghostly wails. Shulan, wrapped in her coat, her neck hunched, her hair flying wildly in the wind, held a flashlight in one hand and her son's hand in the other, cautiously making her way forward. It was her first time at the beach, and no one had told her the wind would be so strong at night. She called out nervously, "Answerin? Sister? Have you arrived?" Shu Maomao tugged at Shulan's hand, and the two stopped. The flashlight beam suddenly illuminated a pale woman's face. A faint, trembling voice said eerily, "I started waiting for you before it got dark. Tell me, have I arrived?" Shulan laughed awkwardly. Hee, so you flew that fast." Answerin stood up straight, arms crossed, a faint smile playing on her lips, mocking her. "I thought you'd be slow, But I didn't expect you to be this slow. Oh dear, there were red lights and traffic cops everywhere. Answerin chuckled, nonsense. Ever since Shulan learned that Answerin was Lianli, the way she looked at him had changed. Before, she rarely dared to look him directly in the eye, but now she would secretly observe him for any flaws. Sister, why do you always wear this dress? I picked up a lot of new clothes on the street. See if you can find anything you like. Answerin said, no need, this look is more distinctive. The zombies will know at a glance that their king has arrived. Shulan thought to herself. Actually, she could only maintain one look, right? Answerin pulled out a camera and a bunch of letters from somewhere. A little zombie girl's mother is with you. She used to belong to District 15, and her surname is Zhang. She wants to give these to her mother, but I don't allow zombies to approach District 9. Could you please help pass them on? Okay, no problem. Shulan took them and handed them to Shu Mao Mao, who put them into her spatial storage. Like some kind of gangster transaction, Shu Mao Mao also took out a camera with a pre-recorded video and gave it to Answerin. After exchanging items and putting them in their pockets, Answerin's gaze swept over her and Shu Mao Mao, and she said, I'm leaving. Shulan called after her, hey? Why are you always in such a hurry? Sister, have you forgotten our promise to become sworn sisters? Answerin stopped, turned her back to her, closed her eyes helplessly, adjusted her expression, and turned back. How do we do it? Shulan gave Shu Mao Mao a look, and Shu Mao Mao took out a small table, candlesticks, an incense burner, and a clay statue of Guan Yu. Answerin, quite well prepared. Shulan raised an eyebrow smugly. Of course, the ritual is essential. The wind was too strong, and the candles wouldn't light. Shu Mao Mao stretched out her arms and legs, forming a large X, creating an invisible wall in front of the candlesticks to protect the ritual her mother wanted. Let's pray, Mommy. Chapter 157. Shulan put down the flashlight, held the incense stick to Shu Mao Mao's lips, and blew on it. A spark ignited in the incense, and she gave half to Answerin. In the dim light, her eyes shone like stars, brightly filled with anticipation. Answerin was both amused and exasperated. Does it have to be this dark for our sworn brotherhood ceremony? She said. Shu Mao Mao let go, tossed aside the large light used for yesterday's party, plugged in a power bank, and the dark beach instantly became brightly lit. Answerin looked at Shu Mao Mao speechlessly. You're amazing. Shu Mao Mao tapped the table with her chin. Swear. Answerin took the half of the incense stick from Shulan and stood beside her in front of the Guangdong statue. And then what? Shulan said loudly, Heaven above, earth as witness, tonight I, Qin Xiaoshuang. She turned to look at Answerin, whose lips twitched, and finished the sentence. I am Answerin. Shulan turned back with satisfaction and continued reciting the oath. We are sworn sisters, sharing blessings and hardships. We do not ask to be born on the same day, month, and year, nor to die on the same day, month, and year. May Guangdong be our witness. Answerin struggled to suppress her laughter and coughed lightly. After Shulan finished reciting the useless oath with a resounding voice, she stepped forward, bent down, and placed the incense sticks in the burner. Answerin did the same. Is it over? Shulan nodded obediently, lowered her head, and curled her fingers coyly, saying, Sister, actually, I have another request. Answerin smiled. It seems you're not planning to let me leave tonight. Go ahead, sister, we're all family, there's nothing I can't grant. Mao Mao never hit you before, and he's been holding a grudge ever since. How about you two? Have another spar? Answerin let out a long oh, then said, Aren't you afraid he'd get hurt by me now? Shulan replied, We're all family, don't talk like that. You two fight, I find a safe place to hide. Just as Shu Mao Mao was about to unleash a moth, Answerin pointed in a direction, a luxurious ocean view villa. Shulan's eyes lit up. Where? I want to go. It was located on a mountain, the former residence of some wealthy person from before the apocalypse, with a garden, a swimming pool, and a large balcony overlooking the coastline. The ordinary Shulan sat alone on the sofa, holding a flashlight, obediently waiting for the two superpowered experts to finish their work. They needed to clean up the dust, the corpses, the bloodstains, replace the moldy furniture, and find an emergency generator to replenish energy. The villa's lights magically illuminated one by one, the flowing air carried away the stale, putrid smell, and the beeping sounds of appliances starting up echoed from every corner. The house seemed to awaken from a long slumber. Shu Mao Mao appeared beside the sofa. It's clean up now, too. Answerin said, She wait for me outside. I'm going out, Mommy. Call me if you need anything, I can hear you. Shulan grabbed him, pointed to her head, made an okay sign, then drew a line across her neck with her palm and shook her head. Read memories, don't kill. Shu Maomao returned the okay sign. He floated out of the villa. Ansarin stood on the beach, the waves crashing against the shore, creating a tense atmosphere for the battle. Without a word, their gazes met, and they simultaneously unleashed their usual offensive abilities. Petrification. Sandstorm. Shu Maomao's clone appeared, teleporting behind Ansarin, who was enveloped in yellow sand. His fist, crackling with electricity, slammed into the back of Ansarin's neck. He was no longer the 4-year-old who only possessed spatial and earth-based abilities as weapons. He was 6. Inside the villa, Shu Lan curiously wandered through each room. A high-class piano stood by the second-floor window. She sat down in a chair. Although she had never learned to play the piano, no one said you couldn't play if you hadn't. She pressed each key once, familiarizing herself with the scale, then tried to find simple notes, singing as she played. Old Mr. Wang has a piece of land, iya-iya-yo. Shu Maomao used his ethereal ability to pass through the falling ice spikes. Suddenly, he heard Shu Lan play a wrong note. Distracted, his shoulder materialized and was struck by an ice spike. The ice shattered instantly. It didn't hurt. He also possessed ice abilities. Shu Maomao raised his hand, and a giant water dragon descended from the sky, engulfing Ansarin's figure and instantly freezing her inside. Almost simultaneously with the freezing, he heard the sound of fabric rubbing against the air from another direction. He flung out a bunch of sharp, cold weapons, manipulating them to stab at his target. The weapons stopped midair, turning against Shu Maomao. Shu Maomao frowned, his blade tip turning back. A bunch of cold weapons swung back and forth between the two metal-controlled ability users, unsure which side to listen to. Shu Maomao raised his right hand, the dice stopped, and a thick, damp octopus tentacle flew over, wrapping around the red figure. Ansarin used a wind blade to slice open the octopus tentacle, chuckling, "You called for backup. 2 against 1, not fair, is it?" Shu Maomao said indifferently, "My mom said the loser thinks everything is unfair. Besides, I'm not fighting 2 against 1. The dice continued to spin, and 6 pets appeared simultaneously. Shu Maomao raised her chin, her delicate face arrogant and brimming with an air of certain victory. "It's 7 against 1. Shu Lan had barely uttered the first word when a thunderous explosion outside jolted her into a daze. Wasn't it supposed to be a casual fight, the main task being to steal memories by touching little hands? How could it have caused such a commotion? She ran to the balcony. There were no lights, no moonlight, only a vague glimpse of 6 giant black shadows moving rapidly. The light from the second explosion illuminated the night. A giant centipede was overturned by the blast, crushing a row of trees. Then came a barrage of crackling lightning, all seemingly intent on utterly destroying the other side. Shu Lan hesitated between calling for a stop and continuing, ultimately choosing to go back and continue playing the piano, cultivating her artistic sensibilities. They were all family, she should relax. But she managed to play a complete rendition of Old Mr. Wang Has a Piece of Land on her own, while the explosions outside continued. Shu Lan, rubbing her stomach, walked to the balcony and shouted, "I'm hungry." The 2 men with exceptional hearing stopped simultaneously, their eyes burning with the same intense fighting spirit. Shu Maomao put his sprawled, battered pet back in its old home, its breathing slightly unsteady. "We fight again next time." Ansarin also put away the swirling wind blades and the flammable gas lurking underground, ready to explode at the slightest spark, and nodded. "Okay, tell your mom for me, see you next time." Shu Maomao hesitated, calling out to her, "Hey! Wait a minute." Ansarin raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking what else. Shu Maomao teleported in front of her, awkwardly extending his hand, his tone stiff. "Hello, I'm Shu Maomao." Ansarin's heart skipped a beat. Her gaze lingered on his outstretched hand, and the curve of her expression softened. Was this an acceptance? A formal introduction? 2 hands, one large and one small, clasped together, Ansarin's touched her soft palm. "Hello." Shu Maomao gripped her hand, trying to stall for time. He'd been so focused on winning that he almost forgotten about physical contact and memory reading. The word "you" trailed off, as unfamiliar memories flashed through his mind like a movie, his thinking completely overwhelmed by the information overload. Ansarin released his hand first. "I know, next time we definitely play to our heart's content, until we decided who won. Goodbye, Shu Maomao, nice to meet you." Chapter 158. Shu Maomao, who hadn't finished reading, stepped forward and grabbed his hand again. Ansarin began to feel something was off. Why had the child suddenly become so clingy, so reluctant to let go, The way he had used his powers to beat him to a pulp just now didn't seem like he had such deep feelings for him. Answerin was about to say something to tease him when Shu Maomao suddenly let go of his hand, took a few steps back, frowned deeply as he stared at him for a moment, then ran off without a word, disappearing onto the beach. Answerin, what's going on? Such a quick change of expression, suspicion arose within her. She stood there, staring at the brightly lit villa in the distance, pondering Shu Maomao's strange behavior. Was it that Shu Lan suspected his false identity, so he had the child try to uncover his disguise through physical contact? The more Answerin thought about it, the more convinced she was that she was right. Judging from the child's expression, he was probably unhappy because the attempt had failed. Very reasonable. Shu Maomao jumped twice, and sat on the piano bench. Shu Lan stopped playing and asked him with a smile, "Did you have enough?" "Yes." Shu Maomao still frowned, as if he had just finished reading a story with a powerful aftertaste, and was still savoring it. Suddenly, he wanted to share it, mommy him. Shu Lan put her hand to her mouth, signaling him with her eyes not to say it yet, because Answerin hadn't gone far. Shu Maomao took her hand, and led her into the space. He didn't have time to pay attention to Big Mouth and Little Black, who were fawning over him with a bunch of chestnuts, and said impatiently, he was also reborn. Shu Lan nodded. Yes, I know he was reborn. He said it. No. Shu Maomao wanted to explain, but didn't know where to begin. I can't explain it clearly, I show you tonight. Shu Lan's curiosity was piqued. Is it that complicated? Shu Maomao looked around, pointed to a chestnut tree in front of the villa, and said, like this, his memories. Then I go cook. Let's keep it simple tonight, and go to bed early. Shu Maomao was still absent-minded while eating, chewing each mouthful of food more than 10 times without swallowing, very different from his usual self. Moreover, he repeatedly opened his mouth as if to say something, but then frowned and remained silent. Shu Lan remained silent, observing his reaction, trying to guess what kind of memory was causing Shu Maomao such distress. Finally, Shu Maomao finished his meal in silence and said, Mommy, you shouldn't watch any more. Shu Lan asked in surprise, Why? Because he's an idiot. There's nothing interesting about idiot stories. You shouldn't pay any more attention to him. Shu Lan pondered and nodded gently, slowly speculating. So, he really did something very wrong to me without my knowledge, and now he's trying to make it up to me? No. Or is it because you're his biological son that he's taking care of us? No. Shu Lan said, then just show it to me. You know he knows, only I don't know, and that makes me feel terrible. Shu Maomao started daydreaming again and said, Mommy, idiot number 1 isn't me, right? No, not. So the you he met in other timelines isn't you either. It was a bit convoluted, but Shu Lan understood. She paused for a moment, then nodded again, yes, I'm here. The ones in other timelines aren't me. Shu Maomao's expression remained serious. I know, Mommy, you have to remember this. You can't cry like last time after watching it. Shu Lan nodded vigorously. Yes, I promise. I won't cry no matter what I see. This made her even more excited. Not long after finishing her meal, feeling she had digested enough, she immediately washed up and went to bed. Changing into her pajamas, she placed her hands obediently on her stomach and said, I'm ready. Even at this point, Shu Maomao was still a little reluctant. Shu Lan waited a while, but didn't see him place his hand on her forehead. Opening her eyes, she saw his tense little face, and her heart softened instantly. She smiled and said casually, Okay, I won't read it anymore. Silly stories are definitely not good. She gently pushed Shu Maomao's arm. I'm sorry, it's Mommy's fault. I knew I shouldn't have let you read it. It's made you carry worries that aren't yours. You should forget about it quickly. Whatever his story is like, it has nothing to do with us. Shu Maomao said, Mommy, I don't care about him at all. I'm just afraid you care. After you read it last time, you treated him differently. Really? Shu Maomao nodded firmly. Yes, you didn't dare talk to him before, but then you started chatting with him and always smiling. Shu Lan touched her lips blankly. Really? She looked at the ceiling and explained, Well, after I found out he was Li Yanli, I didn't feel scared anymore, so I went to talk to him. I was looking into the zombies, yeah, I don't know what they're doing, I don't feel safe. Shu Maomao pouted and placed her hand on her forehead, lying again. Close your eyes, you see what I'm thinking. Shu Lan closed her eyes, the feeling of slowly drifting off to sleep once again invading her consciousness, only to be awakened by a voice calling her. Li Yanli, the coach wants to see you. In a large stadium, some people stood at the net with badminton rackets, others were stretching. The setting sun slanted through the skylight onto their heads. It was evening. Shu Lan had learned to shift her perspective. She saw the boy whose name was called lift his face from under a towel, revealing a handsome, youthful face. Sweat soaked his short hair, but his eyes and brows were clean, untouched by sorrow. This must be Li Yanli before the virus outbreak, a badminton player. Coming, coach. Li Yanli walked up to a middle-aged man also dressed in sportswear. Just as Shu Lan had expected, it was the lame coach who had betrayed Li Yanli in her last dream, though the coach in the last dream was even thinner. The lame coach said, "Tonight, you don't need to go home. Come to a dinner with me." Li Yanli asked, "What kind of dinner?" The coach lowered his voice, "It's an old friend of mine at the sports bureau. Whether you can compete and win a medal depends on tonight." The smile in Li Yanli's eyes slowly disappeared. "Even though I'm first in my class, I'm not qualified to compete." The coach gently tapped him with his notebook. "Little brat, you don't understand anything. Don't ask questions. Just go. Be sensible at the dinner table." Just as when people recall the past, they only remember the most vivid parts, while the unimportant parts are blank. Li Yanli's memories were fragmented, and Shu Lan's dreams were also fragmented. The coach had barely finished speaking when the scene shifted to the dining table. Leftovers littered the table, empty bottles were scattered everywhere, and the private room was filled with smoke. Li Yanli sat at one corner of the table, her expression restrained. Beside her sat a portly man in a shirt and trousers, wearing a silver watch Shu Lan didn't recognize. He looked like a high-ranking official. The man's left hand was on Li Yanli's shoulder, while his right hand patted her arm. His voice was uneven, clearly indicating he was quite drunk. "Good prospect. I know. You're 1 in a million, a future world champion. In the competition. If you don't step up, who will?" Li Yanli, winked by the coach beside her, twitched her lips, closed her eyes, and opened them again, her tone humble. "Thank you for your praise, Minister, but I'm just a nobody. I can't afford to boast like that." Humble, young people should be a little arrogant, ha ha ha. At this moment, the people across the table cheered. "Let's go, Minister. Let's go sing karaoke. We booked a table at Jean Bowley." Shu Lan, who had been watching the show, suddenly perked up, her heart filled with astonishment. Jean Bully? Singing? The karaoke bar where she had gotten into trouble while working before was also called Jean Bowley. Chapter 159. Could they be from the same family? Li Yanli is from Donghu province, and his home is in Jiangzhou. No, he went home after the virus outbreak. Before that, he might have actually been in the same place as her. The university in her hometown is quite famous. While Shu Lan's mind was in complete chaos, Li Yanli was trying to refuse the trip. "I'm not going. I'm tone deaf." The short, fat man said, "Go." "Not going is disrespectful." Li Yanli looked at the coach. At this moment, he was very naive and inexperienced. As the coach said, he was still a teenager, instinctively seeking help from the person he trusted most in this situation. The coach winked and mouthed, "Go, go, go." At that moment, Li Yanli's patience seemed to reach its limit. He jumped up and walked out. The coach followed, explaining, "Going to the restroom, right? I go with you." The coach chased after Li Yanli out of the private room, grabbed him in the corridor, and said in a low voice, "Look at you, why are you giving me that look? Go sing karaoke, it's fun, come on." Li Yanli looked very impatient. "I'm an athlete, as long as I win the competition, that's all that matters. Why do I have to please them? It's already 10 o'clock, and if I go singing, I have tomorrow's training." "No training tomorrow, you're getting a day off. Rest well." The coach looked at his downturned lips, a sign of his resentment, and sighed, "You're too naive. If we don't let you perform, you won't even have a chance to win. Honestly, sending you to sing isn't sending you to war. Just go sit there, help create some atmosphere. What's so difficult about that?" Li Yanli's expression remained unpleasant, muttering, "I'd rather go to war." "Look at you, ha ha ha, there's no battlefield for you to fight on. Go on, if you play well in this match, you probably make it into the national team. Then you really be able to win matches." Li Yanli closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she was calm. "I know." The scene in the dream changed again. Shu Lan saw the big screen of a KTV, where someone was singing like a banshee, and a group of scantily clad women were lining up to walk in. Shu Lan was still observing whether the decor was the same as the store she used to work in, when she suddenly saw her own face at the end of the line. "Huh? It's confirmed. No need to investigate further, this is the same Jin Bailey." Not the same timeline, because in Shu Lan's memory, she had never seen this group of people before. The woman at the end of the line, no, she could even be considered a girl, had familiar features but wore heavy, crude makeup. Those false eyelashes like butterfly wings, that purple glittery eyeshadow, and bright red lips made Shulan want to cover her face. She was blinded by the high salary and the desire to make money back then, and now she sees herself as a naive and foolish fallen girl. No, she was a naive and foolish fallen girl at 16. People really can't empathize with their past selves. When Li Yanli saw the 16-year-old fallen girl Shulan in her memories, the 26-year-old Shulan was so ashamed she wanted to disappear into the ground. But there was nothing she could do. This was her dark history she couldn't escape. 16-year-old Shulan stood obediently behind a group of older girls. In any parallel world, Shulan, now an observer, could guess what she was thinking at this moment. She was probably thinking, "Hurry up and choose, but don't choose me. I don't want to sing or sell alcohol, I just want a basic salary of 3,500 a month." Li Yanli sat in the shadows, her head bowed, hiding her face in resistance. Then Shulan, let's call her Little Shulan, the fallen girl Little Shulan, was chosen to stay. Although her makeup was a complete mess, it was still clear she was the youngest among them, and older men preferred younger girls. Little Shulan, the chosen one, immediately slumped her shoulders, looking listless. While the other women expertly went to sit beside the customers and pour drinks, she went straight to the song selection table. Sing, what else could she do? The older man sitting closest to her struck up a conversation. Little sister, what's your name? My name is Tion, boss. Can you dance? No. Come on, have a couple of drinks to warm up your voice. Little Shulan forced a stiff, professional smile and turned to ask, boss, what would you like to hear? At that moment, Li Yanli glanced up at Little Shulan, then looked down again without interest. Shulan even suspected he was secretly sleeping. Whatever you sing, we listen. How old are you, little sister? Xiao Shuan turned her head to continue selecting songs, casually replying 21, boss. Oh, how young. Are you working part-time while in college? Xiao Shuan said, yes, my family is too poor to afford living expenses. She only been working at the KTV for less than half a month, but she already honed her karaoke skills to the point of being able to sing off the cuff. A greasy, lecherous hand touched Xiao Shulan's fair thigh beneath her short skirt. Xiao Shulan suddenly stood up, easily dodging him. I sing first. The people present were either drunk and dazed, or playing drinking games, flirting and singing along. Baby bus. A clear, innocent child's voice blared abruptly from the speakers amidst the adults' drunken revelry, instantly silencing the entire room. There was no intro. The children's song began abruptly. Starting today, I go to the toilet by myself. Mom and Dad, don't underestimate me. The moment the song started, all the atmosphere vanished. The audience listened blankly for a few lines before finally reacting and erupting in commotion. What's wrong with this woman? Is she out of her mind? Hey! Stop singing! If it were a normal customer, Shulan would sing properly. But if someone dared to touch her or grope her, she would resort to this tactic. Shulan persisted in singing halfway through, complaining, until the customer, unable to bear it any longer, ruthlessly changed the song. She was then dragged away by the belated supervisor and replaced by another woman. Li Yanli, sitting in the corner, looked up, his gaze following Xiao Shulan. He glanced around at the exasperated officials in the private room, his initial surprise gradually turning to understanding. A light shone in his dull eyes, and a smile played on his lips. This was the first time he had genuinely smiled since arriving here. He got up and used the excuse of going to the restroom to follow her out. Because this was Li Yanli's memory, Shulan could know his thoughts. He wanted to know what would happen to the hostess who sang children's songs. Xiao Shulan, who had been dragged away by the supervisor, was actually being scolded just around the corner. The 5th time. Out of 10 days of work, you've been kicked out of the private room 5 times. Didn't we tell you not to sing your lousy children's songs? Xiao Shulan, young and fearless, was prickly. You all told me before. My job is to be a hostess. I just need to sing well. I don't need to sell my body. Li Yanli stopped. His conversation with his coach that afternoon echoed in the background. I'm an athlete. As long as I win the game, why should I have to please them? Then came Xiao Shulan's voice. My job is to sing along. I just need to sing well. I don't need to sell my body. The young and inexperienced children couldn't understand why adults would make such a simple thing so complicated. Chapter 160. The foreman was utterly disappointed in Xiao Shulan. Never mind, it seems you're not suited for this line of work. Go to finance and settle your probationary salary, then get out of here. Xiao Shulan muttered defiantly, fine, I leave. There are 360 professions. It's not like I have to do this. Shulan was somewhat surprised. It turned out she was fired because of a job, not because she caused trouble. And they even settled her salary, which was a good outcome. Xiao Shulan rushed out from around the corner, almost bumping into Li Yanli. She glanced at him expressionlessly and walked past him. The two brushed past each other, merely brushing past. Xiao Shulan didn't care about this handsome young man, and Li Yanli heard the result he wanted to know. He went outside for a while to get some fresh air, then returned to the smoky, chaotic room. Seeing how out of place he was, and how he was just an eyesore, the leaders finally gave him a break and let him go back to rest. He checked his phone. It was past midnight, and the university dormitory was already closed. He walked to a nearby hotel. At the reception desk stood a woman in a light pink dress, simply dressed but heavily made up, with a suitcase and a black backpack at her feet. That's right, it was Xiao Shulan, who had just packed up and left the Jinbaili KTV staff dormitory. After her grandmother passed away, her uncle sold the house, and now, having left the dormitory, she could only afford to stay in a hotel. Xiao Shulan asked, "How much is the cheapest room per night?" 80. Xiao Shulan took out a wad of cash from the rabbit-shaped bag slung across her shoulder. As she was about to hand it over, her expression showed obvious reluctance. In the end, she put it back, lowered her head, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and pulled her suitcase. Li Yanli thought, 80 is already a low price. If she can't even stay in an 80-yuan room, where is she going? The hotel entrance wasn't large, and Li Yanli was standing right in the doorway, blocking Xiao Shulan's way. Xiao Shulan said softly, "Excuse me." Her voice clearly betrayed her frustration and exhaustion. Li Yanli couldn't help but speak up, voicing her inner doubts. "Where are you going?" Xiao Shulan looked up and recognized the person in front of her. After all, Li Yanli's appearance was undeniable. Even a fleeting glimpse in the corridor was hard to forget. But Li Yanli and the people who groped her thigh were all the same group. No matter how handsome they were all birds of a feather. At this moment, Xiao Shulan had no liking for Li Yanli and rolled her eyes. "None of your business, don't block my way." Li Yanli moved aside, then followed her. "I suggest you don't look for a hotel on the street this late at night. It's not safe, and it's hard to find a place cheaper than 80. Xiao Shulan said irritably, "None of your business. Don't follow me, or I call the police." She has such a fiery temper, like a hedgehog. This was Li Yanli's inner thought. He smiled and said, "I mean no harm. I'm just afraid of meddling in something that might make the news, with a girl appearing on the news right under my nose. So, I stand back a bit, and once you've found a safe place to stay, I leave." Xiao Shulan stopped, turned around, and gave him a wary once-over, coldly saying, "Don't think I'd be moved and think you're a good Samaritan, letting you do whatever you want. If you dare touch me, you be on the news tomorrow." Li Yanli nodded in agreement. Yes, being wary of all strangers is the right thing to do. Humph. He stood still, waiting for Xiao Shulan to walk a short distance before silently following. She walked the entire street, asked at 2 hotels, but the prices weren't ideal. Finally, she stopped in front of a bank and opened the ATM door. Li Yanli quickly stepped forward, but before he could get close, he heard a beggar behind the ATM door yell menacingly, "What are you doing? Get lost." Xiao Shulan, startled, let go of her suitcase and ran away. Li Yanli called out, "Sweetie?" The running Xiao Shulan slowly stopped, her slender back trembling slightly. She stomped her foot angrily and said in a tearful voice, "My name isn't Sweetie. My name is Shulan." Sweetie was just her name at the karaoke bar, given to her by the manager, who said her voice was sweet and suited the name. She turned around, her eyes glistening with tears, making Li Yanli freeze in shock. "I told you not to meddle. A man this tall following me around like that, isn't that scary? Who knows if you're a good guy or a bad guy?" Li Yanli sighed, stepped forward, and took out his student ID and national ID from his pocket, handing them to her. "Here, take this. At least let you know who I am." Xiao Shulan sniffed, looking at them under the streetlight. They showed his photo, the school's name, and his name. Xiaochu University, Li Yanli. Xiao Shulan looked up, tears mixing with her poor-quality eyeliner, forming a black streak that streamed down her colorful face, making her look like a ghost in the dark. Li Yanli couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiao Shulan was stunned, then even angrier, her eyebrows raised high as she glared at him. "What are you doing?" Shulan thought to herself. Her angry self at 16 was exactly like Shu Maomao's. Li Yanli waved her hand. "No, don't even think about saving money by sleeping outside. You're so, beautiful. If some bad guy does something to you, you regret it." Go back. Go stay at that 81 yuan a night place. Xiao Shulan threw her ID card and student ID at him, dragged her suitcase back. Mind your own business, Li. Yen. Li. So pretentious, you should just call me Big Pear. Li Yanli nodded good-naturedly. My nickname when I was little was Big Pear. What about you? I don't have a nickname. I was the naughty kid who gave other people nicknames when I was little. Ha ha ha, you're so honest. Laughing, laughing, laughing. How can I not laugh myself to death? In the end, the two of them stood in the same hotel they had started at. The receptionist gave the man and woman a strange look. 1 room? 2 rooms. 2 rooms. Xiao Shulan slapped her money and ID card on the table, the ID card face up. Li Yanli saw her birth date and exclaimed in surprise, You're underage? The receptionist picked up her phone, staring suspiciously at Li Yanli, and hinted to Shulan, Little sister, you two really aren't together, are you? You need to take care of your body. You can't just have sex with anyone because they're handsome. Li Yanli didn't know what to say for a moment. Xiao Shulan wiped her face with a wet wipe to remove her makeup and said, I don't know him. I won't let him into my room. That's good. Little sister, here's your room card. Go to the 3rd floor and turn right. Handsome, do you also want an 80 yuan room? Xiao Shulan picked up her ID card and room card and went upstairs. Because it was so cheap, this hotel didn't even have an elevator. Li Yanli said, If you have one, open one for me too. He picked up the room key, walked into the hallway, and reached for her suitcase. Xiao Shulan pushed him away, took a step to the side. Her face, which she had vigorously wiped clean, looked much cleaner, but her words were still sharp. Don't try to get into my room under the pretense of helping me with my things. Li Yanli sighed, Don't worry, I don't want to go to jail. Humph, I can carry it myself, I don't need your help. Xiao Shulan, full of strength, carried the suitcase and backpack, and strode up to the 3rd floor. Their rooms were next to each other, with the same layout. A single bed, a private bathroom, a chair, no TV, but air conditioning and a kettle. Xiao Shulan went in first and locked the door. Li Yanli also went into his room. After some time, unable to sleep, he heard footsteps opening and closing next door. Thinking she was out so late, he opened the door out of curiosity. When he peeked out, his eyes met Xiao Shulan's, who had also heard the door opening and turned around at the bottom of the stairs. After her bath, Xiao Shulan had a fresh, clean, and pretty face, completely different from her previous grotesque appearance. She was still wearing the same light pink puff-sleeve dress. It was a dress her grandmother had bought for her when she first entered high school. It was clearly too small and old, but both Xiao Shulan and Shulan herself loved it. Chapter 161. Xiao Shulan and Li Yanli stood at opposite ends of the stairs and the doorway, respectively. An awkward silence hung in the air. After a 3-second stare, Xiao Shulan said, I'm hungry. I'm going out to buy something to eat. She figured Li Yanli, always one to meddle, would probably ask where she was going, so she spoke first. Li Yanli's eyes brightened slightly, a smile playing on his lips. He was always like that. He'd greet people he liked with a smile before speaking. Do you want me to go with you? Xiao Shulan stepped down the stairs. I didn't say that. Li Yanli grabbed his room key and followed her. Xiao Shulan glanced at him sideways. I didn't say I needed you to come with me. Li Yanli said, I'm hungry too. Oh! Li Yanli's other memories were fleeting fragments, but after meeting Xiao Shulan, they seemed to unfold in slow motion. They walked side by side to the 24-hour convenience store on the street corner. Xiao Shulan's gaze kept glancing at the Odin, but in the end, she only bought a cup of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water. Li Yanli's inner thoughts. She wanted to eat Odin. He ordered 2 skewers of everything, sat down next to her by the window, and pushed a cup full of bamboo skewers next to her cup of instant noodles. Let's eat together. Xiao Shulan pressed her hands down on the instant noodles, looking at him warily, like a snarling stray dog, and said fiercely, What? Feeling sorry for me? Li Yanli nodded. Yeah, I'm curious about you, I want to get to know you. This direct approach caught Xiao Shulan off guard. Her eyes widened, then she turned her head, her long black hair obscuring her face, and she snorted softly, just lusting after me because I'm pretty. After saying that, she honestly reached for a skewer of fish balls that she couldn't resist, stuffed it into her mouth, and explained her actions. Why not eat it if it's free? Li Yanli laughed again. Yes, I already paid, so I might as well eat it. Shulan thought to herself, well, I'm obligated to eat. Sure enough, the younger Shulan wasn't so wary of Li Yanli anymore, answering almost anything she asked. Did you run away from home? The younger Shulan, her mouth full, mumbled, "No, my parents are divorced and don't care about me anymore. The only one who cared about me passed away. That KTV is really unethical, they even hire minors. If you report them, they have to shut down." The younger Shulan said, "Don't report them, I'm using a fake ID." No wonder. The noodles were quickly ready. The younger Shulan opened the lid, hesitated for a moment, and pushed it towards Li Yanli. "Here, have a couple of bites, then we're even." Li Yanli thought. He wanted to laugh again. How could she be so adorable in every way? "I finish it in 2 bites. Xiao Shulan said, "You're kidding, impossible." "Fine, you don't believe me?" Li Yanli took the instant noodles, twirled them with his fork, blew on them to cool them down in front of her wide, shocked eyes, stuffed them into his mouth, and raised his index finger to make a 1. He quickly chewed and swallowed, then twirled the remaining noodles in the same way. After finishing, he pushed the soup with a few noodles floating in it in front of her, raised his middle finger to make a 2, which was also a V sign, as if in provocation. Xiao Shulan gritted her teeth and called out his nickname, Big Pear. After shouting it, she remembered that she was the one who said it, and resignedly lowered her voice. "Fine, you win." Slightly choked, Li Yanli went to buy a bottle of water and brought back a new bucket of instant noodles. "Hey, just kidding, I don't take food from kids." Xiao Shulan beamed, but quickly straightened her face and awkwardly retorted, "I'm not a child anymore, I'd be an adult soon." Her stubbornness was exactly like Shu Maomao's. Li Yanli said, "You call 2 years fast? I think it's fast anyway." "So how old are you?" Li Yanli said, 20. "Call me brother." "No, I call you Big Pear. Do you want some radish?" "I'm full, you can eat it all." "I need to give you a nickname too, Shulan." "I really can't think of one." Little Shulan laughed smugly. "Humph, think about it slowly, Big Pear." The next day, Li Yanli, who had morning training, knocked on the door next door at 6 o'clock. Little Shulan opened it sleepily, saying fiercely, "You better have something to say, or I'm going to start yelling at you." Li Yanli laughed again. "I forgot to ask for your phone number last night. I have to go back to school." "Go ahead and call it back. Tell me your phone number, or I keep knocking." "Ugh, you're so annoying, 139. She quickly rattled off a string of numbers, and slammed the door shut in front of Li Yanli. Li Yanli saved the number in her phone, naming it Shulan. On her way downstairs, she bought breakfast at a shop, hung it on Shulan's doorknob, and dialed the number she had just saved. A cheerful ringtone sounded from the poorly soundproof doorway, living a good life, prosperous and thriving. The default ringtone for an old-fashioned phone. She turned off the ringer, and then a sleepy, muffled female voice came through Li Yanli's phone. "Hello?" Li Yanli turned and walked away. "I hung the breakfast on your door, remember to take it." "I'm so sleepy, I'm not eating it, you can take it." The phone call ended abruptly, and Li Yanli didn't call back. She continued walking, when suddenly the sound of a door opening came from behind her. Little Shulan peeked out from the doorway, and Li Yanli, who was standing at the top of the stairs turning back, met her gaze. Just like last night, their positions and postures were reversed, and they remained eerily silent for a few seconds. Little Shulan spoke first. She glanced down at the steaming buns and soy milk on the doorknob and explained, "I was afraid someone would take mine." A smile returned to the corners of Li Yanli's eyes, like ripples on a lake in spring breeze. "Okay, I'm going to school. Bye-bye." Little Shulan took down her breakfast and scurried back into her hole, like a rabbit. "She's so cute." This was Li Yanli's inner thought. Thump thump thump. This was little Shulan's rapidly beating heart. From an omniscient perspective, Shulan, who could also know the inner thoughts of both protagonists, felt complicated. So far, many men had fawned over her, or offered her help. Only Li Yanli, with her perfectly measured approach and courteous gestures within acceptable limits, quickly broke down her defenses, and won her the highest level of favor. To avoid appearing like a clingy, obsessive person, Li Yanli even waited a few days before calling Xiao Shulan again, only to receive a mechanical female voice. "Sorry, the number you dialed is out of service due to unpaid bills." Li Yanli looked at her phone for a moment, then recharged the number with 100 yuan and dialed again, successfully getting through. Xiao Shulan cheerfully said, "Big Pear, did you pay my phone bill? Looks like you haven't been doing too well lately. Did you spend all your money?" Xiao Shulan said, "No, I found a new job the next day. Nobody calls me except for salespeople, so paying the phone bill would be a waste. I won't pay you back, you're the one who wanted to contact me, so you should be the one paying the bill." That makes sense. "Where are you working this time?" "Spring Plaza, there's an ice cream truck there, I'm standing inside. If you come over, I treat you to Rainbow Mountain. What's Rainbow Mountain? It's a pile of flavored ice cream scoops sat together. I have a match tomorrow, Li Yanli said. I come find you after. A match? What match? Badminton. I'm into sports. Do you want to come watch? No, I have to go to work. Li Yanli asked curiously. So you sleep in hotels every day? No, a friend of my grandma's, someone I also call grandma, took pity on me and rented me her old house for a really cheap price, only $200 a month. The date on Li Yanli's phone was June 16th, a week after Xu Lan's incident at the KTV. That means if she had been in Li Yanli's private room before smashing the bottle, she would have been fired and would have had a more reliable job and place to live, instead of having to leave her hometown out of fear. Even though she had promised Xu Mao she wouldn't cry, Xu Lan felt an urge to cry in her dream because she felt sorry for herself. Chapter 162. A blurry image of the competition flashed by, and Xu Lan saw the spring plaza she had visited before. Against the orange backdrop of the twilight, Li Yanli, dressed casually, walked to the ice cream cart and quietly watched the busy people inside. Most were parents with children from shopping trips, the kids making a racket. Auntie, I want a cantaloupe flavor. Call me sister or I won't give it to you. Sister. After dealing with all the children, it was dinner time. Little Xu Lan stretched and saw Li Yanli beside her, her eyes lighting up with surprise. Big sister, you're done with the competition? Li Yanli walked up to her, smiling first. Yes, sister, I want a Rainbow Mountain. Ugh, you're shameless. Little Xu Lan took the largest ice cream bowl and scooped out each scoop perfectly round, piling them into a beautiful little colorful mountain. Xiao Shulan handed it to him with a bright smile. It's on you, it's free. Thank you, sister. Don't call me that. It's disgusting. Li Yanli smiled. When do you get off work? Shulan picked up her phone and glanced at the time. I'm on the early shift from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Oh dear, it's 6:30 already. The lady who takes over the late shift is late again. Is she always late? It's okay. She brings me something delicious when she's late, so I forgive her. Li Yanli sat down at the small table next to her with a Rainbow Mountain dessert, holding her spoon still. Xiao Shulan prompted from behind. The white one is the best. It's lactic acid bacteria flavored. It's too pretty. It feels like reading a work of art. Xiao Shulan rolled her eyes. Eat, eat, eat. What's with the fuss about food? Seriously, it's so hot, the artwork will melt in a minute. A woman rushed over shortly after, relieving Xiao Shulan. Xiao Shulan, off work, stepped out of the ice cream cart and sat opposite Li Yanli. Li Yanli pushed the ice cream towards her. Help me out, I still want dinner. Xiao Shulan smiled, went back to the cart to get a spoon, and ate with him. Summer, evening, the square bustling with people, men and women sharing desserts, time passing leisurely and sweetly. Did you win the competition? Yes, I won. There's a video. How about we add each other on WeChat? I send it to you. Xiao Shulan held up her old-fashioned phone, saying, Do I look like I have WeChat? Li Yanli chuckled. Sigh, failed the first time I asked a girl for her WeChat. He thought of giving her a smartphone. This idea flashed through Li Yanli's mind, but he dismissed it. Her first reaction to a gift would be wariness, then repayment. Giving her something too valuable would probably burden her. It was better not to do that. Shulan thought, yes, don't do that. Abandoned by her parents, she fundamentally disbelieved that anyone in the world would treat her unconditionally well. She believed that even if someone did her a favor, they would eventually take it back or demand something in return. If Li Yanli continued to show kindness, she would mentally categorize him as either a benefactor or a creditor, maintaining a distance out of a sense of indebtedness. Xiao Shulan said, I buy a new phone when I get paid at the end of the month, and then I add you. Okay, I have 2 buffet vouchers from a sponsor that seem to be expiring. Could you help me use them up? Xiao Shulan knew the tickets had actually been bought in advance, but she wasn't about to expose Li Yanli. Alright, since you sincerely ask for help, I mercifully grant your request. They ate together, picked out phones together, shared funny and annoying things about their lives, liked each other but never said it, interacted like friends, yet with a touch of ambiguity. Li Yanli thought, she's too young, it's not suitable. Xiao Shulan thought, I wait for him to speak first. He was successfully selected for the national team, to undergo 3 months of closed training before competing abroad. During this period, on an ordinary morning, the mutation caused by the zombie virus broke out without warning. Contagion continued, fighting continued, and the internet and television, still running, belatedly reported the terrifying truth of the disease. At the same time, those who survived the first wave of the disease discovered they suddenly possessed superhuman abilities, simply called superpowers. Li Yanli first discovered his extraordinary hearing, then received the message about the awakening of his second superpower, plunder. It was all too chaotic. He didn't have time to think about the meaning of the long message from the plunderous system. He grabbed his phone, called his parents to confirm their safety, and then called Xiao Shulan. On this timeline, Xiao Shulan hadn't lost her phone, she answered. Big pair, that's great. You're okay, and I'm okay too. I'm not infected. Hearing her usual vibrant voice, Li Yanli's anxiety and worry subsided. She asked, how's the disease control going on your end? Not good. It's chaotic outside. As soon as I saw the news, I hid in my room, blocking all the entrances. I'm too scared to go out. Do you have any awakened superpowers? Like a flower in full bloom suddenly wilting, Xiao Shulan listlessly replied, no, I don't have any special abilities. It's okay, don't be afraid. I have superpowers. I come find you after the quarantine is lifted. Okay, I wait for you at home. However, every day brought a flood of bad news. The infected were incurable and extremely powerful. Killing them violated humanitarian principles, but not killing them would lead to a catastrophic spread of the virus. Even after tracing the source of the virus, a cure and medication were still elusive. The number of infected continued to rise, while the number of survivors dwindled. Everyone was frantically hoarding supplies. Xiao Shulan sent a voice message, I'm doomed. I finally felt a little safe and wanted to go out and stock up on some supplies, but there's nothing to buy. Am I going to starve to death at home? All public transportation had stopped running. Li Yanli, who was training outside, was frantic, trying to remain calm. Don't worry, it won't happen. If the situation improves, the local government will distribute emergency relief supplies. Then the internet went down, phone calls stopped, and the world was cut off. Only wireless communication was available. Li Yanli couldn't wait any longer and escaped the relatively safe quarantine zone, stealing a car from the dead. Donghu Province was a military stronghold. His parents were also safely in the quarantine zone, but as previously reported in the news, it was one of the provinces with the most infected people. Zombies were roaming the streets, biting people, and there were also a large number of infected people in the military camps, making it impossible to mobilize excess armed forces to control the situation. Li Yanli sped away in his car, encountering others on the road who were also fleeing or searching for family. Before they died, he had used looting to acquire powerful combat-type abilities. To survive, he ruthlessly began clearing out the infected, the gushing blood gradually hardening his once gentle and smiling eyes into a cold, indifferent shape. He found Xiao Shulan's rented apartment and found her. She was with a group of zombies, her pupils unfocused, lunging at Li Yanli, who exuded the aura of life. At that time, Li Yanli didn't know about the crystal core. Looking at the blood-soaked zombie Xiao Shulan, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. He restrained her, took her away, washed the blood off her body, and found her suicide note in her pocket. Big pressure, the infected are scratching at my door, they begin soon. I want to kill myself, but it hurts so much, I can't bring myself to do it. After I get infected, if you can find me, you probably be the only one in the whole world looking for me, so please help me kill me, I don't want to bite anyone else. I was going to wait for you to confess first, but never mind, I go first. I like you so much, so much. I wish I could be with you forever. Li Yanli cried hysterically, repeatedly saying to the irrationally thrashing and struggling Xiao Shulan, I'm sorry, Shulan, I'm late, I'm sorry. I like you. So much, so much, so much. The dream ended there. Shulan slowly opened her eyes, and woke up. Unsurprisingly, her face was covered in tears. Chapter 163. The light gradually brightened. Shu Maomao sat beside her, helplessly handing her a tissue. Mommy, you didn't keep your promise. Shulan wiped her face, sat up, and said in a muffled voice, I'm sorry, I overestimated myself. What time is it? Are you hungry? I make you breakfast. I already eaten. Shulan was surprised. Eaten? What did you eat? I knew you sleep until noon, so I went to find something to eat myself. For breakfast, I had steamed sweet potatoes and corn. I just boiled some dumplings from the fridge. Get up and eat quickly. Shu Maomao got out of bed, put on his shoes, and walked out of the bedroom, his young figure concealing his accomplishment. Shulan took a deep breath. The emotional impact of the dream faded, and her eyes cleared again. Little Shulan wasn't her. She was alive now, living well with her son, Shu Mao Mao. Shu Lan threw back the covers, slipped on her slippers, and chased after him, offering the expected praise. Wow, you can even cook and feed yourself, my baby. Mommy is so touched. You're like a fairy descended from heaven. She quickly brushed her teeth, sat at the table, and ate dumplings facing Shu Mao Mao. As she ate, she began to space out, just like Shu Mao Mao had been the night before. So Li Yanli felt guilty because of the little Shu Lan, who was infected before her rebirth, which is why he's been taking care of this Shu Lan from this timeline. No need. She doesn't even have the memory of meeting and falling in love with him. Oh, now she does. Knowing that she was the one being loved because of him, Shu Lan was somewhat unhappy. Her favorability rating dropped by 50%. But he didn't ask her to acknowledge him, nor did he force the little Shu Lan onto her, indicating that he understood they weren't the same person, maintaining his usual decorum. Her favorability rating has risen back to 50%. Wait a minute, since Li Yanli had such early memories, she must have known about her experience as a predator. Why didn't she escape Dr. Zhao's clutches earlier? Mommy. Shu Mao Mao waved his hand in front of Shu Lan's unfocused eyes, bringing her back to reality. His handsome little face fell. I told you not to look. After you looked, you kept thinking about him. Shu Lan nodded guiltily. Yes, 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 this is the retribution for stealing someone else's privacy. Was what I dreamed about last night all his memories? No. Shu Mao Mao dipped his chopsticks in soy sauce, and drew a brown horizontal line on the white ceramic tabletop. This is the timeline of your dream last night. Later in the dream, he killed you, and he died too. How did he die? Shu Mao Mao said, he refused to plunder the abilities of the living, his strength was too weak, and he died in a zombie horde on his way home, while trying to save someone. Shu Lan commented, he really was an idiot. Anyone else would have been much more lenient with him if they had the chance to plunder. But this is Li Yanli, a kind-hearted person, who would meddle even if she saw a strange woman wandering the streets late at night. Shu Mao Mao dipped her chopsticks in fresh soy sauce, and drew another line a little ahead of the original starting point, saying, this is the second one, and there's a third one. After drawing a row of lines from long to short, Shu Mao Mao's chopsticks stopped at the shortest line. This is now. He's been reborn so many times? It's not that he reborn Mommy, it's that he has memories from so many timelines. Just like the dream I had when I used death immunity last time. But now Jiang He's power is in your body. Are there 2 time reversal powers in the world? That's all, just this one. It's because of Jiang He. Shu Mao Mao hesitated for a moment, then frowned and said, Mommy, if you explain everything, I'd be talking from today until tomorrow. Shu Lan looked at the row of lines taking up half the table, thought for a moment, and said, then you can make the rest into dreams for me too. No. Shu Mao Mao pulled out a piece of paper, and wiped the lines off the table. Don't look, I talk. Don't talk, I look. Shu Mao Mao crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and said sternly, I won't give it to you. Shu Lan didn't speak, quickly finished the remaining dumplings, cleared the dishes, and put them in the automatic sink. In the kitchen basket were fresh chestnuts that Xiao Hei and Azue had peeled yesterday. She added water, put them in a pot to boil, went upstairs to change out of her pajamas, combed her hair, and finally sat back down at the dining table. Shu Mao Mao's expression softened, his gaze followed her movements, changing from displeasure to curiosity. Mommy, why aren't you saying anything? Shu Lan said seriously, I tell you a story. Although she didn't know why she suddenly wanted to tell a story, Shu Mao Mao loved listening to her stories, and nodded obediently. Once upon a time, there was a little boy like you, and a mother like me. Whenever the little boy wanted something, like a toy, he would ask, Mommy, Mommy, can you buy me a toy? Shu Mao Mao asked, why does he call me Mommy, and I call him Mommy? Shu Lan said, call me whatever you want, don't interrupt, eat your fruit, and listen to Mommy finish the story. Shu Mao Mao picked up his fork, and Shu Lan continued, his mother said, yes, son, but you have to find 3 feathers of different colors for Mommy. So the little boy went to the forest, and picked up 3 feathers of different colors for his mother. His mother got the feathers and bought him a toy too. The little boy grew up, and when he went to school, he saw other children with bicycles and wanted one too. He went home and asked, Mommy, Mommy, can I have a bicycle? His mother said yes, but if he got a perfect score on his test, he had to go to the forest and find 3 feathers of different colors for me. Shu Lan's voice grew increasingly dramatic, and then the little boy really did get a perfect score. He found the feathers, and his mother really did buy him a bicycle. Shu Mao Mao nodded in agreement. She was a good mother who kept her word. The little boy kept growing and growing, until he grew up and brought home a girl. He asked, Mommy, I really like her, can I marry her? His mother said, yes. But you have to move out of the house and live with your wife, and you have to go to the forest and find me 3 feathers of different colors. Shu Mau Mau, with fruit in her mouth, gradually looked puzzled. Just like before, the child fulfilled his mother's wishes and married the woman he loved. Finally, his mother grew very, very old and was dying of a serious illness. The son was heartbroken. He knelt before her bedside, held her hand, and asked, Mother, do you still have any unfulfilled wishes? Shu Lan changed to a weak voice. His mother said, Yes, cough cough cough. Go to the forest. Shu Mau Mau eagerly chimed in. To find feathers? Completely intrigued, Shu Lan felt a surge of pride, immersed in storytelling, mimicking both voices. Yes, the son found it strange and asked, Mom, why do you always make me find feathers of different colors for you? Can you tell me why? His mother said, cough cough cough. Because? Suddenly, the frail voice of the seriously ill old woman disappeared. Shu Lan straightened her back, calmly picked up a fork, stuck a piece of apple into her mouth, and resumed her original voice. Before she finished speaking, this mother died. Shu Mau Mau, who had been listening attentively to the story, froze, her dark eyes blinking in confusion, then blinking again, reaching out to touch the back of Shu Lan's hand. Shu Lan quickly withdrew her hand, moving her chair backward. Hey, Shu Mau Mau, you can't use your supernatural abilities to read your mother's memories. Shu Mau Mau was very unhappy and pressed on. Why did his mother want feathers? Shu Lan shrugged, saying in a cheeky tone, I don't know, I'm not that mother. Chapter 164. You made up a story, you definitely know it. Shu Lan crossed her arms and slowly shook her head. That's the ending of the story, it's already finished. Her lie detector ability confirmed that this was the truth, the story really was over. Shu Mau Mau recalled her strange behavior before telling the story and, connecting the context, concluded, Mommy, you did it on purpose. Shu Lan feigned ignorance. On purpose what? You made up a story to pique my interest, wanting me to show you his memories. Shu Lan lowered her eyelashes, her tone becoming somewhat disappointed. You grown up. She's getting harder to fool. So now you understand how unpleasant it feels to be kept in the dark, right? Shu Lan pulled her chair closer, straightening her posture. I want to see it for myself because I have so many questions, and it's exhausting for you to relay them all. Her gaze softened as she gently spoke to her arrogant son. Are you afraid that if I get caught up in those dreams, and see what he did, I become a mother you don't recognize because of him? Li Yanli? No, I always known I'm dreaming. My son isn't in those worlds, and I don't miss them at all. Shu Mau Mau pouted petulantly. Then why are you crying for him? I don't like seeing you cry. Crying is normal empathy. People reading novels in the reading room cry when they see sad parts too. Mommy cries for the same reason. I might change my opinion of Li Yanli, but I won't see myself as the protagonist in the book, because in this world, he and I are just sworn brothers. If you don't believe me, use a lie detector and ask me again. Shu Mau Mau looked at her for a while and asked, Mommy, will you fall in love with him again and want to be with him forever? So that's what he cared about. Shu Lan's heart softened like a muddy swamp, and her nose began to sting. She stood up, dragged a chair next to Shu Mau Mau, opened her arms, and hugged him tightly. She said firmly, I can't guarantee I won't fall in love with him again, but I can be sure that the most important person to me is Shu Mau Mau. I will never leave you. I will be by your side as you grow up, doing my best to give you everything you want, until the day I die. It was the truth, the absolute truth. Ever since reading all of Li Yanli's memories last night, Shu Mau Mau's heart had been in turmoil. Subconsciously, he wanted to prevent her from knowing the truth. After all, that liar had done too much. Only now, Shu Mau Mau's inner unease was finally soothed by Shu Lan's gentle words. He wasn't the first test subject, and Mommy wasn't the Shu Lan from those timelines. Okay, let's take it slow, no rush. Let's go out first. We couldn't even see Crescent Bay clearly last night. We just unlocked the seafood, right? Tonight we have a seafood barbecue on the beach, charcoal grilled mantis shrimp. Shu Mau Mau nodded. And octopus, you said you wanted to eat it last time. Shu Lan kissed him. Oh, I love you even more now. You remember everything I said? The chestnuts should be cooked by now. Let me tell you, Mau Mau, cooked chestnuts are super delicious. You definitely like them. They were indeed delicious, with a soft, starchy texture, and sweeter than raw chestnuts. Unfortunately, Crescent Bay had just experienced a battle with raiders. Trees were leaning and broken, the ground was riddled with craters, and there were remains of large arthropods and mollusks. The scene was just as chaotic as when they fought Bei Ting last time. Seeing the destructive power, Shulan clicked her tongue and shook her head. You guys are this fierce even when you're just playing around. Shu Maomao didn't reply. At first, it was just for fun, but then it turned into a fight to win, and they went all out. However, fighting against opponents of similar strength was indeed very exciting. The mantis shrimp and octopus were still lively and jumping around when they were taken out, constantly trying to attack Shulan. Baby, call out Little Black. Never mind, it doesn't have fingers. Have Big Mouth start the production line. Remove the shrimp veins and innards from all these shrimp, skewer them with iron skewers, and then give them to me. She, the mother of the raiders, had plenty of ways to avoid processing the ingredients when eating barbecue. In the north, under the brainwashing of the spirit of infection equals evolution, less than 100,000 uninfected people remained in more than 20 districts, while over 1 million zombies still remained. Humans grumbled, why not help us evolve? Why keep us locked up? Most zombies didn't understand either. Why keep so few? They don't want to live. Anyway, there are plenty of crystal cores, let's just infect them all. Jiang Jun collected materials and, using his mechanically modified abilities, busied himself for a long time, connecting to several large stadiums' LCD screens. He took the memory card from the camera Answerin brought back and inserted it into his homemade projection controller. The audience entered and took their seats. There were zombies and humans alike. The video began to play. A vibrant survivor base was reflected in every pair of eyes filled with weariness, confusion, and a death wish. The video's cover showed a pale dawn sky. Then the camera panned down, focusing on people coming out of the dormitory and walking to the communal washing pool. There were men and women, all clean and tidy, chatting and laughing with those around them. They looked well rested and in good spirits. The camera then pans to a large canteen, where the person filming is interviewing a man who has just finished queuing and is leaving with breakfast in hand. Friend, what part of the work are you responsible for? The man, visibly nervous upon seeing the camera, stammers, water, cement work. How many grain coins do you get for a day's work? 3. Is that enough? Enough. After the interview, the camera moves to the front of the queue, stopping at steaming buns and sweet potatoes. Each bun and sweet potato is about the size of an adult man's palm. The voice behind the camera asks the person distributing the food, what's the price of breakfast today? 1 grain coin can be exchanged for 3 sweet potatoes or 3 buns, or you can mix and match. The camera then focuses on the grain coins in a box next to it, round metal coins with numbers cut out in the center. People orderly insert the larger coins and take their change. Jiang Jun said to Answerin beside him, this base is quite impressive. Instead of centralized distribution of supplies, they actually rebuilt a currency system, exchanging labor for food. Answerin's lips curled into a smile. Like a new world. The camera then panned across the dazzling array of goods in the exchange shop, the books in the reading room, the sports field undergoing facility improvements, and the busy underground base construction. Finally, it panned across a large red banner. The 3rd annual gala of the 9th District Human Base. After a 2-second pause, the sound suddenly became noisy, and the camera focused on a young woman's face. Respected Commander Qin Xiaoshuang. Answerin stared intently at that face. Fair, smooth, without any wounds or bloodstains, bright pupils, and a lively smile on her rosy lips, like a little fox. The video didn't show any zombies rotting and dying, it was all vibrant humans. Chapter 165. They ate and drank their fill every day, had entertainment, and even had free time to sing, dance, and laugh together. Despite the joyful and happy scene, many people lowered their heads and shed tears. The zombies left one after another, not wanting to watch, afraid to watch. When they were sad, they couldn't even shed tears. Zhou Xiwening and her friends were also watching. When Jilan's face appeared, a group of little zombies excitedly exclaimed, look, it's that sister from District 15. It's so good to be alive. We can eat delicious food, see fun things, and there are so many things to be happy about. Being a zombie, besides running around all day, we don't know what to do, and we're tired of playing. We're so unlucky to have contracted this strange disease. We hope the living can develop a cure before we die. I don't want to rot away. Jiang Jun saw the emotion on people's faces and said, this video seems to be somewhat useful? Anseline asked, if it were you, would you want to go to District 9 or continue being a zombie? Jiang Jun answered without hesitation. I choose to be a zombie. No need to worry about earning money or eating. I can live easily for a few years and then just die. Answerin glanced at him. How can I talk to you like that? Ha ha, boss, You definitely never been a slave before. Life is predictable, but zombies are actually freer. But I'm talking about this kind of sentient corpse, not the biting lunatics from before. Answerin stared at the flickering screen and said, if these people don't want to leave after watching, then we can only respect their wishes. The party in the video ended, and everyone thought Unforgettable Tonight would be the end of the video, but it didn't. The person filming the video was also a thoughtful individual. He added several shots of the audience leaving. In the dormitory, everyone, still full of energy, sang in unison, like howling ghosts. Under the eaves, in the warm, hazy yellow light, a man returned carrying hot water to wash his wife and daughter. On the street, a young couple strolled side by side, their shadows drawing closer until they finally held hands. Friends, family, love, the connections between people intertwined and became close. Only by living can life have its vibrant colors, and only then can life extend into countless possibilities. The screen went dark. Jeong Jun, in the darkness, his eyes filled with uncertainty, finally sighed and whispered, "Boss, I think I'm changing my mind." Answerin glanced at her palm. A soft, small sensation seemed to linger there. He closed his fingers, turned, and walked into the night. Get them some cars. After the barbecue, the seawater was collected, and the salt production line was set up. Shulan was a little worried and asked Dazue, with so many dead fish and shrimp in the sea, won't the salt we make carry viruses? Dazue said, no, when an infected creature stops moving and begins to decompose, it means the virus inside it has lost its activity. Shulan asked, then does your knowledge base have any methods to turn zombies back into living people? You already asked that question before. There's no way. To be precise, with the current level of civilization and existing material resources on Earth, it's impossible to reverse the process of biological disease and death. Dazue would conceal the truth because of his so-called licensing rights, but he wouldn't lie to her. Shulan said dejectedly, that will kill so many people. There are now more than 10 times the number of living people among the zombies. If they were still in their previous state, it wouldn't be so bad, but they regained their sanity and are under Answerin's control, so they don't actively attack humans and are no different from ordinary patients. Xiao He immediately chimed in, anyway, they're going to die sooner or later. I suggest we start a mass killing spree, let them die at the hands of player Shu Mao Mao, and we can use that to farm points. Good idea, come here. Shulan beckoned to it. Xiao He thought its mission was finally complete, and happily rolled over, only to be shoved onto the carpet and punched repeatedly. Scratching. 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 All you do all day is farm your pathetic points. I told you not to kill, not to kill. We're allies with the zombies now, all black and clueless. Beating Xiao He is like hitting a bouncy ball. It dents but doesn't break. A beating is actually quite stress-relieving. Shu Mao came out of the bathroom. Mommy, I'm done showering. Good. Shulan tossed Xiao He to the corner. Go to sleep. After lying in bed, neither mother nor son mentioned continuing their dreaming, both staring at the ceiling, trying to fall asleep. Shu Mao suddenly called out, Mom? Shulan asked, what's wrong? I want to call you that from now on. Whatever you want. I'm a very open-minded mommy. Shu Mao called her again, Mom. Yes, son. Why 3 feathers of different colors? Shulan chuckled. He hadn't forgotten the story. I made it up to keep you in suspense. Just think of it as giving my son something to do. So, are you still going to look at Lianli's memories today? He finally gave in. Shulan also took a step back and said, we look at them later. You get some rest, and I get some rest too. We're going back from here tomorrow. Okay. After a while, Shu Mao called her again, Mom, are you asleep? Shulan opened her eyes. No. If no one could kill you, and I used the healing spell on you every time you got sick, wouldn't you be able to survive? Shulan said, yes, I will. I die when I get old, like a candle that's burnt down to the bottom. Shu Mao moved closer to her and said, then I use the memory rewind spell on you every day, so you won't get old. No way, honey. You erase all my memories from that day too. Every day I live, I forget a day, like I got Alzheimer's at a young age. Shu Mao fell silent again. She wasn't asleep. You could tell from her breathing. Shulan gently patted his arm and explained, birth, aging, illness, and death are natural laws. Some people are born, and some people die of old age. It's all normal. Aren't cabbages in the field growing one crop after another like that? When you grow up, and you meet a girl you like, bring her to me and say, Mom, I want to marry her. That girl will be your new family member, and she be there for you like I am. I don't want anyone to be with me. Okay, you're still young, you can't understand love. Anyway, it's okay. You have to accept natural death. Shu Maona said sullenly, but I don't want you to die. Don't worry about the future, baby. Your mom is still very young. I have a long way to go before I die of old age. You should focus on. The question I'm thinking about is what to eat for breakfast tomorrow. Shu Maona thought for a moment and said, can we have those shellfish and vermicelli again? Clam vermicelli? I add shrimp and crab, vegetables and mushrooms, tofu and beef balls. Let's not talk about this anymore, or I get up and make a midnight snack. After a while, Shu Maona spoke again. Mom, I want a midnight snack. Unable to sleep, Shu Lan had the same thought and shouted, Big Mouth, turn on the light. After a night's rest, before leaving the space after a satisfying meal, Shu Lan saw the headphones that allowed her to talk to Answerin alone. The image of him crying to the little Shu Lan, who had become a zombie, flashed through her mind. A moment of hesitation crossed her brow, but she ultimately left them in the space. Since she didn't like her, she shouldn't contact her too frequently to avoid developing unnecessary feelings. Chapter 166. In the real world, the sun rises as usual every day, and life back at the base resumes its original rhythm. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, wind, frost, rain, and snow alternate, time neither stops nor reverses, but continues to move forward. Those who changed their minds after watching the gala and chose to go south also continue to move forward. During this period, Shu Lan began her second dream about Li Yanli's memories. The second dream began later, as if the dividing line was when Li Yanli was notified of the closed training camp, creating a completely new parallel world. Upon hearing that he was going to train in another city, Li Yanli's expression became dazed for a moment, and he subconsciously uttered words of refusal. I can't go. Shu Lan had assumed that he, like Lin Yi, was someone who had been reborn after death, and would possess memories of his past life. But Li Yanli's inner voice was confused. This was an opportunity he had longed for, but his intuition kept urging him to refuse. Everyone around him thought he was crazy, taking turns trying to persuade him not to do anything rash. Even his parents didn't understand his actions, and he was even scolded by the coach. But Li Yanli simply refused, refusing to explain when asked why, because he couldn't give any reason. He told Xiao Shulan about it, muttering to himself, I think I gone mad. Xiao Shulan replied, yes, you gone mad. Not going to the training camp meant rejecting the national team's invitation, and Li Yanli suddenly had free time. He suddenly wanted to ask for leave to go home and rest for a while, even asking Xiao Shulan if she wanted to come along, only to be refused, as expected. It's your home, not mine, and I have to go to work every day. Li Yanli didn't give up. There are many famous tourist attractions near my home. I be your tour guide, covering your travel and accommodation expenses. Big pressure. You're not going to join the national team anymore. You become a human trafficker? The offers are so tempting. Is there something fishy going on? Li Yanli said, I also feel like I have ulterior motives towards you. But if you don't go, I won't feel at ease leaving you here alone. I can't even bring myself to buy the ticket. Xiao Shulan, who always found it hard to resist directness, relented. Okay, then I quit my job and travel to your place, then come back and find a higher paying job. Standing for 10 hours a day, my heels are practically worn flat. The scene shifts to Xiao Shulan and Li Yanli on a high-speed train, Xiao Shulan saying, Hey, how did you suddenly go so crazy as to give up your dreams like this? Is there some kind of reason? Did someone jealous of you give you a poison called madness? Li Yanli smiled bitterly. I don't know, I just don't want to go. I want to go home. I can't convince myself to change my mind. Maybe the pressure is too much. Xiao Shulan saw the dark circles under his eyes, the marks left by his sleepless nights due to anxiety and confusion. She said, forget it, forget it. It's already a done deal. It's in the past. From now on, you just be your tour guide. Yeah, I'm a little sleepy. I sleep for a while. Remember to wake me when we get off. Don't leave me on the train. Xiao Shulan muttered, who would throw away their meal ticket. Li Yanli smiled, closed his eyes, and leaned back. After a while, Xiao Shulan asked very softly, Can you sleep? Or can I let you lean on my shoulder as a pillow? Li Yanli leaned his head on her shoulder without hesitation. Xiao Shulan's heart skipped a beat. She pretended to look at the scenery outside the window, her lips pursed nervously, her earlobes turning bright red. Li Yanli suddenly looked up and sighed, This pillow is so low, I'm afraid I get cervical spondylosis. Xiao Shulan, annoyed and embarrassed, retorted, Don't be so ungrateful. I won't give you this pillow. Li Yanli turned his head towards the aisle, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, his heart was beating too fast. He couldn't handle it. When the virus broke out, the two of them were finally in the same place, having arranged to go to the scenic area the next day. That morning, while the city was still asleep in the fog, the infected went on a killing spree. Sirens blared in the streets, gunshots rang out one after another, and people awakened from their sleep rushed to their windows in disbelief to watch, while screams erupted from buildings. One of the main reasons the zombie virus spiraled out of control was that it broke out without warning. Suddenly, the closest, most trusted person would open their mouth and pierce your skin with their teeth, drawing blood. After seeing the figure of someone being shot on the street, Li Yanli went back to her room to confirm that her parents were not infected. Without hesitation, she dressed, grabbed her keys and phone, and rushed out the door, telling her parents not to open it no matter what happened. As she ran to the hotel, she made a phone call. Xiao Shulan was also woken up and answered instantly. Li Yanli. Are the police chasing a fugitive outside? I think I heard gunshots. No, it's strange. Are there screams on your end? Yes, many, and they're screaming terribly. I'm too scared to open the door to see what's happening. Don't open it. I'm coming to find you now. Come to my house. Ah? This? More screams came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Shulan overcame her hesitation and said firmly, okay. Xiao Shulan unexpectedly met Li Yanli's parents. The two elders already knew of her existence and quickly accepted her. The news on TV was already reporting the terrifying aggressiveness of the new virus. To hesitate now would be tantamount to pushing the person his son loved to his death. Li Yanli awakened his plundering ability once more. Just as Xu Mao had said, he was kind and upright. Even knowing how to use it, he was unwilling to actively plunder the abilities of the living. The zombie situation in Donghu was much better, but it only lasted for a while. The army fell into chaos, and the entire province descended into chaos. In the early stages, Li Yanli relied entirely on his super hearing and excellent physical abilities to outrun the zombies and retrieve his family's supplies. Little Shulan didn't want to be treated like a parasite and insisted on going out with him. At that time, the zombies weren't as ubiquitous as they were later. They could still roam the streets. They went out during the day and found an abandoned small supermarket. They smashed the window and went inside to get food. The team of ability users arrived before the zombies and forcibly claimed the store as theirs, saying no one else could touch the items inside. The other side outnumbered them, and one of them was carrying a gun. Li Yanli and Xiao Shulan exchanged a glance, put down what they were carrying and left, frustrated. Xiao Shulan said, "It's not even their store." They entered the supermarket through the window. These people probably can't have taken everything. Let's wait until they leave before going back. The two hid nearby, watching helplessly as their spatial abilities emptied the supermarket in a second. Xiao Shulan's plan failed, and she gritted her teeth in anger. What the hell? They took everything. Why don't I have this special ability? I'm so angry. Li Yanli's eyes darkened, and she comforted her. It's okay, let's find another place. Most places weren't safe. During the day, zombies were like landmines, fixed in dark places, but getting too close would immediately trigger a chase. Li Yanli's super hearing ability allowed her to control the distance to the zombies effectively. On their way home, after carefully collecting some food, they encountered a reckless group followed by a large number of awakened zombies. Li Yanli immediately threw away the oil on her right hand, grabbed Xiao Shulan's wrist, and shouted, "Run!" Chapter 167. During the escape, the things they had painstakingly found were scattered all over the ground. Xiao Shulan ran while constantly looking back, her eyes filled with reluctance. Suddenly, she cried out, "Li Yanli! Look!" The team of superhumans, who had just emptied the supermarket, had driven their car, ramming through hordes of zombies, throwing oil drums and lighters onto the ground, setting half the street ablaze. Even so, some still managed to escape, leaping through the flames, grabbing those who hadn't escaped, and biting them. A piercing scream shattered everyone's eardrums, and then the biting zombie had its neck severed by a sharp weapon from who knows where. Seeing that the zombies were being held back by the superhumans and weren't chasing after them, Xiao Shulan quickly ran back to retrieve the thing she had just dropped. The other survivors also saw the food on the ground and rushed forward to snatch it from them. "It's you two again." The team of superhumans, having finished clearing out the pursuing zombies, glanced at Shulan and Li Yanli as they drove by. "Haven't seen you for a while. Where did you get all this stuff? Do you have superpowers?" Li Yanli hesitated, but Shulan spoke first. "He has super hearing. He can hear the location of infected people." She strongly recommended, "Big brother, having a teammate with such excellent hearing is definitely safer, isn't it?" Li Yanli instantly understood her meaning and cooperated. saying, I can hear the location of infected and living people within a 10-kilometer radius. And so, Li Yanli became a member of the superhuman team, working together to clear out the zombies in their area and attracting more and more superhumans. When an area is completely devoid of survivors, the zombies will move around at night, forming terrifying zombie hordes. This meant there was no place that was permanently safe. Every time the zombies began to move, the city would experience a devastating battle, leaving behind a large number of casualties by dawn. Xiao Shulan told Li Yanli, don't steal their abilities, just pick them up. Whichever ability user dies, go and collect their blood and use their ability. Picking it up meant using it, which would expose his plundering. Initially, no one objected because the abilities he picked up had a completely different effect on Li Yanli than on their original owners. He could single-handedly wipe out a large group of zombies. More and more people were saved, and the plunderer's reputation grew. The scene suddenly shifted back to the first dream, where the man in the suit invited Li Yanli to cooperate with Dr. Zhao's research. The difference was that this time, Xiao Shulan was beside Li Yanli as his girlfriend. She immediately spoke up, no way. If it's research, any ability user can be used. Why should he be the guinea pig? Yes, Shulan thought, if she were there, she wouldn't have let Li Yanli go in the first place. This is China. Xiao Shulan interrupted him. I don't care who you are. At most we draw a vial of blood for research. There's absolutely no way you go to that so-called experimental base. The man glared at Xiao Shulan unhappily and said coldly, I'm speaking to Mr. Li Yanli. Unrelated people, please don't interrupt. Li Yanli raised an eyebrow and said, sorry, I'm listening to my girlfriend. She's my spokesperson. She said she won't go, so I won't go. Now most people suspect that you first killed the superhumans, then stole their abilities, causing them to lose the power to resist and die at the hands of the infected. You should have been investigated, but Dr. Zhao stopped you, saying that you'd be able to atone for your crimes in the future. Xiao Shulan stood up, hands on her hips. She didn't have any superpowers, but she never backed down in her verbal sparring. Nonsense! You can't see the many people we saved, but you're focusing on the few superpowered individuals who died. You're like someone who eats the food and then curses the cook, aren't you? My boyfriend's superpowers were all taken from the dead. Who's smearing us behind our backs? Let him come out and talk to me face to face. Many superpowered individuals. Many? Who are they? Go find them and make them explain when, where, and who Li Yanli killed. If she really stole superpowers before killing, why didn't she kill the witnesses too? Instead, she left them gossiping behind her back. The man couldn't argue with her and retreated with his men, looking dejected. Li Yanli clapped his hands with a smile. Great job, spokesperson. Xiao Shulan slapped him irritably. You're just too nice, you're easily bullied. The first time it was verbal persuasion, the second time, the armed police were dispatched, forcibly taking Li Yanli to the experimental base. Ordinary people all desire superpowers, and so do ordinary people with power. When Dr. Zhao confidently guaranteed that everyone could become powerful superhumans, even heroes like Li Yanli had their desires buried beneath the burgeoning ambitions of the majority, including those in power. Xiao Shulan, as a hostage, was held captive at the base along with Li Yanli's parents. With the zombie threat temporarily stabilized, the raider seemed to become a highly sought-after prize, with many wanting to share his immense power with themselves. Xiao Shulan somehow managed to change into the base staff's clothes and slipped from her confinement to the laboratory, waking Li Yanli, who was lying in bed, barely alive from being drained of energy. Wearing a mask, her eyes blurred with tears, large drops of heartache fell onto him. I heard from them that you have to have your blood drawn so many times every day, and they keep shocking you with electric shocks. Li Yanli, let's run away. I don't want to see you live this life of being manipulated. Li Yanli's voice was hoarse. Run, where to? Shulan fed him the water she had hidden in her pocket, along with some rice she had secretly hidden and wrapped in a tissue, saying quickly, let's rescue Uncle and Auntie, and run anywhere, even to a place full of zombies. You're so strong now, and you're not afraid of zombies. They're afraid they won't come. We can grow some vegetables then. She was quickly discovered, and someone shouted, hey! What are you doing? The doctor doesn't allow giving him water. Just as the person was about to grab little Shulan's arm, Li Yanli's eyes flashed sharply, and the lights in the laboratory exploded one after another, plunging the room into darkness. He broke free from the bonds binding him, scooped up Xiao Shulan with one arm, and like a wild beast baring its fangs, smashed past the man and rushed out the door. Xiao Shulan quickly pointed the way. Over there. Uncle and Auntie are locked up on the first floor of that building. The experimental base was heavily guarded by armed police and superhumans, and Li Yanli became the center of their firepower as soon as he escaped. Xiao Shulan kept urging him, "You can't be soft-hearted anymore, Li Yanli. Kill anyone who tries to stop you, or none of us will escape." Li Yanli hardened his heart, controlling the bullets flying towards him and throwing them back, piercing the shooters' bodies. The wind blades he seized delivered the superhuman's blood and abilities to his palm. The explosive gas from the ground followed the pursuing footsteps, then was ignited by flames, blasting the pursuers to pieces. He successfully rescued his parents, put them and Xiao Shulan into a car, and with his father driving, the family fled in a direction far from the base. Having used up a large amount of his supernatural abilities, Li Yanli's body was nearing its limit. Sitting in the back seat, almost fainting, he heard vehicles chasing after them. If only he could have escaped with them sooner. These were Li Yanli's last thoughts as he passed out. The screen went black, but his super hearing remained. He heard many gunshots and Xiao Shulan's desperate words, "It's over." Warm liquid soaked his clothes. Li Yanli's memory remained blank. He was too tired to open his eyes, no matter what. But Shulan opened her eyes. Although she didn't see anything, she already guessed the ending. She died again beside Li Yanli. Chapter 168. Shulan glanced to the side and saw Shu Maomao kneeling beside her, holding a square tissue box in both hands, looking like a serious little waiter. Shulan laughed out loud. Her son was so cute, actually waiting beside her to wipe her tears. Shulan sat up, took his tissue box and placed it on the bedside table, beaming, "I didn't cry this time. Practice makes perfect, no mother cries every day." As dawn broke, the curtains were drawn back, and Shu Maomao lay sprawled out. "I thought it would have to happen a few more times." Shulan lay down as well. Did those Shulans die in his memories all along? Yes, if you escaped, you'd be targeted by both people and zombies. You couldn't get into the superhuman base. He didn't have healing abilities, nor did he have a space for regeneration. In that world, you ate expired food and died from poisoning. Shulan asked, "Anything else?" Also, he plundered Lin Yi's space and occupied District 10, but he didn't kill those two bad women who were eaten by the octopus, nor did he steal anyone else's superpowers. They wanted to be Li Yanli's girlfriends. While he was fighting the third-tier zombies outside and couldn't move, he secretly killed you there with the ability users from District 10. TSK, that's tragic. Shu Maomao said, "That's why I didn't want to show you. He's always saving others. Seeing it would only make me angry." Shulan nodded. "Exactly, my son Shu Maomao is the best. A good person with such a strong sense of social responsibility and a kind heart is simply not suited to be a raider." What happened next? Later, he killed the person who killed you, didn't stay in District 10, and lived in the space like us with his parents, surviving until the Eternal Night phase, when that timeline began to collapse. What does sudden collapse mean? Shu Maomao picked up the cartoon alarm clock on her bedside table, fiddling with the adjustment button. "Mom, look, like this, it's 7:05 now. In 5 minutes, the minute hand should be at 10. When the timeline starts to collapse, it automatically goes back to 5 when it reaches 10. Not just time, everything, everyone repeats this forward and backward motion, except for consciousness." Shulan immediately remembered. Is someone rewinding the entire timeline? Yes, it's Jiang He. Every time Li Yanli lives to the end, her memories end with the timeline collapsing. But when she moves to another timeline, Li Yanli forgets everything from the previous one. Then why does Lin Yi remember? I don't know about him, but I know why Jiang He remembers. Her ability has another use. When she feels she can't maintain her health until the end of the Eternal Night phase, she plunges a knife into her heart, forcibly using death reversal. After the total time of death reversal exceeds 1 day and month cycle, she'd be reborn with her memories into a new timeline, starting over. Shulan was stunned. It can be like that? Only those with time reversal can successfully restart the timeline with their memories through suicide. Killing her won't work. Each restart pushes the starting point forward a bit. Except for Jiang He, no one else has memories of the previous timeline. Shulan went through the whole thing. The reason there are so many timelines is because Jiang He has been using suicide to restart and test her luck. Baby, but when answering was hanging her up to bleed her, she climbed down. Why didn't she continue restarting in that state? Shu Maomao said, because both the meteorite and the restart method were information given to Jiang He by a voice from beyond the heavens on the timeline, where she first gained the time reversal ability. If she hadn't been reborn with her memories, she would have forgotten these two things. Jiang He forgot, and then Li Yanli remembered. Shulan, whose mind always worked quickly, soon understood. So, baby, our timeline is? Shu Maomao nodded. Yes, it was restarted after Li Yanli plundered Jiang He's ability. How did he know the restart method? Did a voice tell him? No, he guessed. Jiang He originally wanted to cooperate with Lin Yi, but Lin Yi's ability had just been taken by Li Yanli, so she could only find Li Yanli and invite him to District 9. Back then, you and he were still alive. Other areas, including Zone 1, were being attacked by Tier 3 zombies. Shu Lan asked, didn't you say before that Bei Ting would kill those Tier 3 zombies? She wasn't on that timeline. She probably didn't get enough points and couldn't regenerate her life in time, so she died. Jiang He said, she asked Li Yanli to help build a shelter to block the floodwaters that covered the entire outer layer of the base due to the meteorite, slowly drowning everyone through the ventilation shafts. So, the timeline collapse that Li Yanli witnessed in the space was Jiang He restarting the timeline because of the flood. Flood, Shu Lan noted it down in her notebook. Humans really have a lot of misfortunes. From her first year in Zone 9, every summer when there was a heavy rain, the river in Zone 9 would be at risk of flooding, and even during the Eternal Night phase, it didn't spare them. Baby, then we need to divert that river so it flows to another place sooner. You're right. Explaining Li Yanli's memories is really too long. Get up and eat. We talk about the rest later. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine. Shu Lan thought for a moment. Ate treasure porridge and scallion pancakes. Okay, I want to eat. After breakfast, she went out into the space to kill a few disobedient newcomers who stole food. She replenished the canteen and supermarket's inventory and the battery's power. Then she went to the steel mill, sat down to drink tea and eat snacks, and, according to the list given by Zhou Yin, smelted the scrap metal at high temperatures to obtain the various metals needed. In the afternoon, she drove to a nearby city to collect garbage. This was Commander Qin Xiushuang and Raider Mao Mao's daily work most of the time. As for other tasks, they were all left to ordinary people to earn grain coins to exchange for food. However, this morning she got an additional task, modifying the river channel. One must be careful with methods and approaches. One can't act haphazardly. If the modification is not done well, the water will backflow and flood the base, which would be even more troublesome. Shu Lan informed the management, asking them to find some people with expertise at the base to go to the riverbank and provide her with a reliable alternative route as soon as possible. Each time they drove out to collect trash, it was time for Shu Lan and Shu Maomao to be alone, where they could continue their conversation from the morning. Jiang He asked Li Yanli to help build a base and control the floods, and then what? You didn't agree, and you even asked Jiang He if knowing so many things that would happen in the future meant she had precognitive abilities? Jiang He said she couldn't tell you. Shu Lan's complaints. What's wrong with her? She wants the raiders to do things for her, and she won't even say anything about that. Nobody cares about her. Shu Maomao turned to look at her. Mom, you said the same thing about Jiang He back there, except you replaced her with yourself. It was exactly the same. Shu Lan choked for a moment. Jiang He only mentioned some things that would happen in her memories, such as after the Eternal Night phase begins, the zombies will gradually die, but the temperature on the surface of Blue Star will plummet, and plants and animals will be unable to survive on the ground, requiring the storage of large amounts of food and energy to survive underground. It seems that Jiang He knows the most so far. Did she say how long it would last? You asked that question back there too, and Jiang He said she didn't know. Chapter 169. The walkie-talkie in the car suddenly crackled to life, disrupting Shu Maomao's storytelling. It was Zhou Dahu, Commander, that zombie brother who always gave us pickup points, said that about 100,000 living people will be migrating south of the Qingyun River in about 2 months. He asked if our base would be willing to send vehicles to pick them up. Shu Lan said, pick them up, pick up as many as they come. Okay. Shu Lan turned to Shu Maomao, continuing the previous topic. Baby, what about Jiang He? Zhou Dahu's voice came through the walkie-talkie again. Commander, that man said their boss, the Zombie King, needs to see you. Shu Lan fell silent, meeting Shu Maomao's gaze, a flicker of struggle crossing her eyes. She didn't intend to rekindle her relationship with Li Yanli, but he had taken the initiative to contact her. To be honest, Shu Lan now had a complicated, inexplicable feeling towards Li Yanli. She had always maintained an outsider's perspective, feeling that the events of the Shu Lan of the previous timeline couldn't be confused with her current situation. But everything Li Yanli has done, both now and before, is to ensure her survival. She's not made of stone. How could she not be moved? Besides, he's become a zombie. This time, he might die in front of her first. Shu Lan felt a pang of sadness and said, Baby, put on your earphones and talk to him for me, just in case something really happens. Shu Maoma took out her earphones, put them on, turned them on, and placed them on the back of Shu Lan's hand to use the sensor, so she could hear their conversation. Anseline greeted her first. Commander Qin. Shu Maoma coldly replied. It's me. Oh Maoma, where's your mom? Shu Maoma looked up at Shu Lan, who mouthed an excuse. She went to the bathroom. Anseline said, okay, then please tell her for me that the video was well made and effective. Most people cried after watching it and are willing to reform. Okay. After these people leave, I drive all the zombies north of the Qingyan River. There won't be a single infected person in the south anymore. You can move around freely. Okay. By the way, your mom said last time you were working on flood control, but that river wasn't a permanent solution. I go over and help you move the riverbed to another location when I have time. Okay. Anseline chuckled. Stingy child, what would happen if you said one more word? Is there anything else you want to say? Nothing else. Is your mom done in the bathroom? Shu Maoma decisively said goodbye, bye-bye. She pressed the earphone shell twice, removed it, and stored it in her spatial storage. The movement was swift and decisive, so fast that Shu Lan was stunned. She tentatively asked, Baby, do you really dislike him? No, I don't dislike him, Shu Maoma added, but I don't like him either. Mom, what do you want to ask Jianghe? The walkie-talkie crackled to life again. Commander, the people from District 1 are looking for the Zombie King, saying they're willing to accept those 100,000 people, and hope the zombies can also reach a peace agreement with District 1 and cooperate long-term. Shouldn't we say something to solidify our alliance with the Zombie King? Interrupted repeatedly, Shu Lan was speechless. Forget it, the later memories are just a dream. I see for myself what Jianghe was like before. She picked up the walkie-talkie and replied to Zhou Dahu. Don't worry, my relationship with the Zombie King is unbreakable. A moment later, Zhou Dahu approached her again. Commander, I'm done. It felt so good. Shu Lan was bewildered. What do you mean, done? I told Sector 1 that our commander's bond with the Zombie King is unbreakable. If we're going to cooperate, it'd be with Sector 9, they're too late. Shu Lan, I was just trying to comfort you, to stop you from overreacting, not telling anyone. Zhou Dahu, huh? But the Zombie King was also speaking up for us. What did he say? He said yes, unbreakable. Then everyone in Sector 1 went silent. Shu Lan put down the walkie-talkie, covered her face with her palms, pressed the back of her hand against the steering wheel, and screamed silently in her heart. Aya! She'd been keeping Li Yanli at arm's length since returning, and all that effort had been wasted with just one sentence. This is a curse. In Sector 1, after the Zombie King's words, the disappointment on everyone's faces was palpable. What does it mean to miss an opportunity? This is what it means to miss an opportunity. If District 1, as the overall controller, had agreed to cooperate with that suddenly appearing female zombie when District 9 first fell, they wouldn't be in this predicament now. Back then, who would have known that after nearly 7 years of fighting between humans and zombies, a level 3 zombie would turn the tide and bring peace? 2 days later, the spacious conference room was once again filled with those at the top of the previous social structure. Now they all shared a common identity, survivors. The head of this group, District 1's Commander-in-Chief Hua Xiaoqiang, had a face as heavy as the atmosphere. Currently, it seems that District 9 is the only safe place left. If we want to go there, we need permission from 2 sides, the Zombie King's permission to pass, and the acceptance of the raiders. Do we really have to go? With Qin Shixuang's arrogance, she'd definitely make us all submit to a rule like prisoners. What's the difference between that and willingly becoming slaves? Or, starting now, we could establish an underground base in District 1 that might not be too much of a disaster. The problem is, we need to know the size of the meteorite and its exact date of impact, as well as the indirect disasters it will cause. We need to figure out all this information before we can safely take refuge. After some analysis, the Commander-in-Chief slowly spoke. Xiao Ai said she'd go to District 9 first and help us deal with Qin Shixuang. This statement was met with opposition from almost every man present. No way. How can we let Xiao Ai do something so dangerous? I disagree. I'd rather die than agree. The Commander-in-Chief pressed a key on the computer in front of him. A young woman appeared on the projection wall behind him, against a backdrop of a luxurious bed. She wore a silk nightgown, her long chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders, her sweet features tinged with a faint sadness. Recently, everyone's been looking so worried when they talk to Xiao Ai, which is making her very anxious. Xiao Ai wants to help everyone. I can go to District 9 to find Sister Qin Xiaoshuang and try to persuade her to accept everyone. Don't worry, there will be many brothers to protect Xiao Ai. Most people in the meeting room wore expressions of despair, their faith crumbling, and some even rushed out. No need to go to Xiao Ai anymore. She knew we would stop her, so she left before our meeting. Her plan is to infiltrate the 100,000 survivors who are migrating to District 9, meet with Lieutenant Su there, and after taking over District 9, she will send us the signal to migrate. Hua Zhouqiang's usually authoritative voice began to tremble. Always remember everything Xiao Ai has done for us. In the corner, the female assistant responsible for pouring water for the group watched this group of men of varying ages and backgrounds, collectively wailing and lamenting because a woman named Xiao Ai had left. Her eyes were filled with contempt, and her lips twitched slightly. Having that woman named Xiao Ai in District 1, what's the difference between that and being infected with a new virus? Chapter 170. Where there are people, there will be all sorts of trouble. The biggest trouble in District 1 is on its way to District 9. The future is unpredictable, only what has already happened remains in memory. Xu Lan is having her last dream related to Li Yanli. Just as Xu Maomao said, while Jiang He repeatedly used her powers to restart the timeline, gaining new opportunities to try and fail, Li Yanli also made different choices with each restart. Life is made up of choices. Every unintentional choice leads to a different ending. And in this timeline, Li Yanli's choices were quite good. The young Xu Lan in this world is alive. His parents are alive. He has plundered a large amount of powers, and he has been invited to District 9 by Jiang He. Xu Lan saw the handsome, round-faced middle-aged woman in front of Li Yanli, and barely recognized her as Jiang He, the first commander to die at her hands. Jiang He looked extremely tired, with a sense of vicissitude from having experienced many things. She remembered the memories of each restart, equivalent to having lived for 100 years. She told Xiao Shulan, I have precognitive abilities. I only know roughly how I will die in the future, not the details. Which ability user isn't afraid of the infamous plunderers? I hope you consider that I recruited you to District 9 to survive together, and let me keep my ability to save my life. Jiang He was wary. Her ability was time reversal. She was faking precognition to make the plunderers lose interest in her ability. Xiao Shulan didn't believe her, but pretended to. Combat-type abilities are useful against zombies, but against complex people, rare auxiliary abilities, like lie detection and memory reading are needed. Li Yanli encountered neither of these situations, and had no reason to plunder Jiang He upon their first meeting, even after discovering it was a time reversal. For a long time, they and Jiang He had been companions, helping each other. Xu Lan suddenly understood. No wonder Jiang He, on the verge of death in the air raid shelter, could call out her real name during her mental breakdown. She had recalled that memory during the death reversal. The most heavily fortified Zone 1 base was breached by Tier 3 zombies and lost signal. Only Zone 9, with just over 2,300 survivors, remained nationwide. The main zombie army arrived in Zone 9. Everyone else hid underground, except for the plunderers who could fight them. Even he, strong as he was still human. Humans have their limits, but zombies are inexhaustible and possess supernatural abilities. Xu Lan didn't know how he managed to single-handedly defend the entire base, fighting from dusk till dawn, finally scaring the zombies away and collapsing to his knees, exhausted. Exhausted, Li Yanli was drenched in cold sweat, which trickled down his bulging veins and onto the ground. He looked up, his vision blurry, squinting at the sea of zombies. A mocking smile played on his lips. Truly, the apocalypse. Xu Lan also saw the high-level zombies, who possessed independent consciousness, but regarded humans as enemies. Recalling the peaceful and beautiful 9th District now, with nearly 300,000 survivors, her heart sank. This was why Ansarin had appeared. If he wasn't a hero, then no one in the world could be called a hero. The leader of the high-level zombies was a tall, thin man resembling a black rag doll. He shouted at Li Yanli, Hey, stop resisting. Surrender, Raider. Have you considered that if everyone gets infected, it's like we're all becoming a completely new species? Li Yanli took several deep breaths, slowly recovering. He stood up, supporting himself with his eyes sword, and once again blocked the entrance to the shelter. But we want to live. Underground, Jiang He sighed, seemingly doing something. Then, Xiao Shulan interrogated Jiang He. What are you doing with that knife? Suicide? Why commit suicide now? Li Yanli hasn't lost yet. He's still protecting everyone. Let me go, Shulan. This world is completely hopeless. What do you mean? Explain yourself. I can't explain it to you. Let go. The zombies suddenly launched a fierce attack. The back wall of the underground base was breached, and high-level zombies grabbed fleeing people and devoured them. Li Yanli heard the noise and turned to enter the underground. He was going to take them to the space, the last safe haven. Xiao Shulan held a knife, her hands stained with blood, the blood of Jiang He, who had attempted suicide. As soon as Li Yanli entered, she immediately forgot about Jiang He, dropped the knife, and frantically touched his face, tears instantly streaming down her face. Li Yanli, stop hitting him. Your face is so pale. Jiang He tried to grab the knife first, but seeing the blood on Xiao Shulan's hands, she suddenly realized something and pushed Xiao Shulan away. No! Don't touch him with my blood. It was too late. Jiang He's time rewind had already taken place on Li Yanli. A second before the zombies entered, Li Yanli returned to the space with her parents and Xiao Shulan, using her last bit of strength, collapsing to the ground, utterly exhausted. There was no concept of time in this space. A white egg, calling itself the system, managed the illusory cycle of day and night like a butler. They lived inside for nearly a year. During the year, none of them laughed again. Most of the time, they sat together in a daze, lost and filled with fear. Despite the ample supplies in their spatial dimension, they visibly emaciated rapidly, because their souls were nearly depleted. One day, Xiao Shulan suddenly said before bed, Li Yanli, if we have a child, would there be any hope? Before Li Yanli could answer, Xiao Shulan continued, forget it, the child definitely wouldn't want to be born in this environment. Sigh, trying so hard to live, but actually surviving feels worse than dying. Why are people so strange? Li Yanli also said, yes, why are people so strange? On the day the meteorite landed, the system announced, the mutation phase has ended, and the eternal night phase has begun. The current number of survivors that Blue Star can accommodate does not meet the requirements of the first tier of the mission has completely failed. In 10 minutes, the system will evacuate with the spatial dimension. Please prepare to land in the real world. Strangely, after their initial disappointment, all four of them breathed a sigh of relief. The landing point was their original shelter. There were no zombies outside, no light, and the temperature was extremely low. Even breathing felt like it would freeze upon landing. Li Yanli lit a fire, and found thick blankets and clothes in the blood-soaked shelter, barely regaining some warmth. Xiao Shulan, despite the conditions, still had the mood to laugh. Wow, this feels more like being alive. Inside, it felt like a dream. Every day was a blur. There was no flood, the ventilation shafts were blocked by dust kicked up by the meteorite, and outside was only a thick fog. The plants were dead, the oxygen regeneration system was insufficient, and even a fire couldn't be lit for heating. They huddled together, and Xiao Shulan said, anyway, we're the last one standing, we're already among the 4 longest-lived people on Earth. Li Yanli placed his hand on her cold face, using the warmth of his superhuman body to soothe her, a slight smile playing on his lips. Even in this situation, he could still be amused by her. Uncle, Aunt, if there were no virus, and no meteorite, would you agree to my marriage with Li Yanli? Of course. I don't want any other daughters-in-law. Xiao Shulan closed her eyes, smiling bitterly and happily. Li Yanli, actually, I still really want to have a child with you. We will definitely become the best mom and dad in the world. The 4 longest living people on Earth died from either oxygen deprivation or freezing. But Li Yanli's consciousness persisted because he took Jiang He's superpower. He couldn't die. Every time his heart stopped, his body would automatically rewind to a state from an hour ago. And with each rewind, a memory would appear in his mind. Chapter 171. He was frozen stiff, living alone, talking to his unawakened family and lover. It seems no matter what I choose, I can't escape the fate of you dying before my eyes. He didn't know how much time had passed when Li Yanli began to move. He used his earth elemental abilities to bury the frozen corpses underground, walked out of the shelter, and wandered alone through the ashes like a lost soul. There were no living people, and zombies lay on the ground. Blue Star was deathly silent. He flew over many places, seeing volcanoes erupting from impacts, cities submerged by rising sea levels, and meteorites still burning. Finally, he returned to District 9, confirming that it was indeed the only small, relatively safe place. The sky never brightened again. Just as Jiang He had said, the endless night had begun. Thinking of Jiang He, he also recalled her final act of suicide. Li Yanli lay on the ground where he had buried the man, the knife tip pointing towards his heart, plunged in, and after about 24 hours, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Time Manager 011, reboot successful. Like a ray of light cleaving through the fog, Shu Lan and Li Yanli simultaneously thought. his plundering, Lin Yi's spatial manipulation, Jiang He's rewinding, they were all special, powerful abilities, carrying special missions. Or was this an experiment, or a game, a chess game? They were all people controlled by these numbered figures. When he regained consciousness, Li Yanli's vision was pale green and blurry. He heard a familiar voice. Easy for you to say, treating living people like cattle to breed. Xu Lan's heart began to pound wildly. This time it's her. These are her words. This is the current timeline. As Li Yanli regained consciousness after being electrocuted, he realized what was happening. After his suicide attempt, he had a new set of memories, the beginning of this world. Li Yanli, who refused to cooperate with the experiment, was betrayed by his coach. His parents were infected and turned into zombies. He was drugged and passed out in Jiangzhou, where Dr. Zhao captured him and locked him in a jar for research. This was the first dream Xu Maomao created for Xu Lan. In this initial memory, Li Yanli had no interaction with Xu Lan, but in the very first second after the memory restarted, he heard Xu Lan's voice. Li Yanli heard them forcing her to inject strange drugs in order to give birth to a child who could inherit the predator's genes, and heard her struggle. Xu Lan shouted, "I quit." The indicators on the instrument skyrocketed, the glass jar shattered, and Li Yanli, with a gloomy look in his eyes, tore off the wires binding him and killed the nearest researcher. Xu Lan watched, her heart pounding. So that's how it was. So that's how it was. Li Yanli remembered everything from that moment. He saw Xu Lan run out of the operating room, go downstairs, kill the people chasing her, and heard a large horde of zombies rapidly approaching the experimental base. Li Yanli blasted open the electric fence, letting the zombies in, and clearing a path for her. He kept a close eye on Xu Lan's movements, dealing with the superhumans while also clearing away the approaching zombies, watching her flee towards Xian. She seemed to glance back at him once during her escape. Li Yanli's sharp features suddenly softened, filled with an indescribable sorrow. Li Yanli knew all too well that his outburst came at the cost of his life force. He would die completely within half an hour at most. Li Yanli cleared away any zombies that might catch up with Xu Lan, and also caught up with Dr. Zhao's convoy. Not a single researcher who had escaped from the lab remained. Finally, dragging his exhausted body, he followed the sounds he had heard earlier to the seafood shop. He slid down to the floor, leaning against the wall, looking up at the moon, listening to Xu Lan's breathing from behind the wall. He kept thinking, what would happen to Xu Lan after he died, without her life-saving abilities? Would she die in another zombie horde? A zombie approached. Li Yanli raised his hand, intending to silently eliminate it, but seeing the zombie's agile movements, he remembered the third-tier zombie he had spoken to before. He lowered his arm, letting the zombie approach, its sharp fangs piercing his shoulder, spurting blood and injecting the virus. At that moment, Li Yanli thought, if, after his death, the helpless Xu Lan was destined to be infected by the endless waves of zombies, then he would bite her, and they would become zombies together, even if it meant being together. Xu Lan immediately felt tears welling up. So annoying, Li Yanli. Who wants to become a zombie with you? After being bitten, Li Yanli casually killed the zombie, and heard the indifferent words. Raider 010, mission failed. Under the moonlight, Li Yanli's pupils slowly dilated, but his consciousness remained clear. 15 minutes later, he frowned, placed his hand on his heart, clenched his fist, and punched it. There was no heartbeat, no pain. But he could faintly smell a very tempting aroma, like someone who hadn't eaten for days passing by a barbecue stall. He had indeed become a zombie, but he hadn't lost his mind, nor the superpowers he had previously acquired. Li Yanli was initially overjoyed and wanted to go inside to find Xu Lan, but this thought was quickly suppressed by reason. He was a zombie, and she didn't recognize him. She would definitely be terrified if she saw him. Li Yanli lowered her head, thinking self-deprecatingly, forget it, she's died so many times around him, which means he's unlucky, getting entangled with him won't end well. Xu Lan felt a pang of bitterness, wanting to tell him herself. It's not like that, Li Yanli, it was the zombies, the bad guys, the natural disasters that killed me, but it wasn't you. Li Yanli stood guard outside, clearing away any zombies that approached. Inside the house, Xu Lan suddenly sat up and muttered to herself, whatever. Without superpowers, I die at the hands of zombies sooner or later anyway, let's gamble and see. Then came the faint sound of a drug being injected. Li Yanli abruptly looked up, his eyes wide. What was she gambling with? Xu Lan, hearing his thoughts, silently replied, she was gambling with her life. Li Yanli used his metal manipulation ability to open the door, disappearing inside. He saw an empty syringe on the floor and Xu Lan, dressed in a nurse's uniform, unconscious on the sofa, speechless with shock. He thought turning himself into a zombie was already outrageous enough, but Xu Lan had gone even further, injecting herself with the syringe, attempting to give birth to a baby predator. Because it was so absurd, Li Yanli even checked if the liquid in the syringe was elsewhere, if she was faking it, before finally having to accept the truth. Xu Lan dared to gamble this high. Seeing Xu Lan's eyes tightly shut in pain, her face pale, Li Yanli suppressed the urge to bite, sighing softly, "As expected of you." He knelt on the floor, lifted the hem of her clothes, placed his palm flat on her lower abdomen, and used his healing ability to ease her pain. Xu Lan hadn't woken up for days. The zombie horde in Xi'an hadn't stopped, and screams and cries for help echoed outside. Li Yanli hadn't left that room, tending to her pain from the effects of the medicine, feeding her water intermittently while she remained unconscious, and waiting invisibly for her to wake up. With his parents gone, his only remaining purpose in the world was Xu Lan. Li Yanli no longer wanted to be the savior who left his most precious person in danger to save others. He only wanted to stay by her side. Chapter 172. Under the continued neutralizing effect of the healing ability, the strange medicine developed by Dr. Zhao no longer harmed Xu Lan's body, and Xu Lan showed signs of waking up. Li Yanli went out ahead of time to clear out the zombies lingering in Xi'an due to the sunlight, turning it into a safe ghost town. He remained invisible and watched Xu Lan wake up, running around the city looking for food, then finding a garbage dump where she busily cleaned it, seemingly intending to settle down. Why would she live in a place like this? Li Yanli wondered. He quickly understood. She was intelligent. For someone without superpowers, living in a place with a strong odor and far from buildings was indeed the safest option. Li Yanli chased away or cleared away the zombies passing through the garbage dump and those lingering in Xi'an, then returned to the city, unlocking the locks and placing supplies in conspicuous places, so that Xu Lan would find something as soon as she entered the city. While she slept, he killed a large number of scurrying rats for her, replaced the rainwater in her bucket with clean water conjured by his supernatural powers, and when Xu Lan's vegetables wouldn't sprout, he planted them outside, and then went back in to replace the bad seeds in her field. Xu Lan lived in the junkyard, and he watched her move things around like a hamster, hauling large quantities of supplies from the city to stock up at home. He listened to her talking to herself, and heard her discover she was pregnant. He felt extremely helpless. He wanted a child with her, but not in this way. She slept day and night, and he secretly entered her house to heal her, replenishing the damage the pregnancy had caused to her body. Hearing her doubt the effectiveness of the trap, Li Yanli caught 2 wandering zombies, and threw them onto the trap, accidentally scaring Xu Lan to tears. She squatted outside, feeling annoyed, and apologized. Although she had long suspected that Li Yanli might be behind her survival, seeing him do so much behind her back still left Xu Lan feeling incredibly choked up. What was Li Yanli thinking? She had completely forgotten what he looked like. On the day of her delivery, while Xu Lan thought she was handling it alone, Li Yanli was actually sitting outside the door. Every cry of hers was a knife-like pain in his eyes. This mutually torturous process finally ended. Li Yanli heard her crying, and asking why the baby wasn't making a sound. Using a mirror image, he invisibly slipped through the door, and entered the room, pinching the baby's bottom to make it cry out. As someone who had been through it herself, Xu Lan, from Li Yanli's perspective, saw herself after childbirth, her lips as pale as paper, her eyes unfocused, covered in sweat, like a ghost pulled from the water. Li Yanli even wondered if she was about to die. Fortunately, she managed to clean herself up before fainting. Even Li Yanli was shocked by her strength at that moment. After administering the healing medicine to the weakened Xu Lan, he gazed tenderly at the wrinkled baby Xu Maomao, knelt down, and poked his face, silently saying, "Welcome to the world, baby." The little baby Xu Maomao opened his mouth and burst into tears. Seeing Xu Lan awaken, Li Yanli, fearing discovery, slipped outside. Her features, previously suppressed by worry and sorrow, finally found release, and a vibrant energy began to emerge. Li Yanli thought, no matter what, she had gotten her wish. As Xu Maomao grew, his hearing became as acute as Li Yanli's. He could often pinpoint Li Yanli's hiding place precisely by the sound of fabric rubbing against the air. Xu Lan's first trip to the city after giving birth was accompanied by Li Yanli, who carefully followed her and their child from a rooftop. His invisibility couldn't last too long. He needed to reappear periodically to re-enter invisibility. When he finally surfaced on the rooftop, he unexpectedly met Xu Maomao's gaze. Xu Maomao immediately started babbling, startling Li Yanli, who quickly fell backward to avoid being noticed by Xu Lan. Fortunately, the child was too young to speak, and couldn't explain seeing him. But when Xu Maomao could speak, Li Yanli would need to stay even further away to avoid revealing his location. Xu Lan spent 4 years in the junkyard, and he protected her in Xi'an for 4 years, turning Xi'an into a renowned safe haven. For years later, unable to find fresh food, Xu Lan ran away with her child. They encountered 2 teams of superhumans. The first team was malicious. While Li Yanli was still looking for an opportunity to strike, Xu Lan, along with Xu Maomao, had already dealt with the 4 of them. Li Yanli thought, what a strong mother and son. Xu Lan was secretly pleased. She was truly amazed. The second group consisted of good people. She followed them up the mountain, cooked for them, and was gentle, virtuous, and considerate. Li Yanli's fists were clenched so tightly she almost broke, but she was helpless. She gritted her teeth and comforted herself. It's good that more people are taking care of her this way. Soon, Xu Lan used a clever trick, taking a whole cellar of food and making her escape. Li Yanli laughed out loud. That's right, that's her. A cunning woman who doesn't easily entrust her trust to others. It's just a pity that her underlying nature is still kind. She didn't let Xu Maomao steal the life-saving abilities of those 5 men. The broadcast was reporting the news of the 3rd-tier zombies wreaking havoc in District 9. Li Yanli heard Jiang He's name and learned of her ability, Time Reversal. Last time, it was he who restarted the timeline. Jiang He forgot his past lessons, which is why he boldly revealed his true abilities to the public. Li Yanli wasn't sure if Jiang He remembered how to restart the timeline. He strongly resisted losing his memory again, endlessly reliving the cycle of meeting and parting. But as a zombie, he had lost his ability to plunder, and couldn't kill Jiang He, who was immune to death. The ability to plunder now resided in Xu Maomao. Only Xu Maomao could stop Jiang He from restarting. Li Yanli planned to lure Xu Lan to District 9, letting Xu Maomao plunder Jiang He's abilities, and end the endless cycle of the apocalypse. But how to lure her? They were still strangers. Li Yanli followed Xu Lan's car at a distance, troubled the whole way. Approaching Xu Lan in his current state, she might mistake him for someone there to kill her, not only distrusting him, but also fighting him to the death. Until he glimpsed a female model in a red dress on a billboard by the highway, Li Yanli had an idea. He possessed the ability to shapeshift, transforming his appearance into that of someone completely non-existent in the world, but the physical characteristics of a zombie couldn't be altered. Li Yanli thought, if it were a female zombie, Xu Lan probably wouldn't be as wary as she was with the 2 teams of male ability users she encountered before. A beautiful female zombie in a long red dress slowly appeared from thin air, sped along the highway, chose a spot, and sat on the railing. Li Yanli was hot from the sun, but he didn't care at all. His mood was more joyful than ever before. He squinted as the luxury car approached, stretched out his arm, and gestured for a ride. Are you ready, Xu Lan? We're going to get to know each other again. These were the last words Xu Lan heard Li Yanli say from his heart. The dream ended. She slowly opened her eyes, a hint of bewilderment still in them. Xu Maomao's voice was calm and clear. Mom, finished watching? The sky brightened in the space. Xu Lan closed her eyes again and answered him. Finished watching. Chapter 173. After reading this, do you still love me the most? Xu Lan's lips curved slightly. She opened her arms, her voice clear and firm. Yes. I love my baby the most. It was the truth. Xu Maomao lay down, rolled into her arms, shifted around to find a comfortable position, and said with satisfaction, that's more like it. Xu Lan was silent for a while, not because she was asleep, but because she was processing her emotions and sorting out her thoughts. If Xu Maomao hadn't been able to access her memories, Xu Lan might never have known that what she thought was good luck was actually someone who had traded infection for more than 10 years of lifespan, quietly blocking all the detours she had taken, leaving only a smooth path for her to walk. You're right, baby, he really is an idiot. Now this idiot is in the north, drawing a clear line between zombies and humans, leaving them a safe haven to deal with natural disasters. Xu Lan sighed. Mom, ever since you started looking at his memories, you've been sighing so often. Xu Lan said dejectedly, I can't help it. She felt sorry for Li Yanli, but she also knew it was best not to restart the process again. A restart would bring even more variables. Given the current progress of shelter construction and the number of people in District 9, this was the best chance for humanity to survive until the end of the catastrophe. Besides sighing, she couldn't think of any other way to relieve her regret, heartache, and helplessness in the face of cruel reality regarding Li Yanli. The line between humans and zombies was also a line he actively drew between himself and her. From the moment he met her under the identity of Answerin, Li Yanli had completely given up on loving her, only hoping that she would survive alone. Sigh. Xu Maomao looked up at her, took a deep breath, and imitated her long sigh. Sigh. Shu Lan covered his mouth. Don't imitate my sighing, learn something good. Shu Maomao pried her hand off and repeated her words. Don't imitate my sighing, learn something good. Hey! You're still imitating me. Hey, you're still imitating me. Shu Maomao is a little pig. I'm not. Shu Lan couldn't help but laugh, and after laughing, she sighed one last time, then shouted energetically, Get up! Dreams are dreams, and no matter how painful the trials, as long as you're not dead, people still have to stand up, accept reality, and live their lives. This has always been Shu Lan's belief. Shu Lan will no longer avoid Li Yanli. No matter which timeline of her he likes, it's always her, no matter how many times he starts over. Leaving the space, she put on her headphones, her voice cheerful and energetic. Good morning, Zombie Queen sisters. Answerin', no, it should be Li Yanli, still replied to her immediately. Good morning. Those simple 3 words brought tears to Shu Lan's eyes. She recalled the calm he showed in her dream, as he let her be bitten by zombies, and her voice choked with sadness. Li Yanli seemed to notice the subtle change and asked, What's wrong? He didn't want her to know, so she would stick to his plan, pretending not to know anything to ease his mind. Shu Lan slowly regulated her breathing and said, Nothing, just eating breakfast. I burned my soy milk. It's raining here today. How about where you are? It's snowing. It's snowing so early. My son loves playing in the snow. Last time he had a snowball fight with hundreds of people. Mao Mao. You already put half a bowl of sugar in your soy milk. Don't think I didn't see it. Don't put any more in. Li Yanli watched the heavy snowfall, a smile playing on his lips, as he listened to her admonish the child to eat less sugar, lest he develop cavities. This was good enough. Hearing her voice gave him the feeling of living under the same roof, and he was content. Li Yanli said, He can eat. His constitution is such that he won't have any problems eating a lot of sugar, as long as he's not afraid of sweets. Really? Really, you could give him poison, and it wouldn't hurt. Shu Lan retorted, Sister, you can't become a zombie, and then stop talking like a human. Who would give a child poison? I'm not his stepmother. Ha ha ha. From then on, Shu Maomao finally gained the freedom to enjoy sweets, which slightly increased his affection for Li Yanli. A very small amount. Time passed neither quickly nor slowly. After the dream, Shu Lan often chatted with Li Yanli, talking about daily life, worries, and Shu Maomao's affairs. His permanent teeth are all in, a super beautiful set of teeth. You could even use them as a model for excellent oral surgery at a dental hospital. Shu Maomao proudly raised his head, of course. Speaking of which, have you grown taller again? Li Yanli asked. Me? I think so. I should be about 1.8 meters tall. Shu Lan was speechless. You? Do you have railway tracks in your mouth? You're talking nonsense. I'm talking about my son. Ha ha ha. Shu Maomao stood by the telephone pole, where he usually measured his height, and had Shu Lan draw a line on the top of his head, then took a soft ruler and measured him from the ground. Shu Maomao looked curiously. Mom, how tall am I? 1.41 meters, that's so tall. No wonder your pants are a bit too short. You won't be wearing this outfit anymore, you can give it to another child. I don't think there's a child younger than you. Shu Maomao said, throw it to Big Mouth for recycling, and it become new clothes. That's right, picking up trash isn't easy, so we need to be frugal. Li Yanli asked, is he the youngest child in the base? Yeah, there aren't any younger ones. There are couples, but they don't dare have children, afraid the whole family won't have enough to eat. Speaking of which, if everyone stopped having children, humanity might go extinct, huh? She had only been talking about this with Li Yanli for a short while when Fang Buitao came up to her, awkwardly saying, Commander, I have a favor to ask you. Shu Lan said, go ahead. After my persistent pursuit, Zhong Mei finally agreed to be my girlfriend. I want to move out of the dormitory and start a small family with her. Shu Lan said, just let Ji Lan approve the dormitory thing. Is there not enough housing? Then I go and move 2 more this afternoon. No, there's enough housing, and Supervisor Ji has agreed, it's just. I want to have a wedding ceremony, a wedding ceremony, and have you be my and Zhong Mei's witness. Shu Lan was a little surprised. A wedding ceremony? Fang Buitao quickly added, just a simple one. I saved up a lot of grain coins, which can all be exchanged for food. We can treat GXIN and the others to drinks and a meal, and then, basically, just a simple ceremony to make it lively. Shu Lan's eyes crinkled. Great. I love lively things the most. Tell me how you want to do it. Fang Buitao's eyes kept glancing at Shu Maomao, who was smelting steel nearby, And he said cautiously, "Could you please ask Master Mau Mau to use your special ability to make us a pair of wedding rings?" Shu Mau Mau was smelting steel in one hand and eating sunflower seeds in the other. "My mom said it's okay, so it's okay." Fong Buitao's pleading gaze shifted to Shu Lan, who said, "You have to draw a picture so he knows what it should look like." This meant she agreed. Fong Buitao was overjoyed and turned to run. "I go back and tell Mimi, and we discuss it together." Chapter 174. Watching Fong Buitao's retreating figure, which seemed to almost fly away, Shu Lan couldn't help but laugh. Shu Maomao asked, "Mom, why are you happy about their wedding?" Shu Lan gently patted his arm. "Because I'm infected by their happiness, you cold-hearted little boy. Is marriage just living with another person? More or less. Then do you and I count?" Shu Lan was almost dying of laughter. "No, we're mother and son. We've been together from the beginning. Marriage is between two people who are not related by blood, who didn't know each other before, usually a man and a woman. After they meet, they fall in love with each other, decide to become a family, and the contract they make is called marriage. Haven't you read about it in a book?" Shu Maomao. Mao shook his head. "The book only has this word, no explanation. So the wedding is to celebrate the marriage of two people? Yeah, life's big events are worth celebrating with family and friends, like birthdays, weddings, the birth of a child." "Ah!" I suddenly remembered something. Shu Lan pressed the button on her headset, cleared her throat, and said seriously, "Respected Zombie Queen." Answered replied in a similarly serious tone, "Respected Commander, please speak. Help me find a zombie surnamed Zhong." Fong Buitao was a veteran of District 9, well-liked, and had many people helping him, so the wedding preparations were quickly completed. He planned to use all his savings for the wedding banquet, but of course, that wasn't enough. Shu Lan generously said, "Do whatever you want, as long as it's lively. I provide whatever you need." At dawn on the wedding day, Zhong Mei put on her wedding dress and sat in the girls' dormitory, decorated with red double happiness paper cuts and filled with balloons. Lu Qing had did her makeup, and Su Jin braided her hair, giving her the feeling of traveling back to the world before the virus outbreak. "She's getting married in a zombie-infested world. Who would have thought?" Su Jin said irritably. "I still think it's too good for him." Lu Qing laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. Xiao Fan will be heartbroken if he hears this." Ji Lan, holding the walkie-talkie, scolded, "What's the rush? We said we can only pick them up at 7:30. Don't go too far with the wedding night pranks, don't break the door." There were 3 knocks on the door, a signal from their own people. Ji Lan opened the door, and found Shu Lan and Shu Maomao. Her cold face immediately broke into a smile. "Commander Mama-sama, good morning." Shu Lan greeted, "Good morning. Oh, our Mimi looks so beautiful today, baby, don't you think?" Shu Maomao yawned and replied perfunctorily yes. Ji Lan's gaze was hard to leave him. Mama-sama had just woken up. His hair was all messy and cute. After much hesitation, she finally couldn't resist her inner desire. She grabbed a small comb from the dressing table, knelt down in front of Shu Maomao, and mustered her courage to ask, "Master Maomao, your hair, it's a little messy. Shall I comb it for you?" Shu Maomao nodded indifferently. Ji Lan kept a straight face, gently straightening his messy hair, but inwardly she was screaming with excitement. "Ah! What a wonderful day. How can I get past that annoying man and have such a cute and handsome child? I need help urgently." Zhong Mei, upon seeing Shu Lan, inexplicably wanted to cry, her eyes reddening. "Commander, thank you." Shu Lan quickly stopped her. Don't cry, don't cry. The cosmetics made in the space aren't waterproof. You ruin your makeup if you cry." Shu Lan said with a grin, "I prepared a big gift for you. Remember not to cry later." "What big gift?" Shu Lan said, "It's a secret." She shifted her position, so the person holding the camera behind her could take a picture of Zhong Mei, saying, "Keep your hand steady. This video will be shown to Mei Mei and Xiao Fang's child later." "Yes, Commander." Zhong Mei lowered her head shyly. "It's not happening yet." Time quickly reached 7:30. Ji Lan said, "It's okay, let them into the dormitory." A large group of people rushed into the hallway noisily. Fong Buitao shouted, "Wife, I'm here to pick you up. Brothers, give me a hand." The girls inside were no match for the boys pushing the door open, and they almost managed to force it open. Shu Lan pushed Shu Maomao forward, saying, "Baby, go help them." Shu Maomao went over, placed one hand on the door, and the door, which had been slightly ajar, immediately slammed shut and wouldn't budge. Lu Qing said smugly, "Give up. Lord Mao is on our side. You can only take the bride after answering 3 questions." "Okay. Ask away." First question, When did you realize you were in love with the bride? Silence fell outside, and only Fan Buetao's sincere voice could be heard. I liked her a long time ago, but I didn't know it then. Later, when I saw other men getting close to Zhongmei, I felt terrible and realized how much I cared for her. Second question. Who will you listen to at home from now on? Her. I always listened to her. Before, and I will always. Third question. Do you dare swear you never bully Zhongmei or make her sad for you? I dare. If one day I do anything to betray Mimi, let me go to the execution platform. Lu Qing turned and asked, Did you pass? Zhongmei pursed her lips, her eyes bright, a faint smile on her face, her complexion more vibrant than the morning glow, and nodded vigorously. All right, you passed. Come in. Xu Maomao let go of her hand, and returned to Xu Lan's side, her sleepiness gone, an interested gleam in her eyes. It seems interesting. Fan Buetao rushed to Zhongmei, about to hug her, but Xu Lan stopped him. Are you really in a hurry? Did you forget to look for your shoes? Oh, I'm looking for my wedding shoes. Fan Buetao paced around the room a few times, scratching his head anxiously. Can you give me a hint? Su Jin said, They're in this room anyway. Fan Buetao searched a couple more times, then suddenly saw Xu Maomao staring at Lu Qing's handbag. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he pulled the wedding shoes out of Lu Qing's bag. Ha ha, thank you, Master Maomao. Xu Maomao looked away, thinking, Idiot, can't even find a shoe. While helping the bride put on her wedding shoes, Xu Lan, seeing it was almost time, pressed her earpiece. I'm coming down. She led Xu Maomao ahead through the crowd downstairs, where early risers had gathered to watch the spectacle. Where are you? Behind the crowd on your left. Xu Lan turned and walked in that direction. Excuse me. She pushed through the crowd and walked away, everyone's eyes automatically following her back, curious about the commander's whereabouts. Two figures slowly appeared in the air behind the crowd. Judging from their skin and eye color, they were two zombies. The crowd's curious gaze instantly turned to trembling and fear. The iconic image of a woman in a red dress, and with long, wavy black hair, wasn't that the Zombie King? The Zombie King was carrying a young male zombie, the lower half of whose face was covered by a metal mask, his sharp fingers encased in black gloves, and dressed in a clean suit. Facing Li Yanli again, Xu Lan felt a mix of emotions. Before he could speak, he pushed the zombie forward and vanished into thin air once more. The male zombie, now pushed forward, saw Zhongmei being carried downstairs by Fan Buetao and cried out in a tearful voice, Sister. Chapter 175. Zhongmei turned her head in disbelief, her eyes widening suddenly. Short, buzz-cut hair, single eyelids, not very tall, and although his skin color had changed and half his face was obscured. But they had grown up together. How could she not recognize this zombie, who had suddenly appeared before her? It was her younger brother, Zhongliang. Zhongmei pushed Fan Buetao away, jumped down, and rushed to hug the zombie. Overwhelmed by the joy of their long-awaited reunion, she completely forgot the commander's instructions, and tears streamed down her face. Little Liang. It's you come back to find me, you're still alive. Back when the commander of District 9 was still called Jiang He, it was Zhongliang who used his combat-type ability to obtain survival supplies for her, and they had supported each other through thick and thin. That night, the Tier 3 zombies went on a killing spree, merciless missiles exploding on the ground time and time again. After Zhongliang went out to fight, he never returned. When the commander led her to burn the zombie corpses, she looked at the face of each one, wanting to find Zhongliang, yet afraid to find him. She thought she'd never see him again. A kind bystander warned, Zhongmei, he's a zombie. Don't get so close. Zhongmei released his grip, tears streaming down her face, and explained to those around her, No, he's my brother, my own brother. He's just infected. The fact that he recognized me means he won't bite anymore. Fan Buetao looked at the man in front of Zhongmei. They were from the same district. He'd seen Zhongliang before, a superhuman. He walked over, opened his arms, and called out in a loud, energetic voice, Brother-in-law. Zhongliang quickly returned the hug, saying in a low voice, Take good care of my sister from now on, brother-in-law. Zhongliang looked no different from an ordinary person. Zombies were simply the majority of people infected with a strange disease. The panic among the onlookers gradually subsided. Those with low-tier thresholds thought of their loved ones, who had died in the disaster, turning away to cover their faces. Lu Qing had directly hugged her father and sobbed. Zhongliang felt sorrow, but he didn't cry, because zombies can't shed tears. He turned around, half squatted down, and said, Sister, I carry you to the bridal chamber. All the parts of his body that could transmit the virus were covered, and he was dressed in formal attire, clearly there to witness Zhong Mei's wedding. Zhong Mei leaned against him, tears streaming down her face. Fang Buitao frantically asked for tissues, staying by her side, wiping her tears as they walked. The bridal chamber wasn't far, just a street away. Zhong Liang walked slowly. Zhong Mei saw the deep, dark wounds hidden beneath his collar, 2 deep, bone-revealing cavities that had never healed and would never heal. Xiao Liang, where have you been all these years? Zhong Liang said, I don't know about the beginning. When I regained consciousness, I was already in District 13. High-ranking zombies were feeding me crystal cores. They said that once I regained my sanity, I couldn't attack humans anymore, or they would kill us and take the crystal cores to give to other zombies. How did you know I was getting married? The zombie king found me and said she'd bring me here. After your wedding, we leave. All the zombies had to stay in the north and couldn't cross the line without permission. Sister, I think the zombie king is a good person. She's helping humanity. Zhong Mei calmed down a little. Yeah. The zombie king and the commander are both good people. Good Samaritan Shulan stood behind and asked another Good Samaritan, where did you go? Li Yanli's voice held a laugh. I didn't leave. I'm watching the excitement on the rooftop. Shulan looked up. Which rooftop? Xu Mao shook her hand, pointing to the rooftop to her right. Mom, he's over there. Shulan looked over, and a glimpse of a red skirt flashed by, so fast it seemed like she was seeing things. I stay here until it's over, then I take him back. Shulan knew he was hiding to avoid scaring the people in District 9. If they knew the zombie king was right there, they probably wouldn't even dare to cry. Sai, you built this place quite well. Shulan, holding Shu Mao's hand, caught up with the group. It's all thanks to Mama-sama. Remember to build an oxygen supply and insulation system for the underground base. If you don't know how, just wait for the people from District 1 to come. Will they come? If they don't come, I fight? Sister, you have such guts. Firecrackers went off, and people along the way kept throwing red wedding candies into the crowd of onlookers. The atmosphere quickly became lively again. Xu Mao, following at the back of the crowd, casually caught one, tore off the wrapper, and popped it into her mouth. Upon arriving at the new house, tables were set up downstairs, and a small stage was erected in front. Zhou Dahu, carrying a speaker and microphone, took the stage as the wedding MC. The day's plan starts in the morning, and the bride and groom have also chosen to hold their wedding in the morning so as not to delay the work of all the guests. Now, please take your seats, and please welcome the newlyweds to the stage. Lu Qinghe shouted, wait a moment, I need to touch up the bride's makeup. From the moment she saw Zhong Liang, Zhong Mei had been crying. She hadn't shed as many tears in the past 3 years as she had this morning. She had been holding it in for so long, and now that she had an outlet, she couldn't stop. Someone was handing out buckets of boiled eggs and sweet soup, and everyone cheerfully began eating their special breakfast. Xu Mao received the first bowl and sat at the table eating properly. He was surprised to find it tasted delicious, and the eggs were even sweeter. Mom, why don't we usually eat like this? Shulan said, because the cafeteria staff are too lazy to peel so many eggs. Oh! Shulan shared her egg with him, then looked at Zhong Mei, who was sobbing uncontrollably by the stage, and said, you can't keep crying like that. I gave her this gift to cheer her up. Xu Mao finished his sweet soup, jumped off his stool, walked to Zhong Mei, tugged at her sleeve, and when she looked down at him, used his emotion control ability. Cheer up. Zhong Mei's tears miraculously stopped, and the corners of her mouth gradually turned up. Xu Mao turned back, just in time for the second breakfast dish, mutton rice noodles. The sky had just been tinged with a hazy gray, but by the time the bride and groom stood on the stage, it had become exceptionally bright, foreshadowing a beautiful sunny day. Xu Lan, as the officiant, stepped onto the stage, picked up the microphone, and began to read her prepared remarks clearly and precisely. Mr. Fang Buitao, do you take Ms. Zhong Mei to be your wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do you part? I do. Ms. Zhong Mei, do you take Mr. Fang Buitao to be your partner and confidant, to walk hand in hand with him, through thick and thin, until the end? I do. Now you may exchange rings. May this ring forever protect your love, and may your love, like it, never be separated, never fade. The newlyweds embraced, and thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Lu Qinghe, watching Shulan walk down, covered her mouth with emotion. Commander, I really want to get married too. Will you be my witness? Yes. Shulan nodded, taking a tissue from his pocket and handing it to Xu Mao. whose mouth was greasy from slurping noodles. But you should find someone to date first. Lu Qing's tears instantly vanished, stung by the words. Chapter 176. Lu Qing had looked at Zhong Liang, a zombie in a corner, far from the crowd, his gaze forlorn. Zhong Mei's brother looked so pitiful. If he could control himself and not bite people, living with us like this wouldn't be so bad. Xu Lan, engrossed in her breakfast, casually replied, no, he'd definitely be isolated if he stays. He'd go back to the zombies soon. Lu Qing had began to feel sorry for the zombies. Sigh, I hope one day someone can develop a medicine to restore them to human form. The virus has really killed so many people. Xu Lan didn't respond. Only she knew that the zombies were now living, breathing dead people, and there was no cure for the virus. But if there was hope in everyone's hearts, humans would treat the zombies a little more kindly. The simple wedding ended, and Xu Lan walked to Zhong Liang, who had become the focus of attention, and said, let's go. Zhong Mei, still smiling happily due to the influence of her powers, looked at Zhong Liang with sorrow in her eyes. She desperately wanted to keep him, but knew she couldn't. Leaving a zombie in the base would cause panic among most of the people. Zhong Liang feigned nonchalance, saying, I'm leaving, sister. I'm relieved to see you're doing well this time. I have new brothers up north. No more fighting every day. It's like retirement, pretty good. He turned and followed Xu Lan away, waving above his head until they disappeared from sight around the street corner. As he got into Xu Lan's car, Zhong Liang's straight back finally slumped, and he covered his face, trying to ease the pain in his heart. When Xu Lan drove to a deserted riverbank and stopped the car, Zhong Liang looked at his specially made gloves and said dejectedly, Commander Qin, will I ever see my sister again? Xu Lan said, maybe next time, at her baby's 1-month celebration. Zhong Liang sat bolt upright. Really? Really? Once is never enough. Remember to tell your companions when you get back. Even if you're craving it, it's not impossible to resist. Later, if anyone wants to see their family, submit an application. I see if I can arrange a special day for you all to meet together. Zhong Liang sighed, we finally managed to keep them separated, and now you're letting zombies get close to humans again. Won't that cause public outrage? Xu Lan said, who dares to be angry? If they don't want to see them, they don't have to. It won't threaten their safety. I'm the commander, I make the decisions. Let's see who dares to grumble. There was a knock on the car window, and a female zombie in a red dress appeared beside the car. Xu Lan rolled down the window and heard him laugh, saying, it seems you have more guts, Commander Qin. Xu Lan looked up at her. When their eyes met, the memory of her last dream flashed through her mind. She couldn't control her expression in time, making him realize something, and his eyes changed accordingly. Why? Why are you looking at me like you're about to cry? Xu Lan's eyelashes fluttered. She turned her head, and said in a light tone, the wedding just now was so touching, didn't you think? Li Yanli said, it's all right. After killing zombies, and superhumans for years, my heart is as cold as my blood. This isn't enough to move me. Xu Lan turned her back to Li Yanli and faced Xu Maomao, mouthing sarcastically, sister? Baby, you should call him auntie right now, make him angry. Xu Maomao tilted his head, and called out crisply, auntie. Li Yanli's eyes narrowed slightly, and she replied nonchalantly, nephew, you're very polite today, you know how to greet people. Zhong Liang, who had just gotten off the bus, asked in surprise, your family too? Xu Lan smiled, yes, we're sworn sisters, very close friends. Li Yanli turned her head, and patted Zhong Liang, let's go, this place is making my teeth itch, I just want to bite something. Xu Lan leaned against the window, and reached out to tug at her skirt. Didn't you say you helped me fill this river? Next time. She turned her head, took a red candy from Xu Maomao's pocket, and tossed it to him, who caught it. I know you can't eat it, but everyone gets a share, it brings some good luck. Li Yanli looked into her clear, bright eyes, feeling something was off about her today. Before she could think about it, Xu Lan smiled brightly. Sister, do you know how to play badminton? Want to play a game with my son? He's the best player in the whole base. Li Yanli said, let's play a game. Xu Mao emphasized the rules. No superpowers allowed. Okay, no need. On the riverbank, the sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze occasionally blowing. It was a clear winter day. Zombie Zhong Liang was hiding from the sun in his car, wondering why his zombie boss was inexplicably playing badminton with a child. But as his underling, he dared not object. Xu Maomao took off her heavy cotton coat and gave it to Xu Lan, then stood opposite Li Yanli, racket in hand, eyes gleaming with fighting spirit, holding the shuttlecock, ready to serve. Li Yanli said, your serving form is wrong. Xu Maomao frowned. What kind of form is needed for a serve? Coach was said I just need to be able to hit the ball over the net. Xu Lan chimed in, exactly. Li Yanli asked, who is Coach Hua? Is he the PE teacher your mom found for you? Math teacher. Okay, you pass it. The white ball flew back and forth quickly. Xu Lan, the referee, only saw a blurry shadow flying through the air. Before she could even see the ball clearly, it had already landed on Xu Maomao's side. Just 1 point. Xu Lan cheered him on immediately, go son. The second ball, the third ball, the fourth ball. Having lost 6 points in a row, Xu Maomao seemed to have returned to his state from his first match against Hui Yu. Li Yanli was even more infuriating than Hui Yu, taunting him, little ball boy, your ball-picking posture is quite standard. When he lost the 8th point in a row, Xu Lan was afraid Xu Maomao would get angry, so she secretly winked at Li Yanli. Why are you playing so seriously? Let him win a point. Whether Li Yanli saw it or not, she let Xu Maomao win a point. The seriousness in Xu Maomao's eyes dissipated somewhat, and his arrogance returned. He had just not played for a long time, and was rusty. He would soon be able to pull back the score just like he had when he beat Teacher Hua. However, by the end, he had only won at 1 point. Xu Lan chuckled dryly, trying to comfort him. It's okay, baby. It's just for fun. Winning or losing isn't important. Li Yanli, never one to shy away from drama, said, is this the level of the #1 player in District 9? I thought he was much better. Xu Lan turned and glared at Li Yanli, her eyes fierce. Shut up. How dare you bully a kid? Xu Maomao, however, wasn't upset about losing. He frowned, stared at the ball on the ground for a while, and finally raised his racket seriously, saying, I'm too short. My arms aren't as long as yours, and my legs aren't as long either. You have to wait until I grow taller. Xu Lan chimed in, right. It's not that you're not good, it's just that you're younger. Li Yanli shrugged and put the racket away. Wait until you grow taller, then I make you accept your defeat. Xu Lan's intention was for the two of them to learn from each other through sports, to get closer, and not to fight every time they met. They were family. There was no need for that. It just hurt their relationship. Now, before the Battle of the Raiders has even ended, the two have arranged a badminton match. Were they sworn enemies in a past life? Chapter 177. Xu Lan tossed the car keys to Li Yanli. Here's the car for you. I also give you some gas as spares, so you won't be in the sun on your way back. Li Yanli weighed the keys in his hand. Why are you suddenly being so thoughtful, little sister? Xu Lan rolled her eyes at him. No, not suddenly. I always been warm, kind, and sincere, okay? I told you to drive, but you said it wasn't cool enough and insisted on walking. Li Yanli nodded. That's right, I was ungrateful. Well, I take this car then, and I return 10 new cars to you next time. No, don't be so polite. There are plenty of cars in the city. I just picked one up while I was collecting trash. She could just use her supernatural abilities to make a key from it. As the car drove away, Li Yanli saw Xu Lan crouching down to put a coat on Xu Maomao in the rearview mirror, her gaze slightly hesitant. Normally, before giving someone a car, one would ask if they can drive, but she didn't ask at all, simply tossing the keys over, as if she was certain he could drive. Did I forget to ask? Xu Lan's tone and attitude today were subtly different from before. She dared to glare at him and argue with him, and her speech was no longer polite and distant, as if they had returned to their previous relationship. Li Yanli frowned and thought about it all the way, finally concluding, this must be the magic of sworn brotherhood. She's starting to trust him again, which is good. Since Li Yanli left, Xu Maomao started finding someone to practice badminton with, drank his milk obediently every day, and stopped picking out vegetables he didn't like, because he heard that picky eating stunted growth. Xu Lan scolded Li Yanli. I noticed you're really serious about this. He's only 6 years old. What's wrong with going easy on him a little? Li Yanli said. So everyone in your base is letting him win, right? This can't go on. In competitive sports, winning is winning and losing is losing. You have to give it your all. Besides, always winning can lead to arrogance. You need to encounter some setbacks to toughen your character and grow healthily. Xu Lan said, thank you. You're welcome. Xu Maomao had indeed rarely experienced failure in her life. The few setbacks she faced were all from her blood-related father. Being too invincible can be boring. Having a goal and being full of fighting spirit like this is good. Human daily life wasn't really anything special. Commanders did their job, raiders did theirs, some built bases, others picked up people. Another year passed in a flurry of activity. The 100,000 survivors driven out of the north by the zombies arrived in District 9, transported by vehicles. Among them was a very beautiful woman, supposedly a famous celebrity, who caused quite a stir. As always, Lu Qinghe loved gossiping with Xu Lan during breakfast. That's Jiang Yunai. Commander, didn't you know? She was a really popular actress before. She starred in a lot of TV dramas, and for a while she was known as the TV Queen. Xu Lan tried hard to recall, but failed. If you're talking about TV dramas, then I really don't know. Because when I'm on vacation, I watch cartoons or comedy shows. Does that Jiang Yunai have any superpowers? Lu Qinghe shook her head. It said she doesn't, but she has quite a few loyal male fans who have taken care of her all along. Oh, I see, let them be. Without superpowers, Xu Lan quickly put the actress out of her mind. The number of people in the base was gradually approaching 500,000, and she was more concerned about the rewards she needed to unlock in her spatial dimension. The reward for 300,000 people is a cold storage facility, which can be used to produce and preserve large quantities of fast food. The reward for 400,000 people is the production of household appliances. She speculates that 500,000 people would be involved in energy production or similar activities. Therefore, as long as enough people are accommodated, humanity can achieve self-sufficiency within a single space. Every superpower has its drawbacks. If the person possessing this space lacks the strength to protect themselves, but tries to unlock the rewards by displaying their wealth to attract others, they will become a prime target. Not accommodating them is also not an option, given the tempting rewards. Plundering superpowers also has its drawbacks. While seemingly powerful, once exposed, they become enemies of both humans and zombies, destined to become the biggest villains in the apocalypse. Xu Lan and Xu Maomao are now doing the work of villains every day. They steal people's superpowers, then kill those who cry out in despair after losing their powers, those who are terrified, and lock them in dark rooms to starve them until they become obedient before releasing them. After completing the welcoming ceremony for the newcomer, Xu Lan massaged Xu Maomao. You worked hard, our Lord Raider. Do you want anything for your 7th birthday? Xu Maomao opened his arms. Xu Lan, bewildered, bent down and hugged him. Does this mean a hug from mommy is enough? No, mommy, I want cake, this big one. Xu Lan released him. Okay, I was just being presumptuous. Xu Maomao snuggled into her arms, adding, a hug too, I want it all. Xu Lan put one arm around him, and with the other hand drew circles on the table. This big, make it with many layers, 1 layer of cake and 1 layer of jam, or 1 layer of cake and 1 layer of fruit. Jam. Okay, then find some of your favorite aunties and uncles to eat with you, and sing you a birthday song. No, they sing terribly. Haha, then don't let them sing, I sing for you. Okay. Xu Maomao suddenly heard the words Raider, listened intently for a while, and then was called to the car to do garbage collection work. Once you arrive in District 9, you know about his special ability. People discuss the Raider every day, so it's not surprising. In a corner of the city, Jiang Yunai exclaimed in surprise. So the child who fired the gun was the Raider? Not Qin Xiaoshuang? The man who had led her there answered without hesitation, yes, the Raider is Master Mao Mao. He possesses countless superpowers. But we reached an absolute peace agreement with the Zombie King, so handing over the superpowers is fine. But isn't it a bit too domineering for them to raid everything like this? Wouldn't it be better to leave the superpowers to everyone and coexist peacefully? The man initially wanted to disagree with her and speak up for the commander, but upon seeing Jiang Yunai's sympathetic gaze, his thoughts unconsciously shifted. Yeah, the commander is completely unreasonable. We haven't offended her, yet she took all our abilities. Jiang Yunai's lips curled into a quick, smug smile, before she reverted to her original expression of deep sympathy. Yes, the one who possesses everyone's abilities is such a young, immature child. It's like tying everyone's safety to them, forcing the ability users to obey her every word. Sigh, it's so unfair. The man's anger swelled like fermenting dough. He hadn't felt it before, but after Jiang Yunai finished speaking, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. That's right. Entering District 9 was like entering a den of thieves. They were robbed of their belongings and became slaves to Qin Xiaoshuang and her son. Jiang Yunai's eyes darted around, and she asked again, young man, besides Qin Xiaoshuang, who else here has influence? There was a knock on Hui Yu's office door. He frowned, slightly annoyed, and said, come in. The woman pushed open the door, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the room full of people. She then bowed her head and said, hello, I'm a new survivor. My name is Jiang Yunai. Am I disturbing your meeting? Hui Yu, his head down, was marking in his notebook, his tone indifferent. Yes, each street has a designated office. You should contact them, not me. Jiang Yunai looked at his handsome profile, her gaze slowly hardening. She spoke softly, Secretary Hua, I'd like to speak with you privately. I feel like we met somewhere before. Will you close the file in his hand, his face cold and impatient as he looked at Jiang Yunai. He had a mountain of things to deal with. He didn't have time to chat with everyone privately. But the moment their eyes met, Yu felt a strange, inexplicable stirring within him, as if a string in his heart had been plucked by her gaze, and a thought inexplicably surfaced. Perhaps they had indeed met before. Perhaps they had once shared a deep bond. Yu's expression froze, and the words of dismissal he was about to utter turned into, "Wait until I finish my meeting." Jiang Yunai's smile deepened. Okay. Chapter 178. Half an hour later, Yu led Jiang Yunai to Ji Lan's office. Ji Lan, please arrange a room for Jiang Yunai alone. Ji Lan didn't look up, her eyes fixed on the newly compiled personnel files, and said, Reason? Yu said, I knew her when we were children, she even saved my life. Lu Qinghe, in the same office, was immediately intrigued. Oh? Childhood sweethearts? Tell me more, I'd love to hear it. Jiang Yunai smiled, pursing her lips. Ayu and I had some past acquaintance. Ji Lan said, Reason invalid rejected. Jiang Yunai's smile froze on her face. Lu Qinghe, with her good temper, explained, I'm sorry, beautiful lady, the dormitories were moved here by the commander himself. With so many people, it would be exhausting for him if everyone had to have a single room. Look, we only have 3 rooms for over 10 people in our office, so please make do. Jiang Yunai moved closer to Yu, tugged at his sleeve, and looked at him pleadingly and pitifully. Yu, I really can't sleep with someone else in the same room. Yu looked regretful. Sorry, shall I? Assigning rooms isn't within my purview. Jiang Yunai was surprised. Aren't you the most influential person in the entire base besides the commander? Sujin walked by with a water glass, sneering, his influence only applies to routine matters. Each position has its own responsibilities. If you're thinking of gaining privileges by relying on a man, I advise you to give up now. Ji Lan said, unless the commander personally orders you to have a private room, like Teacher Zhou did, I won't agree. Hearing the word commander, Yu's eyes flickered, and her tone changed from hesitant to firm. Yes, everything is based on the commander's word. He turned and strode out of Ji Lan's office, leaving Jiang Yunai completely bewildered. She just wanted a private room, not the moon in the sky. They clearly said Yu had the most power, yet he couldn't even make such a simple decision? It must be these women using Qin Xiaoshuan as an excuse to scare Yu away. She glared resentfully at the women in the office, especially Ji Lan, and chased after Yu, calling, Ayu! Wait for me. Lu Qinghe was taken aback. Did that big star glare at me just now? Sujin said, yes, she glared at me and Ji Lan too. Ji Lan looked at the office door Jiang Yunai hadn't closed as she left, and said, thoughtfully, Secretary Hu is the most rule-abiding person. He should have been the first to reject this request. There was no need for him to come to me to ask again. Another girl in the office said, men, they all care about their pride. He probably couldn't bring himself to disappoint his childhood sweetheart, so he used us to help him refuse. She knew him when they were kids and even saved Secretary Hu's life. She's definitely his white moonlight. Don't even mention it. The domineering CEO and the female celebrity, they're quite a good match. Really? Ji Lan still had doubts, muttering to herself, I thought he liked the commander. How strange, men change their minds so quickly. Someone said, it seems like Lord Mao's birthday is coming up soon. Ji Lan's attention was immediately diverted. Yes. It seems to be around this time last year too. How are your preparations going? That morning, Lu Qinghe rushed to the mother and son who were slurping noodles, carrying a bag. Lord Mao, happy birthday. The ladies in our office made you a gift. They didn't know the exact date of your birthday, so they asked me to bring it over early. Open it quickly before the temperature rises. Xu Lan excitedly accepted the beautiful bag and opened it. Inside were hand-knitted sweaters, scarves, hats, gloves, and more, some delicate, some slightly rougher, all adorned with cute little decorations, clearly thoughtful gifts. Xu Lan covered her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, no wonder Ji Lan asked me before if I could produce some yarn. Oh dear, you guys almost made me cry. Seeing these gifts, she was truly happy. Before, only she loved Xu Mao, now, many more people loved her child. As a mother, she felt proud and deeply moved. Lu Qinghe chuckled. One of the sisters in our office used to run an online store selling these knitted items. She taught us how to make them all. Xu Lan took out a black woolen hat, put it on Xu Mao, and exclaimed with shining eyes, "You're so handsome, baby. Quick, quick, you have to say thank you to Auntie when you receive a gift." Shu Mao Mao, who had been slurping noodles with chili oil around his mouth, suddenly stopped, pulled out a tissue, wiped his mouth, and, maintaining his handsome image, calmly said, "Thank you, Auntie." "Ha ha ha, you're welcome, it's my pleasure." Lu Qinghe stared at Shu Mao Mao with loving eyes, then suddenly remembered something, her face. Her expression changed, and she sighed, "Commander, I also really want a baby as handsome as Master Mao, but I have to take back what I said about wanting to get married." "Why?" "Because my heart has been broken by a man. You remember He Sheng rejecting me with the excuse that he liked you? I thought he genuinely liked me, and I decided to respect his feelings and go from openly liking him to secretly liking him. But guess what? A prettier woman appeared, and he immediately fell for her, fawning over that woman every day. That shallow man doesn't deserve my sincere feelings at all." Shulan agreed, "That's right, that's right." "Who did he transfer it to?" "Jiang Yunai." The commander, who managed nearly 500,000 people, couldn't immediately connect the name with the person and asked blankly, "Who is Jiang Yunai?" Lu Qinghe said, "She's the actress I told you about last time. She's also Secretary Hua's White Moonlight. It's said they were childhood sweethearts, and she saved Secretary Hua from drowning." Now Shulan's impression of Jiang Yunai deepened. What a coincidence. Yes, doesn't it sound like a novel? Secretary Hua even tried to use connections to get her a private room, but our director Ji, being so impartial, immediately refused. Later, I heard that some male fans squeezed 10 people into one room just to make room for her alone in an apartment, and even crowdfunded food coins to buy her new furniture. Lu Qinghe shared many fresh gossips with her every day, and Shulan listened with great interest. Then she must be very beautiful. Lu Qinghe shook her head. "Actually, from my aesthetic point of view, Sister Suzhen is more beautiful, but Sister Suzhen's suitors aren't that exaggerated. It's probably the celebrity effect." "Hey! Does saying this sound a bit like I'm jealous of her popularity?" Shulan shrugged. "What is it? Just say it. Heaven earth, you and I know. Even if I'm really jealous, I won't let a third person know." Shu Mao Mao picked up a pickled radish and put it in her mouth, suddenly calling out to her, "Mom." Shulan reacted, "Oh. And my darling, it's alright, he won't tell anyone. It's just the three of us here, no one else knows." Lu Qinghe chuckled, "Commander, I like you so much." Shulan said, "Although I like you too, I'm heterosexual." "Me too." Lu Qinghe thought about her own love story, from open affection to unrequited love, and then to heartbreak, feeling both sad and angry. She said bitterly, "How could I be heterosexual? So hopeless." The two looked at each other, not knowing what had triggered their laughter, and burst into laughter at the same time. There were indeed too many people and things happening at the base. Nearly 2 weeks after gossiping with Lu Qinghe, Shulan finally saw Jiang Yunai, whom she had mentioned. She was indeed very beautiful. Even without makeup, her natural face was radiant. The scene of Jiang Yunai slowly passing by the football field looked like something out of a movie, with passing men giving her their stares. But the beauty in the center of everyone's attention finally stopped in front of Shu Mao Mao and bent down. Sitting on the steps outside the stadium, Shulan, chatting with Li Yanli, paused mid-sentence, her gaze fixed on the crowd below, her brow furrowing. Li Yanli said, "The reward for 500,000 people was coal and oil, and then why did it suddenly stop? My son got water from someone else." Chapter 179. Li Yanli noticed the sudden change in her tone. "Something's not right?" "Yes, something's not right. He never accepts anything from others without my permission. I go check." Shulan stood up, holding Shu Mao Mao's coat. She saw Shu Mao Mao unscrew the water bottle Jiang Yunai had given her and called out Mao Mao. She usually called him sweetly, only using his name when she was angry, and even then, she used such a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Shu Mao Mao's eyes changed. His fingers immediately loosened, and the water bottle fell to the ground, splashing liquid onto Jiang Yunai's trouser leg. Jiang Yunai's smile vanished, and she took a few steps back, a flash of annoyance crossing her face as she looked down at her trouser leg. Shu Mao Mao looked at the water bottle on the ground, seemingly confused as to why he had caught it, and even considered opening it to drink. Shulan descended the steps, looking down at Jiang Yunai and asking, "What did you just say to my son?" "Repeat it." Jiang Yunai wasn't intimidated by her icy demeanor. She looked up calmly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and smiled slightly. "Commander, don't be angry. I didn't mean any harm. I just haven't seen such a small child in a long time, and I thought he was so cute. I heard he likes sweets, so I made him some juice. Xu Lan's tone remained cold. I didn't ask you to explain your actions. I asked you to repeat what you just said. I just said, Master Mao must be thirsty after running around for so long. I made some sweet juice. Would you like to try some? Jiang Yunai picked up the water bottle from the ground, drank the remaining juice from the clean side, her eyes exceptionally sincere. There's no poison, and nothing else bad about it. Xu Lan quietly observed her for a while, finding no flaw, and said, From now on, you are not allowed to give him anything without my permission. The man next to her spoke up in support. Commander, Xiao Ai is also a good. Xu Lan scolded, What does this have to do with you? Did I ask you to speak? Jiang Yunai lowered her head and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Commander, I'm new here and didn't know this rule. Please forgive my rudeness. Xu Lan shifted her gaze from her. Baby, stop playing for now, come here. Xu Maomao obediently followed her up the steps, to the highest step at the edge of the soccer field, sat down, and watched Xu Maomao sit down beside her. When someone gave you something before you. They always ask me first before answering. Why didn't they ask this time? Xu Maomao turned his head, his eyes still following Jiang Yunai below. I forgot. Xu Lan covered his eyes. I don't believe you. Think about why again. At this moment, Li Yanli, who had been quietly listening to the whole thing, spoke up. The person delivering the water should have a control-type auxiliary ability. Xu Lan thought so too, and said, Baby, go and take away her ability. Xu Maomao pursed his lips and shook his head. Mom, I don't want to. Xu Lan's expression darkened. Xu Maomao, say it again. Xu Maomao hesitated. I don't want to hurt this auntie. Xu Lan heard his clear childish voice, each word like a knife thrown out. What she just said was, You're not a good mother. You treat me like a tool to satisfy your own desire to be a commander. After hearing this, Li Yanli successfully laughed in anger, squeezing out a sentence as if from her back teeth. Wait, I come over right away, and kill that woman for you, and teach this kid a lesson while I'm at it. Xu Lan's heart ached so much that she even held her breath. She bit her lower lip hard, forcing herself to calm down. You don't need to come over, I can handle it. He's probably being controlled by a superpower. That's how support-type superpowers are, impossible to guard against. Mom, she also said. Xu Lan removed her hand from his eyes, grabbed his shoulders, and stared at him with unprecedented sternness. Xu Maomao. I don't want to hear what she has to say, and you shouldn't listen to her either, understand? Xu Maomao's dark, bewildered eyes suddenly met Xu Lan's slightly reddened eyes, and his brows unconsciously furrowed. A tear slipped from Xu Lan's eye, and Xu Maomao instinctively reached out to catch it. The tear landed on his palm, wet and hot. Why was she crying? She was crying because he had repeated her words. Why did he repeat that woman's words? He should have just killed her. The inexplicable goodwill that had been swirling in his mind, like a fog, was shattered by the heat of that tear. Xu Maomao's brow furrowed, the confusion in his eyes transforming into a cold storm. A murderous intent surged from his chest, his cheeks puffing out slightly with anger. Mom, she's suspicious. Those weren't the things I wanted to say. He had no intention of making her cry. That woman was behind it all. Hearing this, Xu Lan calmed down slightly, wiping away her tears. Yes, it's okay, I know, I didn't believe her. Xu Maomao's gun appeared in his hand, his murderous aura barely contained. I'm going to kill her. Before Xu Lan could stop him, Xu Maomao vanished. She frowned, staring in the direction Jiang Yunai had left. Not hearing a gunshot, she foresaw the outcome from the silence, sighing, If you can't bring yourself to do it, come back, Maomao. Xu Maomao returned to his original spot, his tone and expression once again becoming wooden, even more hesitant than before. And Xiao Ai said she only said those things because she likes me. If she were my mother, she would definitely. Xu Lan shoved a hand over his mouth. Enough, enough. Even knowing it was a lie, she couldn't bear to hear it anymore. Listening any longer would shatter her heart into pieces. She picked up the walkie-talkie and ordered, Arrest that woman named Jiang Yunai. Huiyu was the first to reply. Commander, what did Xiao Ai do wrong? I can apologize on her behalf. Apologize my foot. What does that have to do with you? Old Lu. Can't you hear me? After a while, Old Lu said with difficulty, Commander, let it go. This girl. We have no reason to arrest her. Since when did she, as the commander, need a reason to arrest someone in the 9th district? Xu Lan held her breath, using all her strength to control her emotions, each deep breath telling herself to stay calm. Now it's 100% certain that woman possesses supernatural abilities. Taking advantage of the large influx of people into District 9, She fished in the chaos right under her nose, avoiding looting and swiftly controlling those around her. No amount of force or bribery is as terrifying as the ability to directly control people's minds. Silently turning even the closest of friends into strangers, then stabbing them in their most vulnerable spots. Even Xu Maomao couldn't resist Jiang Yunai's control. No one else could escape. If this continues, the entire District 9 base will fall under her control. At that moment, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. It was Ji Lan's cold voice. "Commander, where is Jiang Yunai?" "I'm coming over now." Then came Lu Qing's anxious scolding. "Old Lu, are you drunk? The commander told you to arrest her, so arrest her." Xu Lan's eyes snapped open, her gaze clear. Wait a minute, Ji Lan refused Jiang Yunai's request for a private room. If she could control Ji Lan, none of what Lu Qing has said later would have happened. So Jiang Yunai's control ability doesn't work on women, she's still half normal. Xu Lan immediately replied, "Bring more people over near the football field, women." When Xu Lan arrived at the scene with Xu Maomao, guns were pointed at her, and people shouted angrily in unison, "Don't hurt Xiaoai. Give us back our abilities." The main members of the guard team were all men. They had somehow formed a staunch alliance to protect Jiang Yunai, blocking her away in layers. Xu Lan gradually stopped, staring wide-eyed at the sea of people before her. Was Jiang Yun using her supernatural abilities to control so many people simultaneously, or did they all intend to unite and reclaim their powers? Ji Lan's group arrived a step later, and were stunned by the scene. What's going on with them? Was the mushrooms cooked in the cafeteria not cooked properly? Xu Lan saw many familiar faces, Ji Xian, Jing Hongyu, He Sheng, and even Fan Buotao, who had recently gotten married. She finally understood the feeling Li Yanli had when facing the northern cultists. A mixture of extreme anger and amusement, wanting to kill, but unable to bring herself to do it. Men are completely unreliable. When Zhong Mei arrived, she saw Fan Buotao raising his arms and shouting in the crowd. She paused, then said coldly, "Commander, if Fan Buotao is beyond saving, don't worry about me. Just push him to the execution platform." Chapter 180. Everyone, make way. I need to say a few words to the raiders. The crowd parted, revealing Jiang Yunai behind them. Qin Xiushuang reacted too quickly. She had barely made contact with the raiders when Qin Xiushuang immediately realized what was happening and ordered them to kill her. To be honest, Jiang Yunai was also startled. Luckily, she had been in contact with enough men recently, and her screen quickly summoned a large number of people to protect her. Qin Xiushuang couldn't possibly kill all of them, especially since some of them were her trusted henchmen. Jiang Yunai squatted down, looking gently at Xu Maomao, and beckoned to him. "Little predator, your name is Maomao, right? You said you want Auntie Xiaoai to be your new mother. Because Auntie Xiaoai won't let you get involved in any adult conflicts, and will let you be a simple and happy child from now on." Xu Maomao was stunned, looking up at Xu Lan. "Mom, I want to." Xu Lan covered his mouth. "You don't want to." Lu Qing's eyes widened, furious. "What the hell, Jiang Yunai, you actually want to steal someone else's child? How shameless." Jiang Yunai tilted her head slightly to look at Lu Qinghe, asking in confusion. "That's strange. I heard you used to be a superhuman too, and she stole your powers from you, yet you're not angry at all, and you're still so devoted to her. If you went to District 1, you know the Commander-in-Chief wouldn't do such a thing. He hasn't even stopped the research on awakening superpowers in ordinary people. That's a more worthy human leader to be loyal to. What's the use of my superpower? What's the use of all that stupid research? We wouldn't have survived this long with just our own superpowers. When the zombies breached the base gates, didn't the Commander-in-Chief of District 1 send anyone to pick us up and take us to a safe place? And what about if we go to District 1? Everyone knows only social elites and celebrities, like you, are qualified to go in. Do you think it's our turn?" At this point, Xu Lan was no longer as agitated as before. She calmly stared at Jiang Yunai and asked unhurriedly, "So you're not a survivor who surrendered from the north at all? You came from District 1, and your purpose is to use your abilities to control the men here and gain control of my territory beforehand?" Jiang Yunai smiled. "I just want everyone to unite against the real villains." From the beginning, Xu Lan had decided to take away all the combat-type abilities while revealing the secret of the raiders. She never trusted people's hearts. Perhaps yesterday everyone was amicable partners, but today, due to various uncontrollable factors, they might turn against each other. If these people still possessed abilities, the situation would be even more difficult to control. It's inevitable that one superhuman will be missed. There are 100,000 people coming. Are they supposed to squat at the gate and draw 100,000 drops of blood? Shu Lan glanced at the men around her, guns pointed at her menacingly. She was the one who issued those weapons, but now, because she missed grabbing one support superhuman, they were all pointing them at her. Shu Lan lowered her eyelashes and said, "Baby, take their guns." Jiang Yunai smiled confidently. Mao Mao, see? Auntie was right, wasn't she? She's using you as a tool. Shu Mao Mao pulled out a megaphone and put it to her lips. New rule. Everyone with guns, kneel down and raise your guns above your heads. Seeing the men around her suddenly kneel down, Jiang Yunai's face changed drastically. Mao Mao, why are you listening to your mother? Don't you care about Auntie Xiao Ai's life or death? Manage, Shu Mao Mao said blankly. My mom told me to take away other people's guns, not to hurt you or steal your abilities. Shu Lan turned her head and ordered Ji Lan behind her, go and take the guns away from them. Then, she looked at Jiang Yunai, a smirk playing on her lips, and said sarcastically, don't worry, baby, mommy won't let you hurt your beloved Auntie Xiaoai. She had just noticed that although Shu Mao Mao couldn't lay a hand on Jiang Yunai, she was still at her beck and call. It was just a matter of creating a forbidden zone called Jiang Yunai. Shu Mao Mao was still the obedient baby who listened to her mother. Suddenly, Shu Lan strode towards Jiang Yunai. Seeing her boldness, Jiang Yunai's momentum immediately weakened, and she retreated repeatedly. What are you trying to do coming over here? Don't let her get close to Xiaoai, I'd be scared. The men formed a solid human wall in front of her, giving her a sense of security once again. Jiang Yunai breathed a sigh of relief. Even without guns, she had so many men protecting her, the little raider would eventually obey her wholeheartedly. Qin Shixuang was surrounded by a bunch of useless women. What was there to fear? Jiang Yunai's special ability was called the Charming Aura, which could make any man who made eye contact with her feel affection for her, protect her, and be controlled by her words. Given enough time, the man might even be willing to die for her. This ability was exceptionally useful in the apocalypse for attaching herself to the powerful. However, she had to constantly interact with them like a butterfly, making eye contact, providing emotional value through words, and maintaining maximum favorability. Once she stopped, the other party's favorability would slowly drop back to its original level. Although dealing with a large number of men every day was tiring, once she started using this power that made her the sole female protagonist in every man's life, she didn't want to stop. Qin Shixuang was intelligent. Mind control abilities all have loopholes in their rules, and she immediately discovered that while the little raider wasn't killing her, he wasn't entirely obedient. Now, half the people in the base were on her side, and Jiang Yunai didn't believe Qin Shixuang could handle them without the raider's support. From the moment she learned the raider was a boy, Jiang Yunai considered Qin Shixuang's position as hers. The group of bodyguards, who had protected her all the way here, were already sending signals via the 9th District's radio. With Qin Shixuang dead, the little raider would be under her control, and the people from the 1st District, who had moved over, would also obey her orders. Qin Shixuang had done most of the necessary negotiations and base construction. Jiang Yunai could simply reap the rewards. From this day forward, Jiang Yunai was the sole queen of this apocalypse. Thinking this, Jiang Yunai's eyes gleamed with determination. She shouted, attack together. Even without guns, you must kill Qin Shixuang. After she's dead, I have the little raiders return the superpowers to everyone. At that moment, Sister Wang, wielding a long broom, led a group of aggressive women, armed with pots and pans, rushing over and beating the kneeling men mercilessly. Who's leading the rebellion? It's you bunch of brats, isn't it? I just cooked too much, you're all too full. Rebellion? Rebellion? You're always thinking about those useless superpowers. Ji Lan also shouted coldly, let's go too. Grab Jiang Yunai and hand her over to the commander. Go! 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 We've been furious with them for a while now. A large number of men and women swarmed forward, engaging in a chaotic brawl. Shu Lan's gaze was fixed solely on Jiang Yunai. She walked straight ahead, ignoring those who blocked her path, letting them shove and punch her menacingly. Whenever a shadow fell upon her face, green vines would sprout from every corner of the ground, wrapping around the men's feet and tossing them aside like trash. Jiang Yunai cried out in a panic, Mao Mao, why are you helping her fight Aunt Xiaoai? Shu Mao Mao, as usual, followed Shu Lan's every move expressionlessly, always stepping on her shadow, never taking a step closer to Jiang Yunai. He answered her, I'm not dealing with you, I'm dealing with the people who want to kill my mother. Jiang Yunai hurriedly changed commands, I want to kill her, they're helping me. Please don't stop them, okay? Shu Mao Mao was like a little robot, able to be overridden by new commands, but once his basic programming was touched, he would answer without hesitation. No, no one can touch her. Jiang Yunai froze. How could this be? Had his favorability rating dropped? He was fine just now. Why is the predator suddenly disobeying? At this moment, Xu Lan had already walked up to Jiang Yunai, still holding Xu Maomao's coat in her hands. The afternoon temperature was a bit high, and she hadn't let Mao Mao wear it, afraid he would get too hot. Jiang Yunai was so frightened that she backed away, saying in a panic, do you also have mind control abilities? Otherwise, he wouldn't have refused me. Xu Lan's expressionless face was completely different from her usual smiling demeanor. Her gaze was distant and cold, mixed with a hint of disdain, as if she were looking at a clumsy performer. Only now did Jiang Yunai truly connect the person before her with the stereotypical image of the worst woman in the apocalypse she heard about. Emotions and words are superficial things. You can control them if you want. Human instincts aren't something that can be completely changed in 10 or 15 days, Hui Yu said, standing in the shadows not far away, watching Jiang Yunai with a sympathetic expression but without moving. Meanwhile, Deputy Commander Lu Xingyao, who had said he wanted to treat Jiang Yunai as his goddaughter, stood beside Lu Qinghe, his strong arms providing support for her. And there was Fang Buitao, who was being brutally beaten by Zhong Mei with a rifle but dared not retaliate, and Jing Hongyu, who cowered like a quail at the sight of Ji Lan, looking like he was waiting to be scolded. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I'm a good mother. My son said he won't kill you, and I won't force him, Xu Lan said, pulling a pistol from under her child's coat and pointing it at Jiang Yunai's forehead. The cold words and the bullet were fired together. I can do it myself. After the gunshot, heartbroken cries echoed all around. No! Shall I? Jiang Yunai's vision blurred, and even in death, she couldn't understand where things had gone wrong. She had clearly controlled the little predator. A second before Jiang Yunai breathed her last, Xu Maomao was still repeating the facts. Mom, you killed Aunt Xiaoyai. Xu Lan casually replied, yes, I killed her. Will you avenge her, kill me? No. Jiang Yunai's pupils froze. Xu Lan squatted down, dipped her finger in Jiang Yunai's blood, grabbed Xu Maomao's hand, and smeared it on his palm. So you got it wrong, baby. You don't like her. You said the only person you like is mommy. Remember that?